Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to some Smite Prime action. The peak, the pinnacle, where the plays are always premium. Last week here for the April circuit, so we get to see who ends up taking home all that moolah, all that cheddar, and all the pride that comes with it. I'm D'Lo here in the booth, joined by my friend Spirited Book here right by my side. We, of course, have our almighty eyes in the skies, Solstice and Tess. Keep the prod lights on, that Cam steady, and Jithens, your man behind the curtain. Mort scurrying around there somewhere. You'll see him and hear his voice as well soon. Book, how are you feeling? Book. Book. Oh no, Book. I can't hear you, Book. Book. Oh God. Oh no. You gotta click the unmute the unmute button in the VMix shot. You got it? And then you click no. That's okay. Well, all right. Book's dead, everyone. Get them out of here. We're back here, folks. Once again, last week here, that means that players now get to go through the double elim bracket, and it means that the stakes are all the more high. So hopefully we can see our friends on the sides of Clocked In, whether it be them or Mind the Gap. Either way, they got to make sure they bring their A game today. And it's been an interesting month because, speaking of our friends on Clocked In, one of the champion teams that has continuously etched their name on the hollowed halls of Smite Prime's history since its reignition for Smite 2. But this time, for the first time in history, we're seeing them drop down all the way to the 6th seed. Now, keep in mind, folks, out of a bracket of 8 teams, that's quite low for the team you expect to be the top cut every single time. So the real question becomes, do they retain their hold on that championship, or is the crown too heavy for their heads to bear? Maybe their neck is strained, arthritis starts to set in, and they end up falling to the wayside to leave room for a new champion to rise from the ashes and take their place. That being said, we've seen this story before, folks. It came thanks to a little team called Witchcraft, and even though they were able to dominate during the first initial weeks of this open bracket, once things started to close in, once the walls started to creep in closer, they couldn't quite be up to scratch. So we'll have to figure out if it's going to be possible on their ends to keep things going. But in the meantime, let's talk about some other stuff we got going on here in the background. The art contest, of course, for Smite Prime. You're going to see their talent, of course, with the plays, but how about the talent behind the pen? It is mightier than the sword, after all, at least some might say. So check out those submission times, folks. April 15th to May 6th. The voting begins May 7th to May 15th. And the prizes. Oh boy, the prizes. 5K diamonds for the top slot, and you get some diamonds sprinkled down for the second and third as well as just getting to contribute some cool art to a cool community. So make sure you guys keep it nice and, spring themed. It is Petals and Pals after all. So grab a buddy, grab a pen, and get to drawing. That being said, we also, of course, have the art shop, where you can take a look at all the cool stuff we have available, courtesy of the amazing Smite artist community. Me personally, I think y'all are familiar with my affinity and Muses as well for the Horus Cup. But that being said, Hades one's pretty gosh darn cool as well. And as far as what else you can reward yourself with, aside from a nice little mouse pad, well, if you win Smite Prime itself, how about some good old cash prizing for you to put towards that art itself? 7K cash prize up available for the slot, and as well as all the pride and glory that come with it, as well as all the prizing alongside the badges, the titles, everything that this game's got to offer you, everything this tournament has as well. But I do believe we have a re-emergence as well. Speaking of people rising from the ashes, Book, are you alive?
Hello, can you hear me, D'Lo?
Oh, thank God! I was so scared, Book.
I have risen
what happened to you?
from
Were
the
you pulled
ashes.
into the ether?
Yeah, I think something went awry with the microphone. The classic old bug in the system. A little kick under the hood. Had to get it jump started. Restarted my generator in the basement and got the hamsters rolling once again. So I'm back. I'm here for our long day here. And yeah, this is what the teams are playing for. The prizing, obviously, the badge, but also this lovely title, the Smite Prime Champion title. Rocking that title, and you can just have an immediate advantage in your ranking. That's not entirely true, numbers-wise, but you have that edge in the advantage.
And you also have the MVP trophy. I mean, again, just the amount of effort being put in here behind the scenes by our friend Jithens to make this a bit more special than, any normal tournament where, sure, the diamonds are cool, the cash is awesome as well. But how about something that you can look at? How about something you can point at? And when you invite someone back to your house and you say, look at that. I won that during Smite Prime. And they'll say to you probably, cool, what is that? Because, you know, we be a small community down here. But nonetheless, it is pretty gosh darn neat. So big thanks to Jithens for that. And also big thanks for this nice little bracket here. It does seem we're going to be going to our friends on Mind the Gap for Smoke Break coming up first. But taking a look across the board here, Book, any other matchups you're interested in?
I feel like Hold That and Oni Warriors, excuse me, are definitely a match to watch. I feel like, yeah, I know we're getting a lot of talk about how we enunciate one of those team names, but I feel like these are two teams that could go the distance. And honestly, a lot of these teams I feel like could go the distance. Clocked in, like you mentioned, in that 6th seed, but a team we know can kind of rise from the ashes themselves and go the distance, go all the way to finals and even win. Even though we say, hey, Clocked In, they don't look like their normal selves. For some reason, in the final week, in that oh so important closed bracket stage, they tend to lock in a little more.
It makes perfect sense in the sense that the stakes are now all the more high. That being said, you do still have a bit of room to go for because of that loser's bracket. That means if you take a spill during the opening rounds, hey, no, well, there's some harm, but not the most foul, because you still can work your way back up from the bottom. And we've seen Clocked In do this before. We've seen them sandbag a little bit, and then only to just retake the lead, retake their spot at the top, that chair that's been waiting for them the entire time. So it's again just a question of, is it going to be the old rule of the days of yonder, or maybe a new golden era is upon us?
Yeah, I feel like some of the teams to pay attention to as well are teams like Hold That. That's obviously that Witchcraft team, Sunprod, Zatman, Snatty, obviously in that roster. Single Bind, though, our first seed, kind of surprised a little bit because it feels like this is a team that had been on a bit of a downward trend for a hot minute now. That's obviously Donut Doug and Aurora's team. But these past couple weeks, I feel like they've kind of really amalgamated together and worked really well as a unit these past couple weeks.
P's and B's coming at us to see how well these teams could work in terms of their drafting board. Now, Mind the Gap versus Smoke Break, and also off the hot heels of a new patch recently. Book, we were talking about it a bit in the green room. What does this new patch mean for the God picks and bans?
So Snowball, a lot more easier to acquire, I think, right now. But I feel like we're going to see a lot of what we've seen as of late these past couple weeks. Just because it's a new patch doesn't mean that all these teams have really adjusted to these kind of major map changes, experience changes, some of the God changes as well. I feel like we'll see a lot of very similar things that we've seen previously. Things like the Huyi jungle, the Jingwei being prioritized heavily for ADC. Obviously, you and I immediately see that Naja taken away, and I'm immediately happy. Hate that God right now. Just get him out of my games, man. Get him out of my games.
Whoa, I was celebrating a bit too hard. I knocked myself into the 3rd dimension. Nonetheless, Daji banned away alongside it. New Waka Bracken as well. Cav's been having kind of a field day lately in the mid lane, so it's good to see that the Smoke Break is clearly very apropos for that and decided to instantly strike it off. What I will note, though, is that we still have our top carry slots available. Thor, no longer. A lot of these jungle picks still getting iced out.
Yeah, I think Thor is an interesting one. I feel like you and I have seen him a lot more as of late, just being more as of kind of can carry, but more of that supportive, easy to initiate style of play where you could just, dive in, but also can play towards that wall as your initiation. Very successful as of late in the jungle, but I feel like just continues to still be prioritized heavily. And we've seen layers and adapting to known players that can kind of rock this pick. Even Dishonored, I believe, is a known Thor player once upon a time.
Jormungandr is going to receive the final ban. I feel not as strongly about the Yorm as I do the Naja, but a similar sense that I just don't think it's top priority. You know what always has been? Cerberus, man. Yeah. This God, it just feels like, why is it not hitting the ban list? It feels like it's always top picked when it's left alone, and yet for some reason, it's never paid any attention to. Triple Dog is on the map.
Yeah, and this is a good takeaway because you and I think, have seen Dardes rock this character before previously. Dardes is just so good on the Cerberus, seems to hit every single one of the stuns, even though it's a very conditional stun at times, seems to hit it pretty consistently. But I love this response immediately from Smoke Break, taking away the Jingwei, the Newt, characters that Tuba we've seen play previously as well. But also Newt has been so pivotal in the mid lane as of late, going towards a full int build, very aggressive in the mid lane, and just does well scaling into the mid to late.
Also does well against the Cerberus. The moment you knock her up in the Stygian Torment, instantly dash out of it, I am safe, I am free as a bird. So that just feels really good that there's one less member you can pay attention to. A Cerberus, of course, You want to try to get the squishies out of position, but now you're only going to put them further out of it instead for their enemy team. Now, Newt as well is a pretty solid pick and also pretty solid burn. When you consider the fact that Jingwei and Newt going to scale together, these objectives will get shredded just like that.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. A lot of objective shred, and especially Jingwei, we kind of mentioned it, some minor crit change globally, but still I think one of the stronger ADCs right now because of how her builds often blend in with crit being effective in it. Still a very impactful pick.
Amaterasu, Bacchus going to form the front line of Smokebreak. Clearly going to be solo and support respectively, at least in my mind. You know, to be fair, I don't want to put them in a box just yet. That Bacchus very well could go jungle. Artio Disco on the other end. I like the Artio in theory up against a character who relies on a leap as much as Bacchus does. The issue is a Bacchus usually uses that leap to go in rather than to try to hop out. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. I like this pick a lot as a response to what we've seen so far. Jingwei, one of the characters that can get yoinked back towards the Awilix, as well as this Bacchus, the classic tried and true counter for as long as these two characters have existed. If you pick Bacchus, we pick Awilix, and we just pull you back in. That denies your initiation. That denies your escapability, your ability to kind of play peel for your backline. A lot of what this Bacchus wants to do is based around his leap. I feel like Dardis is going to have to change up how he plays this character in this game.
What I love about it is, I was just talking about the fact that Artio only really limits Bacchus from getting out as opposed to going in. Awilix complete shuts that down, as you mentioned. Aphrodite, though, kind of gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card. In response, they say, you double down on the CC, we double down on the nonsense that gets you out of it.
Something is going on here. Smokebreaker getting a little crazy here with some of their
Bacchus
picks.
jungle?
I believe that's a Bacchus in solo and Ama
Dang
in the
it.
jungle, if I were to guess. It could be Bacchus jungle, but I don't feel like Adapting would ever want to pick Bacchus jungle and, see the Awilix on the other side and go, yeah, I think this is still a good idea. I feel like that has to be Bacchus in the solo lane. Not a bad matchup into Artio as well. I think that's why you go towards this pick in the solo lane. But the Ama jungle, I think, is throwing me for a bit of a loop here. We've seen Ama jungle once upon a time, back when her aspect first came out, just ran games. Very effective. But we haven't seen that in a hot minute now. And now paired alongside the Aphrodite, yeah, it's good. It's effective. These two in tandem can work really well together. But against the composition across the way, is it going to be as effective as we would like? I'm not so certain of that just yet.
So Smokebreak, they do have a lot of means of scale. Amaterasu, known for never being good in lane, so now we don't have any lanes for her to worry about, just the jungle farm instead. Smokebreak, of course, as well with those double auto attack gods, Jingwei and Newt, gonna look to scale towards that late game. Mind the gap, if you look at their team comp, what's their game plan?
I feel like it's playing around the mid game. That's where they can start to be effective. Get a couple of items online to this Artio, to this Discordia, the Awilix as well. This Artio is going to be able to bully out in the early game thanks to the Discordia passive. Even the Apollo as well can look to match these Jingwei rotations we often see around the timing of the Queen Naga spawns. And that's why we see Jingwei prioritized so heavily. Not only is the crit, the passive, when she resets, can fly on the map, get to those early objectives a lot quicker. Apollo can kind of match that. And it's a pick we've been seeing a lot more as of late, and particularly because he also dives the backline really effectively. If you don't have to worry about your ADC and peeling for your ADC in team fights, if he's just diving with you, that makes the fight a little, disconjointed for the other team to have to deal with. If there's an Apollo diving you, well, we're not really diving their backline because it's just a Discordia. We're kind of waiting for them to dive in and punishing that dive. But Smokebreak's composition doesn't do a very good job of that. They kind of just have to play forward, play front to back a little bit more with this double ADC.
Well, we're going to move on forward into the game to see if Smokebreak can mind the gap. First game, first round of the final week of the April circuit, folks. Once again, D-Lo and Book here in the booth, and Solstice Almighty Eye in the sky. I see you oohing. What are you hawing at?
Adapting on the Jingwei jungle. So we've seen this previously before. Sunprod has, traditionally taken this into the jungle, but again, it's been a hot minute since we've seen this pick, and against the Awilix, I do have concerns for adapting in this matchup.
Afro mid then for Sap7 on Twitch. And I'm not going to lie, naturally, of course, just given what Afro wants to do, which is, be connected to someone, a serial monogamist, I'm instantly just kind of having a bit of a question mark in terms of, do they get their maximum value in this instance, in this context? What is the Afro's kind of new role now that she's in mid?
I feel like you can still provide a lot of damage, and I think maybe that is the idea here with the Amaterasu, as Chuba taking a ton of damage over here. Has to be careful, taking fairly low. Has to be worried about Dardus once he hits level 2.
Scary stuff to consider. Wondering where these junglers are going to decide to go with their first rotations. This dual lane does seem like there's quite a lot of aggression that can come through. Also does mean, like we said, that because this Afro's in mid, the Newt is actually going to be performing the job on the carry. So what do you think? Does this Awilix come to the left side first, since that's where the Bacchus is hanging?
Yeah, I imagine Lairs wants to hang out, hit level 5, and then make a rotation, but we have seen Awilix's play very aggressive. And going back to this Afro, the Afro can struggle in this early game, and this is where she's most vulnerable before she gets a lot of points into that 3, the Lovebirds, as Tuba taking more damage on this left-hand side. This duo lane, despite having early pressure, I feel like struggling in just the matchup, and that's the power that Bacchus can bring. It's not kind of that, pressure, it's that fight potential, that all-in that this duo lane has.
I mean, you have the ability to stop the Belch with Paralyzing Spit, but like you mentioned before, it's quite a situational stun, not easy to hit, especially when you're put on a small timer before you get stunned yourself. But so far, no kills just yet. Adapting, looking to change that. Dishonored steps up, has a Druid form, so no bear, but the first splash arrow is off the mark. Does mean Dishonored is going to be able to easily dash their way back to safety, though they do take some battle damage for the trouble.
I think Adapting is just looking to split a little bit more farm, and this is the experience changes we've seen kind of shift things up a bit. Lairs electing to invade, but because Adapting has gone to split that right-hand side wave, he's actually hit level 4 first, and that is the impact of the recent changes that we've seen this patch.
Bro.
There's just not as much farm now in the jungle.
Try to go for a small engagement on Sap, but able to slip out. Curious what happens when these first set of rocks come up as well. Of course, we know just how important that can be in terms of the farm. And Jing Wei, being the goddess she is, can easily rotate to those as well. You could farm up the left side, back for a rapid resurrection, and instantly land nice and neatly down inside the fire pit for those brands.
I feel like Benko wants to try and get some early pressure over here, try and be ready to rotate to those firebrands. And actually you see Lairs hovering to this right-hand side as we see Dardus go in, but also Adapting in mid.
This is trouble for Benko. They're far from home. Not going to get the knock-up, but nonetheless, the flip will get the job done. Dishonored grabs first blood on top of Benko.
So Smokebreak have said, okay, we're not going to contest this first round of firebrands. That's why Adapting goes mid. Make sure that they have mid pressure and then rotates to the left-hand side. But those back harpies aren't available for him to invade. He's here for this purple invade instead.
Rongyu's going to be able to find an easily soul expulsion over the wall to keep safe. Tuba trying to deny the invade, but will not go their way. So Smokebreak at least makes something happen on the left side, even if it's not a kill.
Going back to this Afro, I want to note how important it's going to be for Sap7 to, once he hits level 5, which he's at, start maybe calling for plays, allow Adapting to link up with him and then look for a little 2v2 skirmish, because these two can be effective, but maybe once Adapting gets that first item online, probably going towards the Rage as his first item pickup here. I think he's just got it now. No, still working towards it. And there's a lot less farm in the map right now. I'm kind of noticing. This has kind of been my first cast watching this new meta take place, and I'm kind of noticing there's just a significant lack of farm for these junglers to kind of quickly snowball leads. You can see Lairs doesn't have first item completed, Adapting still farming it out. It's only 4.5 minutes, but I feel like they should just have more farm that we're just not used to seeing just yet.
A leap in there from Dardus could put them in a bit of trouble. A nice stun off the Paralyzing Spit. The moves come through, but the Soul Expulsion's off the mark. Tuba's got the autos, though. And that means Dardus has got no life. Second kill there for Mind the Gap.
Adapting again over here on the right-hand side, just ensuring that Benko has a little bit more farm over here, but it's kind of costing him a lot. That's 2 waves now that Adapting is split. And Benko's already taken a spill here. This Amaterasu wants to get the levels online to rotate out and be impactful. I feel like Adapting maybe has to pay a little more attention over here to the right-hand side, as Shell is used on the left-hand side here.
Nice leap there from Rongyu to ensure that the Skyfall could not catch him. 5 minutes in, it's 2-0 in favor of MTG. And they've gathered so far about a 2k gold lead their way as well. No big objectives off the mark just yet, though Gold Fury is now available. So again, if we do see that Awilix come to this left side now that that Gravity Surge is up and running, could be trouble for Smokebreak since the Gold Fury is on the mark.
Yeah, but I don't know if Mind the Gap can afford to even just get a pick, maybe even if it is Dardus, and then pull the objective right now. I feel like Smokebreak have a lot of early scrap potential here for this Aphrodite, who can just, you know, deal dot damage over time with the Lovebirds, as well as just more damage from this Newt and Jingwei, I think will start to come through as the game goes on.
Maybe a bit of an attempt to half-heartedly bait in wrong you potentially out that Gold Fury pull, although they do quickly realize that it could very well blow up in their face. The mid pad's going to be coming up quite shortly here, 80 seconds on in. When it comes to a concerted team fight inside of a lane, in that context specifically, who do you think's got the edge when people start to rotate on over?
Around the lanes, I want to say it's Smoke Break. No, probably Mind the Gap a little bit more, actually. You know, small damage pieces. I think they want to be linked in corridors for Smoke Break, as we do see a scrap over here. Adapting could be looked at by Dishonored.
Gets the root. A good blink there. Doesn't even need the Lunar Gravity Surge. Forces out the beads and the ultimate from the Jingwei, and that's going to leave all the damage on top of Benko. Forces out their relic. In the meantime, though, Streak actually took down Orangyu. So despite the fact that a lot of big-time relics and ults were used, it's actually Smoke Break who come away with the kill on the left side.
Man, this 2v2, the Bacchus and the Newt as well, just so much all-in potential, and that's a couple times that we've seen them try and go for it. This time around, it pays off. They find a kill onto Rongyu. Smoke Break on the board, and look at this. They are grouped on this left-hand side. Even Sap is hovering to this left-hand side, and they have double ADC. They could pull the Gold Fury if they want to. They have the sustain from the Aphrodite, but instead electing to slow down, and this is just a very EU playstyle from this team. They've kind of given up a little bit of early objectives. They aren't really looking for any major scraps here and there outside of that duo lane, and they're just kind of farming it out, getting some items online. Rage completed here for Adapting, so now he can look to scrap a little bit more on this Jingwei. Just a very slow, methodical pace so far.
Seeing Rongyu slowly, methodically be whittled down here. You gotta value your own life, buddy. That Phantom Shell might not save you, but it maybe could put down Streak trying to bob and weave between the minions. The body blocks come through from Dardes, and now it's actually the Apollo taking quite a bit of damage. Danger as they try to turn back. The Belch finishes them off. Tuba, unfortunately, is going to get sent packing back to base.
Tuba had ult as well, just didn't want to let that one go and take a moment to pop that ultimate. Instead, just chases out Streak and gets punished for it. That's kind of a bad look, I feel like, for Mind the Gap's duo lane. That's twice now that they've just kind of gotten punished by this Newt and Bacchus 2v2. And Rongyu's low. He's out. He can't stay to fight. And Tuba says, I got this one. Don't worry. I'll get this one. I got it. Don't worry about it.
So about that.
Like, yeah, he's got it. And then he didn't have it. And then he died for it as well.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah.
My bad. I do want to give some credit to Dardes, though, for amazing body blocks. Same with the bear right there, trying to stop Benko from getting back to base, but they will be able to dash beneath the tower. Smoke Break do pull the Gold Fury, now kept at half, but they're just keeping it warm now for Mind the Gap. Apollo's in off the Chariot. The knockup comes through from Suku charge, and Dardes is dead. Gold Fury now resumed by MTG, and I don't know if Smoke Break can contest it. Newt is present, walking up slowly and carefully around this corner, has the Skyfall as well. But are they aware? Did they decide to unleash? No, they just say, thank you very much for the free damage. And Mind the Gap, grab the first Fury.
Sometimes I forget that Apollo Ultimate just has a knockup in it, and right there you can see that is a way to just play for a pick style of play between this two, the Apollo and the Awilix. Knock one person up who's isolated and pull them right back into the rest of the team. Mind the Gap, they get themselves the first goal of the game and a kill to boot as well. They're feeling good. 3,000 gold lead just 9.5 minutes in.
That was really impressive, but so is the damage being output here still by this Newt. Tuba's going to try to get away, but Dardes says, remember this? Tuba experiences the all too familiar feeling being crushed beneath Bacchus's belly.
Cut down to 2,500, but yeah, I feel like this right-hand side has really struggled for Benko. Lost his tier 1 tower already. These Firebrands are spawning up and just so far behind now in this lane. You can see the item difference here between the two players. I feel like Benko just really struggling in this matchup, and that is one of the issues with Amaterasu Soul Lane, is just doesn't have a lot of favorable matchups, wants to play more towards those team fights, so gonna have to spend a lot of time behind this RDO, who we've seen do so much work with early leads. I feel like, you know, Snatty, one of those players that has just performed so effectively on this pick as of late. Gotta give a lot of respect to Dishonored this time around, who's gonna have a 2-level lead here, just 10.5 minutes in.
On the bright side, for all the suffering being exhibited by Benko. It's kind of being paid back a little bit by Smokebreak consistently. I think they've gotten the last 3 purple buffs from Mind the Gap on this left side. So this Bacchus is new. Like I said, all in potential. Let it ride, baby. They're grabbing every single buff on their side and yours too. What I do want to note, though, is however active Smokebreak's dual lane's getting, haven't gotten to see it from adapting quite just yet. 0 kill participation despite the rage is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that this Jingwei did go the way of adapting. I think it would have been more favorable to just stick it in the dual lane and say, all right, we have a farming lane, let the Jingwei just farm it out, get to a point where she could be effective and run people down. Speaking of being run down, Benko has to run away.
Dishonored is going to continue the march, and the Rapid Resurrection means that Jingwei is going to rejoin the fray. Wheelix was bringing up the left flank, but Jingwei's presence will be enough to ward them back. So at the very least, you don't lose Benko again, but it's what you mentioned earlier, Book. You want this Alma to level up so they can start to rotate, but now it's Ardio with that tier 1 being taken out. They're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, and I feel like Dishonored maybe wants to pay a little more attention towards the mid lane, as you can see Sap wants to contest this Pyromancer, but just can't, and this is the issue with Aphrodite mid, is she doesn't have a lot of agency on her own. Can't kind of step forward and then walk away safely. Really wants another ally nearby to link up to. Feel like it's Sap 7 just hasn't had that help really in the mid lane and can't really afford to. This dual lane, Dardis has had to sit over here to make sure they have a winning lane. Adapting just wants to farm it out in his jungle, and Benko over here is just getting run at by a bear.
I just don't think there's anything Benko can do if Dishonored's present in a wave. They're just going to eat half their health bar. Flame Brands, that's just an appetizer. The full course is going to be that Amaterasu right afterwards. So get the farm while you can. I'm glad they're getting that side camp. They're not backing down, which I appreciate, but they still got to make sure they play for their own life, especially since that Aegis is down for another 60 seconds.
So Dishonored could look to kind of run down Benko, who does have ultimate, and Amaterasu ultimate does have CC immunity, so Benko should be okay, but again, just being bullied off this wave consistently so far.
I don't think Dishonored wants to let this one go either, but they will decide to hold things back. Stygian Torment even is going to be activated to try to take down Sap, and indeed, they're going to go down to the courtesy of the Surbolt. Mind the Gap. Grab one more kill. This time, courtesy of the support in the mid lane.
You're starting to see the issue with this Amaterasu falling behind. This 2v2 of Sap 7 and Benko wanting to work together, wanting to link up and just run at backliners, but Benko's behind. Has had to do a lot of farming on this right-hand side, and that's kind of put him in a bad spot where he can't rotate. Speaking of a bad spot, Wrong You in trouble.
The hero of Smokebreak is here, and it's going to be that Bacchus. But unfortunately, Jingwei's got to take a quick smoke break from the fight, takes up to the sky with the airstrike. Apollo says, I can do the same thing, sucker. Free first day shipping, but Apollo right to the back line. Adapting goes down, a great Suku charge knocks him up. And the Skyball brings 3 in, but it's only close to streak. I don't think that's what you wanted there, buddy. It's going to be Dardes who just gives on up. Their friends are dead. Might as well join them. 3 more for Mind the Gap. Gold Theory's next.
That's a tilter play. Dardes just stands there and dies. I mean, what is there to say? That is... I feel like Dardes maybe realizes, guys, I think we got draft diffed. This is a tough one. We're losing every other lane aside from dual lane. Even our jungler can't really be impactful in fights just yet. Has to do more farming. But Adapting dies, Streak dies. I mean, there's just unfortunate for Smokebreak that they can't afford to really contest these fights. And honestly, credit to Dishonored, makes the rotation there and makes that fight just a winning fight instantly because of how much of a lead he has from the right-hand side.
Run, Benko! Quick, use your Animal Allegiance shout. A nice stun, and look at just how much damage is being output by a few simple abilities. Turns around with the mirror. Dishonored looks in it and sees a goat. Sees the bear, sees the dog as well. The stun won't find the mark thanks to that dazzling offensive, but that's a lot of damage nonetheless. Barely able to get out. Benko survives on a sliver.
Yeah, this front line here from Dishonored and Wrong You, the Ardio and the 3-headed dog.
Top damage.
Good work. Yeah, I mean, they're just being in the faces of their opponents and using that damage that these two characters have in this early game to exert pressure, and look what it's gotten them. They got 2 Gold Furies now, 7 kills, 2 Pyromancers, as well as a tier 1 on the mid and tier 1 on the right-hand side.
It's going to be an easy Naga right afterwards. The Flame Brands as well. Man, it's just all you can eat. Brazilian Steakhouse, CC's Pizza, Golden Corral, baby. Hold the potatoes. I just want the chicken wings. I'm only looking for the protein right now. 15 minutes in, 7-3. And that gold lead is starting to balloon up about 7K their way. If you're Smoke Break, I know that we're talking about how the draft is really holding them back, but you've got the cards that you were dealt. What do you do with them now?
Kind of got to spend a lot of time farming, doing what you can to push waves. You can see that's why they're grouping here to the left-hand side. But with the build Streak is gone for, with this, full int build, the Mirrodin as his first item, he doesn't have that same tower pressure. It's Adapting who kind of has to play to clear these objectives and push the towers for farm, and Adapting continues to just farm it out in the jungle. As crazy as it sounds, maybe you want to think about some kind of lane swap here or there. Maybe put Sap7 into a more supportive role where he needs to just kind of run around the map, support Benko on the right-hand side, make sure he's getting farm, making sure that Adapting is kind of able to push out lanes, maybe try and poke down towers, because right now they just need gold. They need their items, because again, once they get to late game, this Smoke Break comp can take over, but it's about getting there first. And right now it just doesn't feel like they have a whole lot of agency anywhere on the map.
I've got my Nightmare Blunt rotation. It's Afro mid, Naja support, Vulcan solo. Gods that just don't feel like they're doing what they're right. Does not sound pleasant.
Well,
it's just gods that aren't meant to be. Oh, hold on.
At the very least, between Vulcan and Naja, when Naja sends someone to the sky, there's a Vulcan ult waiting right back down when they land.
That's true, but it's one that does absolutely peanuts. So I'm still upset. Gosh darn it. Moonlight Ritual gonna be grabbed up there by Mind the Gap. Just one more bucket in their favor. Now, Apollo could be in a bit of trouble here thanks to Bacchus, but I see a big rotation coming, and I see a leap down as well. The move's going to get them on out. The Skyfall's going to try to drag back the Awilix. Won't even work. A nice little blink to try to go for the nuke. Clearly is the target. Paralyzing Spit will find the mark, and Apollo makes their entrance. Dardes can do nothing about it. They once again accept their fate. They leap into the sky only for gravity to drag them back down 6 feet under. Tuba takes the kill.
I mean, what can you do there? Just Dardes got counterpicked by this Awilix. It's a great pickup here for Layers that's just running this game so far. And Layers just 1-0-6. It's not the flashiest KDA, of course, but just being there at the right time wherever he needs to be, exerting his presence as an Awilix who can be effective in this early game versus Adapting who just has had no impact. 0-1-0. Just has had to spend so much time farming, has 2 items completed, sure, but it's just peanuts to what Layers has so far.
I mean, and the sun is setting on this mid game that you mentioned is where Smoke Break need to kind of get their damage. Instead, you're going in to an Awilix who's got a head hunting out on you. Benko's going to go down once more, courtesy of Layers. Now we're bumping up on the kills. Good for you. 2-0-6, far better. Another Gold Fury. Why not? Mind the Gap can just grab anything, and Smoke Break just kind of have to watch.
And there's nothing Smoke Break can do. They don't really have a way to initiate safely whenever Awilix has that ultimate. It's Dardes who wants to initiate fights, but can't really afford to. He's now fallen behind, and as soon as Layers is nearby, he's just going to get pulled back in. You can see all the way. Dishonored hovering this left-hand side, and they have 3 Gold Furies. I feel like Mind the Gap can look to just continue to bloom their lead and maybe go for an early Fire Giant here. They're sitting in a very comfortable spot with their items, with their experience leads. I feel like they would have no problem pulling this objective and using it as a bait means to pull Smoke Break into an unfavorable fight.
I just think that Awilix has been so non-prevalent for the entirety of Smite 2's history since her inception in this game that people are not used when they're drafting compositions to having to remember, oh wait, this is a character that can actually like completely screw us up. And I'm grateful for that. Everyone who's just like cradling those leaps like it's their last living son, you better watch out. This Awilix is coming, and they're going to be taking care of all of the damage. Now a Pyromancer with an FG. Mind the Gap, going to try to see if Smoke Break can call their bluff. Amaterasu's present. Bacchus brings up the back. Newt going to be on the left side, but Jingwei and Afro nowhere to be seen. Here comes the confirm. It is going to go down to Mind the Gap, and now the fight can break down in earnest. Dardes trying to hastily make their way out stage left, but Tuba's going to drag them right back down. Makes it 11 kills for MTG, and Benko's going to add on to that total. Layers takes him out.
Layers chases down Benko with the help of Stampede and his speed buff, and Amaterasu, one of those characters that traditionally should not be able to be chased down, just got ran down. That's the power of Suku, the speed buff, and the Stampede on the side of Rongyu. And now you can see it's Adapting who has to be careful here, but he has numbers in tow.
Not for long. Artio is about to be present, so they quickly
Tuba
will
up.
speedily make their way up left side. That being said, Tuba's got backup as well. Get in the Uber pool, sucker. We're going to go kill some fools. Jingwei does activate the bees to try to escape with the agile dash, but Sap7's already dead, and you're going to be next. Can't even lift up to the skies. You're down in the ground. 2 more kills for MTG.
Yeah, this gold lead has just gotten out of control completely. Mind the Gap are running through this game so far. Just such a big early lead from experience, from gold. And to me, it comes back to down to these 2 compositions. It's just not a composition with a lot of agency on the side of Smokebreak. And don't get me wrong, that's the classic EU play style, is sit back, farm it out. Eventually the game will come to us. We'll take over these small leads. But here in NA, we just like to run you down and not let you play the game from minute 1. And against a comp that doesn't get to really have any agency in the early game, they're not going to be able to get to that late game if they don't have that presence, period.
Not only do they not have agency in terms of just the general composition, but they don't even have agency when they are trying to utilize their greatest tools. Again, like Bacchus, the agency of when to initiate with my flop. That is literally taken away from you. I leap when a Wheelix says I can leap. Jump, doggy. Sit up and beg. 20 minutes in, it's 14-3. Mind the Gap. A double-digit, well, actually 5-digit lead here. 10K their way. A Phoenix about to be added on to it. Smokebreak might try to march down and grab a tier 1, but you might just lose the base for it, guys.
Yeah, they could lose the game here. You could see Mind the Gap positioning like they want to go for it, but with 2 tier 2 towers up, I don't think they can afford to kind of just all in the Titan there with no minions, no means to tank the objective. Benko, level 16 here. Just so far behind, 21 minutes in. And again, there is a lot less farm on the map here, and we talk about how, oh, there's not as much snowballing in the game anymore. But that kind of dissuades these kind of late game compositions where when you want to snowball, well, then you just go towards these early game comps that can do well in the early mid, and when they draft late game, it's bad.
Benko maybe trying to bait them out for a little bit, and Darda's going to join the battle with a nice little double belly flop. Unfortunately, now you're up in the skies. Great Stygian Torment. The Afro ult, though, is going to save Benko for a bit longer, and the heals come through as well. Now it's BenQ instead put on a spike. A Skyfall's going to pull back in the serve, though. They might be just a bit too tanky to take out. Tier 2 on the left side being whittled down in the meantime. At the very least, Smokebreak gets something. Oh no, never mind. Adapting is absolutely kidnapped away from the team. You just got abducted.
Your right tower.
Yeah, that is tough there. Lairs on the hunt for more.
No!
Gets his beads force. Wrong, you takes that one away.
If you see something, say something. Like, I don't know where they were. You'd blink and you miss it. Adapting and Sap7. They're on a milk carton somewhere. 22 minutes, and now Mind the Gap very well with that left bird down. Have a statement at the end call. Wrong You marches with all their friends in tow, hippin' and hoppin', but there's nothing to be joyful about. It's all business now, and Benko's gonna receive the business end of a Wheelix's spear. The autos come through, the body blocks as well, though Benko is able to dash back to safety and find an opening. Mind the Gap, gotta mind that. Smokebreak now back on the defense, and Jingwei's out of Fountain.
There's still a tier 2 tower on the right hand side, and that's why Mind the Gap don't really go for the all-in on the Titan room. They just don't have a clean avenue to victory just yet. They'll have it soon if they continue to play exactly like this as they go towards this Gold Fury, and they'll get it. Fire Giant due to respawn here in a bit. No Fire Giant, oh, Fire Giant running out here on the side of Mind the Gap, excuse me, but they should just have the lead, and look what it cost to kill BenQ. It was every ultimate on the side of Smokebreak invested to try and kill BenQ, and they got him, sure, but immediately then your fight becomes worse. That's why Lairs goes for that play, hunting down Adapting. His lead is just too great to deal with. And Smokebreak still do not have an answer to this team. Yeah.
It's rough stuff. You got a Pyromancer down, the 4th Gold Fury taken by MTG. It wasn't Ancient, so at the very least you're not seeing a tier 2 weaken, but I mean 2 birds are already dead, so what are you really worried about? Another Pyromancer bomb, maybe go in the pockets of MTG as well. They can clear out that right tier 2 and just kind of get back to the murder game. Bacchus, in fact, might be the first one up on the line of it. Does turn around to evade the knockup, but if they try to leap away, that ultimate is going to be trouble. The Stampede is thus forced out from them, a very important active item that they had to use selfishly.
Darda's had beads as well. Maybe it wouldn't have been a bad idea to just try and jump away and pop the beads to avoid that pullback in. at the very least, Awilix then wouldn't have that ultimate for this fire giant that's due to spawn here in a couple of minutes. Not even, as they are grouped around it. But Lairs is on the left-hand side. Maybe this is an advantage here for Smokebreak to look towards, and it's not going to get much better for them unless they make a stand right here, right now, and they have the spikes to do it. Adapting has finished the Titan's Bane. Sap7 has the Ob Shard. Streak has the Ob Shard. This is as good as it's going to get here for Smokebreak. They have to make a stand here.
Pyro Bomb for Mind the Gap as they're confirmed. No massive abilities to really get it done. Smokebreak.
Oh, it
Quite a
lands.
bit of poke. Benko is whittled down. That is trouble. But at the very least, you have the Apple to try to heal you back up. The question is, does she stay connected to Benko? But recognize the Alma might be a bit of a lost cause. Wrap around the left side. Wrong has been poked out. Here comes the
Big
Bacchus.
stun.
3 beads is to ensure they get off the big belt. And here comes the Skyfall. Will find 2. But now Streak's not part of the fight. And Lairs pulls Dardes back into Doom. Benny Q's dead as well, but it's going to be adapting. Put up next. Streak counters with a kill onto Rongu. 2 for 2 so far, but now Apollo makes their entrance. And Streak's got to exit instead on a spit. Amazing body blocks pinned to the wall. Benko's donezo.
That'll probably be the game here. Mind the Gap looking to run right down mid lane here. Take this Phoenix and likely take the Titan. But I don't know. Dardas up in 19 seconds. They have Tuba, but I feel like this Afro Bacchus combo can do a lot of damage. They have to run past this. They're not going to. Dardas will be up in time.
I don't think this one gets taken down any easily. Mind the Gap, recognizing that. Grab the mid bird. Left one will actually spawn and potentially be defended, so Mind the Gap going to consider sticking around and maybe take that down. No, they have to instead just take a traipse through the jungle, settle for a mid pad maybe. It was a really solid fight from both sides, and Smokebreak actually got some solid stacks of rage as well for adapting, so maybe, just maybe, this is where they start to close that gap.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Smokebreak, you're calling that a win, despite it looking really bad and you lose the mid bird, sure, but you haven't fought and won a real team fight in a hot second now, and that's as good as it got for them so far this game. It's something. And they got a lot of relics off the other side. No beads available, no Aegises for the next 50 seconds for Benny Q. Some blinks available for Dishonored and a shell for Wrong You, sure, but that was the first real team fight kind of, at least look at a win for themselves that they've had so far for Smokebreak. So they're looking for it, at least. But Mind the Gap, their lead is still very mighty here. And Smokebreak have to find a way back in. Another good team fight like that. And Sap7 just wasn't really involved effectively. Had good, survivability for his teammates, but no good damage to fight back. And adapting in mid, Smokebreak aren't really in a good spot to contest this without their jungler.
2 pyro bombs as well from Mind the Gap, courtesy of that recent objective they just nabbed. Apollo decides to go up because they want to enter the backline and maybe look for streaks once they land from the Skyfall. Dazzling offensive finds good damage, but now it's actually Sap7 put on the spit first, dead already. Tuba decides to use the moves to back on out, so it's going to be Wrong You who switches in. Bennequ's in the back all by themselves, but the erratic movement saves them? No, a glorious dash catches up and lops off their head. 1 for 2 so far, but Adapting's in trouble. The airstrike will get them up, but can they get back over the wall is the question. The puppy dog waits for them to land, and the arrows will find them. A great pre-beads, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 DBZ trade. Adapting for the dog.
I don't know here. They're going to go for the end at the very least. 2 members up. That right-hand side tier 2 tower still available. There's a lot of fire minions to clear, though. And Amaterasu Bacchus, not the best clear.
Oh, there's already a great knockup. Follows it up with the Lunar Gravity Surge. The Aegis saves Benko a bit of damage, but not again from the body blocks of the big bad bear. It's going to be a big leap from the Bacchus. A pre-beats from Tuba, but the Pyro Bombs will not be denied their prey. Mind the Gap. Take game 1.
Mind the Gap, again, to me, it just comes back to the draft. Their comp has agency in the early game. They have early pressure, and they took full advantage of it the entire game. Smokebreak never really had a way into that game. That last look there was their only avenue, and by then the lead was just too great. They didn't have an answer for this early pressure. And to me, it comes back to this draft, this Jingwei jungle, just no agency to look for ganks in the early game, look for plays, really. It just sucks, man. It just sucks. To me, it's the draft. To me, you can't play this full late game compositions. You have to have some way to initiate fights in the early game, some way to play through a relevant lane in the early mid game.
I mean, folks got to also toss some major credit to Lairs for playing that Awilix so beautifully
Oh,
and
yeah.
taking away that agency from this Bacchus, from this Jingwei. Anyone who was in their field of vision, instantly, some beads of sweat rolling down their neck because Lairs was not only deathless, but making sure they were putting everyone in the tomb.
Yeah, a very good game from Lairs for sure. And again, this Awilix pick to me just counters a lot of what Smokebreak want to do. They want to scale. They want some good knockups to initiate fights or play through fights. Some, dashes to escape that take them through the air. Looking at you, Jingwei. But that Awilix just counters it all. It's a really good heads-up look there from Lairs and a great heads-up look from Tuba as well, who says, yeah, my ultimate is a great way to start fights because Lairs can then follow up off of his ultimate as well. So just this composition. And this is, to me, one of the teams to watch here. One of the, what's the term? Dark horse teams? Mind the Gap, I think, is a team that can compete against some of these top teams. This clocked in roster, this holdout roster, even single bind as well. To me, this is one of the teams to watch.
I do want to throw a quick shout to Sap7 for that one really solid Afro play where that Undying Love completely saves Benko and guarantees them the kill into Benny Q. Seems that Smokebreak in these last few fights were really trying to take out Benny Q first, but I don't think that was the person primarily responsible for all of your woes. I think it was either Lairs or Dishonored, and since the big bad bear is a bit too beefy to get through, maybe you should have looked towards the Awilix instead because, man, the CC they're outputting, the snipes with those Suku charges, Lairs certainly deserves that 8-0 KD.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned it. They want to play a front-to-back style ideally, but they just don't have the comp to do it. It's a new ADC that's gone full int. There's no kin size available to him. Adapting has gone for a full crit build with the Jingwei looking to one-shot a backliner. Doesn't have a kin size as well. No real way to shred frontline. Sap7 is Aphrodite, enough said. There's just no way to punch through this front line that's running at you.
Maybe a Naja support, guys. I'm kidding. I actually think Dardes did a really solid. No, my bad. That was, even for a joke, that was too much, guys. Dardes, I think, did a fantastic job on the Bacchus, but just unfortunately didn't have the tools centered around them to ensure that they had the agency, and they also had the tools slotted against them that prevented them from doing what they wanted to do. So unfortunately, buddy, we're going to have to pour one out for you out of your big old wine jug. Though you don't have to mourn Smokebreak completely, they still have a chance to claw their way back through that loser's bracket. Will they do so, or will they sink to the lowest of lows and exit out of the April circuit? Well, it's only a matter of time before we find it out. Only a matter of time before we get some more Smite Prime action on the stream as well. So stick around, guys. After the break, more games coming at you. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Round 2 coming at you here as we start to kind of come to a head here in our winner's bracket and see who gets that first crack at that first prize. 7K on the line here, folks. It ain't just your regular walk in the pocket. It's not your normal Smite Casual Cues. It's D'Lo here in the booth, joined by the Morton Man right by my side. We, of course, oh, nice glasses, dude. You're looking fly. Tess and Solstice, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithin's your man behind the curtain. And Books, somewhere there in the wings. Morty, how we feeling?
Another day, another Smite Prime, but like you said, I mean, higher stakes this time around. We're not working to get to the end. We're into the end game now.
Well, at least approaching it for sure. We also got some other things to talk about here, aside from the fun, flashy filler on the screen. It's got to be talking about that art shop that we got coming at you guys as well. Again, if y'all want some cool Smite 2 products, y'all want to show a little bit more than just your viewership, you want to show some support in different ways, why not buy yourself that awesome little mouse pad? Why not get yourself a Persephone phone case? Why not get yourself that amazing, succulent Horus cup?
The Horus Tumbler. But let's take a look at the brackets here, moving on over, and we did just watch a pretty awesome match, but we've got another one on the way. Hold that and Clocked In. Looks like it's going to be a banger. It's a rematch from the finals of week 1, where it looks like Clocked In got upset, and Hold That ended up taking the dub 2-0. This is in week 1. And keep in mind, Clocked In haven't been in the finals of the entire April circuit since then, since week 1. So, you know, they were a little bit lower than what we're used to. Usually it's just Clocked In, Clocked In, Clocked In, but they've been a little out of the spotlight, for lack of better words, this month, and maybe they can go back to claim their throne, moving up down the bracket, and Hold That might put a stop to it.
Yeah, what if Clocked In is like, April Fools, we actually are still goats, and then just slaughter everyone with some crazy hidden tech.
Probably.
They summon the 5 pieces of Exodia and just obliterate Sunprod. Explain that one to Sensei Prada, why don't you? Also worth noting,
Oh.
folks, we have the bracket on here. If you go into the Smite Prime website by typing into the chat exclamation point bracket, you can actually click on matches to check the little details, check the builds. If you're trying to, up your game to become a Smite Prime contender yourself, well, why not build with the rest of them? Why not learn what the pros are doing? So if you decide to type in exclamation point bracket and click on those matches, you can find some neat little nuggets of information for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely it builds is a big part of that. Obviously you can see who's doing the most damage and who do I want to copy, right? And whether it's Banko with the Amaterasu, or you're looking at the Jingwei in the jungle, the adapting build. Maybe you want to try Jingwei in your rank games. Maybe you don't even want to be on Smite Prime. Maybe you just want to dominate the rank queues. And if anybody knows the builds, it's got to be the people on here, right?
You do have to imagine for sure, especially clocked in, assuming that they're able to kind of reclaim the authority they had over the lay of the land last time around in the days of old, right? But so far, clocked in, maybe they're kind of looking at their yesteryears. They're saying, I remember when I was in the March finals, and it's like, all right, Granddad Paul, like, get back in the retirement. I'm just wheeling them away. But I don't think so. I think clocked in here could potentially hold that to hold this real quick and maybe make their grand stay comeback. But who knows, Mortsky? It's all up in the air when it comes to Smite Prime.
Yep, you never know. You never know. I mean, we've been full of surprises this month, right? Earlier, Chang'e Best debuted the Yamoja mid with Aspect, right? Shortly after, Benny Q's debuting the Kabrakan mid with Aspect.
Yes.
We've been up for a lot of surprises this month as far as like picks and who's coming out on top. Mushroom Kingdom making their way to the finals for the first time. That was awesome to see. Big fan of a lot of the players on that team. So definitely it's been an exciting month for change, right? But how much is it really going to change? That's the question here. Is it going to be enough of a change to where clocked in don't make it to the finals for the first time in a while? Or are we still going to be seeing, the pattern of maybe clocked in falls behind a little bit, but when it comes time to clutch up, oh, they're there to clutch up.
Well, the age-old saying goes that war never changes. And I will say, as far as the experimentation in the mid lane goes for last game around, the Afro mid, it's a new sight to see. So, a bit of an extra kick in there. Unfortunately, maybe it's a bit too spicy for the Pepper since it didn't end up seeing much success up against the more prototypical Discordia. So, if you're going to cook, that's A-OK. Just make sure that, you have a culinary degree. Make sure you know how to actually get something going. Make sure you know how to turn the stove on. Make sure we know how to turn on these P's and B's. As we hop into this draft, once again, I want to allude back to what Book mentioned earlier, is that draft can make or break it. It's a fact that we all know and love, but you really got to make sure you're holding that into account. And Cerberus is going to be holding their first ban for what I feel like is forever, but I'm glad to see it. That dog is too powerful.
Yeah, Bayro makes a serve look really good, too. It's not just about how strong the pick is, but how good that player is on that god. And I think Bayro is an awesome representation of what Cerberus can do. We watched it a while back, me and you, D-Lo, where Bayro stole, like 2 or 3 objectives, like a Pyro,
paralyzing
Fury,
spit,
something like that, with just paralyzing spit. That one ability has such high base damage, and you get it from such a distance, too. You don't have to put yourself out of position to make a crazy steal like that. You can do so much with not needing to invest a lot into it as Anher joins the bans list along with Daji, and a lot of self-reliability taken away from Zabman's god pool.
Yeah, the Fox and the Hound are gone, joined by the Kitty Cat. So it's an animal parade down there, the bans list. What else have we been seeing so far? I mean, I think back to other jungle picks. I think of the Thors. They're being taken out here. Sometimes a Hoonbots even gets a shout. But Jingwei makes sense as well. Even though adapting wasn't able to really operate it to the highest of finesse, I think that's more so the role that was showing than the actual goddess itself. Jingwei is certainly still potent, and that's why you're seeing it taken away by Clocked In. Though it does bring up the question as the Achilles ban comes in. Since Hold That have first pick, and they decide to ban away that Cerberus from their own player, Bayro, which role do you think they're going to try to first pick for?
I don't think this goes towards Kaidon. I think there's a lot of gods that Kaidon can look at. We're not forced to take one good god before there's none left. Kaidon's got a lot of options. Snatty might get some prio here because, Solane's just been a pretty prominent pick, and we've seen Snatty take multiple picks. The Osiris, the RDO, all look so good on Snatty, developing into the mid to late game when we're fighting over Queen Naga, our first FG. that's when Snatty can really represent on the front line should the laning phase go well. So maybe we make sure that Snatty can get the lane going, give him something that he can rock with early on, or maybe we look at Zapman because let's keep in mind, Anher and Jingwei off the table already, but still a couple carries that can be fought over. Newt's been a very popular pick that can also go to Paul in mid lane. So, we can give Zapman a solid pick. We can take one away from Paul. There's a lot of options, but we're going to go with Disco for Kaidon.
All right, fair enough. It is certainly potent. I do imagine the Cabrakan still being on the line alongside Thor. This could be a really good wall combination composition, but it's going to be the Apollo instead, interestingly enough. So global rotations and semi-global rotations clocked in have tons of mobility just with those two ultimates alone.
Yes, there is a lot of global presence, especially if you want to play. I'm assuming we're taking Apollo into the duo lane for Hydro. You're able to split push and make so much out of the farming phase. And finally, when it comes time to, I need to show up to Fire Giant, I need to show up here, you hop in the chariot, you're there in about 5-10 seconds. You're not going to be not in team fights as long as your team is talking to you. And we know Clocked In, we know that they can talk. Their macro game is excellent. So they make it a good point to where, hey, if Hydro needs to be somewhere, he's going to be there. Hu Yi and Sobek to join over in the duo lane on the side of hold that. I think this looks really good from them. Honestly, you've got really solid pick potential. You've got the cripple from the Golden Apple to set up for the pluck. Hu Yi's got a lot of burst damage to follow through, even a short stun to also set up for a pluck. There's a lot of good burst damage on the side to hold that.
The Hysteria as well. Discordia can just easily place down a rectangle that roots you, madnesses you. Easy pluck potential following that. Or if the Sobek's good enough at hitting those plucks raw, then you don't even got to worry about all that in the first place. So curious to see how that ends up operating. Though Clocked In, of course, knowing that this Sobek results in kind of a pretty heavy dive frontline initiation, can do something to burst him down. Maybe like a Sasano, who doesn't really like to play in the front line. Not very easy to pluck away. Or a Bari, who can keep you safe with that ultimate.
So I think this certifies a few things. There was a small chance that Thor goes to take Veer in the jungle. I didn't see it likely, but there's always the possibility. But now we're certain that it's going to be Karmic with the Thor pick in solo, probably utilizing the aspect of Thunderstruck for a little bit of extra healing, and then Susano goes to take Veer in the jungle. You've got Bari on Paul in the mid lane, one of his signature picks. So we've got a lot of pocket picks, a lot of what we're used to on the side of Clocked In. Gods that they want, they have, right? They might not get the best OP gods in the game because of the bans list, but they're still getting gods that they're comfortable with and feel fine with. Artio is going to be going to Snatty in solo lane. That's pretty bad news for this Thor.
Dude, Thor, Susano, Apollo, they all get just destroyed by the fact that Artio shuts down half their abilities with Entangling Vines. Now, we've said this before, and it's not happened. And the way that doesn't happen is you shut her down early. You don't allow her to live long enough, because that's not a cripple that you just throw on someone and it's bing, bang, boom, done. You have to actually stay alive to continue to apply it. So it's going to come down to can this Artio stay alive long enough, do well in lane long enough to stay tanky for it. Not all the animals were banned away, though, despite the Anher and Sir being gone, because I saw Ratatosker be locked in for Clocked In. Mort, you made the video on this little guy, so what can you tell me about him?
Well, the rat aspect, we like to call it a rat-spect. This makes you a lot tankier, right? You become a much beefier version of the squirrel that we once knew in Smite 1, picking up extra health with your acorns instead of strength. So I think this is what it's going to be, right? We're making a lot of sense with having Susano tag Veer in the jungle. Maybe this goes, Thor goes to happen in support, and then we see Rat solo. That seems relatively likely because you don't have a lot of setup. Spirit Book talked about it last game that Thor is one of those, unanimously good setup gods, right? You've got multiple seconds of hard crowd control between the ultimate and the stun through the wall. I think that's going to be what happened is utilizing to maybe get a bit of an extra lead for Hydro early. Let's set him up, or let's set up whenever Tegvir wants to show up for ganks. I think this Thor is going to be strictly set up, and then Rat is going to be just a beefcake in the front line, soaking up damage, healing as much as they can through the abilities. I think there's a lot to love about this Rat pick.
I also think that having the Thor in the support slot actually benefits you quite well. If you can react quickly enough, which of course members of Clocked In should be able to, you can actually stun snipe out the Sobek from that charged prey. They're not CC immune until they collide with their opponent and actually make first contact. So in the meantime, easy interruption. Now you're out of position. Now you're potentially walled off from the rest of your team. I wonder if Hold that consider Phantom Shells. Hoi and Disco can get around it, but the Cupid, Ardio, and Sobek are going to have problems with that rift from the Thor. We'll find out, though, as we hop into game. Hold that versus Clocked In Mortsky for your money. 5v5, 10 amazing players. Who do you think takes it and why?
Clocked In's comp looks good. Clocked In's comp looks pretty good. And I think that Thor, oh, wait. This has happened in support with the rat aspect. The rat spect in support. Okay, so this changes up a little bit. We don't have nearly as much setup on the side of duo lane. Now it's just going to be Karmic, thugging it out with this super tanky, very reliable Thor pick in solo. Meanwhile, Rat's going to be over here, and I'm kind of wondering what Rat brings to the table as a support, right? Because I see Rat's potential to frontline, to deep dive, to kind of be a bull in a china cabinet, if you will. You know what I mean? You're kind of just like causing havoc and making sure that, nobody is, they can do what they want. You have to deal with this Rat first. And that's kind of the goal with Tank Rat. But I don't see how, aside from the Acorn Blast stun and maybe the knockup you get from the ult, there's a little bit of setup, but not nearly as much. I'm curious to see what happened cooks up here.
I do want to know that we didn't get to really talk about the fact that when you have this Rat, as well as this Thor, as well as this Apollo, the global rotation ability of this team is so immense. Susano has some of the highest mobility in the game as well, despite not having a global ultimate. So I'm looking for Clocked In to leverage that. Instead, we're leveraging a lot of damage here from Zapman, courtesy of that Heart Bomb. So Happen gets a rude awakening, courtesy of that cube.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point that this is less about the team fight and the way the team fight goes, but more so about map presence and splitting the map. Macro play has always been one of Clocked In's strong suits. Maybe that's what they're going for with this team comp, but they've got to get through the laning phase first, and Hydro's pretty low.
Oh, look at the damage there being output by Bayro and Zap alone. The beads already forced out. Bayro does not have level 2, though, unfortunately. Did not have time to pay attention to those minions to grab an extra ability, though now they certainly will. Zapman with the flutter, but the heart bomb's off the mark. That could have meant for Hydra's end, but a solid juke keeps the carry alive.
Zapman wants that kill bad, and I don't blame him. I think if Bayro gets these minions out of the way, maybe we go for a charge prey, and that leads to a kill if you've got the heart bomb ready if you're Zapman. I mean, there's definitely a first blood potential here, but keep our eyes on Tagveer and Sunprod. Where are they at? What are they going to do? Who shows up to duo lane first, really, I think is what matters the most.
We'll have to find out what it's going to end up being, as they're just kind of dueling over the Oris at the moment. I will note, though, keep an eye as well on the Relics. 5 Vs here for Clocked In. Might need to use some of them. Sunprod has got to exit on over the wall, but Susano's fast. Sunprod's got the range, though. Susano used all their abilities already. Or he's still up as well, so now it's just, at this point, a brutal combat to the finish. All their kits available to them, save for those ultis. But Sunprod able to quickly dash out of danger. Dashing into it, though, Zapman. A double mez, though, from Hydrogen keeps them safe. The pluck's off the mark, so hold that once again. Get the aggression, but can't get the kills. On the chase, Susano has to escape, courtesy of the jet stream. Now Bari decides to make her entrance on in. Aggression across all the lanes, save for solo.
We're going to wait for Paul to get a little more damage online before we see a lot from Paul. We're going to see a lot more from Kaidon. I don't mind Sunprod staying here in mid lane to set up a kill for Kaidon. Let's take Paul out early. That way he doesn't get too strong. And keep in mind, too, while we're putting so much focus on the left side of the map, Firebrands are about to spawn here in about 10 seconds. Sunprod has the health advantage. Maybe not mana, but taking a couple camps could help out in the mana department. And who shows up to those Firebrands first is a very important talking point. Nobody even seems interested. They're spawned. They're on the map, but we're so busy caught up in a fight here in solo.
Snatty finds decent damage on top of Karmic, though has used the majority of their abilities. The Soul Tap keeps them rooted in place, but they don't want to stick around for the double tap combo, so they decide to back on off. This Ori battle has also been one of pitched aggression. Finally, one goes down to Sunprod, so at least no one can claim dominion over the vision. And it seems Sunprod is satisfied with that. Rat actually made the rotation, in fact, just to make sure that Sunprod could not get that last Ori, and then returns back to the left side. So you can tell that Clocked In, like you said, want to split the map, but hold that, are not going to make it easy.
But it looks like Brand's first round did go to Karmic. And yeah, I understand putting a lot of importance on those oracles, considering they do provide vision and a little bit of extra of XP. I mean, everything that you can get over Sunprod at this point, because the last thing you want is for this Hui to snowball out of control. Next thing you know, the burst damage from the arrows are just so much that you can't handle the fight with them. I mean, Tagveer needs a little bit of time to get his combo off. Not a lot, but you've got to work some AA cancels in there. You definitely have a combo if you're a Susano. And if you don't have time to get it done, if you're stunned, locked in place, and killed, you really can't do anything about it. I mean, the beads will help you to a certain extent, but you've got to capitalize on the little bit of time you get, but you might not get any if it is for the stun from Sunprod.
Let's talk more about the beads and the other relics available. Again, Clocked In have 5 pairs. They are making sure to stay safe from the immense amount of CCs that Baronary can output. But I see Thor in the sky. Does Ardio know? Certainly does now. Snatty's like, oh, hey, that's awkward. And they're going to be able to easily escape out without too much for it. But on the other side of Hold That, a bit of a mix, a bit of a smorgasbord. You have the Aegises there for the Hoi and the Disco. Could make them easy pickings for a Thor ultimate once they start to rotate around.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing the Phantom Shells, because of that rotating Thor ult that can show up and throw a wall down. The only wall that's over there, player-made wise, is from Karmic. So we're really watching out for him specifically. And this is also because you can get over the walls if you're Sobek. You do have Lurking in the Waters that takes you under, but you don't want to have to use your ultimate to just go over a wall. You know what I mean? Ouch. That's a lot of damage.
Absolutely not. Snatty, yeah, taking certainly some licks. That's the rocks, right? Man, this guy's been eating his rocks. 5 minutes in, 0 kills on either side. Hold That do bear a small gold lead, about 500 their way. So Clocked In trying to split the map, but not succeeding at that just yet, though these firebrands could add a bit more into their coffers. Sunprod is present. Disco's going to join. The apple comes in, but the wall denies them the damage. The suns come dropping through, but it's easy pickings for Clocked In to retreat with their prize in hand.
Ults utilized. Now I think these ganks mean a little bit less from Sunprod until that blue diamond comes back up. I'm a little less worried about Sunprod now. I think Dual Lane can breathe a little bit more should Clocked In want to press forward a little bit over there and maybe find a kill. But with the way that Zabin and Barrow have just been kind of had 1 foot over them since the beginning, the damage you get from Cupid is a little bit slept on. The Heart Bomb, AA cancel, I mean, there's just so much damage behind it. You have to be careful if you're Happen and Hydro. It's not as easy as, oh yeah, well, Sunprod doesn't have ult. Let's go in. Let's do something like it. No, you got to be careful.
Ori's once again the point of heaviest contestation. FG, no, we're looking for these wards instead. Baronary's going to try to step up, but the deed's already done. Clocked In now with these rotations, now utilizing this mobility to try to snuff out any farm Hold That can take.
Interesting pickups for Duo Lane. Now, I know we're looking at a relatively slower start. I mean, no kills, no first blood yet. But look at the item picks up for both the duos. You got a Lerny Bow for Hydro. So that's a lot of stats with the deep amount of gold. You get 40 strength, 30 attack speed, and the active that can also crit. That screams early game damage to me. Same thing with this Braggy's pickup from Zapman, where you get a little bit of extra intelligence for your hearts to do that much more with healing, and you get a little more strength for your basics, your Heart Bomb, your Fields of Love to do a little bit more damage. There's a lots of love as far as the early game goes with both of these pickups. I don't think that it's slow because either team wants it. I think they just can't find an opportunity to get first blood, right? You don't want to force it, without needing to, but they just haven't had an opportunity to get something started.
Beatstick pickup there for Karmic. In response, potentially, to the sustain that Hold That kind of sneakily have. Snatty can keep up thanks to Soul Tap and Life Search for a bit. Baronary, of course, has that Sickening Strike, which denies healing but gives them some of their own. Thor's made the rotation on in and decides to descend down on top of the back. Nice kill there for Karmic. Finds first blood. They are far too tanky. But the Suns could change things. They have to step forward back into the fray, and they're going to make you pay for that. Kaidon takes him out, but now Apollo joins the battle. And Ratatasker's going to jump on into. They missed the mark there with the World Tree, but Sunprod, their aim's on point, and Tagveer's dead. Hold That, grab 2 for 1.
We talked about it earlier, and it's that global presence that you get from Thor, from Rat, from Apollo. Goodness. Yeah, it's that presence that you get all across the map. If something's going down, let us know. We'll all be there in a jiffy, and we just saw it come to life. And we're going to see a lot more of that going forward. Granted, it didn't work their way because look at Hold That. 4 of them on top of this Gold Fury. Nobody from Clocked In nearby.
Yeah, no ultimates. They used every single blue diamond available, so no unexpected guests can arrive to the fight. Hold That played that genuinely beautifully. They played so close to the tower line that even when new players join the fray, you don't really have to worry about it all that much. Snatty grabs Firebrands too in like 1 minute. Things have quickly turned heel, and now Hold That bear a pretty solid advantage.
And thanks to that Gold Fury pip that Hold That just got,
Ow.
they're going to be getting out of Fountain a little bit faster. Snatty.
Could be in trouble. The wall does catch, and that means Dash is down. Snatty's just got to turn around and try to fight this one out. They might be liable to do so. Karmic should not have stuck around. The Naga's going to back them up, and that means we have easy TPs. The Sun's descended. Tegvir's dead. Sunprod grabs the kill.
And Paul was hiding in the bush that whole time. I don't know if you saw on the minimap there, D'Lo, but Paul was hiding saying, okay, I'm waiting for an in. And then Sunprod showed up and he says, okay, I'm leaving. He like didn't even bother to walk out of the bush. He's like, no, I'm not doing anything here. Sorry, bud. You're going to die here. It is what it is.
Oh, man.
Like, it's crazy.
That's just rough. Karmic just used ultimate to go to tier 2 tower? I guess just a quicker rotation potentially, but really trying to make sure they don't lose their farm, but that's off the mark for a while now. Something else you don't have to worry about, though. I don't imagine Snatty's aware. 10 minutes, 4-1. How quickly the turntables. 2K ahead for Hold That. They're feeling good.
And we've seen games like this too from Clocked In where before 15 minutes it's, you know, it's kind of back and forth. It's a little offsided. It doesn't look great for Clocked In. But once that legendary 15-minute mark shows up, when there's the beacon to fight over in the mid lane, there's the Queen Naga, there's a Gold Fury on the map, there's a Pyro. When there's a lot more objectives and you got to decide what's most important, that's when Clocked In start to shine a little bit more. This early game pressure phase has never been their strongest suit. But as the game goes on, Clocked In gets a little bit stronger as Through the Cosmos is forced away from Happen, going back towards dual lane for safety.
Yeah, I had to win Sprite right into the face of Baronary. Unfortunate. Just weren't sure if someone else was around for the pluck. So, solid use of the ultimate. Makes sense to try to ensure your own safety. What really stinks now is because of Hold That now getting this lead on the right side, they're getting these Firebrands that are spawning back up, but Thor is going to try to contest. It means that Karmic can no longer really rotate, and I think that Thor is your best easy initiation. Save for the ultimate, like you mentioned more at the picks and bans. What can a Ratatasker really do to start the fight? Dash in and offer your own life as a sacrifice? That's no good.
You do have Through the Cosmos to get a small knockup started, and then along with that, there's a lot of follow-up too, right? The Typhoon from Tegvir, you got the initiation from Karmic, who really should be your initiation to the end of the day, right? I mean, I'm thinking if I'm Happen, I'd rather play backline and make sure that Hydro and Paul can breathe fine, you know, not have to worry about Sunprod diving in and doing Sunprod things. So I think that's really the goal with Happen's rat pick here. You're less worried about starting the fight per se, but making sure that it goes well, especially for your backline mainly. I'd much more rather have Karmic dive in. I mean, you've got a Thor ult, you've got the wall, and it has a stun on it. Even if the stun doesn't land, it blocks off corridors throughout the jungle, the Fire Giant Pit, what have you. Whatever the situation is applies for, that's what Thor could do.
Makes it all the more unfortunate that your Thor is down 1.5 levels. They're probably going to be chained to this solo lane a bit longer than you'd want because they need to make sure that they're catching up in farm, or Snatty is going to run with things. We talked about this at the bans board, Mort, that this RDO can have a devastating effect on the dashes and leaps of the enemy team if she gets to be tanky. 1-0-3, we're starting to see it. Pyromancer pulled here by Hold That, but how long can they hold it for? Susano is present. Brought down to about half. Baronary does decide to let it go, only to pick it right back up. Only to let it go, only to pick it right back up, and they'll finally let it go. They could not hold that.
And then to pick it back up? No, I'm just kidding. That's the end. But there's a Gold Fury to look at, a Pyro, Firebrands are about to spawn again. We're slowly getting to that point, you know, where it's more on the map to fight over. Oracles are going to go to Clocked In. They're going to get Vision in case Hold That wants to try and burn this Gold Fury again. They got away with it once. Clocked In aren't going to let it happen again, if I know Clocked In, unless it's over their dead bodies. And they've I've lost a couple so far. I mean, it's not a lot, right? It's very sparing that we see fights right now. But once there's more to fight over, we'll see Clocked In start to invest in a couple of things. And even if they don't want to invest in the same things that Hold That are going for, you've got, like, again, so much map presence with all these ultimates from Thor, from Rat, from Hydro's Apollo pick. You can move around and go wherever you want to and just kind of burn objectives at your leisure. And another thing too is that you've got Apollo that can take other people who don't have global pressure. Paul and Tegvir, like you said, Tegvir moves around the map. He might not even need to. You call Hydra over, that's your Uber.
Give him a 5-star rating, we're good to go. Oh, and no, honestly, not too shabby so far. The only member of the team that have experienced death so far have been the Zeus and the Thor, but it doesn't feel good to see your jungle start to fall behind, especially when it's Tegvir on their diamond-studded pick. This is Sano. That's comfort. That's chicken noodle soup, baby. But maybe he's just not hitting the spot this time around.
That and also there's more time for it to show up. You know, I think as the later the game goes, the stronger that Tegvir is gonna get. And I think that's really the important thing to remember is that, yeah, you do want the snowball. Of course, you want to start the game your way, but even if you don't, if you're investing in that late game phase when EFG shows up, Snatty's under tower.
Uh-oh. They're going to be going for a lot farther than that. That Thor ult will not save you. The claws raked across their face. And Karmic goes down in disgrace. Make it 5 for Hold That.
Big damage coming through from Ardio already. I mean, the 203 stat line is providing a lot of gold for Snatty. He's already got the Rune Forge, he's got the Glad Shield, and Dwarven. So along with these two items that scale heavily off of protections, you're getting Dwarven, which I think gives the most prots out of any item in the game. One item doesn't give more prots than Dwarven Plate. I think it's a really solid pickup from Snatty right now. You're going to be so tanky and you're dealing damage, right? And that's kind of your goal as a solo laner in general. You want to be, you want to deal enough damage to a point where Clocked In can't afford to ignore you, but should they acknowledge you, you're not going to go down without a fight. And that's exactly what Snatty's pulling off with this build.
You know what stinks, man? Tier 1 of the solo lane's already done, so there's no safety to retreat back to for this Moonlight Queen, which is being burned down with the quickness by Hold That. Look at Barrow. Look at that apple. The ricochets, baby. Better watch out. Hoi's not the only one who hits the bank shots. Ritual and Order Queen going to be going to the side of Hold That. You do have the mid pad opening up in 30 seconds, and Hold That are liable to try to go for that as well, though it is worth noting. Clocked In masters of the global map presence are going to try to make this Gold Fury pull, though. Cupid is now aware with that Yala flare. Can they do much without it? They have the Fields of Love to try to drop. It's a Bari ultimate as the counter. Clocked In do get something, that first Fury.
And that's a smart play. Exactly. You know what? They might not have gotten Queen Naga. That's fine. There's another objective for us to look at. Split the map, get some gold in your pockets. It might not be exactly how you wanted things to go down, but it's a good way to scrape together whatever's left on the map. Pyromancer's still online. Oracle is going to go to Tegvir one more time. There's a lot to love as far as what Holdout's pulling off here. I think they've got a great grasp of the early game, and Clocked In are doing a little bit better than other teams would as far as, we're getting our hands on what we can, but still, Holdout can they're getting so much done. Pyro getting looked at, the mid lane beacon is there, is Clocked In still getting out of the fountain right now.
The Ratatasker is present. In the mid lane, the fight continues. The Disco applies a bit more damage to the Golden Apple. Could be trouble here as well with the Unruly Magic. And Paul will fall. Did not have the ultimate to save themselves. The Ritual goes the way of Hold That, and Rat sits in the sky. Has to retreat through the Cosmos because they know there's no business for them to try to directly contest, especially when Snatty's now present. He decides to dive on in, and Thor tries to exit out, but Snatty says, haven't you learned your lesson, old man? Back on the killing spree, and Thor's back in the grayscale.
And Pyro gets taken down. The Runic Bomb and Sunfrost. Snatty picks up a kill in mid lane. Happen is dead. And, I mean, we're not just stopping at objectives. Hold That are getting kills, too, and it's furthering their gold lead. They're going down and getting this tier 1 as well here in the mid lane. Even more gold for the pockets of Hold That. And itemization is going to start looking rough for Clocked In. Hold That might have the early game they were looking for, and it's a little bit late to call it an early game, but they've certainly got the lead, and where it matters most, objectives are going to be a little bit harder for Clocked In to contest over.
Snatty grabs a Spirit Robe. They are never dying with this Dwarven Plate locked alongside it. I don't know what you do, though, because we've seen this now 2 times. Ardio running not only the solo lane the entire game. It was last game. It was this game too. Mind the Gap knew just how powerful this god was, and Hold That follow in their footsteps. Look who's at the top of the player damage charts. It's not by a small margin.
Yeah, not by any means. Not a small margin whatsoever. My eyes are definitely on Tegvir to try and save this game for Clocked In. Not that it needs saving per se, but just, you know, if we're looking at anyone to try and get us out of this hole that we're in, because it is a hole, right? I think we're past, you know, the whole, well, we're stagnant. It's here and there. Hold That, have a lead. It's definitely something we can talk about now. It might not be uh-oh territory, but it is a lead to bring up. I'm looking at Tegvir to try and save this game. I think that Happen should try and, you know, get a decent initiation in with Karmic. Let's try and get some setup for Tegvir to just go straight towards the back line, and then let Paul and Hydro just kind of handle what they can, right? If Sunprod wants to dive in, I think that those two can keep Sunprod busy. Snatty's going to go wherever he pleases. That's going to be a hard animal to control, no pun intended with the RDO. But, I mean, we have to look at Kaidon. We got to look at Zapman, and that's who Tegvir should be gunning after. Then the team fights could go the way it Clocked In.
Fields of Love gonna force the beads out from Hydro, and look who's waiting in the wings. It's Sunprod licking their chops, knowing this Apollo does not have an ultimate, or rather does not have beads to pull in that instance. But Apollo wisely links hands with their Susano brother-in-arms and decides to back on off. 19 minutes into the game, it's 8-1 in favor of Hold That. 5K ahead of Clocked In, but again, this is Clocked In, and Mort, I've gotta wonder, is it maybe just a momentum issue? Like, guys, the April Fool's joke is ended. You kind of need to start doing things to actually live up to the name and the fear it inspires.
Well, it's a scaling issue, really, is what it is. I mean, we're just looking at a lot of issues with scaling. We invested so much into the early game that didn't work our way. So Hydro.
Oh wow! What an amazing block again. Every single time someone tries to go up into the sky, these ultimates have long windups. And now that I think about it, Mort, inside of a fight, what ultimates does Clocked In have aside from the Bari and Susano? You're just going to be like, all right, hold on. You mind if I like take 7 seconds to charge on my ultimate? Yeah, actually, I do. In the meantime, I'll be whittling down this FG. What's Karmic going to do about it? Take 7 seconds to go CC immune and try to go to the sky? That's not going to work, buddy. We've seen it happen twice. Now it's going to be a third time, potentially. Eats half their health bar before going to the sky. They still decide to go in. Karmic's got gumption, but they don't have a head. Zapman ensures it. Snatty will get shut down courtesy of Paul, but the FG is going to be the cost. Hold That, grab that for 4.
Clocked In are scrambling towards this Gold Fury. Can we get something? Can we beat them there? Can we burn it fast enough? But Zapman, Sunprod, Bayro chasing them down towards the Gold Fury. Happens kind of falling back a little bit. I don't think Clocked In burn this. They're playing it smart. They walk away and say, hey, we can't do this. We have to give that to Hold That. They're going to get their second Gold Fury. They just got FG. That's going to be a 7-8K gold lead for them. This is getting worse and worse as the game develops for Clocked In. Granted, this is an end game. It just leads to better fights for Hold That for a little bit. Clocked In can still grab a bit of gold here and there, can still hold on tight and hope for better days. And I think there are better days coming together. Like you said, they need the jump to make those ultimates work out their way. You can't just do that in the middle of a fight. It's about getting the fight started your way. Once we see a little more Clocked In, confidence from Clocked In, to a point where they can start the fights their way, then that's when I think this team comp shows the most efficiency. But right now, Hold That are getting the upper hand. They're starting things when they want to, rather than when Clocked In wants to.
Your team has
A tier 1 for a tier 1. Hold That, take the left, and Clocked In finally equalize things on the right to try to weaken Snatty's position a little bit. Is worth noting that shutdown courtesy of Paul on top of Snatty. That's important, not only for who died, but for who got that kill. Of course, this Bari, a massive scaling pick, and it's on Paul, so you really want to see it succeed. Snatty goads in the Apollo. Might be a mistake they live to regret, but they do find the double stun. Escapes the Burial, but the ricochet off the bells. Do they toll in for the funeral? No, the Bear's able to dash back. Now left side Phoenix in danger. Kaidon present. The wall gonna lock off the Bex, but the Phantom Shell is the response. And again, Happen tries to go to this guy, instead buried in the ground. Left side Phoenix siege once again resumed.
But look at Hydro in the air, zooming towards the back line. Maybe going for Sunprod instead. Sunprod doesn't get dove on. Where's Hydro going?
Where are you going? Turn back around, buddy. Take a quick Yui. All right, there we go. We're good. He's just taking a little look in the map. It is an awfully beautiful one after all. Look at that Unreal Engine 5. Wow.
Taking the scenic route
Where's
there.
he going?
Your entire mana bar is gone, bro. Just go back to base.
All right, Hydro.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know, man. That's got to be a rental chariot. He's definitely abusing the miles on that one. They're going to return that to the dealership. They're not going to be happy.
You know, you're supposed to fill up the tank before you return it, Hydro. You can't just drop it off with a quarter tank.
Oh, he's looking for a joyride. He's the valet who like just runs around with it from Ferris Bueller's Day Off,
Yeah.
man. Holy. Oh, if I put it in reverse, maybe it'll take down the meters. My dad's gonna kill me. Oh God. 24 minutes, 11-2. Hold that has certainly got the favor, holding a nice 8K gold lead their way as well. Tier 2 is still on the mark, so that gold lead is only gonna further increase. If they take down these structures they're clocked in, are trying to show face to defend.
Your left tower is under
FG
attack.
belt still around the waist of most of the members of Hold That. They've got an upper hand pushing on this tower, but the numbers game favors clocked in a little bit more. Snatty's all alone in solo lane, realizes so, and then backs away. There is a Pyromancer for Hold That to look at, and you can see Snatty, Bayro, Kaidon rotating there. Zapman's dashing up mid lane. One more objective for them to grab before the belts disappear, and then we can look at Ancient Fury. Then we can look at FG. That's when the rotation of the big objectives come back, and Hold That want the upper hand. They have it to a certain extent, but Clocked In could show face to this. They kind of have to. I don't think they have a choice. I don't think there's a world where they just let it happen and then defend their Titan room. Clocked In have a team comp where they need to get the jump. I think they get the jump on this next objective.
Second relic slots being built up here by both the Thor and the Rat leads me to believe that some Phantom Shells could be in our future, unless they decide to play for even further safety and grab selfish Aegises, but that would upset me because you need to look out for the squad. And right now, again, the initiation, you said it before, start the fight your way. Wendy's, or is it Subway? I forget which one says it, but either way, you got to have it your way. I don't know if the Apollo is, once again, sitting with a bit too much confidence in front of the big bad bear, but the issue is all this initiation, and for what more? To die with it in pocket.
Yeah, and part of it, you know what it is too, because I'm looking at this happen build, and it's just a lot of health. I mean, that's 30 prots, 15 of each. With the brawlers, you get a little bit of enhanced through the passive, but that's
Cupid's
just
got
800
Kins.
health through the acorns. Yeah, and you're just gonna tear through that health bar. You know, as Zapman, I don't think that there's a world where Happen does much as far as tanking in the front line. You're kind of just looking to disrupt Sunprod when he dives in. Your objective here is to kind of be a thorn in the side of the deep divers for Hold That as much as you can, really. I mean, you do have you've got the entangling vines with Snatty to stop the dash that would knock back from Happen. I mean, I don't know. It's not looking great.
Well, FG looking pretty solid to start for Hold That. They've taken no poke damage for their troubles, though all ults are available for Clocked In, but how do you stagger them? You can't just all aura farm and go to the sky at the same time, so Thor initiates. And they land in the midst of none.
Oh.
The Fields of Love find them at the end of the double tap, but the damage does not find them. Instead, the Suns block their path, and it's Zapman who grabs the FG for all 5 members of Hold That. Snad Nation rise up. Thor fall down. Apollo does some victory donuts, but now they're looking like donuts of doom. This happened. Falls as well. 3 kills for Hold That. FG on top.
And Ancient Fury going to be next on the chopping
Oh,
block. Taker
no.
Still getting chased down by Snatty. Hits the light
Crippled.
tap, entangling vines, but beads used away.
The entangling vines prevent the jet stream. They still manage to catch up. You're not going anywhere, buddy. Not if the Snad Nation's got anything to say about it. Charging right through the back of Sasano, the bear gores him in the forest.
Your team has
Bad day at the petting zoo. The crocodile and the bear have just gone crazy, marching towards the Titan.
A blink block, not going to find the mark thanks to the beads, though the rest of the CC will strike true. And Hydrogen is all out of air. Snad Nation continues its rampage. They've been accepted to the UN, and they're moving on to the next round.
Wow, just wow. Incredible gameplay. Like I said, if Snatty gets a pick that he can go pretty hard on, then he's going to get the early game pressure. He's going to do what he does. And then when it comes to fighting over these objectives, Artio
Man.
is somebody you cannot ignore. Like, Snatty just went crazy for those last 2 team fights. You couldn't not look at Snatty. He did exactly what his job was as a solo laner, and Hold That got the dub because of it.
That was just an unfortunate overcompensation of global rotation ability with no like payback, no like return in your investment. You put so much on the line for your ability to initiate, and the moment you lost the lead, there's no reason to start the fight. So what are you supposed to do? Your 4 key is dusty, unused, because why would I when it just gets me killed? This was the closest instance, this fight right here, where it kind of worked out. Multiple waves of new people entering the fray, but it was so piecemeal, and at that point, Hold that had already developed so much momentum with their farm game, and Snatty was just too powerful.
Yeah, Snatty really just, as soon as this showed up, that one play right there, and then look, another one from Snatty, just chasing after. You want to teleport? You want to go into the air? You want to go away? No, you're not going anywhere. The only way you're going is to the gray screen.
Yeah, and a pillowcase, man. Just look at this. Rack tries to go to the sky like you're aura farming, you're all glowing yellow, and you're dead. And now all of a sudden you're black and white. No color for you, buddy. Kaidon does it again. It feels like every single time someone tries to get off their ultimate, it just is a prophet of doom. The Typhoon nearly sold that FG secure, but even if you got the secure, I'm convinced the same thing happens. Just maybe with one more kill in exchange. Hold that, we're just too solid with the snowball, and Clocked In got buried beneath.
But think, Dilo, how many Smite Prime circuits have we seen? How many closed brackets where Clocked In is just kind of waiting at the end, right? And then just running arena queues until whoever makes their way through the loser's bracket gets there. There's been a couple where Clocked In gets to the loser's bracket and move up and then lock in. But for the most part, they're used to sitting at the top of the mountain and waiting for somebody to challenge them. Now Clocked In are in an unusual spot from what they're used to. They have to climb their way through the loser's bracket, win the loser's best of 3, and then play another best of 3 to walk away with their prize. Things have changed quite a bit. The itinerary has been scrapped for the day, Dilo.
All I gotta say is Clocked In aren't as high up on the mountain as they think, and now they're all the way batting bottom from the loser's bracket. Shame to see, but one thing that would be a shame to see as well are no RDO bans. Guys, 2 rounds on stream of domination is enough. We gotta get some bear spray, get some mace, and get some popcorn as well, because we'll be right back with more Smite Prime action after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 4 of the April circuit is upon us, and we're here to talk about it. If you don't already know me, my name's Morty. We're joined by the whole Prime crew. We've got Jithens, we've got Solstice, we've got Test Dive, and next to me here in the booth, none other than Spirited Book. How are we feeling, Book?
Feeling pretty good. We saw 2 crazy matches now back to back. I'm excited to see more as we go throughout the day, and we move on to our winners final. Mort, really excited for this next matchup.
And let's see what they're fighting for. The prizing will be shown on screen right in front of you. Ta-da, $7,000 that the winning team will be getting collectively for today. And we've got the brackets to look at as well. What teams are going to be fighting for this grand prize? Well, take a look at the screen and you'll find out. And a new thing we're introducing today, if you type into the Twitch chat, !bracket, it'll take you to the website where you can look at all the fancy stuff that Jithens has made. You can click on each match, find out what gods were played. Did they use the aspect? What builds did they utilize? Etc., etc. You can find it all here. All these fancy details and cool things and such.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, especially because I'm personally someone that loves to pay close attention to the builds, see what ADCs are building, see what mids are building, just what kind of active items we're seeing often. So this is a really cool tool to keep tabs on that for not only games like competitive and whatnot, but for, you know, your ranked games as well. A lot of people, I feel like, kind of struggle at times to figure out what they need to be building in their particular role right now. This is kind of a really cool tool to see what the best players in Smite 2 right now are kind of leaning towards.
And speaking of what the best players are building, I mean, we're looking at Donut Doug. We're about to be a single bind up against Hold That in our next matchup. Donut Doug is one of the pioneers for a lot of the builds that you'll see nowadays. A lot of people look to Donut Doug and say, hey, what do I build? What do I do? Let me ask Donut Doug. The smartest carry player is what all people say, right?
Yeah, everyone except me, because, I mean, across the way, you got Zapman, who that veteran presence, right, has been around for a hot minute. Very similar story. Yeah. A lot of people go to Zapman, twitch.tv/Zapman to be like, hey, Zap, what are your builds? What have you been building lately? What's your ability-based build? What's your on-hit build? Your crit build? And Zap oftentimes very on the nose or very close to what the builds are. And I agree. I think that is a matchup we have to pay attention to, because single bind historically as of late are on the rise.
Well, let's see who will be rising to the top as we get our way into the picks and bans, starting right here in front of you. Picks and bans, gods, rosters, everything you could need. And Book, I mean, a lot to talk about with this matchup here.
Yeah, and I think first thing to note, of course, is that single bind do not have Sino this week. It is Jengaru subbing in the jungle for this team and still making it through this upper bracket so far, doing a really good job with the jungle sub. And I feel like that just goes to show you how well this team has done as of late, that despite having a sub in their jungle, they're still being a very successful team. Ramakami, I feel like, has stepped up as of late. Moswell as well. Doug, I feel like, has elevated his plays these last couple of weeks. I feel like everyone on this team is really starting to find their groove of how they need to be playing this current meta and as a team.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of that to do too as well. Like you mentioned, definitely Moswell, Donadug all stepping up. One name that sticked out to me, out of arguably the majority of them, is Aurora, who has a very deep god pool and can play just about whatever you need. The Zerg pick strong, cool, I'll hit it. You want the Scylla? That's fine, I got it for you. Whatever pick that you need Aurora to utilize, Aurora's probably got it in the bag. That's why I like Aurora on this team, because if Ramakami wants to go a certain way, oh, I don't want to engage with this pick, Aurora will pick an engage support. Or, okay, I've got a deep dive engage solo, you know, a frontline beefcake. All right, that's fine, I'll play Scylla in the back line, let you do what you want to do. And this Thor,
I feel like this has to go the way of Jengaru. I feel like this is one of his more signature picks. Ramakami has historically played this, in the past, though. So this is easily a strong first pick flex potential. And this is in response to that Artio ban that Hold That have kind of taken away here. And we heard about it kind of on the last cast from Dilo, I think it was, that said, hey, take this bear character off the table. Hold That. They have that second pick slot. So they're saying we're not allowing this early pressure, scales pretty well into the mid to late game soul lane pick to go through.
Oh no, Dodgy got through. That's not good. Okay, this is bad news. So Sunprod on the Dodgy, Morgan Le Fay could be going a multitude of ways, right? We saw Snatty play Morgan Le Fay in solo, full damage too. It wasn't like Aspect of the Curse Crown or anything. It was just regular Morgan Le Fay, but in solo lane. So that's always a possibility if you just want to win lane no matter what. I guess that might be your option if you're up against a Thor solo, right? But Serb went through bans as well. Serb gets picked up. Huh.
Yeah, and after the 2 picks from Hold That, Serb is still available is kind of a shock to me. Baroneri saying, I'm not going to go towards this one, going towards something else. But this is a lot of aggression on the side of single bind already. And, you know, CC as well. The Cerberus doesn't provide the most CC in the world, kind of that, you know, stun as well as the big AoE ulti, sure, but not easy connectable CC. But Thor and Agni, very on-demand CC. The stun from both these two characters, fantastic. The dive potential from Thor will be great as well. Would love to see single bind now round out their last 2 picks with strong damage dealing characters.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing from Hold That. I really like this team comp because you've got a lot of, you know, heavy burst damage, and then to follow it up to ensure the kill, Snatty with the Achilles. I think this looks like a very solid team comp. Chiron could be going a multitude of ways. We might see this go to Zabman. I think it's the more likely case. There's a small part of me that maybe not thinks, but hopes it goes towards mid lane. I'm a huge enjoyer of the full damage Chiron, full strength mid lane, and let that be your burst damage. But we'll probably see it go towards Zapman as Medusa, Tsukiyomi. Okay. This changes up a lot.
Yeah, so Tsukiyomi probably going to go into the jungle here for Jengaru. Ramakami going to be rocking the Thor, I would imagine. This Medusa lock-in is very interesting, though. It is decent damage, not as high damage potential as a lot of the other ADCs we see as of late, but still pretty solid and more ability kind of distance damage to fall up off of the CC setup that single bind have. But I'm not entirely sold on it just because of its survivability. There's a lot of dive on the side of Hold That and disruption that cannot allow this, you know, Snake Lady to really play the game at times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Petrify is going to be very, very useful when it comes to self-reliant peel instead of engage. I think that's what Donadog is going to have to save it for in this game because of how much deep dive there is for Hold That. We're going to have to use every bit of CC immunity and iframes that each god has in their kit to our fullest potential because Hold That can run at you in a multitude of ways, right? I mean, I'm off the rip. I'm seeing from this team comp a multitude of ways to get their fight started their way. And that's what Hold That did last game. I mean, they kind of grabbed the game, when they were ready, right? It was a slow start, first 8 minutes or so. We'll grab a kill, we'll do this, we'll do that. And then objectives started showing up. And Hold That says, that's mine. That's mine. That's mine. You don't contest this. This is mine. Like, Hold That were very territorial with the map. And if we see this same type of play style, I think that Hold That could take their way to the finals, the grand finals.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm a little concerned about their draft. I love the Daji. I love the Achilles. The Morley LaFay kind of synergizes with what that composition wants to do, which can play forward, but can also self-reliantly peel for themselves. This duo lane, though, the Chiron and the Charon, to me, is a little off-putting. I think the Chiron is there as a response to play as a cleanse bot, play to cleanse the CC on the side of single bind, that Thor stun, that Agni stun, the Cerberus stun as well. I think Chiron can play really well just in terms of playing as a cleanse bot for their team and for themselves. The Charon, though, tells me that this team wants to be aggressive. And so my worry is Zapman is going to maybe lean on a full attack speed build for Chiron. Could be, but I feel like Chiron a little bit more wants to lean on full strength builds, be the ability ADC, the long range, almost play like a mage, right? Where it's that long range distance damage and playing from that artillery style. And that could work pretty well here against this Agni. But is it going to be effective to destroy this Thor, Tsukiyomi that's going to dive on top of him? Does Zapman have the survivability to avoid this damage in CC? I'm not entirely sold on it just yet.
And I think that it might be considered a counter pick because it did come after the Serb. And let's keep in mind that there are 3 different tools that Chiron has in kit to get away from Stygian Torment. You've got displacement immunity from Giddy Up, you've got the cleanse from training exercise, and you've got CC immunity with Centaurus. So, it's going to be really hard for Aurora to get things started the way that he wants to because of how many tools that Chiron has for not just himself, but for the team as well to just stay away. Like, we're not going to get engaged on. And then you've got Morgan Le Fay, who's also very self-reliant peel-wise. I think that Hold That, there's pros and cons, right? I mean, you're going to find that with every team comp. I don't think there's any type of perfect comp that, really goes their way. But should Single Bind want to start fights on their terms, then Hold That have some responses. I think that's an important thing. It's kind of like Hold That's like, in case, like, we've got a plan B. Plan A is we just do exactly what we did last game. We take the game by storm, we get the early game damage, and then we just peruse around the map until we go to the Titan room at 25-30 minutes or so. But we'll see if that itinerary lines up as we get our way into the game. It's starting right now. Finals and the winners bracket are upon us, and we're here to look at it.
Yeah, I think this is set to be a good one. We're seeing these 2 teams line up, and yeah, it is going to be the Chiron ADC. Again, I think that made the most sense, and probably a full attack speed build, as Zapman has gone towards that Death's Toll in his starter slot. So, interesting idea here for the side of Hold That. I do think Zapman will become that cleanse bot as the game goes on to deal with the level of CC that Single Bind have, and maybe Sunprod will be the one that kind of has to be almost that carry player in team fights, really get to the back line and play as that assassin style we often see from him of just erasing people on the back line.
And, does anything stand out to you relics-wise? We see a couple beads, a couple shells, Aegis. I mean, it's identical role-wise. I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think everything's pretty straightforward, all things considered. The beads, obviously, on the side of Single Bind makes sense. You have a Daji on the other side. CC immunity available for both frontliners. It's interesting that Doug has gone for the Aegis a little bit more. I think he could have used from a beads, even despite having access to that CC immune ultimate, because you look at the CC on the side of Hold That, they got it in spades. I mean, Daji ultimate is pretty decent, sure. And then you have Kaidan CC as well. The fear, the slow, the knock up, the damage as well, the follow up. But then Baronary as well with this ultimate on the Charon, I feel like in team fights, just layering it up, following up off of the initial CC. I don't think you can initiate fights effectively as Charon, but having that CC on the ultimate as follow-up CC, I feel like is pretty impactful in fights.
And where do you think we'll be seeing first blood potential go down at?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of action in this solo lane, a lot of action in this dual lane. Maybe not for a bit though. Both ADCs have been traditionally, as of late, pretty passive players, often relying on supports to make plays. So if this dual lane is going to get off to an early start, I feel like it has to be around Aurora and Bayonary playing aggressive. But speaking of aggressive, Snatty already pulling the shell off of Remikami here. And maybe that could be your solo potential here as Kaidon.
Ooh. Very clean pickup there. Kaidon takes down Maswal for first blood. We might see more over here in duo as the route doesn't work out because hopping on the boat and paddling away, Bayro's going to be safe, but looking for a kill on Baronary, but he's got the chalice in pocket. I don't think he falls here.
It's just a solo kill in the mid lane there from Kaidon. Nice look there, but Jengaru on the way to this left-hand side as Doug dashes in.
And a giddy up utilized to knock back Donut Doug and make their way to safety. Zapman's going to be just fine. And those safety tools that we talked about in picks and bans are showing a bit of known presence, right? It's nothing crazy yet, but it is stopping that snowball going towards single bind. You know, obviously it will a tiny bit later on, but, you know, for now it's even Steven.
Under attack.
I feel like Snatty on the solo side has done a good job of bullying out Remikami so far, and Thor often one of those characters that doesn't really want to play for the lane, often wants to rotate out once they hit level 5, look to make plays off of rotating out a solo side. But if during this time period where you can bully out this Thor, you have to take full advantage of it, and Snatty, I feel like doing a good job so far. This Jengaru wrapping around the backhand side, maybe looking for Kaidon, but no, Kaidon just playing so safe, and that solo kill there on the Maswal is pretty significant. You can already see that experience lead leaning towards Kaidon just a little bit more. He's got himself a pretty significant gold advantage at the very least. And it's just off of a weird moment where Maswal, I feel like, doesn't respect the combo of this Morgan Le Fay. Kind of walks around the corner, gets caught up by the Dragonfly, gets pushed against the wall. Then Kaidon just has the damage in this early game to all in onto the Agni. And I feel like that's just a small mistake from Maswal, and he gets punished for it.
Sunprod over by the solo side. They're going to be walking towards Firebrands. Kaidon's going to join them on their extravaganza in the Fire Giant pit. And nobody from Single Bind going to bat an eye. Going to even look at it instead. Check out Jengaru, who's warding up that side of the map. Maybe looking to catch Sunprod lacking by his own speed buff, but we'll see once it spawns. We've got a bit of time before that. Now we're just kind of going back to the laning phase, throwing poke away and Milton waves. Who can get ult first? When can we set things up? Firebrand's down. Gold Fury will spawn in a little bit. And I mean, I think we need to get the gas going as soon as possible if we're hold that, right? I've got a lot of early game damage to look at between the Daji, the Chiron. I think they could slam from the get-go.
I agree, and it's interesting that we've seen Sunprod now decide, okay, we're getting these Firebrands, and I'm making sure that Snatty continues to have pressure on this right-hand side. Look for a blue buff invade, and it invades the red buff as well. All the while, Jengaru was able to take away, hold that purple buff, so this dual lane is going to fall behind a little bit. Already level 4 to the level 5s of the side of Aurora and Donut Doug, so ultimate's available. Means Single Bind can slowly start to get a small experience gold lead off of that level 5 advantage. As you saw, take that left-hand side neutral farm. And this does mean Zapman has to go and take a little bit farm away from Sunprod to try and stay relevant, and that's significant. Again, it's this small snowball effect where because you take away an enemy's buff, they then have to go rely on farm elsewhere, maybe taking it away from the jungler. So Sunprod, through all that effect, ends up being the one that loses a little bit of his own farm from his own teammates.
But I wonder, do you think that Sunprod evens it out by taking camps away? I mean, he stole the red buff, but then you mentioned that purple buff got taken away. There's so much math to keep up with, Book, as far as what camps are getting stolen and who's getting taken that. I'm telling you what, being a jungler must be stressful.
Yeah, that's why I stick to my lane and just clear wave, walk to neutral farm, clear neutral farm, back to wave. Go clear neutral farm, back to wave. Oh, we're playing a Gold Fury? I'm going to go hit the Gold Fury a couple times and then back to my wave. It's just
peaceful.
Just makes the game so much simpler, I agree. This jungle role very complicated at times.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you would think it's, when people say farming sim, right? But I feel like when I'm thinking of farming sim, it's like nice and relaxed. But like as soon as something up, you have to keep in mind there's like a timer in your head. If Sunprod gets these firebrands, maybe not for free though. Remikami walks forward, uses the 1-3 combo to melt them down, gets all the rocks and walks away. Says you can have the scraps if you want it, but I got the XP. Wait a minute, hopping into the air to find safety under the tower. Almost got collapsed on by Snaddy there, but played it safe and got out scotch-free.
A nice look there. Remikami does get the golden experience, but all those little rocks do go the way of Sunprod, and that means his character does just continue, permanently stack up a little bit extra stats, some more strength behind this Daji, and her abilities will just hit a little bit more harder as the game goes on, as they continue to stack those up. And Hold That, I feel like, have done a really good job, historically, of paying a lot of priority to these firebrands on the right-hand side. And this patch receiving a bit of an experience in gold nerf, but still those stats, those permanent stats, continue to provide advantages to these teams and these gods. So love that they're still prioritizing that objective in this early game. Twice now in a row, they've been kind of on top of that.
Interesting pickup over here.
Zap.
Stygian Torment picks up Chiron. Zapman was picked up and then killed. Donut Doug collapsed with Lacerate and the Viper shots to burst him down. Zapman dead. First kill for Single Bind just went down. And I mean, we're talking about interesting pickups. That was a pickup I didn't expect to see. Maybe we see a pickup here in mid lane as Sunprod's down a couple levels and going for an invade. Dashes in. 1,000 cuts to follow through, but Piercing Moonlight in response. Sunprod's got some damage. Jengaru low. Kaidon finds an ultimate and gets the kill. Jengaru dead. Another one for Hold That. A great way to invade into the jungle. Not just get a kill, but a camp as well. Caustic buff stolen from Maswal.
I mean, that's just disrespecting the damage these two provide in the early game. You kind of don't expect this level of damage from the Daji, who just has one item, from Kaidon, who just has one item, but this Morgan Le Fay Daji combo able to just running down this Tsukiyomi at this stage of the game. The Tsukiyomi who dropped the ultimate there and got all the shots onto Sunprod. It's just not enough to all in this Daji at this stage. Left-hand side, Zapman just disrespecting Aurora, I feel like. Doesn't have beads, has the Aegis instead, doesn't get the ultimate up in time as Remikami looking here, but I don't feel like he can go for this.
Wait, he wants to clear the wave first, but then dashes back. Okay, I honestly thought that he was going to try and handle Snaddy there, but Snaddy healed up a little bit through Radiant Glory and won't be falling anytime soon. The mid lane Beacon is the name of the game right now. Conversations going down there. Summon Sticks, ready to go. Channels down, but misses Aurora. Same thing with Maswal. Aurora up, down, and went away. The Beacon a little more in control.
This is
It's
close.
back and forth still. Hold That are not going to let off the gas pedal. They might have lost an ultimate from Barrow, but they still feel like they can walk forward. Now 4-on-4, but who's going to get the upper hand?
I feel like Semprod's just way too low, but now Aurora taking a ton of damage as well. These Soul Laners rotating, I feel like it favors Hold That just a little bit more because we saw Remikami use that ultimate on the right-hand side, and Hold That will get the Moonlight's favor here. Just 8 or almost 9 minutes in here. And they're sizing themselves a significant lead as Sunprod dashes in.
Palau used for the Piercing Moonlight. Maswal in trouble, dashing away, but going into the back line, looking for one more. Jengaru grabs Sunprod and walks away, but Centaurus snipes from Zapman over the wall, killed Jengaru. Eye for an eye, both junglers dead. Zapman looking for more, but Maswal is playing safe under the tower. Gold Fury could be looked at. We'll settle on Oracles for now and decide later.
Sunprod was really low there. Shocked that he dashed in, popped the ultimate. Sure, makes, risky little play there, but then kind of lazy backs, has the opportunity to keep walking north, doesn't really expect Jengaru to keep up that chase and just gets caught. Yeah, you end up trading at the end of the day, but still, Sunprod, kind of a worrisome little play there. Need him to lock in a little more if you want to see a victory for Hold That. We've seen Sunprod with some fantastic plays in the past, but I feel like it's, for as much as we glaze him, have to call out his mistakes. Is Zapman getting soloed by Doug here on the left-hand side?
Oh, man. And even the training exercise cleanse, you're still right in melee range of Donut Doug and not enough time to giddy up, or maybe it was down. Just bad news overall, but check out Aurora. Looking at Sunprod, stealing the yellow buff away. Tries to yank Sunprod over the wall, but doesn't exactly work out. That's got to be a bug, right?
probably, it's, you know, that can't be intended at all, but Sunprod now hovering to his own purple buff, and Doug very low means that single bind can't go for that invade. Aurora still hovering, and that solo kill on the left-hand side, I feel like, is an issue with this Chiron. This Chiron ADC that we've seen more often than not in the mid lane that goes towards a full strength build, kind of plays that artillery style like a mage, but here in the ADC role, a little bit better now in Smite 2 with these kind of on-hit attack builds that we see him kind of often go towards. But still, to me, struggles in 1v1s against characters like Medusa, who are fantastic in 1v1s because of the Viper Shot, because of the Petrify. That dash as well, that roots them in place. Zap not having access to that cleanse in that moment, just not enough to keep himself alive.
The Gold Fury is being hovered by Hold That. Single Bind are aware, but don't want to walk up to it. Moswell might be toastier in mid lane, but look at Jangaru in a bit of trouble. Palau under the tower, 1,000 cuts in response, but Sunprod stunned under the tier 1, kills Moswell before he walks away. Backstep, that's absolute swag from Sunprod, but look at where Thor is in the air, looking for a cleanup, but can't find the way into Sunprod. Instead, will fall back down to the red buff, which is gone. What? And now using the time lock egg is Zapman in trouble. Zapman gets the shell. A great utilization, but a lacerate through. Oh my goodness. Natty couldn't stay in the way long enough, and Donut Doug found it in. Fatal Strike ready to go, but Aurora gonna play safe here. Gonna be Ghastly Breath slowing Snatty so he doesn't chase too far. Donut Doug hides under the tower, but Snatty going back towards gold. I don't think anyone rips the objective, but what a funny transaction, Book.
I mean, what a crazy play from Sunprod in the mid lane. I mean, I called him out for his mistake there around the harpies there, the Gold Fury harpies, the oracles, that's what they're called. But then he immediately just turns around, gets a double kill under the tower, walks out with his life intact. Remikami not in range to follow up with the ultimate there and try and clean up the jungler. Phenomenal play. And then left-hand side, Zap just pops the Aegis, tanks Donut Doug's Viper shots, and says, oh, I'm fine here, right? My solo laner can deal with this. And then he dies. He gets dashed on by Doug and dies. And speaking of dying, Kaidon's as well, dead in the mid lane. Sunprod also dead to Jangaru. 2 members dead on the side to Hold That. Single Bind gonna get the Gold Fury.
Yep, this is free. This is absolutely free because Zapman does have ultimate, but isn't even going to bother with trying to snipe it over the wall. I'll go for the farm instead. At least that gives me a little bit of gold rather than the embarrassment of not stealing it away. Remikami secures Gold Fury, the first one of the game, going to Single Bind. And what this means to me is that they're already in charge as far as farming goes. They've got a 2K lead with, what, only 1 kill above Hold That and a Gold Fury. So a 2K lead means a pretty decent amount. And now it's going to be even more so because Single Bind are going to be moving out of base a little bit faster. That gets you to your camps a little bit quicker. Farming is going to be a little bit more efficient, all because of this Gold Fury.
Yeah, just small advantages there for Single Bind. And it's off the back of just Hold That, not really expecting the grouping there. Single Bind, this is the kind of the stage in the game where they can look for plays, where they can rotate out Remikami and make little plays like that. Doug again dashing this left-hand side and solo killing Zapman again. Unk status acquired here for Zapman. He is struggling here against Donut Doug. Needs to start using this Aegis, needs to start winning these fights or playing a little safer. Not really expecting this damage from the Medusa, who has an Avenging Blade second here, Mort. Canary and Aurora just kind of trading here. And there's not really much to go here, as Pyromancer is available for both teams. And Single Bind, I feel like, have a small advantage. 2K gold lead, sure, but it's nothing too crazy just yet. This is super fightable for Hold That, but nothing too crazy just yet. I think we have you back, Mort.
Yeah, I'm here. Remikami and Snatty duking it out, and you never know in these solo lane exchanges when health bars could drop too low, right? That's the thing. When you're up against Achilles, even if you're just at 35%, that's execute threshold. That's fatal strike death. I mean, you never know when a fight is a kill, really, in solo, especially when Achilles is around but low on mana. Snatty decides maybe not the best investment of my time, especially now the Queen Naga has spawned, ready to go. Same thing with Pyromancer. Golden Fury just got taken down a little bit of time ago, but the mid lane pad will be ready. A lot of objectives for both teams to look at the 15.5-minute mark. 7-5 with the 4K gold lead for single bind, and it's definitely going to be looking good for single bind when it comes to this Naga. They're fighting over in mid lane. Murakami collapsed on here in solo, and going into the air, Thor ult takes him up. The fatal strike didn't get the kill, and collapsing back to safety. Ramakami will be fine in the mid lane pad. Will go towards single bind, but it's not up just yet.
Yeah, cute little look there from Prod and Snatty as they try to all in on a Ramakami. Bayaneri takes a spill in the mid lane, and Zapman loses his tier 1 on the left-hand side. This duo lane has really struggled so far. Prod is in the area, has ultimate, but this Queen Naga will go the way of single bind. They have the grouping, the advantage here so far. They send Ramakami to the left-hand side, so they don't really lose any important farm over there for that duo lane rotation. And now Doug is just going to farm it out on the right-hand side. So single bind, from a macro perspective, are just playing the map a little bit better than Hold Bad in this early mid game, and it's netted them a pretty significant goal lead and huge little advantages at this stage.
Yeah, it's a little bit, right? I mean, it's nothing too crazy, but it's starting to develop a little bit. We just talked about a 2K gold lead earlier. Now it's at 4, and we're not even done with the beacon. Gold Fury about to respawn, Pyro to be looked at. I mean, this gold lead can get a little bit more out of hand as time goes on. Hold That needs to do something sooner than later before it becomes too big of a snowball to take down, right?
Yeah, but what do they do? I think this Chiron is too far behind to really be super relevant right now. Wants more of these attack items before they can start to look to make plays, versus Doug has this Oathsworn Avenging Blade Heartseeker. Doug is relying heavily on his abilities, just knowing that his ultimate is going to be a big kind of team fight ultimate, and that's all he needs to do. That and the Paralyzing Spit, I believe, or no, sorry, the Spit on Medusa's 2 as well, to follow up on the damage. That's all that Doug needs to get relevant damage off in fights. As the game goes on, sure, the Chiron build will outscale this Medusa build, but if single bind just win the game, win these fights continually, as Barrow
gets thrown out of position. The boat is turned upside and thrown off the poop deck. Bayro is down, and without a support, Hold That are going to have a little bit harder of a time going towards the Gold Fury, Pyromancer, Fire Giant. Looks like single bind, 1 Gold Fury, their second one of the game.
Yeah, and this has been the issue, I think, for me with Charon traditionally in Smite 2, at least as of late. Just a character that kind of dies pretty easily for all his survivability and the CC immunity and his ultimate and the dash as well. If you can CC lock him down for a moment, he can die really quickly. As Ramakami on the way, trying to contest the Pyromancer here.
Okay, Snatty gets Pyro, but will they fall in response? Ramakami goes into the air, 1,000 cuts away, Sunprod looking to escape, Summon Sticks thrown down, Ramakami slams back down on Snatty. That's a good stun found, but a silence in response. Ramakami can't do much. Flame Wave finds the sun, but Snatty doesn't care about the damage. Snatty just is not bothered. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think Snatty is the saving grace for Hold That right now. He's got himself, at least even, he had an experience lead at one point, but over time through these objectives, single bind have evened it out here between Ramakami and Snatty. But Snatty in a comfortable position, has 3 items completed on this Achilles, can do a lot of heavy lifting on this character, but needs to start doing that, and it has to be around these objectives. Problem is oftentimes Hold That are losing an important member right as an objective is spawning, or it's just spawning at the right time for them. And single bind have continually now been aggressive right before the objective spawns. It's as Gold Fury is spawning, Aurora is walking forward looking for a pick onto Baronary. It's not kind of in this downtime where he's just kind of sitting back, you know, playing safe. He's not being too aggressive, but still looking for angles to try and pull a relic here or there. But still, it's just this right timing here that single bind have kind of figured out. And I think you kind of called it best in draft, is I feel like Aurora has really stepped up to be a leader for this team as of late, saying, guys, look at me. I'm looking for a play here. I'm going to initiate for our team. and then the rest of the team is just on the same page with him as of late. And that to me has been the biggest difference maker for this single bind team that we feel like for a long time should be good, but hasn't been good, and we're not sure why. Now they're a lot better as of late.
Yeah, especially, I mean, playing around Aurora. He's been using these Stygian tournaments to say, hey, guess what? I've got a kill. Come get it. And they're like, ooh, kill. And then they go straight towards Aurora and get a kill. That's really what's been happening multiple times. But look at Sunprod diving into the back line. Beats Hughes along with 1,000 cuts. But Sunprod could get burnt down here. Going on in the powwow. Pulls beads away from Maswal. Going straight to the back line. Aurora's looking for picks because they know Sunprod's toast. But Jengaru dives deep. Sunprod is dead. Same thing with Kaidon. Piercing Moonlight does a lot there. Remakami slams down onto Zapman. Down goes a third. This is really bad news. Fatal Strike blocked away. Finds a 3-man stun, and Snatty's combat dodge takes down Jengaru. But will they live with their consequence? The hammer does so much damage with the gasping breath to slow them down. Diving Snatty under the tower. The paralyzing spit finds a stun. Snatty's still getting chased down, and the flame wave will kill Snatty. Another root from Bayro slows them down, but won't stop them from getting the deicide. A great team fight for Single Bind earns them the kill on the tier 1 tower. And now they march their way towards the Fire Giant to grab the first one of the game.
Sunprod just doesn't have the damage to all-in Maswal anymore. Maswal just takes all that damage from Sunprod and just ignores it, sloughs it off. Says, all right, now what? Now what do you do? And look at that graph, just out of control here for Single Bind. And hold that. Snatty, survives for so long in that fight, does trade out onto Remakami, but that graph has just gotten out of control here. And hold that, they don't have an answer. And to me, again, it was all hold that in the early game. You can start to see on that graph earlier on, just after the 10-minute mark, where it started to dip a little bit more into the red, but immediately Single Bind find an answer, and it's been all them this entire rest of the game. Single Bind again, as of late, look like the best team on the block. Clocked in, falling off. Hold that. Maybe a bit too much of a one-trick pony, where if you don't give Snatty his RDO, if you don't give Zapman Jingwei, maybe this team can be dealt with. So Single Bind, maybe the team to beat, and they're looking good to head to our grand finals here in our final day of the April circuit.
Sunprod forced to teleport away. Stygian Torment baited by Aurora. That's a good ult pull, but what can hold that get off of that? The Gold Fury is getting burned down by Single Bind, and Maswal is doing a great job at zoning away Bayro. Sunprod very far back in the wings, and Doug is still burning this Gold Fury all by his lonesome, and the objective bird's pretty great considering that's no attack speed.
Yeah, he's just a little bit tankier because of that Avenging Blade, and so Doug able to finish that one off. He needed a little help, I think, to start it, and that's why we saw Jengaru, I believe, tank that one up for him a little bit. But again, hold that. They don't have an answer. They get the ultimate from Aurora, and they get the Stampede as well, and still, it's just not enough. This Single Bind team is hard to lock down if you don't have the damage, and feels like Sunprod should have the damage now. Has 3 items, has the Titan's Bane, Hydra's as well, but just not able to really execute anyone on the other side so far. Single Bind, I feel like have kind of found a good answer to deal with this Daji from Sunprod, and it's just kind of playing more as a tight unit. The shell pickup from Aurora is huge, really mitigating a lot of that damage that Sunprod has, a lot of the damage that Kaidon has, and Zapman, this very committal damage at times from the side of Hold That. And so Hold That need to find an answer soon to what Single Bind have kind of been doing, which is slowly taking them apart piece by piece. They need an answer soon. They need to try and find a flip around this next Fire Giant, or at least this first Fire Giant of the game, excuse me. Haven't seen one just yet, but it feels like with the way things have gone, Single Bind should have been able to take this objective.
For all the soul laners out there, look at the Snatty build. It might not seem like he's, really leading the game, but he does have top player damage on the side of Hold That. I really like all of these items that scale off of protections, considering that the Warrior's Axe gives you prots, Radiant Glory, which is Achilles 2, also gives you prots. So a lot of itemization to capitalize on the build. Look at where Snatty is getting burned down, actually. Man, I was just talking about the build, and then he gets melted like that? That's not good. Yeah,
it's not a good sign here. I feel like the damage from Single Bind, where previously they couldn't really kill Snatty, they kind of are starting to get those important items online. Moswell has the Totem of Death, Soul Reaver, and Obshard. That is an easy way to take down a frontliner. And you mentioned the player damage. Zapman's at the bottom. 2,000 damage here on the Chiron is not a good look so far. Single Bind are on the Fire Giant here.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the pyro bomb's thrown down. Donut Doug secures the fire, and Aurora dashes straight into the back line. Remakami's looking for an engage. Palau up in the back line. Who is Sunprod gonna pull and slams back down and kills Sunprod. Aurora gets the kill. Down goes one for Hold That. The rest of the team scurries away. Donut Doug or Zapman still under the tier 2 over here on the left side, split pushing to try and find whatever gold they can. Meanwhile, Single Bind's looking at the Phoenix on the right side.
I feel like Hold That feel they need to go for that play around the Fire Giant because Zapman is split pushing. They don't want to have anyone sent back to defend this Chiron. But look at this, Doug and Remakami on the right hand side are going to get this Phoenix for free because Hold That are trying to contest this mid ritual.
Yeah, this map has been split up too much for Hold That to handle. The mid lane path's being fought over, and Mosball is going to kill Kaidon in the process. And away goes Snatty, away goes Bayro, and Zapman goes packing back to base to maybe defend this bird, but the tier 2 might be a lost cause. Snatty's in trouble. The combat dodge. Oh, the fatal strike will get them away. Rebuke thrown down, and Donut Doug gets the dagger, holding on to it, and maybe looking for a chance to go in, but we need to kill this tier 2 first. Go for the pad, Ancient Fury, a lot of things to look at for Single Bind.
Was really worried for Doug there, but had that Aegis available to him to keep himself alive as he blinks in maybe a little too aggressively there, and that relic being down, I think is a big deal here for the siege, but still, Kaidon dead for 9 seconds.
Oh man, Bayro is super low, having to paddle away back to the safety of the tower. Now you're down another. Kaidon just now respawning. Single Bind, need to move quick. Can you grab this bird? Will you die for it? 1,000 cuts in, but Sunprod melts right after. A little egregious if you ask me. I'd say let's send in Bayro or Statty or something, but in goes Statty, speak of the devil. Summon sticks to follow, looking for a fear, and that it does. Wait, the dagger was used. Donut Doug is okay. And Piercing Moonlight goes into the back line. Almost killed Zapman. Just took down Kaidon. Snatty's in for trouble. And the bird is still barely alive, melting down Aurora. But we're looking at Snatty first. Gods over everything. Down go 3 members of Hold That. Single Bind marching towards the Titan to make their way to the grand finals.
Oh, they're looking to end here. I think Doug had a small issue there. You can see him standing still behind his allies as Single Bind will look to close out this game as soon as their ADC, I imagine, connects back into the game. But, I mean, just unfortunate there. Hold That have really struggled this entire game. They have 2 members up. Can they mount a defense? I feel like the lead is just a little too big there for them to deal with against this Single Bind team that are so far ahead.
Yeah, and this has also got to be a bit of a mood killer too for Hold Out. They're hoping for their last defense and then pause. Like, come on, just end the game.
Just end the game.
If they didn't initiate it.
It sucks because I don't think Single Bind can end the game without their ADC, right? So it's like one of those situations of, hey, for competitive integrity, we kind of want to just end the game here properly. We're gonna end here probably with our ADC. He's just got to be able to hit that left mouse button to end us the game. We would appreciate it if you just give us a moment and we'll get back into that one. But still, it's just been an unfortunate moment there where Hold That just are so far behind. They try to mount this defense, but again, the lead is too massive.
And now they'll end the game. Petrify to finalize the last kill. Zapman dead along with the Titan. And back to us. Single Bind took the dub.
Yeah, again, just one of those formality moments there where, you kind of need your ADC to deal damage to the objective. That's kind of how the role works more, is they're not there to deal player damage. They're there to do objective damage, obviously.
Right.
But just unfortunate there. Hold That, I feel like, again, are arguably the favorites going into today. They've been really hot at times, a little cold at moments as well. And I feel like that was a very cold moment where they looked really good in the early game. They had the early lead. They had the tempo advantages at times, but I feel like they just let that one get away from them around these objective fights. Zapman getting soloed multiple times by Donut Doug on this Medusa, where again, I was concerned about this pick, but I'll eat the L on that one. That was just Doug, man, running that left-hand side.
Yeah, no, it really was. I mean, I think that, I wasn't too doubtful at first. I'm thinking, okay, I like the ability-based Chiron, but we'll try the carry build, see how it works. But I feel like every time I see it debut on screen, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't work. Like I think that there's a lot of like talented players that are trying to pilot it, and that's what makes me think, I get a little bit of hope. Like if Donut Doug's going to run it, then surely it can't be that bad, right? But I don't think I've ever seen it be fruitful. I understand there's the +1, the on hits, the marksman shot now provides extra on hit damage and it procs it like multiple times too, but still I just don't see the usefulness behind it. I'd much rather see, obviously Jing Wei gets banned away, Anher gets banned away, but Newt wouldn't be a bad pickup. That was banned away last game as well. But I'm thinking there's like a number of carries that could do what you want to do with this Chiron pick, but maybe better. Maybe not as much utility, but at least enough damage to, make a difference in the game.
Yeah, I feel like even Cupid as well, which we saw last game, would have been more relevant this one. To me, it's just a matter of getting off relevant damage in team fights, and the strength build allows you to do that a little bit easier. You saw in that last siege there where Chiron just kind of sat behind his own tower to just kind of throw out auto attacks into nothing, into empty space. And that's because he doesn't have this relevant damage in fights to really be effective. And you see here, yeah, it's Tearfing, Frenzy Dagger, Kin Size, Titan's Bane. And that traditionally is a pretty decent build and when you want to play a front-to-back style of play. But on Chiron, maybe not just the best idea here for this pick. And it sucks because Zatman says, look, guys, Chiron, great cleanse bot. We'll cleanse all their CC they have in front of us. It's going to be fine, guys. But then when you go for Chiron ADC, you lack a lot of objective damage when you go for the full strength build. And your damage onto Fire Giant, onto Gold Furies, and onto towers becomes a little bit harder to really burn those objectives down. So you have to go for the on-hit build. But then you lock a lot of presence on your character. So I think there's this nice balancing act that Zatman has to find on this character, and he just didn't really find it.
Well, one thing we'll find is who's going to make their way through the losers bracket, because Single Blind are going to be waiting at the top of the mountain. Who's going to come challenge us for the $7 grand? Who wants it? Come get it. We'll find out who it's going to be in a few.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Taking a bit of a different avenue now, a little scenic tour through the losers bracket here. D-Lo behind the mic, joined by Spirited Book here in the booth, right by my side. Almighty eyes in the sky. That's going to be Solstice and Tess. Keeping those broad lights on. That cam steady. Jithin's your man behind the curtain. Mort, somewhere around there, nursing his vocal cords as we get ready to hop into our losers bracket run. Book, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good, D'Lo. I feel like we saw this next matchup coming up, and you and I both got really excited because I feel like it should be a good one here between these two teams upcoming. But I'll let you take the run through of things here, as you're a lot better at it than me.
We got some stuff to talk about, guys. Do you like art? I like art. Why don't you buy some art then? From some good old Smite community fans just like you, including that Horus Tumblr. But if you want to contribute to the art stores and contribute to art in general in the Smite community, then you got a chance to do so right here with the Petals and Palettes contest. Submissions already have begun April 15th, and it goes all the way through May 6th. So that window is starting to close, folks. Voting will begin in May 7th, to be exact, and goes on for about a week or so. Prizes do include 5K dimes at the top, so you're not going to be a starving artist. You can, you might. You can't really eat Smite skins, but nonetheless, unless I guess it's the Hot Sauce Poseidon skin. Either way, bracket coming at you here, folks. We got plenty of good games still left on the tap. We just saw Single Bind go up against Hold That and made them hold the L. They've proven, like you said, both that they are maybe one of the top teams to beat. So who are we looking at next?
I mean, it's going to be Clocked In versus Mind the Gap. It's an interesting route for both these two teams. Smoke Break ended up losing out against Press Tab, obviously, earlier in the day. Press Tab then lost to Clocked In, who ended up losing to Hold That earlier as well, that we saw as our round 2 matchup. Across the way, the Oni Warriors lost out to the Mushroom Kingdom, and then Mind the Gap beat the Mushroom Kingdom. And now these two teams, both of which we've seen play, will face off against each other with a chance to make it and continue on throughout the day. And I feel like Mind the Gap are a team to watch. Yeah, they lost to Single Bind, and Single Bind is a really good team. We just saw that case in point, but this Mind the Gap team, in my opinion, I feel like looks a little bit more comfortable than this clocked in roster. These gods that we were kind of talking about during the break that have, I mean, we're trying to think, when was the last time that this roster, this 5-man roster, lost a Smite Prime circuit? Yeah, they didn't win the Invitational, but then they came back and won last month.
We'll have to find out as we hop into the P's and B's. Book, how many times we say that a draft makes or breaks things here? And Tegvir and Paul were playing Hallmark gods for themselves, respectively. It was the Susano and the Bari. Didn't look good. Yeah. Didn't look comfortable. Mind the Gap's got first pick. What are these bands going to be? We'll find out.
I feel like Tegvir as of late, as a player, traditionally, we've praised Tegvir a lot. Been very good on some of his signature picks, the Tsukiyomi, the Susano, the Achilles as well. As of late, just doesn't look as comfortable on some of his most signature picks. Maybe it's time to take a step back, maybe look at something else, maybe just say, okay, maybe it's taking a moment, breathe, go towards a more comforting pick, something that I just know I can win the game on. And I've seen him do it on something like the Aladdin as of late here in OSL, one of the other leagues we cover, D-Lo, and looked very comfortable on that. And I'm like, okay, well, surely then Tegvir can translate that over to some of his more comfortable characters. And it's just not the same look. Anubis. So Tegvir just looking really streaky right now.
Anubis? I haven't seen that god in like forever. Since the lifesteal changes really brought him up before they hamstrung him once again. Kabrakan going to be taken off the map once more. That one surprised me a lot less. I'm just curious for Mind the Gap's logic here. Has Anubis seen or Renaissance?
Maybe. I'm curious to see. Maybe Mind the Gap have done that thing where they go !bracket in the chat and went to see what Mind the Gap has been, or what Clocked In have been playing in their last couple matches, and maybe they saw Paul play Anubis.
Potentially. Now I'm really curious to see what else we get up there. I'm hoping that Paul cooks up something interesting. Could use some yummy, delicious mid picks here. Merlin's not gotten any love so far today, at least on the stream. Yeah. Morgan Le Fay has been kind of preferred as the Camelotian M-letter god that uses magic, so unfortunate to see him upstaged by his superior, Daji, Bandaway, Jingwei as well. Neither of these are quite surprises just yet.
No, I think Jingwei is arguably Hydrogen's best pick by a mile, and it's not close. And, Zatman, one of those other Jingwei contenders that you feel you have to ban this character away from as of late. So definitely just a character taken away from Hydrogen, putting him on something not as comfortable. And Hydrogen as well, a player that we've seen do some crazy plays on and off of this Jingwei, as of late hasn't looked the most comfortable.
I'm smelling a Cerberus first pick here. I'm not going to lie. I don't think Clocked in Cryo anything else, but maybe they banned that way to Thor. I think that jungle picks are getting a lot more attention when it comes to these bans, and supports are slipping through, which is, never mind. All right, Clocked In. Hold on. My bad. I didn't mean to, to start predicting what y'all are about to go for. So then Thor is up on the mark. Ardio as well. That's, I think letting the Ardio go is maybe the more scary decision.
Yeah, I think you have to pick Ardio here if you're Mind the Gap, but maybe there's a world Clocked In will take that one away. No, Thor is the snatch up here for Mind the Gap. I don't know how to feel about it here. I'm curious to see, will Karmic go towards the Ardio? Karmic, to me, I don't know if I've seen him really play a whole lot of it. Karmic often leans more towards things like the Jormungandr as of late, not really this Ardio. Maybe this is Mind the Gap saying, look, we've seen this Clocked In team play so much Smite game now. Maybe we figured them out. Maybe we know they're not going to prioritize this pick. But I feel like if you're Clocked In, you have to. You cannot allow this Thor Ardio to go through for Mind the Gap. I feel like this solo side will just become disgusting. And I've seen Lairs do disgusting things on this Thor where he plays to those walls where it's just wall, and then he has his team fall up off of that wall, set up CC. It becomes really disgusting here. Clocked In go for the Beck, and this had better be a bear lady that I see next, or I swear, and it's not.
We're in trouble. We are in trouble. I think we are in so much trouble. Mind the Gap are going to absolutely want to slam that Ardio. Dishonored was the player who started off so powerfully with it in that first round we saw on the stream today. Nuwa locked it. They're all ignoring it. Guys, did we forget that the god exists?
This is interesting for sure. Mind the Gap continuing to flex this Thor pick, I feel like, till the last possible moment. But Clockton have got the Beck. They've got the Tsukiyomi. The Beck, I like it. I like the Beck here because you can kind of avoid a lot of what Thor wants to do, which is punish frontliners for being in front of you and can be really safe. But the Tsukiyomi, you imagine that Thor is going to be a flex, and you imagine Layers is going to be looking at that Thor and be impactful on that character. You kind of don't have to pick it here. You didn't have to pick it right here. Nuwa was available, Apollo was available as well, and then Mind the Gap have snatched both those characters up. Two characters, again, just global presence, and that pairs really well with this Thor you've already locked in.
3 global presence if you count Thor,
Yep.
semi-global, Nuwa, Fire Shards, Apollo's got the Chariot. Get the Artio, Agni, Hoi, Sobek, everyone's got a dash or a leap that absolutely shuts them down. Jormungandr, guys, I'm not going to lie. All right, listen. Mind the Gap are a very potent team. They've got a plan here. What do you think it is veering away from the Bear Lady?
Dive the back line. Dive the back line. Do not let them play the game. It's all dive, except for the Nuwa, which can kind of play that pseudo dive. But it's 4 kind of global, semi-global ultimates here between the Jormungandr Thor with the semi-globals. Nuwa, Apollo have globals. And then this Bacchus just wants to play dive. This is a do not allow the back line to play the game. And we haven't even touched on it yet, but I can't remember the last time I've seen Paul play Agni mid. This is not one of Paul's more known, more comfort kind of I'm gonna 1v9 the game characters. Again, to me, those are, the Merlin, the Scylla we've seen once upon a time, but we haven't seen it at all here in Smite 2. The Zeus we've seen Paul absolutely pop off on. To me, I feel like Paul has kind of strayed away from some of his more signature known picks in the Merlins, the Zeuses, and has gone towards characters that can really struggle in certain matchups like the Bari, like this Agni. Give me the Ulers, man. Give me Paul's best characters by a mile that he just hands diffs people on.
You have range stuns alongside the Hoi at the very least to try to maybe make for an easier Sobek pluck, though I do still agree that's a bit scary, especially considering that, Sobek is not trying to dive your backline, they're trying to pluck your front line. Bacchus says, hey, you just did my job for me. Thanks, man. Intoxicate, baby. We're getting turnt up in here. Jormungandr can't even fly. They are pluck immune. So that's one more character that kind of just shrugs off the entire purpose of that front line from Clocked In. Osai is going to be the last pick. Books, what do you think is the logic there with that?
I think this is just a pick Karmic wants to be. So I'm looking at this Clocked In draft. I'm looking at it, D'Lo.
Yeah. Me too.
This looks like a ranked comp to me, where it's just 5 individual players have said, guys, I'm going to play this character. What do you want to play? Paul says, I'm just going to pick Agni, And then Hydrogen says, I'll pick Hoi. Then Karmic says, I'll pick Osiris. It's a good lane bully. And then, yeah. To me, there's a significant lack of cohesion, I feel like, for this team.
We'll have to find out if Clock In can lock it in as they stand to potentially be eliminated. Mind the Gap, 5-man strong, trying to suss out any ne'er-dwellers in the opposing jungle. Karmic staying safe beneath their tier 2, maybe a bit privy to the potential tactics Mind the Gap is looking to implement. A 5-man bush stack. Certainly a scary possibility, but Clocked In, I feel like I've seen this movie before.
Oh, for sure. And you can already see them 3-man stacking on the left-hand side in preparation for a potential invade from Mind the Gap. But going to these matchups here a little bit, yeah, you and I were calling for this Artio pick, but I like this Jormungandr pick in response to, well, I say in response, but Dishonored picked this one up first. With this Osiris still available, I feel like Artio could have had a much rougher time into Osiris, who could just deny all the healing that Artio has to offer for herself. This Jormungandr pickup here, a little bit easier of a matchup in the soul lane. Maybe Dishonored saying, guys, I think this is going to be the pick that he goes towards. I'm going to just lean on this pick that can be kind of safe. Clear the wave and then rotate out, make an impact elsewhere. And BennyQ has spotted out Paul, wins this trade early on because of the aspect of Nuwa.
Does take another traipse through the flames of the dash. That actually does still end up not getting a super better hand of it, but a few more autos. BennyQ's on lock with the basic training. That feels pretty gosh darn good. Must be worth noting that Mind Gap they are more so investing in safety with these relics. I see Aegises, I see beads, I see shells. Clocked in. We got a blink there. That's Sobek's trying to get active.
Yeah, I would like to see Happen use it sooner rather than later for sure, or rotate out sooner. I've seen supports pick up this blink on characters like the Beck or the Cerberus, and then just sit in lane and do nothing. So look to Happen to get value out of this relic early, and Benny Q already using this Nuwa aspect for early pressure. Part of this is because Paul was hovering the left-hand side, was late to the lane, so you don't see that traditional kind of, all right, the mid is going to be at my tower line, the enemy mid's at my tower line, I'm at the enemy mid's tower line, and we're just both deciding to handshake clear the wave. And now Paul has dash, but could get caught by Lairs.
The double tap's off the mark, but no Noxious Fumes means there's trouble. Does end up grabbing the beads off of Paul. Solid work there to immediately elicit all the safety that this mid laner needs. Like you said, not used to playing the Agni, not used to seeing Paul on it. Maybe they're not used to feeling it in their hands either.
I feel like Paul going for the dash level 1 was a bit of an issue. Oftentimes you see them go towards that, first ability traditionally, once upon a time, but not as of late, because you put yourself in a really bad spot after you use your ability to clear the wave. It is ideally your best clear to, but going for the flame wave just makes you a little more safe. You can continue to play on your side of the lane. You're not putting yourself in a really bad spot. Paul going for that dash as his first choice there just put him in a bad spot again, and really struggling so far. That aspect pickup from Lairs was a really nice look to force these beads early on.
Oh, the dash gonna meet the leap. Wrong, you cannot find their prey there with the belly flop. Though I do like the idea. Tuba alongside Wrong, you've been pretty aggressive, and Tuba back on this Apollo is also good to see as well. Thor's making a little bit of a rotation, but I don't know if they're going to get high enough to actually find anyone to wall off. Happen does not have that shell after all.
Oh, hello.
They'll be paid back for it. Hydrogen, unfortunately, has a leap. Wrong target to wall off. That means no kill.
Yeah, Hydrogen having access to that jump means he can just, hop away to safety after that wall, and he avoids the stun. And I feel like Wrong You, Lairs, and Tuba are aware of it.
Oh, God.
Get right back into the game. I mean, just a weird little spectator moment there.
Dude, no, did you see how Bacchus looked there? Like, his neck was like, that was not right. He needs to see a chiropractor immediately, buddy. Enough wine is not going to save you from those headaches you're having in the morning. But yeah, a blink used there by Happen, that doesn't feel good. Yeah, you did say you wanted to see it used early.
Yeah. When I say that, D'Lo, ideally he's getting value of it, like he's not just using it and then tail whipping in the bush and then nothing happens, he tried to stop Lairs' back, and ideally that's a tempo play to allow Clocked in, which they do end up getting that first round of Firebrands there, and that's to deny Lairs from getting back to that spot in time. At the very least, it does kind of, I don't know, I guess the blink doesn't get value, but Lairs not there in time means the Firebrands will go the way of Clocked in.
Or the Afterlife goes on top of Dishonor, but it's going to pay them back instantly. You got no leap, buddy. You got no life. Benny Q snipes or secures the kill. Which one is it? You decide.
I feel like you're happy there if you're Mind the Gap, period, because you want that kill to go to Benny Q. You want this Nuwa to get online early and scale a lot faster here. So a lovely look there from Mind the Gap. They get the first blood and they give it to the character that they ideally want to put it on. This Nuwa can really look to play aggressive here now in the mid lane. Still having access to the Aegis mean they can look for a 1v1 against this Agni. Have to pay attention though to where this Tsukiyomi is. Tegvir level 5, but has felt really kind of slow in this early game. Hasn't been too aggressive, just kind of went for those Firebrands, and since then has sat back. Kind of let Karmic die on the right hand side, was focused on securing his own farm versus Lairs, who we've seen will look for plays everywhere now. In mid, in left, and now in right, and it nets them first blood.
Looking at Tegvir's role in the fights that are about to happen and the fights to come, if the enemy team that you're faced up against as a Tsukiyomi is all about the dive, but you're normally the one who's supposed to be doing the diving, what is your role in that case in the bigger 5v5s?
Yeah, I think you're just playing really far back if you're Tegvir, waiting for all the tools to be used by Mind the Gap. They used Apollo ult, they used New ult. Okay, now is my time to go in. And speaking of
no! That was an amazing chain of CC. Tuba finds the Mez, and then there's this amazing leap coming out there. All the auto damage there from the enhanced autos from Apollo's passive. double barrel, shotgun to the face, intoxicate, you're done. Mind the gap. 2-0 right now and clocked in. Not quite sure if they've got an answer for it.
Should have blinked away. Should have blinked away. Happen had that
Yeah.
rank, but can't use it in combat. And that's just a nice combo there. Wrongu and Tuba. I didn't even think that Happen was going to dive there. I thought that was just pressure to push the Sobek away. Sobek, one of those characters that can be so annoying to deal with in fights and just kind of be a menace. But all the while, on this right-hand side now, Karmic looking for an invade, looking to defend those firebrands, and now getting very low, has to back off. Dishonor gets away with his life intact. BennyQ, though, in trouble.
A good pluck. But the new wall ult is going to give them some significant distance back into that tower.
There's here.
When they land back down, an amazing wall of piercing moonlight will result in BennyQ's Zen, but it's answered back with a kill on top of Happen. Now Tegvir's in trouble. A great double stun from the Noxious Fumes. Double tap off the mark. Bees forced off the Thor, but the autos still do damage. Stunned in place. Tegvir's going to be left to wrong you, but they can't finish the job. That chicken leg is just a bit too short.
Lairs' Thor, man, as of late, to me, has just been the best Thor. He just looks so good on this character, looks so comfortable, and these walls continue to just be so impactful in fights. A moment of where you're stunning someone or you're locking them down with the wall set up there, don't allow them, deny them space, deny them an escape route. To me, Lairs just looks so comfortable on this pick and continues to be so impactful across the map. Looks to the right-hand side. There's a play happening in mid. Okay, walk there, make a play mid. And they end up catching out Happen there, who's just diving the tower and just mistiming when he's popping out of that ultimate for damage onto BennyQ and just gets caught out there. Takes the full tower shots. And still, mind the gap, have the advantages here in the early game. The gold lead fairly even though so far. No teams really going towards the major objectives just yet, though with this Moonlight Ritual spawning in the mid lane, pay attention to where members are on the map and who decides to rotate over.
At the very least, Tegvir's the one who got that kill on a BennyQ, and at the very least, BennyQ died at the end of the day. I'm glad that Tegvir kind of had the gumption to dive with that piercing moonlight, because if you're Tsukiyomi, you're not diving, buddy. I don't know what you're doing. You gotta get your feet a little bit wet. Dishonored gets another wave of flame brands and can then potentially rotate on over as well. Karmic will be making show of phase 2. The wall and the double tap doesn't find too much damage on top of Paul, and they've certainly got some long-range poke of their own, courtesy of those fire bombs. So far, clocked in. Retaining control of the pad, both solos are also present. Dishonored, having taken a lot more damage than Karmic. The World Serpent, though, used for zoning and forces clocked in off the pad as well. Nuwant takes to the sky, drops down the fire shards for damage, and maybe for vision as well, but Lairs is in trouble. Phantom Shell used, but the piercing moonlight will cut them down. Clocked in, grab the ritual, grab a kill as well, though Tegvir is in trouble. Able to get out. Unfortunately, Osai can't do the same. Apollo's joined the fight, only to land on Tegvir's corpse. 2 for 2 across the board.
Wow, I mean, I thought that was just going to go all the way of clocked in there, but I feel like they overdive a little bit too much. At the very least, they get the Moonlight Ritual, and now Tuba has to be a little bit careful, and where he backs gets that one interrupted. Locked in can look to take advantage here with members of backing on the other side. I feel like this is a Gold Fury angle that they're not going towards just yet. Instead, you can see Hydrogen shoving the wave here, looking to use this minion that spawned here and maybe try and take a couple more of these tower plating and then look to take the tower itself for a little bit more gold.
I wonder if they're maybe afraid of the fact that they knew Lairs didn't use that ultimate, which is very noteworthy because that's kind of the entire reason why Lairs has been playing this so well. Their engagements, these walls. Now you combine that with an Anvil of Dawn, that fight could have certainly gone a different way, but they lost too much health just a bit too quickly, and that's why you saw them eat that piercing moonlight. Tegvir taking them out of the fight early was certainly solid, and now they have the level lead for it. Starting to stack up that Transcendence, Tegvir's feeling a bit better.
Yeah, I was a little worried going into that fight that Clocked In would have a much harder time playing it because Tegvir had just gotten that Transcendence and hadn't stacked it up just yet, that he was missing a significant power spike. But because that fight kind of, it goes their way because they get the Moonlight Ritual, it's kind of washed out in terms of the fight, but still Tegvir now has an advantage here in that he can look to farm out his Transcendence, get it stacked up, and have a ton of power behind his build.
Another wave of flame brands, this time going to Clocked In, being warded away.
Again.
Dishonor's having a hard time on this Jormungandr. And again, we look back at the RDO, you say, man, long gone are the heydays of this solo laner. So what is a Jormungandr's role in the laning phase as well as in the grander scheme of the game?
In terms of the laning phase, it is just being able to clear the wave easily, right? You're just from a distance, you're kind of auto clearing the wave with your little spits, your pools that spawn afterwards, and eventually the Jormungandr will clear the wave. But against the Osiris should just have earlier clear priority if he starts in the lane first. And that's why we've seen Dishonored really struggle to get these firebrands just be there on time. But I also feel like Layers has really struggled to be on the objective on time. It feels like Mind the Gap are aware that with this Nuwa in the mid lane, they don't have the highest priority around these firebrands. And so they have to concede a lot of them in this early game that has Net clocked in a bit of an early lead at the very least. And gotta imagine Tegvir, who is on a hybrid scaler, is gonna look really comfortable with getting more and more of these firebrands, especially as he leans towards a hybrid build,
Paul.
the Transcendence into likely a Book of Thoth.
You can see the 3v3 was forming and a slow noose was being tied around Paul's neck. They know their value. They're still trailing a little bit behind this new wall, but they're deathless as well. Alongside Hydrogen, the backline is trying to stay safe. Rotation comes in from Dishonored, trying to bully around here around this Pyromancer. Sobek here as well, but Mind the Gap do not want to risk the big potatoes quite just yet, so they back off.
Paul has a Soul Reaver really all in on this kind of front to back style where we've been seeing this item a lot more as of late, kind of like a kin size for hunters, but just a little bit better because, of course, mages always get better items than ADCs. I mean, what? Who said that? But I mean, just buying it this early means he's going to be able to play that true front to back style against Dishonored and against Wrong You, who are going to be building a lot of HP as the game goes on.
Yeah, that's going to be something that just allows easier shred. And Beneq, for their credit, they're building a completely different kind of mage, right? They got this Hydra's online, they got this Frenzy Dagger. So you're not going to be able to benefit from the same itemization, pal, because like you said, auto attack gods, what even are those? Who cares?
Yeah, I've seen both positives and negatives side of things for this new aspect build that we've seen a little more as of late because of the aspect changes where for ultimate no longer crits, it's just more kind of damage over time for base attacks. Oh, Layers.
Gonna get to this guy in time this go around though. Sobek, wait, no!
Nope.
The piercing moonlight can reach you up in the heavens. I forgot about that aspect. Tegvir certainly didn't. Layers goes down.
Nice look there. 4 clocked in, but Wrong You doesn't want to let this one go. Looking for a fight.
Oh, they might let go of their own life from this mortal coil. Intoxicate will not save you. Osai is stone cold sober. Wrong You's stone cold dead. And Nuwa's in the sky just to escape.
Yeah, Dishonored is here, though, trying to contest. Does get that Magi's off of Happen, but now could get caught himself as he gets stunned by Paul. But clocked in, looking back towards that Pyromancer. No, instead they'll back off. Happy to take that kill and just go back to farming. So, I mean, I guess Mind the Gap do deny that objective at the very least from clocked in.
So does not feel great to see that Layers is really starting to fall behind. We saw the domination on that Wheelish. A far cry from the performance we're seeing this go around. Lord of the Afterlife was expended, and Lair is hot on the chase of Karmic. Though they are in Ghost mode, which does mean they don't get blocked off. They do still take the stun, and they take the damage. The incoming stun, though, from the Spiritual Bonds, will it be enough to stop him? No, Dishonored wanders on in, and can ult on out?
Whoa.
No, either. Tegvir manages to cut him down to size before he can escape.
Dishonored just way too late on popping that ultimate there. I just kind of held onto it a little too long. Wrong You now playing forward, but is A-okay. I think steals that blue buff away if I'm not mistaken. But just, I feel like you didn't have to make that trade. That would have been a big play there if it was just 1 for nothing. As Tuba gets stunned.
This is trouble. The sun tiptoed around, not too bad. Brought my sunscreen as well. A Pyromancer pull here from Mind the Gap. Drop down awfully low. They're going to just keep going 10 toes down on top of it, but who gets it? It's Wrong You for the side of Mind the Gap, but do they stay alive? Thor does go to the sky this time, is not interrupted, and retreats back to the safety of their team. 15 minutes with that objective in tow. 6-6 reads the scoreboard, and clocked in. Have about a, 700 gold lead? It's really peanuts, but that gold fury could change things.
Yeah, with that advantage there where they're forcing members off around that Pyromancer, yeah, you get it, but now you have to back to base. And Gold Fury being pulled here. Mind the Gap are in the area, though. They're trying to get involved.
Part 2! Oh, it's not going to go their way. Karmic can grab it. The World Serpent goes on in, and Apollo rejoins the fray. Global Ultimates, baby! You're not going anywhere, save for in a body bag. Karmic's the primary target, and the Roar will take them down. Now Rog using the back line is a bit low, cannot do much to save Dishonored, except go in and sacrifice themselves potentially. The Hoi ricochets off the mark, but the Pluck, a different story. But now Happens in trouble, has no dash, but the Hoi hover knocks up Layers and brings him down. An amazing kill, make it double for Hydro.
Too deep there. Layers goes back in, doesn't have the cooldowns to get the hammer off to finish that kill. And then Tuba tries to make up for his jungler's mistake. Dashes in and forces his own life to be all for naught. Mind the Gap, they lose the gold and then 2 lives. Yeah, you take down Karmic again, but still not worth. And now with Queen Naga available, clocked in, have another tempo advantage after another objective that doesn't really go the way of Mind the Gap.
Teeter-totter, teeter-totter. That fight felt like it changed hands so many times. Who's the initiator? Who's the initiatee? Happen dives in with the Pluck, but all of a sudden they're in danger. But an amazing hover knockup thanks to the Mark of the Golden Crow from Hydrogen, followed by a brilliant ricochet. Hughes, 2 members of MTG lifeless to the ground. Naga up next, but a bigger snake is coming to contest.
Yeah, I don't know if Dishonored can really take this one away, though. Having a hard time stepping forward against Happen, who, if he gets plucked, he doesn't get pulled back in, but he gets, you know, his passive, Yorm passive, where he takes more damage as Layers commits the hammer.
Run Layers. That's trouble. They know that the TP's down, so Paul decides to go in aggressive. A leap cannot peel well enough. Benny Q is dead alongside Thor. The backline of MTG has just been absolutely devastated by Clocked In.
Mind the Gap are struggling here. They're going to lose the Moonlight Ritual as well. They're just starting to fall apart. And Clocked In, that team that we say is not looking as good as they used to. They're struggling. What are they doing wrong? They're kind of doing everything wrong. Their draft looks a little wonky. They are still the team that just does not go away. Tegvir going to look for a red buff invade alongside Karmic. Dishonored has ultimate, but has to be careful that he doesn't get gone on.
Knockup upon knockup upon knockup. Literally, this Osiris has not touched the sticks for 15 seconds. Karmic cannot move as they're brought down lifeless to the ground. Finally, death by 1,000 knockups, but at least you took down the big bad Osai.
Fire Giant be pulled here. 17 minutes in, they have Tuba. Hydrogen's on the left-hand side.
It's fire in a movie theater, but Agni's the king of it after all. Dishonored's going to try to block their path. Paul's now brought down low, forced to dash away as well. Bacchus in the back of the line. It's dropped down less than a quarter. The Moonlight. Tuba grabs it for all 5 of Mind the Gap, but Benecu's low. Tegvir's 0. And the fight keeps on going. Happens done too, and Clocked In got to run for the bushes.
Man, what a ballsy call from Mind the Gap. They catch out Karmic and then just force the Fire Giant fight 4v5. Hydrogen's on the left-hand side. And again, Apollo Global Ultimate. He can be there first. He takes Benny Q with him to that fight because of the change to Apollo in Smite 2. And just 5-on-3 to start it. Paul's already half HP. Can't really contest. 2 members fall and the Fire Giant goes the way of Mind the Gap. And that gold lead swings right back up towards the blue side. Mind the Gap fighting back strong.
Mind the Gap, close the gap. And I want to throw some credit to Dishonored. That zoning play, Paul could have been an absolute game changer for that fight, but the way they just instantly got in their face, the bellow, the damage, the autos, the breath, it was enough to turn Paul back home, and that meant Clocked In had a far worse chance at contesting.
Especially because Paul, if he shows up to that play, it's not to really kill anyone, it's to just stall with that stun from a distance. Very easy to get it over the wall. That's where Agni is really strong, around these kind of jungle fights in round the Fire Giant pit. But again, the zonage from Dishonored, like you mentioned, just stops him from being impactful. They're able to really burn down that objective, and somehow Tuba ends up securing it, maybe having to be a little more conscientious of who is securing that objective, but still, a win is a win. And now Mind the Gap looking to build a gold lead.
Dishonored's got that dagger as well, can even feel a bit more liberal to dive beneath these towers with impunity. But the tier 1 goes down. Tier 1 still available on the solo side alongside this Pyromancer, so tons of free global gold. available and ready for the chopping block. Clocked in. See that Pyromancer is being taken. Lair's going to be able to secure it, though there was a good attempt with the Spirit Flail from Karmic. And now Gold Fury, you got to imagine's up next.
Yeah, Mind the Gap gonna look to clear this wave and just use that positional advantage here and go towards this Gold Fury. And you can see Lair's hovering really far back here, looking to just take an ult angle from a weird spot where Clocked In aren't really ready for it and not really aware of it.
I love that he just knocks off the Magi's Blessing. Job done, Dishonored goes back. That Sobek's now a lot more vulnerable, and Tuba grabs that Fury. Mind the Gap don't even want the fight, but they'll take it if you force the issue. Forces out the Lord of the Afterlife from the Osai. One less tool for Karmic in the future. And I gotta ask, Book, when Mind the Gap have this composition that's able to rotate so easily thanks to these global ultimates, how do you counter that? How do you counter a team that can be everywhere and nowhere at the same time?
It's off of these weird split the map plays where you kind of have to make Mind the Gap really choose to where they want to play, or you can just group as 5 and look to death bush somewhere. Maybe make a play as 5, force them to kind of be at where you are and respond to what you're going for as a play. But it's kind of been that way this whole game. Clocked In consistently now in this early mid game have been the ones forcing plays around these Firebrands, around these Gold Furies in the early game, the Moonlight Rituals in mid. But now it just doesn't feel like they have that tempo advantage to look for forcing plays elsewhere. Now that Mind the Gap have the Fire Giant, it's their terms that are the ones dictating it, as Tuba is in the sky.
And it's going to descend right back on down with a scream of delight to join the rest of the team. They push down this right side. Tier 2 now. Yippee! Oh, wow. No, oh, that does not look good. Wow! A quick leap out there from the Lord of the Afterlife. The Fire Stars don't finish the job, but a Cersei's Hexstone on in. This Bacchus is crazy. This Bacchus might be dead. Has to stampede back to safety. Karmic still alive. Wrongu has got to lick some wounds.
Wrongu just sees red in that moment, goes all in, tries to finish off Karmic, but is able to stay alive. Lovely play there. Still, they get the tier 2 on the right-hand side. They don't really lose a lot outside their ultimates, but again, at this stage of the game, you're happy to just trade all your ultimates for a tier 2 tower, because if you just end up using those ultimates, you get a kill off it, you get so much more. So love that Mind the Gap, despite kind of being behind for a lot of this game. I mean, look at Lairs' KDA. He's 0-4 in terms of kills to death, but 5 assists. Lairs, despite not having a kill, is still making a major impact in these fights. And again, that wall there, where he walls one person, the frontliner even, an Osiris, by the way, who should just be tanky at this stage of the game, and Karmic's health bar disappears.
Time lock Aegis pickup here for Lairs. That just ensures further cooldowns. If I'm in danger, I get that, get some health back, get my Mjolnir's Attunement, my TP, back online quicker. Such a great tool to attract more attention for longer and still keeping yourself safe.
Karmic needs ones as well. I feel like just this Osiris now consistently is taking too much damage. I would love to see Karmic go for an Aegis next. I think that might be an idea here. Maybe upgrading the shell and then going for an active item Aegis would be a good idea here. It's Clocked In are here, but I feel like Mind the Gap, they're here to respond and pull this objective, but Karmic's not here at all. He's on the right-hand side clearing waves.
Teeter, totter. Clocked In start the OBJ, but Mind the Gap say, that's a good idea, I'll do that too. Then they say, I don't really feel like it. You do have the Osai wrapping on this right side. In these tighter corridors, especially the Pyromancer pit, Ahoy does certainly bear the advantage. One shell only available right now, though Bacchus will have theirs in 10. FG now. Up for the chopping block. We're looking for the whole enchilada. No, Mind the Gap. They want the small hors d'oeuvres instead. They return back to lane.
They're happy to keep the game going at this kind of pace. They have a comp that scales really well. The Apollo gets stronger. The Nuwa definitely gets stronger. Even the Jormungandr gets a little tankier, can deal a little bit more damage over time. So, again, Mind the Gap, happy to continue scaling. But Clocked In also scaled decently well with his Hoyi Agni.
That Pyromancer gets absolutely shredded. Benny Q on this Nuwa is going to be able to instantly take it out. One more bomb in the pocket of Mind the Gap, and now one more drop in the bucket to make it 2K ahead of Clocked In. And it's crazy because before that FG play happened, I was about to say, Clocked In, man, they have that plot armor. It's starting to kind of get broken down here. I'm seeing some gaps. I'm seeing some places you can slip a nice little dagger through to get the win.
Yeah, but it's not a crazy lead, despite the Fire Giant going the way of Mind the Gap, and it feels like the advantages are going their way. Clocked In have done a good job of not losing anything too crazy. They don't really give up any major kills after the Fire Giant goes the way of Mind the Gap. They don't lose anyone on that right-hand side when the tower goes down. Even there on the Pyromancer, they just kind of concede it. They concede the Gold Fury on the left, sure, and they find some farm elsewhere. They send Karmic to the right-hand side. He's getting important farm consistently, despite kind of shadow boxing almost for the objectives, looking like they can contest, but they don't. So Clocked In have done a good job of staying relevant. To me, it just feels like it's a tempo thing, right? Like, it feels like Mind the Gap have a bigger lead than they do. And that is something they have to be careful of, but that is important to note. Like, as a spectator, we feel it, right? Like, I feel like Mind the Gap has a lead, a bigger lead than they actually do. And the way they're playing right now, they're playing with that confidence, like they have a lead, like they're the ones dictating the pace.
You can see that Layers and Happen have a similar goal. They both want to separate someone from the rest of the team. Now Yorm, separated from half of their life, does activate the ultimate. Get a bit of extra damage on, as well as zone away from the pad, which is now up. Mind the Gap, nearly able to secure it, but can't finish the job. The Fire Shards come up to get a bit of extra chip damage on top. A good stun on top of the double tap, and nearly death there for Karmic, but might be death instead. An amazing ult, gets 3 people intoxicated, but Wrongu is by themselves, so they get shredded down. Tegvir's low, Tegvir's done. A kill for a kill, but an amazing wall once more. Does Layers decide to go back in? They find the double tap. Paul's done too, and now the Snake can begin to wrap around. It's a reptile war, and Happen's gonna be on the worst end. 3 for 1 in favor of MTG.
Oh, Hydrogen nearly gets a kill there with that double tap, but unfortunate. Mind the Gap there, win that fight, and it's off of a double knockup from Wrongu. Yeah, he gives his life, but Layers goes straight up to the sky. Tuba goes straight up to the sky, and they dive the backline. And look at that entire fight there. Tegvir's the only one diving the backline of Mind the Gap. Benny Q, alongside Dishonored, were able to take him down because he's the only one trying to dive. Karmic has to play alongside Hydrogen. Happen kind of has to play Peel. Paul can't really dive forward. Clocked In really struggling here. Only Hydrogen and Karmic here to defend. Tegvir on the way.
And FG at half health. Karmic dropped down to the same standard. Dishonored's going to try to ward them back. No, BennyQ's focused as they dive the back line. Thor does go to the sky, but you got to descend back down quick. The FG's at stake. It's going to go to Mind the Gap. Tegvir does enter. Kazari Gama takes down Tuba to start, and the World Serpent is activated as well. Karmic dropped down to low. A few more autos from BennyQ will bring them down to heal, but BennyQ's bombed away by Paul. The flop's off the mark there, and the Cersei's Hex Zone is able to slip through the gap. There's no stun from Paul, so Wrongu gets out.
The dagger picked up from Karmic was huge. That allows him to stay alive. Wrongu has to try and get away by time, but he won't. Tegvir takes down Wrongu, and 3 members dead for Mind the Gap. Clocked In right back in it.
Good on Paul for knowing what I did not, that they had the means to actually dash up, catch up, and bring him down. Equalizes the board a bit more now. 14-14. Clocked In. They will not heal. They will not quarter. They will not sow. They're going to go for that Pyromancer instead and try to find what else they can grab across the map.
And trying to recall between, for how long this Clocked In roster have been together. When was the last time they lost a Smite Prime circuit? And we can't recall. I feel like they've won every single time. They obviously didn't win the Invitational, but this team just does not go away, man. We've said time and time again, there are moments where they look bad and they were going to lose this month around. But they're still in it. And here they want to defend.
Thor
but Layers,
in the sky.
Dishonored.
Apollo in the chariot. This could be trouble. Do they find a target? No, they're off the mark there. The killer whale is able to evade their own death, though they do leave the Fury alone. So Mind the Gap. We can 2 tier 2s as well as the right side bird.
An important play there, and that play kind of looks a little odd, and I think ideally Layers would have liked to have landed the stun on to Happen. They get that kill, and then they get the Gold Fury, but still, the win is the win. They get the gold, and that is just kind of one of those zoning ults. And that's between Tuba and Layers. Nice play there. Yeah, weakened towers, but they have Fire Giant on only 2 members. Doesn't feel like Mind the Gap can really brute force any major sieges here. They still have to pay a lot of respect for Clocked In and their damage. And it's just a tough one here. I feel like for both teams, you would ideally like to play to defend these towers, but I don't think you can if you're Clocked In. They might just have to seed them with all the damage that Mind the Gap have.
I feel like the point we're struggling with for Clocked In is just this Sobek, man. I feel like we haven't really gotten to see that
Where's the blink
blow up
plucks?
blink pluck. Where's the blink pluck? Exactly. You mentioned at the very beginning, if you have this relic, I best see you make good on it. I feel like that promise has not been delivered.
And look at what he's picked up now, Shell Aegis. And I feel like those are two relics that would have been a lot more beneficial in the early game. And look for value out of this Blink at this stage of the game where you can be effective with it. And especially because I feel like Blink as an active item is a little bit better than Blink just as your relic in comparison. Though with the Aegis, maybe you will actually be happy with this Aegis. I don't know. It's a tough one here because I feel like maybe you put Aegis in your relic slot and then Blink as your active item because you would ideally like a combat Blink available to you if you're a Sobek. But instead, it's going to be an Aegis as the active item and the Shell as the active item, Blink in the relic slot.
Your right tower is under attack.
We'll see if they can find the right targets. Again, the issue just becomes Dishonor's in your face, Rongyu's in your face. Who are you plucking? Who do you want to pluck and when and why?
Yeah.
Rongyu's just going to say thank you. You've just brought me closer to the back line. Now I can intoxicate everyone. We've seen that happen. Rongyu doesn't care about their own life as long as they're able to get off their damage.
Yeah, I think it has to be Benny-Q. Benny-Q doesn't have a beats, but this Nuwa hasn't been anywhere close to where Happen has been playing, and so Happen hasn't really found the angle. And that's where the Blink plucks can come to be effective, right? That's where they're at their best, where you can find a target that isn't really playing anywhere close to you. You have such a fantastic gap close, but if Happen is going to commit that level of movement commitment to try and find that backliner all the way so far away, you best have the tools to stay alive afterwards. And he's got Stampede, he's got Magi's Cloak, he's got the Shell and an Aegis active item. So he's got some of the tools to do exactly that, but we haven't really seen Happen go for that play. It's been Mind the Gap recently that's been initiating fights.
Pyromancer gets initiated by Mind the Gap. Osiris steps up but quickly melts back away. 14-14, 32 minutes in. It's the loser's bracket, but it feels like the grand finals here, Book. The way these two teams are playing, no one wants to go home early.
And this is best of one, so whoever loses this game is out. They don't even get a chance to play for the best of threes, the vault ban system. It's been a hot minute since Clocked In haven't had a chance to play for that cash prize. Mind the Gap looking to be a new contender here in Smite Prime.
I do not like how tight corridor this is. Hoi is licking their lips, seeing the ricochet potential. Nuwa takes the skies, drops down the fire shards. Rongyu's already low, but they're separated once again. Cersei Sexstone to wrap around the fire pit, but it's already Tegvir who's got their sights set on you with the piercing moonlight. Rongyu's dead, and now in the sky goes the Apollo. Couldn't get the card pull for Benny-Q because they got plucked away. Is able to squeeze away from the Suns, but in the back line, Happen gets one taken down, but two by Dishonored are both dead. Now Benny's got no help and no life.
Clocked In again, just win the fight, and the difference there is Happen uses the Blink pluck to get to Benny-Q. Stops him from being able to hop into the chariot with Apollo ult. And to me, again, Rongu just too far forward. Gets caught out, can't stay alive, can't avoid Tekvir's damage. Only layers to try and contest, and he can't do it. Fire Giant gonna go the way of Clocked In.
Oh no, Layers might actually go down for it as well. Finds the stun off the Spirit Wraps, but Layers does have the beads to respond. Karmic's not gonna let him get away without a souvenir, a token of his favor, that Spirit Flail. Pyromancer goes the way of Clocked In, and not only did I just realize how scary that is, Book, look at the color of that buff. That wasn't just any old FG. EFG was in the game.
I feel like Mind the Gap have to play towards this Gold Fury. If they give up both, oh, maybe not actually. You have tier 2 towers available to you. If you can force Clocked In to get the Gold Fury now, I think you're okay with how things are going right now and them having EFG, because you'll only end up having weakened tier 2 towers, not weakened Phoenixes. But Mind the Gap are grouping here on this right-hand side. Again, they have global ultimates. Benny-Q did commit that ultimate as well just a moment ago. So they are grouping for a play here. This will be a full 5-on-5 fight for nothing. And if it goes awry, it will decide the game one way or the other.
I mean, with EFG, dude, I don't understand how Clocked In don't take it. They know you're in there. The Spirit Flail finds 5, but the Lord of the Afterlife finds 0. Fire Shards gonna hit all 5, but Dishonored's already looking rather low, and Benny-Q's dropped down to 0. Tegvir dives in the back line, finds success. Apollo finds the chariot,
Gotta
but
run.
has to retreat back, knows that nothing can save the rest of the team. Dishonored's already a double for Tegvir, and Bacchus is able to flop back to safety.
I mean, they saw them walk into that bush there, and they just didn't really respect the engage from Clocked In. Mind the Gap lose 2 members. BennyQ dies with Aegis intact. Clocked In, I feel like, are just going to look to run this game down. Paul backs to base. Hydrogen is still here. They're going to look to end the game here 35 minutes in.
EFG, it's in the game, wrapped around 4. And the Titans now experiencing its power firsthand. Lairs does stun off 1 and separates from the team, and Tuba stays alive. A Pyrobomb to try to ward them off, but Lairs still goes down. Hydrogen's unstoppable, but the Titan is still pretty healthy. A good tail whip keeps Tuba in trouble. Time lock Aegis keeps him safe for a bit longer, not long enough. Karmic takes them out, but the Titan still only at half health. Wrong you. Can't say the same. They're dead. BennyQ's back from the grave, but the Titan's gonna join them inside it. Clocked In, stay alive.
Clocked In, hold strong here. And they'll move on to the losers finals, D'Lo. Mind the Gap were so close to taking down the defending champs. But Clocked In, man, this team does not die.
Man.
They'll move on to losers finals, man. Close. And that was a good game. That was a really good game. That was really back and forth between both teams. It felt like just as the game went on, when it came to the do or die fight around Fire Giant, Clocked In had the better game plan to initiate that fight.
I mean, you think about it, naturally, of course, as global ultimates become less important. The fights become smaller. Yep. We're all connected now, right? Globalism, baby. I'm right here. I can see you across my street. The Apollo Ultimate serves only to get you out of a fight, and maybe not even that. So at that point, it's just a key that you forget about unless the fight goes awry. And if the fight's gone awry, you're losing it, buddy. So unfortunately, all that rotation ability, all of that presence across the map, doesn't really mean squat once the bigger team fights are at hand.
Yeah, I think Mind the Gap needed to do a better job of kind of splitting the map a little more. Send the Apollo to the left-hand side, maybe pressure out some towers while kind of defending against Fire Giant sieges, maybe playing a little slower around that. Yeah, it felt like they had confidence, but again, to me, they just kind of lost it in some of the important fights around the objective. To me, Wrong U's just too far forward as well. It gets picked off at the start of a few fights, forces the team into bad engagements where they feel they have to go for the fight because their support loses a ton of HP. I mean, a lot of credit to Happen as well in that one Fire Giant engage where he finds the Blink Pluck of Destiny onto BennyQ, who didn't have access to a Beads, had that Aegis. Just unfortunate for Mind the Gap. But again, congrats to Clocked In, still a top team. One of the teams, if not the team you want to beat here at Smite Prime.
Man, I think Tegvir also had a fantastic performance on the Tsukiyomi. Had some speed bumps along the way, but ended up finding their presence. Also was assisting with the Sobek to try to make sure that BennyQ was a foregone conclusion on that gray screen. And this is one of those fights that was absolutely insane as well. Back and forth, back and forth. You get the kill on Karmic, all of a sudden, Happen tries to go further in and finds themselves to be on the receiving end of aggressions. Watch this. They get the pluck, but instantly everyone's like, get him! And they just can't.
Yeah, I feel like this was an avenue for Mind the Gap after they got that pick on the Karmic to just walk away. That Queen Naga is up on the right-hand side. They could have gone towards that objective. And I believe it was Clocked In who ended up getting it themselves because of that play, that overcommitment there. Again, this play is insane here from Wrongu. Yeah, he dies, but Lairs gets a clear avenue to the backline. Tuba then kind of hovers in the sky, then goes in late. A two-man stun there from Lairs as well. Allows Tuba time to free cast in the backline. Just what close engages, close fights overall that are just so back and forth. No team really getting crazy leads off it. Again, this Fire Giant play where it's just kind of a 4v5, Hydrogen is on the way, isn't there? Oh no, sorry, this was the later fight just immediately after that one. And yeah, this play here, Karmic gets the dagger, fully revives with full HP after is so low, and just stands tall and finds the kill.
Can't ask for better than that. Tegvir gets the Gamma and really starts to just activate. You know, the double stacking build, of course, is going to show its stripes in the late game between Trans and the Book of Thoth. So it's no surprise that they were able to find their DPS at the end of the day. Just didn't feel like we were seeing the same thing coming out of the friends on Mind the Gap. You know, Benny Q was certainly throwing the numbers out. That's why they're a prime target here. But, man, poor Benny Q in that instance. Amazing pluck. Denies them access to the Apollo. And that's, also an issue with these global ultimates. You mentioned, you're hovering. You're spending time in the air. You know what you're not doing in that moment? Assisting the team. Launching those autos. Fighting.
Yeah, I think traditionally Apollo, one of those characters that you kind of want to start on the ground for a team fight. Auto. As soon as they're low or you're looking for a full send engage immediately afterwards, then you're popping to the sky. I think ideally there you are wanting to hop to the sky just to buy Benny Q and yourself a moment to avoid all the damage on the ground. But man, just a tough one there from Mind the Gap. They held strong for so long, but still clocked in. Looking to run through the bracket, go all the way yet again.
Oh boy.
See if their opponents going forward can have something to say about it.
They did not like everyone talking smack during this month saying, yeah, clocked in, they're washed. Nah, they're back, baby. And you're next on their list. That being said, to MTG, a drink to you, our friends. You did your gosh darndest, but better luck next time in the maze circuit, perhaps. We'll be right back, though, with more Smite Prime to see. Can Clocked In bring it all home? Or will they end up fatally meeting their end at their own hubris? Stick around. You'll find out. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We're starting to arrive. Bit by bit, rung by rung, we climb up that ladder. And now, we're at Losers Finals to decide who steps up at the end of the day to face Single Bind. I'm D'Lo, joined in the booth here by my friend, the Morton Man himself. Almighty Eyes in the Sky. Tess, as well as Solstice, keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. And, of course, Jithin's your man behind the curtain. Spirited Book, there somewhere as well. Take a look at this bracket here, folks. See how we got here. Let's take a bit of a walk down memory lane, Mort. What do you think about this?
I think that we've got some exciting matches coming up. Two that are obviously you've got the grand final, so whoever wins right now to up against Single Bind, but we've got Clocked In up against Hold that we're about to watch, and this is a rematch of all rematches, right? They faced each other earlier on in the day. We saw that go down, and it was a bit of a shocker, right? Clocked In definitely, we thought they'd have a decent upper hand, but they let go and they kind of, just lost so much.
It's unfortunate to see that Mind the Gap, despite having started off at a good hand, just couldn't quite bust Clocked In. That being said, now that we're in these best of threes, we have the Vault Ban system. What that means, folks, for those who are unfamiliar, is if a god is played by either team, it is gone for the rest of the series. Say that I end up playing Thor in Game 1, neither team can pick it for Game 2 or the hypothetical Game 3. That means you have to reach a bit down deeper into your god pool. Instead of maybe just getting fingertip deep, now you're more elbow deep, shoulder deep, chest deep.
What? No, I get it.
Yeah, follow me? All right.
I follow you. Yeah, you're gonna have to be scraping towards the bottom of the barrel the later on that you get. But I think that Clocked In, they usually have the upper hand when it comes to the start of these best of threes. But if you take Clocked In to Game 3, then Hold that, I think, have a bit of an upper hand. I feel like we see kind of the same picks, more or less, from Paul, from Tegvir, from Hydro. But I think that Hold that have a better chance of getting a win over the opponents.
P's and B's coming at us here, so we'll see if there could be maybe a change in the history books. Last go around, of course, Clocked In didn't have the best hand, but I am genuinely convinced at this point that Clocked In have just some sort of clutch factor that naturally activates. It's the Clocked In +1. When they're about to be eliminated, that's when they find that spark. That's when their true greatness is shown on the battlefield. On Her and Dodgy can't be shown though, because they're banned.
Along with Serb, which is kind of a surprise, thinking that, Bayro loves this Serb pick. He pilots it so well, but also you don't want to risk losing it to Happen, because Happen is just as good, right? Achilles gets taken away, so Karmic can't utilize it, Tegvir can't utilize it. Discordia joining the bans list is kind of a shocker, considering that we're leaving the new WA open. We're leaving the RDO open. There's a lot of picks that are definitely high up there and, can be easily used. But I don't know. I guess we'll see.
It's a shot at Kaidon. Kaidon locked in that
Yeah.
Disco top pick, if I'm not mistaken, last time these two faced off. So they say they clearly prioritize Kaidon feeling safe up against Paul. And that's what they're doing once again. This Morgan Le Fay, I know you mentioned that it can go several different places. While that is true, I have to imagine this is still being piloted by Kaidon.
Yeah, I think that this definitely looks like a pretty solid pick for him. I know that Kaidon loves the Morgan Le Fay almost as much as the Disco and a couple others, so not a shock there. I did point out earlier today, whenever I was on with Book, that we did see, or maybe I was with you, we saw Snatty pick up Morgan Le Fay, take that full damage solo at a different, probably week 2 or week 3, but I don't think we'll see that again. I think this is a Kaidon pickup, as Hu Yi is surely going to be going to Hydrogen, maybe Tegveer, probably Hydrogen. Let's take it away from Sunprod, though.
Smart. Sobek locked in alongside it. The plucks from Happen ended up being very pivotal, but the question is, how do you access Morgan Le Fay? I think that actually up against the New Wa versus MLF, a lot harder for Sobek to easily find those plucks due to... What? Morgan?
Whoa.
Good to see you, I guess. All right. Double
Whoa.
croc action? That's interesting. Thor going to get locked in alongside it. Tess?
Wait, what if it's real? What if this isn't like a camera joke? Like, what if this is actually...
Ah.
Wow. It's just a baby in a crocodile costume. That's all.
3 babies stacked up on side of each other in a crocodile-shaped trench coat. Just, I'll take 2 tickets to the rated R movie, please. Thank you very much. Thor going to be locked in alongside that Cupid for our friends on Hold That. Agni and Tsukiyomi finish off Clocked In's next side of the draft. They got 1 left.
Okay, so I think that the Tegveer pick makes sense for Tsukiyomi. I think he likes that one a lot. So Hydro is going to get the Hu Yi, and then maybe Paul gets Agni, but I think it's more likely that this is a Hydro's pick. Aspect of Combustion goes to Hydrogen. That's a pretty Hydrogen pick if I've ever seen it. We know he likes the Jing Wei, but unfortunately not going to get it. We'll stick to a carry that we know, which gives Paul last pick.
Okay. Bacchus gets picked up alongside this Cupid for the duo lane. Does mean that there's not too much peel actively on the side of Hold That. This Morgan Le Fay and Cupid are kind of left to their own lonesome when that Osiris and Tsukiyomi are diving your backline. Osai makes a return. Karmic's back on it.
Whoa. Oh,
Wait.
okay. I'm getting it. Yeah, so this is Agni. Paul gets the Agni. And then
This is the exact same comp as last
Sorry.
game. The exact same comp. Clocked in are playing they said run it back. Hold That are gonna have to see if they can find the answer that MTG don't.
Okay. And I mean, I think with this team comp, here's the thing. What I'm seeing on the side of Clocked In is very pick related. Like they want to isolate 1 or 2 members of Hold That,
Yes.
and then make sure that they don't live to breathe whatsoever, and then we just collapse on the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Hold That want to go for these 5-on-5, longer skirmishes. We can handle it. We've got the initiation, we've got the damage, we've got the tankiness, we've got everything that you could ask for in a team fight comp. But it's all about playing it that way, right? We've seen a couple games before, me and you, D, where, you go for a 5-on-5 comp here in picks and bans. And then when it comes to executing in game, you play like more of a pick team, right? And up against another pick team, the pick team is going to win. So you have to play for late game. You've got to get to the Fire Giant phase, and you've got to stay on top of their toes.
I like Hold That going into this game a lot
Yeah.
better than I liked MTG because it's not Dishonored on a snake. It's Snatty on a bear. And I think that cripple is going to be super important. It stops Sobek from going in. Again, that CC meter doesn't come in until it connects with them. But we're going to get onto the battlefield ourselves to see. Best of 3 can Hold That repeat history, or are Clocked In going to go in and erase the textbooks?
Well, a lot to look at here. So Sunprod using Thor in the jungle, not a super popular pick for Sunprod, but, when your Hu Yi's taken away from you, Tsukiyomi's off, you don't have a lot of options to look at. Usually we see Sunprod rely on this Odin pick when it's open, but Odin was not banned, was not picked. We're going to see something out of the Thor instead, which is a lot of global presence. We saw Thor earlier, me and you together, D-Lo, and a lot of global presence was very, very big for whoever Thor was being piloted by. But I mean, it's going to be hard if you can't find the jump. That's kind of the issue that we saw whenever Thor was last on screen with the Apollo, with the Rat, is that if you don't get the jump, if you have to ult mid-fight and that's how you use your ult, then you're sitting there, you're taking damage for, what is that, like 4 or 5 seconds? You've got to be able to use it as an initiation tactic rather than a follow-up to an already started team fight.
Yeah, it's a very fair point that how we start these fights is also how we end this game. So between Barrow and Sunprod, there's definitely some good flow charts. And I actually do like the fact that while they're diving in, the backline has means of keeping themselves safe, whether it be a self-casted Fields of Love from Zapman just at their own feet, or the consuming power from Kaidon to dance away with that CC immunity from anything that approaches. But already, aggression out the gates, double stun there for the Bacchus. I'm curious to see how this dual lane ends up holding up.
Well, you've got decent damage out the gates with Bacchus Cupid, right? Heart Bomb damage is pretty nice. Belch of the Gods after the belly flop. You've got a lot of poke potential, but it all depends on these plucks. If Happen can make sure that Zapman feels the pressure from being in pluck range, then it's going to be hard for Holdat to get anything done. But can Happen put out that pressure? Well, he's not level 2 yet, so not yet. But afterwards, when he gets Charge Prey ready to go, that's when Zapman has to be more careful. I cannot afford to get plucked. Maybe I have Beads online, sure, but once Beads is gone, there's your tool. Then you get ganked by Techbeer, which you don't have Aegis for, by the way.
It's an important note as well as across this map. We look at Snatty, who in that last game against Clocked In was one of the star members of the team. Destroyed everyone after getting just too tanky to really deal with. Clocked In have an answer. It's Osiris, but maybe it's being taken down here. Karmic actually gets soloed instead. I was just about to say the matchup's in their favor, but Snatty's here to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and I kind of saw that coming. You've just got more sustain as the RDO, honestly. I think it's going to be such a hard laning phase for Karmic. I don't even think it's like, oh, Snatty's better than Karmic. I just think it's like a bad matchup for Karmic, really. You've got so much healing through RDO in kit, right? Multiple abilities in her Druid form that give her healing back. Osiris just doesn't have that, and that's just unfortunate. I mean, the Warrior's Axe gives a little bit. You do have some health pots, but it's not going to be nearly enough compared to what Snatty can put out with not just his own abilities, but the health chalice he has as well.
Solid damage applied by the Heart Bomb on top of the Beck, and that means that Hydrogen's a bit by their lonesome. Zapman decides to flutter on over to this camp instead. There's going to be presence here from the Thor as well. If they decide to overstay their welcome, this could be trouble. A Yala Flare cast out. They know Thor's present. So they're going to decide to quickly exit stage left. Nonetheless, the fact that this solo lane matchup's starting off the same way as before, got to imagine Clocked In might have some PTSD.
I think this will be an interesting game for Sunprod specifically. My eyes are on him because this isn't a pick that he pilots a lot. And I don't think Thor's a hard god to understand when it comes to what your combo is, like, positioning and everything. But it's still not something that Sunprod specifically is used to. You have to position a little bit differently if you want to use these walls correctly.
Well, unfortunately not able to use it quite there to the maximum efficiency. 2v2 here in the solo lane, both clearly trying to find prio over these firebrands. Snatty will start them up, but more so trying to bait them in for the life tap. Gets the root on 2, forces out the beads, and now goes in. The claws of swiping. Karmic's dead again, and Tegvir's stunned. What an amazing body block. One last auto would do it, but instead they're just going to let them go. Tell the others what you just saw.
One's better than none, and you still get the brands. There's still brands for them to go back to. Sunprod's got more than enough health and mana to go get them. And as a matter of fact, while we're here, let's get a blue buff. What are the odds that Sunprod even goes to get the red buff as well? Maybe we'll just call it even with the blue, get the brands, and that's enough XP to make our excursion over here in solo lane worth it. While you're in the neighborhood, Dilo, stop and smell the roses.
Stop and smell the roses, baby. Oh, I know.
Just fine this time of year.
I think the Firebrand camp smells good. Ooh, killing Sobek would smell rather nice as well. Zapman's going to take a big bite of Beck. Happens done.
You ever had crocodile, Dilo?
I have not,
I've had alligator.
It wasn't good?
Pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, it's a little chewy texture wise. The best exotic, I don't know about exotic, but like I had frog legs maybe like a couple months ago. Dude,
ooh, how was
it's
that?
like a chicken tender but better. It's like a better
They call
chicken.
them field chickens. They call them field chickens. That's the
who's
name.
they?
Yeah, they do. Yes. Well, like people who eat them. I think Louisiana, is most well known for them, but also they eat them in France supposedly. Though when I went there, no one liked them. I have not been. I never claimed I've been to Louisiana. I've been to Popeyes though.
That's pretty close. I mean, you're like, it's like stepping into Louisiana if you think about it.
It's like the embassy. This
feel
John's pretty
Louisiana's
good,
like.
actually. Get myself a chicken sandwich real quick. We had a little pause coming in real quick as well. Gotta say, that kill, unfortunate, especially when you're giving it over to Zapman. One of the players with the most pedigree that we've seen here so far. They're slotted up against players with that same level of veteranship as well, but when you feed up Zap and you feed up Snatty, man, like, it's just scary. I don't like that we got this RDO back in action because it's going to make things so much more difficult when she starts inevitably rotating again. Karmic's had this exact same story before, but you've got to imagine it's really frustrating to experience it a second time around.
Yeah, no, I can get that. I mean, we already knew that it was going to happen, right? Like, I feel like this is something they had a warning about. That, you know, they got the email, they didn't even read it. It's kind of what, you know.
Right to
I don't
spam.
know. I think the RDO can be triumphed, though, throughout the late game. Specifically, if we see Hydrogen pick up the Kins, you know, some
Yes.
penetration,
That's
some
true.
itemization that can specifically counter Snatty, then that's when we'll see Snatty fall, especially because this Agni pick has a lot of damage. Okay, you've got a little bit of self-reliance between the stun combo with Flame Wave. Let's put Agni in place for a moment, right? And then you've got the dash. So I'm getting charged at. If I'm out of range of the Entangling Vines, I've got a dash that sends me a pretty far distance, if I do say so myself. I'll be just fine against Snatty if I'm hydrated.
I'm grateful that Tegvir didn't die in that engagement on the right side because it means that Sun Prod can't snowball the same way we saw prior. That's also worth noting. Remember when Tegvir was on the Susano, playing a snowball-oriented god? And this Tsukiyomi is much the same token. But at the very least nowadays, they're not quite suffering as heavily. Almost 5 minutes into the game, 3 kills for Hold That. About a 1,500 gold lead. Clocked in, I gotta find a way to get back into the swing.
And, you know, I think this is going to be a really nice game for Tegvir because on the side of Hold That, relic-wise, not a single Aegis. Not
That's true.
one. There are some shells, but it's called Piercing Moonlight, right? It's going to pierce through the shells and still kill you regardless. Like, you've got to have an Aegis to answer for the Piercing Moonlight.
That's a good point. We'll have to see if the dive is successful from Clocked. And they do have the Osiris to join him in the backline. That's why this composition works. They do have pretty solid means of dispelling the front and diving the back. Kaidan forces Paul back with a Dragon's Flight. That mid path's not going to open up for quite some time, so Ori's is the real prio target for now. The Bacchus Belch over the wall. I do believe it was split down the middle, 1 for 1, and now a Stampede to escape, but a Pluck ensures that Bacchus can't do so easily. Tail Whip stalls the escape as well. But they are going to be able to drop down the Intoxicate and kind of waddle back to their side of the map.
It's very, very nice Stampede, but an even better response from Happen. I think the Stampede would have been so good if the Pluck was off the mark, but Happen had it ready and said, hey, whenever you want to Stampede, I mean, you have to walk back through. Keep in mind, the airtime from Charge Prey acts as a counter.
Oh, might get some airtime for the Hoi Yi. The flop's off the mark, but the Heart Bomb's a different story. They will be able to escape now, thanks to the Kusarigama. Stuns out Baron area as well. Piercing Moonlight. Goalie making contact there, primarily with the Bacchus. Sobek is on the front lines as well, but a flop gets him to distance. The minion eats the body blow for him. That's one brave NPC.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That's
it's like when you're watching the
rough.
ball game and, like, his ankles get broke. I mean, that's really what we just saw. Happen's ankles just got broke by a freaking minion, dude. That hurts to see.
That
My
minion's a
ego's
hero, though.
shattered.
Oh, Thor tries to shatter some skulls, but misses with the Anvil of Dawn. Spaghetti's just all over this left side of the lane. Hold that. Just go home, guys. You're drunk.
a little egregious, right? But I like that because Hold That got the upper hand when they last beat Clocked In. They want to do the same exact thing. Look, Clocked In want to run back the comp that they use. Hold That want to run back the same game that they had against Clocked In earlier. Look at the damage from Paul.
I like the fact that they just instantly dash. They don't even wait for any responsive damage. They got my poke off. I'm not going to wait for the Dragon's Flight to hit me. That's why Paul plays his pick so gosh darn well, despite the fact that Spirit Book mentioned it. We don't really see the Agni come out too often from them, but Paul proves that they can play the traditionals just as well as the New Age stuff.
Yeah, I think that, you know, this is kind of a mix of both, right? I feel like it's new for Paul, but it's not a new mid lane pick at all. I mean, Agni mid lane has been a thing since time, right? Since we were in diapers, D'Lo. I mean, Agni mid has been super strong for quite some time. Well, maybe not the strongest, but you know, it's where he's been traditionally considered. Oh,
Could be trouble for Karmic, actually. The Lord of the Afterlife's been expected, so that means that there's no leap away. Mid-pad fight, a 3v3 is going down as well. Will the solos rotate forward or just leave it to the affairs of the consuming power? Kainon sweeps through the minion wave, knowing just how powerful a minion can be after all. Happen knows that too. That's why they're slinking away. That's a full wave. That's like 4 minions. One was enough trouble.
Okay. So a small gold lead developing, right? And it's looking good for Hold That so far, but they don't have a lot of objectives to claim, right? Firebrands have bounced a little bit back and forth. Sunprod's getting him right now, but we have seen Karmic over there at one point or another, but no Gold Furies just yet. Pyro hasn't spawned. Hold That had the lead that they wanted from the get-go, but it hasn't turned into much just yet. But I think if they continue the same tempo, then Hold That could have another objective, or a objective, and another objective, another. It's just all about momentum, right? I feel like Hold That are good at keeping momentum, but Clocked In are also known for shattering momentum.
I like how the Oris get split, so because of that Hold That instantly, they assure that Vision, yes or no, I'm getting a ward on this gosh darn Fury to make sure you don't steal it away from me. Bacchus definitely called out. Hoi's aware of their presence, and Sobek and Tsukiyomi are following it up. They do have the lane pusher, but Happin's got the blink, and this time there's no minion in the way, though Zapman does have the beads and the hearts to stay alive. They flutter back to safety, but Hoi Yi is in close pursuit. One last auto. Hydrogen takes down Zap. Baronary watches from the other side of the lane.
Not gonna lie, that was sick. I like seeing Happen go in there with the blink, and then he got the beads off of Zapman, right? And then Tegvir says, beats this. Piercing Moonlight just docked. Try beating this one. Try this on for size, and just instant kill. Like, that was so smooth from Tegvir. Like a music video.
That's a baby, dude. That's a Cupid. That's an actual infant. You just Piercing Moonlight Tegvir. You're a monster. Nonetheless, does get the kill, and might be seeing Snatty do the exact same thing. Look at this damage from this bear. He was under his tower for the entirety of that.
Dude, I feel so bad. It's the range basics that Ardio has now on her Druid form. One of the +1s she got going into Smite 2 that makes it so easy for her to proc the Boomba's cudgel over and over and over and over. You just get cooldowns all the time. You always have an ability up if you're Ardio and you play that god correctly. You're never without an ability. So that much damage output, even though each ability does like 100, 100, 80, 60, 100. I mean, those add up over time, and the next thing you know, Karmic can't compete with that. Even though he has the Golden Blade, you know, he gets extra basic attack damage scaling off of his protections. You still don't have any protections in your build aside from what Warrior's Axe gives you. So, I don't know. It looks a little rough here and there for the Karmic's Osiris pick. We talked about it earlier. The matchup doesn't really favor him, and it's kind of showing now that still Snatty in the lead, not just in levels, but kills as well, and it's contributing to that gold lead that Hold That has. It's ever so minimal, but it is present.
Waiter, one more round of Firebrands for the table, please. Sunprod gobbles them up greedily. Normally it's a meal for 2, but Snatty's busy bullying Karmic underneath that tower again. Look at this damage, man. Karmic's already down to a quarter, and they've barely left the structure. Zapman in trouble, but the pluck does not find the mark. The tail whip, though, does make them off kilter. Bacchus tries to waddle back to safety, will succeed. Tsukiyomi not able to get much for their troubles.
Okay, not too much was invested. You know, enough to where it hurts, right? Because I think Clocked In would have a harder time defending Gold Fury. Yeah, run.
My god, Despair is just disgusting. Forces out the Lord of the Afterlife just with Aura alone. That's going to be enough. A great wall. Forces Paul out from their escape, but they do still have the Flaming Dash. One of the longest dashes in the game, so Paul still deathless.
Paul is still deathless, but not, you know, without pulling a beads away. But Paul continues to walk forward.
Kaidon eats a lot of damage and stays inside the Flame Dash for a bit too much time. Kaidon, though, does take down Paul. Correct the boards. They've gone down for once. Thor's off the mark with the ult, but the double tap rings true. Tegvir gets their clock cleaned. 2 more kills for Hold That.
But check where happens on the other side of this, and watching in case Hold That want to go for gold. Zapman's rotating over, and Baronary is still next to the Gold Fury. So this could be a burn, but happens around. Hydro doesn't have an ultimate to throw at it, though.
Happen doesn't have a blink. Happen doesn't have an ult. Happen does not have much. Hoi, different story. Can wrap around and try to get off the sneaky steal, but Zapman's at full health. The stun, the leap, the knockup. Already dropped down to about a third. Happens in trouble. Hoi keeping their distance a bit too far. Can't snipe the Fury, and really can't snipe the kills either. Only one affected by the damage is Bayro. A good wall blocks off the Hoi. They decide to go in, trying to find Bayro, but an easy leap gets them back to safety. Paul dedicated themselves to the rotation as well in the meantime. Snatty bullying Karmic across the entire map. Zapman fights Suns with the fields and is going to be able to back on off. Karmic being chased across their own jungle in the meantime. Can imagine that the voice comms go, "Help!" And they actually will be able to get out to safety.
It's a very nice Stampede pickup by Happen. That's a huge counter to the Fields of Love ult from Zapman. You know, he throws that down, and you're relying on the slows to keep them in place of the Fields of Love long enough for the Mez to go through, right? But if you're not slowed, which Stampede removes slows, then, hey, you're all good. It's just kind of like another day in the ballpark. Just be sure you walk out of the circle in the 2 seconds you have when it takes like a third of a second to walk out of it in the first place with Stampede. It's such a good counter pickup. I really like, and at first I was kind of shocked, thinking like, man, we sure are investing a lot into the potential pluck, right? A Blink, a Stampede. I mean, I would have rather seen the Cersei's for that instance, but instead we're looking at Stampede as a counter pick.
I'm looking at a Screeching Garglema, and I'm looking at Paul Det. Kaidon wipes him away with the Wildfire Cloak, but Baron Air, this pickup, very interesting. They leap in, all of a sudden, shh, you're silenced.
And maybe getting silenced also, or stunned just happened, but happened as a Mag Eyes. What in the world is, but what are we countering with that? I mean, there's a lot of hard CC on the side of Hold That. I don't think it's a really worthwhile pickup for Happen.
Your team has destroyed
Pyromancer is certainly worthwhile. Snatty's going to grab that for the team. Osiris makes the consolation rotation, but doesn't really get too much for it. 14 minutes, 6-1. Hold That. 5K ahead. Hold That, man. What are you going to do about it? Clocked in. It's just this team seems to be their kryptonite.
5K goal lead for Hold That, right? Make it 6, and things are starting to get a little out of hand yet again. Ult thrown down from Hydro, but what's the response?
Well, it's a flutter away from Zap. They don't want any part of it, knowing that potentially the cavalry is going to arrive. And indeed, here they are, Tsukiyomi and Sobek. Maybe that ultimate dropped a bit too early there by Hydrogen, since it didn't keep Cupid in place.
Taking a look at items here, we're seeing the same kind of build Snatty is going for that we saw last time Snatty had this RDO pick on screen. We were together for that one, D'Lo, and it's all about protections, right? You get the Rune Forge, you get Glad Shield. These are all items that scale off of protections, and then you get an item like Dwarven Plate to follow it up, and Dwarven, oh my god!
The wall saved Kaidon, but I don't know if it saves their life completely. At least they get solid damage off with consuming power to force Paul back, but Sunprod, I don't know if that was intentional, but you are giga-brained.
I don't know. You know what? We'll call it intentional to make him look cool. Sunprod, that was sick, and I know you meant to do that on purpose. I know. You know, in reality, I think what his intention was is he wanted to stop Happen. You talked about this earlier on when we saw Thor support. You get the Thor stun to stop Sobek in his tracks before the pluck actually lands. But in reality, it didn't find the stun. Instead, it blocked the pull. So nobody traveled anywhere. It was just Happen putting himself out of position. But unfortunately, Clockton had the numbers game that favored him so heavily that there was just no way that Kaidon was living out of that.
The 3 stack up as the mid pad comes up. Clocked in to have the man advantage. The Sunprod is showing face to change that. Ultimate in pocket as well, but they are going to show themselves, so no surprise Ultimate just knocks off the Magi's cloak. Like you said, a lot of hard CC, but at the very least it forces off those cooldowns. Now Sunprod won't have Tectonic Rift for a few more seconds.
Oh, that was close. Sunprod really wants to find these walls, but hasn't been able to make the big one work. As far as like kills go, really, I mean, he had a great wall just a couple seconds ago when he almost saved the life of Kaidon, but he's having a hard time getting the real wall out. You know, the stuns look good, but the walls afterwards, they're not really blocking paths.
Well, at the very least, you knock out the beads from Paul. You grab the ritual, and now you can mosey on over to this Queen Naga. This is Snatty's domain. Karmic really has no business being part of this fight, though I would understand if Clockton at least tried to make a half-hearted attempt to contest. You do see The Bacchus lurks in the bush. Sobek does push check and calls them out. Wind Sprites away. Moonlight Queen drop down to about a third. Agni makes their rotation, and Osiris is present as well. It is going to go down to hold that, who now make a hasty retreat. A wall can certainly assist with that as well. And Clocked In decide to let bygones be bygones. Solid objective grab there from Order.
But I feel like the Clocked In that I know grab Pyro off of that, or grab Gold Fury
That's
off of
true.
that. Or they do something. This is new for me. They're just going back to lane. They're just farming. There's objective to look at. But I guess they know that Hold That didn't really go back afterwards. I mean, it was like one recall, and they got out of base pretty quick. They didn't lose a lot of pressure on the map. Hold That didn't. You know, they got an objective, but it didn't take a lot out of them. They also have ultimates. They've got high health bars. Sure, maybe they've got high gold to go spend, but that's being spent right now. Snatty just went back to base. Same thing with Bayro. In a blink of an eye, everybody's going to be back by Gold Fury, and Hold That can take that if they want it. But look at Sunprod.
Oh, this could be trouble for Sun. Trouble for Paul instead. Dies in the mid lane. Sunprod will eat it, courtesy of Tegvir. A 1-for-1 across the board, though I think the far more valuable target, honestly, is to keep Paul down to the dust.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's like a really big goal. And they're achieving it well, right? Paul's 0-3. A good stun.
Whoa, Snatty's in the air. This could be trouble. The CC starting to lock them down, but now it can stop you from the dash. A preemptive Phantom Shell to ensure the Suns couldn't stop him. Now you're back with the rest of the team, and Snatty can sustain thanks to that Cupid. Those hearts.
And now
keeping them in health. Snatty going to try to drop Hoi down to size the lurking waters. Gonna force back out this Bacchus. And Fury's still leashed as well. Now pulled by Clocked In, but it's Hold That who end up taking it nonetheless. A great stun. You can't go anywhere. You're crippled. You're dead happened. Snatty takes the kill and charges down Tegvir.
Hits the slow. Tegvir's in trouble. Feels a love thrown down. And all by himself, backed up against the wall. Hydrogen looking to fight his way out. But Hold That say, we'll spare your life for now. We got what we wanted. Gold Fury is ours.
A cornered Rad's where it's its most dangerous. Sunprod now trying to defend up against Paul. Takes up to the skies, in fact. Paul wants no part of that business, knowing that there very well could be members waiting in the wings. Sunprod got their job done. They defended the tower while Hold That grabbed the objective. Now 20 minutes in. 8-3, 5K lead for Hold That.
But you know what? I feel like the gold lead has remained stagnant, right? Clocked In are getting their way back in slowly but surely. The gold lead was bigger earlier. It's got a tiny bit smaller, which is not where Hold That wants to go, right? They want to keep the lead as much as they can. They want to further that lead, but they haven't been able to find too much. Sure, a second Gold Fury pip works very well for them. They did get a Queen Naga earlier. They don't have any runic bombs, but a lot of objectives went their way. But as far as itemization goes, it's not too apparent that Hold That are in the lead right now.
Seeing a blink pickup here from this Bacchus in the mid lane. That could very well prove useful to dive that backline. When Paul dashes away, I might expect Baronair to follow it up with a quick hot blink. Same thing that happened, in theory, should be trying to do, but I will say again, I'm not seeing these blink pluck engages. There's a raw one on top of Sunprod, but no one was there for follow-up. Sunprod safe, Paul's at a quarter health, and now it's got to be the beads coming out from the Ardio to ensure she does not meet a grisly fate at the hands of this mid laner. Look at the left side. Zapman's present as well. Hydrogen not going to be there. Too busy focused on the farm. At the very least, no kills dropped quite just yet.
You know what's so funny? That whole thing just started because Mag Eyes was up on Happen, and Sunprod literally just showed up and was like, "No, I'm taking it off." And Happen's like, "All right, dude, you're starting to piss me off. Like, you're getting plucked. You're making me mad."
Stop that! Karmic saying the exact same thing as Snatty, just does what they've been doing the entire game. Bully. Pyromancer being whittled down by Hold That. Sobek present, blinks up over the wall, but plucks back into the fray. Zapman grabs the objective and Clocked In. Now have got to bury themselves in the fight they've started. Thor off the mark, but is just going for Tegvir, the piercing moonlight. Gonna bring them in closer. Can Sunprod win the fight after? Well, it's a handicap match. That makes it easier. Tegvir's done, and now rejoining the fight as the front line. Though this Morgan Le Fay's in trouble. Gonna go down to Karmic's hands, but Sunprod answers back with the kill on Hydrogen. A 3-for-1, and Sobek once again crippled, once again, with no one there to back them up. Hold That, march down the tier 1.
And they're getting that with ease. A belly flop on to happen, and then Zapman dashes forward with the flutter. Time lock Aegis in place, but it won't save your life. Happen falls. Sun Pride gets the kill for dead on the side of Clocked In. Hold that, going to get the tier 2. Keep marching their way down, and look at the stun.
This is a drip
One more
feed.
kill could lead to the Dia side.
What a great spacing of the CC, man. DR does not exist if you're Hold That, as they now get to take down this mid-bird. There's a tier 1 still standing in the left side, but Hold That are moving at a breakneck pace.
Dude, they have busted the Titan room wide open. 22 minutes in, and they can get another Runic Bomb here. Their third Gold Fury Pip would melt structures faster, and an FG belt. This game could be over way before we thought so. I mean, I thought this was going to be a gradual lead, but we talked about how they've remained at a 5K stagnant gold lead earlier on, right? Check it out now, D. It's 10K, bro. 10K is such a crazy number to be at in the short amount of time that we've had to talk about what we've seen, right? That's a humongous lead, and now we're starting to see it in itemization. Earlier, you know, it was kind of there, but 4 items deep for Sunprod, Heartseeker online, along with the T-Bane, means everybody gets the smoke. It's not just about Tegveer, not just about Paul or Hydro. Tanks included, everybody's dying at the hands of the Hammer.
It just sucks if you're trying to implement the same game plan that you were before. Happen wants to try to dive and take down Kaidon with these plucks, with this CC, but she's CC immune for so long in consuming power and still dealing damage the entire meanwhile. Kaidon doesn't just wig out the sword strokes. They make sure to plottingly, calculatedly arrange it in a way that gets the maximum amount of damage on the maximum amount of targets. Another Fury. There goes inside to Hold That. They're third. Now they do additional structure and objective damage. All the better to shred down this FG.
And with Fire Giant belts around their waist as well, so now you melt down gods, you melt down structures. What stands in their way from winning this game? Absolutely nothing. But how this FG fight goes is what's going to determine who is going to be going to the grand finals, or at least getting this first game out of the way. Clocked In hovering in the wings while the burn begins on the FG.
Karmic says, gulp. Gotta go up against Snatty again. But some solid damage on the Bayro. The Blink blocks off the mark, but they did have the Magis to spare them from some of the CC. Suns blocked them from the FG. It's not going to be stolen. Hold That, take it. But Baron Aries dead, and the dagger's picked up by Happen. The reset is going to be successful. The Sobex does stay alive. Piercing Moonlight looks for Zapman, but they find themselves amidst the fields of love. And that's where they'll be buried as well. Happen, off the back of the reset, finds the time lock Aegis, but now they're locked in place and erased. One more kill for Zapman as the rest of Hold That pursue.
This could be endgame. This could absolutely be endgame. A Fear will lock down Hydro. Kaidon gets the kill. Down 3. Karmic barely alive and getting chased down by Snatty.
A good root there comes out from the Druid form, but she is slowed by the Sickle Strike. Hold That have to recognize there is still a significant amount of structures left alive. With 4 members of FG, is that going to be enough? We're going to find on out. Snatty, drop down to half health, does root down the Osai for now. But they turn back, recognizing the odds are against them. Hold That have spent a long time building that lead. They don't want to see it go down for nothing.
No, that's a smart point. It's a very fair point. I mean, we could send these pushers down lane. We get the Titan room opened up a little bit more. Maybe we take down one of the side lanes. I do see a tier 2 over there on the right side, untouched. So maybe we go touch that up a little bit. Tier 1 on the left side still yet to fall. A lot of objectives on the side for Hold That to go get, which not only would make their siege a little bit easier, but also extra gold so we can get to endgame faster, right? We want full build as soon as possible, and that extra additional gold could provide it.
I think the purple is actually secured there by Tegveer, so good on them for not just kind of rolling over and exposing the soft underbelly of the team. Ritual Pad about to be secured there by Hold That. 26 minutes in, 16-5. And Hold That continue to leverage this 12,000 gold lead to the maximum extent possible. Triple relics here for this RDO. Snatty is a god collecting the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this it's so funny. The Infinity Stones, that's pretty good. It's
Thanks, man.
It's pretty good. My eyes right here are looking at mid lane, because this is just a side thing going on right here, the left side, right? We're getting those towers like we said we would, but I'm looking at the mid lane right now. We really want to get this bird down again, because that's going to make our burn on the Ancient Fury, on the Fire Giant, that much easier. Kaidon just killed Paul?
Where? Where? I guess in the mid lane. They just must have been encountering a wild Paul. Instantly snipe them out. They faint from battle for 40 seconds. Yeah, that's uncharacteristic from Paul to be separated from the rest of the team, but just really wanted to hit 20. Upgrade that starter, I suppose. They're paid back for it with the gray screen. Lane pusher walks up. Mid Phoenix easily going to be taken down. And the rotation from Snatty means quite a bit. That Sobek still has Natty's intact, but the damage raining down on top of Karmic is significant. Heart bomb stuns him in place, but they're over the back line instead. Wrong you makes a beeline for Hydrogen, but they're able to get out to safety for now. This could be trouble. It's chaos in the throne room, and Hydrogen's already dead. A Phoenix dead. Tegvir's done as well. This could be the beginning of the end of Game 1. The Fields of Love going to find them outside the time lock ages. What better way to end it than a deicide? Hold that. Take Game 1.
Wow, just wow. And we talked about this earlier, right? That it's going to be a little bit different for Sunprod to try and find those walls that really mean something. That wall at the end of the game, right next to the Titan, that walled off 3 members of Clocked In. They could not get through. They couldn't get to the Fountain. They couldn't heal. They were dead, put in place by Sunprod. He buried everybody else on Clocked In. The holes were dug by Sunprod. Everybody else on Hold That just pushed him in the hole.
Dude, thank God for Vault bans, because this RDO is ridiculous. I'm so glad we get to see Snatty on something else, because that just seemed like an instant win. It really did, man. The moment Snatty got that first blood on top of Karmic, I was like, I think we're cooked. And look at this. You're about to just watch the Snatty highlight reel.
Well, bam.
Nice.
Look at that. So smooth, dude. I'm not going to lie. For a new pick that Sunprod doesn't use that often, it looked really nice. Like, this looked really good. I feel like Sunprod's been playing this for ages. Almost said ages, but ages. But, you know, like I said, this isn't like a terribly difficult god to comprehend. I feel like this is a good one for Sunprod to have. Just in the back pocket, like a great rainy day pick. And what better day to have the rainy day picks available than a day that you're going to be in a fearless best of 3.
Especially with a team like Clocked In. Now, again, we said this before, Mort. Clocked In, they got their back against the ropes, but a cornered Rat's their most scariest. A cornered Paul is the most to fear of all. But, I don't know, hold that. Against this team, they just seem to get a passive buff as well, so I don't know who gets the better end of it, but you gotta know that Hold Out want to use this momentum to quickly snuff out the light of this team.
But there's still plenty of light to be had if I know Clocked In, right? I mean, they're known to kind of just clutch up when need be, but after the way this game went, it's going to be a hard world to live in where I see Clocked In not just getting a Game 2 dub, but a Game 3 as well, with all of the times that we've recently seen Hold That versus Clocked In. I think the past, 4 matchups, right? Including, each game in a best of 3. The past 4 times they've faced each other, Clocked In have lost every time.
Look at that blinking gauge miss off the pluck. Happen on this pick just has not really been impressing me too much because you've got to hit the plucks. What's the point of the relic?
Yeah.
Again, we ask you. Get the dagger, sure, but you're really just buying time. You're really just padding Zapman's damage stats. Tegvir tries to go in off Piercing Moonlight, but hey, I notice you're all out of CC immunity, buddy. Die. Time lock Aegis doesn't even matter. All the resets in the world, you're just going to give me more damage numbers.
You know, I think it was the mood killer, right? You remember over in duo lane when we saw Happen blink in just to get blocked by a minion?
Oh, you're so right, dude.
That's the mood killer for Happen. He lost all his mojo from that point forward, and the rest of the game he's kind of like on an Austin Powers mission trying to get his mojo back, but his mojo was never claimed from the hands or the pockets of Hold That.
Hold That right now looking like the Monstars Clocked In, trying to get back their talent. Let's see if they can find it as they continue to slog through the series. But I do want to give some shout-outs to the enemy team because there were some moments of brilliance. I think Hydrogen had some pretty solid plays and did okay staying safe. But what I really need, I need Karmic to have a good day. I want Karmic to have just I don't know, someone needs to send him a really nice text. Hey, buddy, hope you're doing great. Just something to turn the mood around because after just back-to-back getting body bagged by this gosh darn bear lady, I'd be sick to my stomach, man. I'm sick to my stomach. I hate bears. I'm gonna pour a barrel of oil on them and light them on fire. And we're gonna be right back with more games right on after this. Stick around. Smite Prime after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 4 of the April circuit is upon us, and we're here to talk about it. My name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew today with us. D'Lo behind the scenes, Book with you here in the booth. We've got Jithens and Solstice and Testai behind the scenes, and we've got a great day of Smite ahead of us.
Yeah, should be a good one, Mort. I mean, just a banger game one, back and forth between these two teams, but I feel like it's Hold That, man, that just look a little bit cleaner than Clocked In here. And just to remind the folks at home, this is a best of 3 between these two teams. And after that game one, all the characters that you just saw on the table between these two teams is off. They're gone. They're out of here. They cannot be picked again for this next game. And should we go to a game 3, if Clocked In answer back in game number 2, again, those characters will also be taken off the board from that game 2. So the 10 characters you saw are gone. Both teams are going to have to look towards some other characters. And I feel like that was Clocked In's kind of shot at it. We saw earlier where they looked a little bit better on some of these characters. Tegvir looked pretty comfortable on the Tsukiyomi again. Paul looked like he was doing relevant damage on the Agni against Mind the Gap earlier in the day. Against that holdout team, just again, something about this Clocked In roster, it's not clicking like it used to.
At least against Hold That. I think it's the important thing, right? I mean, obviously, we've seen other matchups where Clocked In, I mean, they look like Clocked In. And then it comes to Hold That. And for some reason, the teammates on the side of Hold That have a kryptonite that just nerfs Clocked In's entire game 100%. And I'm curious as to what you think they need to change. Is it play style? Is it God picks? Or are they losing in picks and bans? What do we need to get a game 3 out of Clocked In?
As it's tough to say, because part of it I think is meta dependent, but I also think part of it is Clocked In's choice to play this style of play that they've been playing lately. It's not their traditional kind of, have pressure in mid, look for plays elsewhere through their jungler, making plays in side lanes. They've just looked very uncomfortable as of late with their current meta.
Well, we'll find out who is going to be getting what god as we get our way into picks and bans. We'll find out what's going to happen in game 2. Are we going to see any spicy picks now that we're in the fearless bans? We're going to lose 16 gods in total, the 10 that you saw last game, and then 6 that will be banned right here, right now. We're going to see some different stuff here.
Yeah, and I think Clocked In are really happy that Snatty's Ardio is just off the table now. As you can see, all the 10 of the characters down below are gone. They cannot be picked. They don't have to be banned, obviously, because they've already been picked. They're already auto-banned here for game 2. So a lot of characters gone. Curious to see what is the target here. Hold That with that second pick. Likely going to be banning away the Jingwei here. Curious where the priority goes for Clocked In, though, because they've gone for first pick here after losing game 1. What is it that they're going to prioritize? Osiris is gone for Karmic. Cerberus now gone from the pools as well from Hold That side as they ban that one away. Tsukiyomi's gone. Ardio's gone. Are you really first picking Jormungandr here if you're Clocked In? I don't think so.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, I'm glad you mentioned Yorm, because I'm looking at like solo picks, right? Because I feel like if Snatty's going to tank on any god, preferably he wants the Ardio. The second preferred god, he wants Osiris. Both of those are fearless banned. So
or Achilles.
What's next up? Achilles, right? But if we ban that, so Tegvir doesn't get it, then or we first pick it, so that's true. But if he doesn't get Achilles, then now we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to what god Snatty's going to play. Because I don't think Snatty likes the Yorm. I don't think I've seen Snatty play the Yorm very much. This is definitely a Karmic pick, if anything. But I don't think Yorm's ban worthy either. So I'm pretty sure Karmic gets the Yorm. But who counters the Yorm? Lots to think about for Snatty here.
I think Snatty will likely lean on the Achilles yet again. It seems to be, and there it is right away. Just snapped locked by Hold That. And no real surprise there. He's looked very comfortable. We saw him play it earlier today. Didn't have the most success on it because a lot of his teammates were so far behind. But I still feel like he was part of the members that were trying to get themselves back into the game against that single bind team earlier today. It's also a great takeaway from Tegvir. Like you mentioned, this is one of Tegvir's signature characters. And again, the field is getting whittled down and Tegvir has to go back to the Sasano, who I don't think is in a very good state right now.
Yeah, I kind of I halfway agree with that. I think that there's still something to love about the utility. You can't take away the utility that he has. I mean, the pulls can be a little disruptive. The knockup from Typhoon, if set up correctly, can make a pretty big impact. But damage wise, I feel like it's pretty evident that yeah, you're right. It doesn't look great for the damage output that Tegveer needs to really put this game on his back. Right, we're going to be reliant more on Paul's Discordia pick going into the mid lane and CERN going to Hydro. Anubis, which was played by Hydrogen, or not Hydro, sorry. It was played by Karmic earlier in the bracket. This is a bit of a shocker.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to think what Clocked In. Look, this to me screams a lot of desperation on the side of Clocked In. They're kind of throwing a Hail Mary at the wall a little bit, going towards a character like Anubis. It's a ton of damage here on the side of Clocked In, and they have some decent CC. You mentioned it. The Susanoo will always have relevant CC in that pull and that knockup on the ultimate. Yamoja will always have relevancy because of that ultimate, the River's Rebuke. Discordia will have relevancy because of the CC she provides. CERN as well. But I look at this whole that draft, and I see Achilles locked in early on. Snatty's going to be a real bruiser frontliner that just kind of doesn't die for a long time. Apollo going to be able to dive in effectively. Merlin throwing out CDs and then also going in for the dive with the flicker, stance switching, rotating cooldowns, and then throwing them out in your face. Humbots as well facilitates all of that. And now ESET as well, I think is the one outlier for me on this hold that draft, but everything else just clicks so well together.
I kind of see it because you've got two backliners, you've got two deep divers, and then ESET can kind of hover in the middle. Her aspect of the Life Warden makes her a pretty solid support. You provide a lot of utility. You provide a lot to the team as far as, movement. Circle of Protections can do a whole lot to really change how a team fight goes. It might be the response that's needed for Hold That to either secure objectives or to turn things around when Typhoons comes rolling through, or Wild Hunt, Golden Apple, a number of things that Circle of Protections can kind of nerf, in all reality. So we'll have to see how it's used, but 5-on-5, Book, what are you thinking here? I mean, team fight wise, do you think Clocked In will be running team fights as the game goes on, or do you Hold That will continue to run it down?
I think if the game goes late and Clocked In don't really have a sizable lead, I feel like Hold That can easily fight into this composition pretty effectively. Their damage output is pretty significant for Clocked In to deal with.
Well, we'll see how it goes as we get into the game. Game 2 of the Losers Finals is starting now. Who can make their way to fight for $7,000? That's what we're going to find out here in just a moment. For those of you just now joining us, my name's Morty, joined here by Spirited Book in the booth. We've got Testai, Compy, Solstice, and Dithens behind the scenes to make all this happen, and a lot to love about this matchup. I mean, this is the matchup of all matchups, right? I don't think any Smite Prime team has played another Smite Prime team more than these two have.
Yeah, I mean, Hold That, the team that kind of showed up, I think 2 months ago now, or maybe it was 3 months ago now, as the team that could beat this Clocked In roster when they were so unstoppable. Hold That showed up. Sunprod pairing alongside Zapman. They pick up Kaidon as well, who worked well with Sunprod, a split ago, a circuit ago. Snatty kind of in no man's land gets picked up onto this team as their solo laner, solid communicator, a strong frontliner, has been pivotal for their success as of late. Bayonary role swapping from mid to be the support for Zapman. I mean, this team as of late has done really well, obviously beating Clocked In the first week of this month to win out in at least that first week, that first round tournament. And now here against Clocked In yet again, and up 1-0 here in a best of 3 to go to face Single Bind in finals. I feel like no team is feeling more confident than Hold That. The team that could just, take down the defending champs, as Happen does steal away the first purple buff of the game, and that will be significant here in this duo lane. A duo with so much pressure in Yamoja Ceranos against ESET Apollo will struggle a fair bit.
Interesting pickup over here. One thing I want to talk about a little bit more is this Karmic pick, Anubis over here in solo. It's been a while since we've seen Anubis on the big screen, much less on a solo laner of anything. I mean, I understand the ideology is that you want to shut down Snatty as much as possible. And if Snatty can't even reach you, then how is he going to do anything to you? He's going to be forced to play under tower because the wave clear from Karmic is so wild. You know, it's going to be a really hard day for Snatty over there.
Yeah, I do think that is the idea here for Karmic. It's just stall the lane, have early pressure because you are a ranged versus melee character. You can outpoke and you can just fast clear the wave, not really allow Snatty to buy space in this lane, I suppose is a good way to phrase it. But as the game goes on, this Anubis becomes very vulnerable to a lot of the damage on the other side. And look, already Karmic's had his beads forced. Snatty can continue to sit on this shell as a great team fight tool as the game goes on, as both junglers kind of posturing for these oracles on the left-hand side.
Oh no, the grasping hand's thrown down, and Karmic is in a bit of trouble because Snatty combat dodges through him and then able to get some damage off. So two low health solo laners, but you've got healing in both of their kits as well. Karmic does have in-kit sustain through lifesteal with his passive, and then Snatty on the other side, Radiant Glory heals for every bit of ability damage you deal. So, I mean, both gods can heal up a pretty tremendous amount, but I feel like that hurts Snatty a little bit more. He wants to Fatal Strike, but he can't if Karmic's just healing all the time.
Yeah, that is something to note. One character has a full kind of shred combo and another character has an execute combo. It's a matter of who can get off more damage quicker to be able to kind of get their full combo off. As in left-hand side, comboing, Bayoneri's dead.
Nice. Very, very nice. Horn Dash gets him right into melee range to get a bit of extra damage out, so Hydro can get enough damage to secure first blood, but Happen gets the final touch of death on it. So, it's really good for Clocked In. This is the first time they've gotten a first blood against Hold That in quite a while.
Yeah, I feel like Clocked In, again, this is a team that is one game away from being knocked out, eliminated from this April circuit. And they need to find an answer. And so far, that's a good start. A lane that should have priority in the lane at the very least. This, Cernunnos, Yamoja combo, this 2v2 is rather disgusting. A lot of CC and damage between these two characters that compare very well. And look at them as well, invading here on the left-hand side, looking for a purple buff invade yet again. Is in mid lane. Paul taken very low here.
The apple thrown down, but Paul is okay. Kainon took a bit of damage, but look at Sunprod hovering and waiting, but doesn't have Fear No Evil. As a matter of fact, Sunprod's level 3. I don't even know if he has a lot of damage to work with in the first place.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here because Karmic is level 5. This Monkey Man can be taken down very quickly, especially now that Tegvir has this red buff as well. Sunprod really doesn't want to give up these firebrands, though. Finally realizes both his mid and soul laner aren't rotating and gives it up. And that is partly because of this Anubis having this pressure early in the solo side means that Snatty will never be able to out-rotate this Anubis as Happen drops the ultimate here. Just not really sure what that was about.
He's just flexing it. He's like, this is what I can do, guys, just so y'all know. Keep this in mind for later on. All those Phantom Shells you forgot to grab, well, I guess they do have two Phantom Shells, right? One is down for Bayero, but he does have the Phantom Shell. Maybe that was the vision, right? He wanted to go for the kill on Bayero, but forced the shell away. I guess it was a relic pool. I'm not mad at that if that's what that was for.
Maybe, but I mean, clearly there was no follow-up attempt. I mean, Hydrogen has ulti as well. Maybe you go for that 2v2, force both relics. One off of Zap, one off of Bayoneri. To me, that looked like a bit of a miscommunication there where Happen said, I want to go for this play, and Hydrogen says, no, I'm back in the base. I'm back in the base, guy. I got a little bit of an eeny tiny item spike here. Let me get it. Happen says, well, I'm still ulting anyways. And so that ultimate being down, it is a significant cooldown to know, as that man takes a ton of damage onto the tower. Has to be careful, but Sunprod's on the way.
Wild Hunt thrown, but off the mark. Couldn't get the kill. Hydrogen tried for it, but barely missed. Zapman at 100 health. Over the wall is Sunprod, but instead he's going to monkey back over to the Gray Camp and take one of those down and maybe make his way towards Oracles as well. But I think Sunprod has his eyes on Paul, or maybe just going to get some vision instead, kind of move around the map and get wards wherever you can to try and find field position on Tegvir at all times.
We haven't even really talked about it, but this Merlin pickup here for Kaidan, I love it. I'm always shocked when we don't see mid laners go towards this pick, because yeah, I understand Polynomicon did receive some changes where it's no longer the best on this character, and so you don't really lean on that item for the Merlin, but he's still very strong. All of his abilities will do good damage. He's incredibly safe, and we see Kaidan going for this Book of Thoth build where, yeah, you're not going to have this same kind of cooldown potential that Paul has gone towards early on with this Chronos Pendant into Soul Reaver pickup, but still it's good significant damage, and it's good shred potential around objectives. There you see him, you know, do it exactly there. The shred around those firebrands, he just gets them really quickly and can walk away back to his tower. It's a good farming god, and it's a god that we haven't really seen Paul go towards as of late, even though he's been very successful on this pick, won worlds with this pick once upon a time. There was a skin named after him, or picked after him, but still not really leaning on that. It's these Discordia pickups, these Bari pickups as of late. It's clocked in, hovering around the Gold Fury, but doesn't look like they want to commit with Hold That being nearby.
So Gold Fury is going to be dropped for now, but Hold That, or they've got some gods over in the vicinity, but Sunprod's not going to gun for it just yet. Instead, we'll be looking at this mid lane pad. The first one of the game is about to spawn here in a quick 30 seconds or so, a little bit less than that. And then Firebrands shortly after. Gold Fury could be looked at later on. It's going to be there all game. Don't you worry about it.
As both players, or both teams, really posturing around this objective. Karmic and Snatty continuing to farm on the right-hand side, as will Zap and Hydra. So this will be just a traditional 3-on-3 here, mid-jungle support versus mid-jungle support. I feel like that favors Clocked In just a little bit more right now, but we hold that having something to say about that as they step forward, and Sunprod hovering around the backhand side.
And Sunprod does have the stun ready. He's got the aspect, finds a stun, and goes through with some basics to follow, but not a lot of damage in response. Happen taken down to a little bit over half, more or less. Now hovering in the wings, waiting for some healing to go through so we can, you know, try for better days. But through Paul and Tegveer, Clocked In still have the upper hand on the pad. Hold That, or trying to throw out what poke damage they can.
Ooh.
But Hydro just soloed Zapman and Duo, and now blinking in for a stun with the overhead smash and a Fear No Evil in response. Pulls beads away from Paul, and then getting forced back to the tower from there. Really big trouble. Oh my goodness, Tegveer just killed Kaidan. Amazing play there. Happens in trouble, and a Riptide will get them back. Great play from Happen, but now Clocked In lose numbers. Paul's in trouble. They got the kill. Aegis away. Can the Life Warden take them down? No, they cannot. Bayro almost got rooted by the Moonstrike, but instead Hydro's around the corner. Doesn't have enough mana for a Bramble Blast, but Karmic's there for a wrap, which was off the mark. The Grasping Hands will find the slow for just a moment, but not a lot in response. And is that Mike Typhon? Little Mike is there in mid lane?
Yeah, hanging out, following Karmic around the map there. He's picked that item up first. I feel like as of late, we've seen it be picked up more around Anubis, but to me, this item is, yeah, it makes sense. It's a very interesting item we don't see bought a lot. It is kind of a different idea. Snatty doing a ton of damage here onto Karmic.
Oh my god, Fatal Strike, but can he get blocked? No! Very smooth from Snatty. Down goes Karmic. You might have got the brands, but you're going to pay for it with your life being the cost. Snatty's not done W-keying. He's going straight for Snatty. Moonstrike finds a stun. Happen looking to provide some space, but Snatty's going to get one more jab for the combat dodge off and then go back to solo lane. One kill for Snatty. Karmic died, but got Firebrands in response. I don't think that's worth.
Paul was trying to body block and Karmic was trying to juke, and it puts Karmic in a bad spot where Snatty just had the angle, executes onto the dog, and Karmic taken down here. You want this Anubis to be off to a good start on this right-hand side. You want him to be in a pretty formidable spot, but struggling now against this Achilles. And Snatty, to me, has been maybe unsung hero. Doesn't really cut it, as we do, I feel like, praise Snatty a fair bit on this team, but to me, he's a big part of this roster success by a mile. Does so much work on the signature picks like the RDO. This Achilles as well now has been very formidable for teams to deal with. And look at this, just more damage being pumped out, and there's no real response from Karmic.
Wow. You know, I feel like Snatty is such a good teacher, right? Like when I watched the Snatty video for the first time and I was put on to the AA cancel tech from Combat Dodge, I feel like I was enlightened to like a whole nother level of Achilles to a point where you can just run at people, right? And seeing Snatty like execute it on Prime is like, dude, the damage is just nuts from this Achilles pick. I mean, no wonder he's top damage over every other teammate on the side of Hold That. Snatty has the highest damage, not a shocker. Wait.
Yeah.
Is that Bloodbound book picked up by Karmic? What is this build?
Yeah, this is an interesting idea here. Karmic knows he's going to be putting himself in a lot of trouble in fights. There's a lot of damage on the other side. So just providing a small shield, just something to try and keep himself alive and topped up in fights. It's good lifesteal as well. Clocked in.
Yeah.
The other one's pulling the objective. They're burning it quick here.
Down to 3K. Happen is zoning. Makaidon solos. Karmic over by the Firebrands. But down goes the Wild Hunt, who's going to take it. Sunprod stole the Gold Fury. Amazing play from Sunprod, but Wild Hunt morphs him for a moment and finds a great overhead smash to get a stun. Zapman there to respond and maybe kill Hydro, but gets back to the team by the Gold Fury in time. Bayro falls, but I'd say that's worth for a Gold Fury all day.
So worth, because you kill Karmic on the right-hand side as well. Kaidon and Snatty teamed up to take him down. Hydrogen does get out alive, but a Gold Fury steal by Sunprod. Again, to me, Clocked In don't have a lot of major secure tools on their team. It's really just this Discordia trying to combo the 2-1 together. The madness does land. Kaidon has to pay respect to Paul's damage, but still just hold that. Find a small win there.
Uh-oh. Happen went for a root and didn't work out. Moonstrike off the mark, and looks like Hold That are going to run away. Happen looking to set something up, but didn't have a lot to work with, so they'll go back. It's 12 and a half minutes in here. Chad, we've got 5-3 on the scoreboard. A small but present goal lead for Clocked In. Snatty's looking to turn it around with a kill in solo, but not going to happen just yet.
No, I mean, Snatty just unkillable here on the right-hand side. Just walking under the tower, forcing the Bloodbound book and ulting away to safety. And Karmic's ult being down. Yeah, you don't have ult yourself to really go for that execute play. And actually now, Snatty could be in a world of hurt. Tegvir's here.
Tegvir's around the corner and chasing out Snatty, but Sunprod's there in response. Finds a great stun, throw overhead smash, but the Typhoon throw down knocks up Snatty and Sunprod. But Sunprod walks forward to take down Tegvir. Great burst damage from the imbued strikes will get Sunprod the kill. But check out Bayro on the side, slowing down Happen, who just showed up by solo lane. In the Fire Giant pit we are. The Golden Apple thrown down to find one cripple, but explodes onto two other members of Hold That. Great damage from Paul, still chasing down Happen, but a Moonstrike doesn't land through. Snatty gets the kill, and that's 2 dead for Clocked In. Tegvir Happen both fell, and everyone's A-OK on the side of Hold That as they're going to walk towards these Firebrands, maybe take Pyro as well while they're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, Pyro available, but they're not going to go towards it because that fight went so long. Tegvir has respawned and is back on the map, looking to farm out his jungle, but realizes it's all gone already. His own team had to secure that one. Is Hold That, again, finding a victory here on the right-hand side. Snatty, 2-0-2 on this Achilles, looking so comfortable. Now Prod, 1-1-2. This Hanbot's pickup has been a pick we've seen him go back towards again and again and again, and find success very often, more often than not for sure, on this Monkey Man. And going towards Aspect, not going towards Aspect is often a choice of their compositions at the time. And this time around, Sunprod realizes, hey, we don't have a whole lot of ease of access CC outside of our Achilles stun. I'm going to go for the Hanbot stun, make our fights just a little bit easier, and sure enough, it pays up big. He's able to lock down Tegvir, take him down, and keep chasing on to Happen. Sets that one up for success for his team. And Gold Fury not available for either team just yet, but is respawning soon. Pyro available. And you gotta imagine Hold That feeling very comfortable as the game goes on. Zapman has 2 items, so can look to start shredding objectives. Maybe that is the idea here for Hold That.
A lot has just spawned. Gold Fury on the way. A Pyromancer available. Queen Naga just spawned. The Golden Apple's thrown forward and gets a lot of damage on a Baronary, who hides under the tier 1 tower. It's going to recall back to base from there. Is that green light for Queen Naga? I think we're looking at the tier 1 tower in mid lane instead, but Happen can't find the Moonstrike. Paul didn't have the cooldowns regardless, but the Queen Naga getting looked at. Sunprod's nearby, threw down some vision, and watching as Karmic runs away with Little Mike.
Important to note, Zapman did just commit the ultimate on the left-hand side to play safe against Hydrogen, and now Queen Naga angle, if you're available, hold that, not in range to contest at all. This objective should go the way of Clocked In. Baronary is close, but I don't think he gets here in time.
Has destroyed the gold.
Very nice secure from Hydro. First gold for Clocked In has just been earned, and Karmic and Little Mike taking on Snatty in a handicap match, but I think that two dogs cannot handle the hero of the Trojan War.
Oh, maybe. He's starting to get some damage online, is Karmic, but commits that ultimate and isn't able to find the shred, as Snatty still has that ultimate, but has to back to base. And this Moonlight Ritual is spawning in mid. Queen Naga available as well. But it seems like neither team is really looking to prioritize. Snatty punishing Karmic for diving, but Karmic with beads is able to just keep on going for this and has lifesteal as well.
Very nice, very nice. I like the damage coming through from Karmic. The build's starting to add up for me. That Bloodbound book threw me off guard earlier on, but now that I'm seeing it work in real time, I mean, I'm liking it. Karmic's liking it. Little Mike is enjoying it as well. Gets a little bit of healing. That's how the Little Mike works. As the mid lane pads being fought over happen, and Paul up against Bayro and Kaidon here, and looks like Clockton have the upper hand for now, but check Sunprod around the bushes, looking for a 3 off the mark. Now going to try and find a stun, but doesn't want to get too close because Sunprod's very vulnerable right now. No protections whatsoever.
Hydrogen has also rotated in just to make sure that they can get this Moonlight Ritual. Zapman still on the left-hand side, pushing down that tier 1. So it'll likely be a trade here between both teams. But Snatty rotating in makes this a 4v5, a little bit easier if Hold That want to go for it. Actually, Karmic on the left to zone out Zap.
Yeah, it's 4-on-4. The numbers game even. And how can this go? Tegvir looking for an in on the side. Typhoon is available. Paul trying to force the back, but instead getting a 2-man stun and a lot of response from there. Golden Apple thrown down. Now we're getting it started. Decent damage put onto Bayro. Sunprod around the corner. Stuns off the mark. A Spirit Ball missed as well. Fear No Evil and a Blink. Overhead smash. Ready to go. Decent damage thrown onto Paul. A 2-man stun, but nothing in response. Tegvir in the back line, but can't find a lot of damage. Rivers of Youth thrown down, and Hydro dashes forward. Hordash just killed Sunprod. Roadkill on the side of the middle lane. And a great Riptide will pull Bayro back as well. Down go 2 members of Hold That, and low health bars across the way for Clocked In. I don't think they really earned objectives after, but they don't get Fatal Strike either. Just enough healing for Happen to be alive. A great play there from Clocked In to heal it up. As Karmic goes on the left side, Split pushes up and forces Zapman packing back to the fountain. A great play across the board from Clocked In. Queen Naga didn't get taken down though.
No, it does just die at the end of the day. And Sunprod with a rare whiff. Fear No Evil doesn't connect onto anyone. And I think that was a big part of why Hold That really struggled in that fight. No one getting CC'd. No one really had relics forced in that moment. And so they can just continue to free cast, and Happen with a great ultimate locks in Bayanari and Sunprod. They're not able to escape away to safety after Sunprod's jump is down. And so Clocked In a composition where I feel like they should be struggling a fair bit, are finding answers. Maybe it is just that Clocked In effect where they've locked in at the right time, have changed up their compositions completely. The Anubis in the soul lane, it's just small things like that. Big changes, small changes here and there. And they're starting to find avenues back into this series. Let's Hold That need to start finding answers themselves. And to me, this E-set pick just really hasn't had a lot of impact. I get it. You're trying to find initiation in non-committal form, in the form of that Spirit Ball. But you can't really afford it. You don't have a real frontliner in the form of your support versus Happen, who's consistently frontlining, tanking up damage, but also that sustain as well starting to come through. You saw it there to avoid the execute from Snatty. He gets that one execute onto Happen, and he's just going to run through that fight. He finds Tegvir as well because of the resets, and he could just chase down members under that tier 1 tower. A good heads-up play from Happen to find that heal.
Well, fan of the Contagion pickup by Bayro. It's a very situational pick, but it provides a lot of health and anti-heal thrown at whoever. And there's a pretty fair amount of healing on the side of Clocked In if you think about it. I mean, obviously, number one is Karmic, right? I mean, there's a lot of healing that you have with so much life steal in the not just God, but through the itemization as well. But then you got to think about Happen, who's got healing within the basics, and it's not much, right? It does add up, but it's not much. You've also got Mending Waters, that heals a little bit. And then Hydro's got a bit of healing as well through Spring Stance. You get a lot of health back just from throwing basics out. So, you know, a lot of healing on the side of Clocked In that gets countered by this Contagion.
For sure. You can see Pyromancer now being pulled here by Clocked In and Free. Fire Giant also available. And to me, this is just Hydrogen rotating out of the left-hand side and Zapman feeling that he's locked in lane here on the left-hand side. He's just kind of hovering over here, continuing to farm it out and getting to a point where he's relevant. But at what point is that? Maybe once he's got Titan's Bane, Zapman will start to feel comfortable leaving this left-hand side. But now he's got to be careful. With no tier 1 tower, no safety net to fall back on. He's got two members hunting him here.
I don't know. Looks like Zapman's going to be fine, but not getting chased away. We're looking at Fire Giant. That's the most important thing on the map right now. Gold Fury is available, but everybody's got their eyes on the FG because what happens afterwards is really determined by who's got the Fire Giant belts, right? I mean, that changes everything going forward, and neither team has a clear advantage on who's going to win that fight. We do see a 5K gold lead for Clocked In right now, but still, I think the itemization doesn't make it too apparent, and kills are still 7-5 at 22 minutes in. I mean, only 2 kills above their opponents. Clocked In are far from, you know, a snowbally lead that they want. It's just kind of an interesting standstill.
Yeah, there is a lead, but it's not a crazy, significant, unfightable lead as Paul hunting here on the Baronary, just looking for a bit of poke here. And Paul now consistently has found good, relevant poke, and part of that is due to this build that he's gone for, this Reaver. And look at the cooldown as well. He's just spamming combos in the mid lane over and over and over again as Zapman in the sky here on his own.
Oh no, where's Hydro gonna land? Or not Hydro, Zapman. Where's Zapman gonna land? But back in solo lane to get some farm and then walk away. Both teams are on the death race for level 20 is really what we're seeing. Full builds are the biggest priority, you know, that and objectives, but no objective opportunity in sight. Golden Apple thrown down, finds a cripple, and decent damage dealt, but Paul doesn't have enough response to get the kill on the Baronary. But Snatty teleported up the mid. Kaidon still hanging under the tower, but no chance to siege forward.
This Discordia pick, man, consistently now, Paul is just free casting in mid, and there's no real way to get to him. Baronary really struggling to just not take any damage in the mid lane. He gets rooted. He's taking that one to the face and just taking so much damage instantly. And look, Bayro's got a lot of health, but you don't have a lot of health when there's a Soul Reaver on the other side. You're getting that procced over and over again with how much HP your max is. And so Bayro really has to be careful of his positioning now as this game goes on. Paul is only getting stronger. Level 18, top of the player damage in the game now at 18,000. He's in a really good position all of a sudden. As Happen looking for an avenue here.
But no avenue to go down. Rivers Rebuke thrown down, but doesn't wall anybody in, but gives Hydro enough breathing room to hit some basics and melt the tower. Riptide pulls Snatty in. Happen, and Snatty's by himself in the back line, but 3 members of Clocked In could handle him easy. Tegbeer in the back causing distraction. Hydro just killed Snatty. Down 1 member, and the front line for Hold That has fallen. This is bad news for Hold That. They throw up the white flag. They try and run away. The Golden Apple not available. And low health bars across the way, but Tegbeer still chasing on the right side, finds the pull. Bayro dies from there, and Sunprod watches from the sideline, but running it down the field. Tegbeer making his way with the rest of Clocked In towards the FG pit, but in goes Zapman, but finding the route from there. Paul locks him down, forces beads away from Zap. Sunprod walks forward, does have the overhead smash ready, but instead somersaults away to get a bit of safety and a flicker away from Kaidon as low health members of Hold That can do nothing but watch. Karmic zoning from the field. Clocked In are continuing to burn this FG down, and Karmic is in trouble himself. He gets stunned by the overhead smash, but the Golden Apple thrown. Paul gets the kill. Sunprod dies from there, and now Karmic doesn't get a Fire Giant belt, but everybody else on the side of Clocked In does. Obsidian Dagger in hand for Hydro. Clocked In has never looked better. We might be going to game 3.
There's just so much damage on the side of Clocked In that they can afford to just continually to walk forward. You saw Paul just, again, this Discordia in the mid lane, I kind of wasn't all for it when it was first picked, but it's done phenomenal work so far. This 4 items for Chronos Pendant, Soul Reaver, Totem of Death. I mean, Paul's just walking forward and he's not really getting punished for it. And Hold That don't really have a way to do that. To me, it comes back to this E-set is not a high priority support that can walk forward aggressively, play aggressively. It kind of needs to be a backline peel tool that can kind of start fights conditionally if you land the Spirit Ball. Versus Yamoja that just kind of hits the 4 key, and that's how you start a fight. You trap members in, you can pull members back with your Riptide, your 3. It is just tough for Hold That to really play around this E-set and be impactful. Some prod there you saw try to use that ultimate as a means to really help Snatty be effective on the backline. But again, it's just not enough. This E-set is struggling. This Humbots is struggling to get good ultimates off onto the backline. Finding members with no beats, it's just a tough one. And I think part of it is also Kaidon needs to get involved in these fights, just so far behind in the player damage compared to Paul. This Merlin, he's in a good state now though. 4 items, but just not enough CDR in the build to really be relevant as a Merlin. I feel like Merlin really needs more CDR, has had to go towards the Divine Ruin for some anti-heal to deal with how much healing is on the other side. That's really delayed a lot of the CDR for this build. So Hold That have to really kind of hold on to this game. Try and stall it out. Get your important items online. Get to a state where you can become your strongest form on your characters.
Really big play there. You see how they went for the tier 2s, took those down, and then went for the Ancient Fury? So now there's 2 weakened birds. The mid bird and the left bird are both debuffed by the Ancient Fury. And with FG belts that are about to disappear, but that's fine because those birds will stay debuffed for quite a while. We'll go for FG again. We'll run it down from there. Clocked in and take us to game 3. That looks like it's what the script says here. I might be misreading, but I did get new glasses book. I can read a lot better now.
Yeah, those are some nice glasses, Mort. I gotta tell you that you're looking pretty dapper up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, on the camera, but. No, I agree. I think that is ideally the script play here. Is you're just waiting for this next Fire Giant to spawn, maybe do the Pyromancer, maybe pressure out this left-hand side, because now Zapman has to hang out here with that Phoenix being weakened to make sure they can clear this Naga siege minion that's pushing. And with Karmic in the area, you can see Zapman could be under threat, has the beads to avoid the wrap, but outside of that, Snatty getting gone on the right.
Hydro damage is massive. It takes Snatty to a very low health bar, but Tagveer has the rest. Typhoon thrown down. Snatty surely in trouble. Moonstrike locks him down, but Zapman just killed Karmic, so solo laner's down. But what happens from here? I mean, this is an easy bird rip because Hold That have everybody on the left side. Zapman's going to continue to split push. The rest of Clocked In just took down that bird, but the 2 weakened birds are still up. This is really good for Clocked In considering we didn't even need the Fire Giant. We still got the tough bird. Now we can get FG. We can use these Pyro Bombs to make our siege a little bit easier. I guess Zapman's going to go for a little bit more gold before having to defend the Titan room. What's going on here?
I mean, Clocked In, yeah, you get the unweakened bird, but at the very least, it's the bird that you can afford to lose if you're Hold That. Come next Fire Giant siege, you want to be able to be in a position where you can defend this next Fire Giant. As it's getting closer and closer to EFG more. So with that right-hand side Phoenix being down, you can still send someone over to the right-hand side and make sure they clear the wave and then still walk back to be relevant to defend the Fire Giant. So that's a victory for Hold That. And Zapman can continue to just kind of split push. Again, he's the Apollo. He can kind of hang out over here for a bit longer. He is level 20 though, and I feel like Zapman hasn't been involved in a lot of these scraps, these fights. 1-1-1 on this character really has just been farming over here. Versus Hydrogen, 3-0-3 on the Cernanos, has been very involved in this game and making sure that his team has a lead, has a clear win con. And so Clocked In, likely going to send him first towards that Fire Giant. Look towards where Zapman positions here when it spawns, as it's getting closer and closer to enhanced Fire Giant.
Closer and closer. 30 minutes in. It is a pretty tight game here. 11K gold lead. Well, maybe not that tight. It feels tight, though. I think it's because of the lack of fights, right? And how Hold That have managed to get, little by little when it comes to kills specifically. It feels like Hold That can take more than they have in these team fights. But Clocked In have just been fighting pretty minimally, right? They don't fight unless they absolutely have to. And FG is about to be taken down by Clocked In. Now they're going to need to fight. They need to push the gas pedal. They need to understand there's a green light saying burn FG, so that's what they're going to do. It's down to 9K, and Karmic's going to walk forward in zone, but hold that. They're going to make their way in. It's down to 3K, but they drop it entirely. Rivers of Buke thrown down. Karmic over the wall, throws his ult away, and the Laser Beam melts the Fire Giant down. Happen's going to secure it. An Obsidian Dagger for Hydro. Tegveer puts the gas pedal on and just took down Snatty. And with the front line dead, this is worse news than ever for Hold That. Clocked In are running down the mid lane and maybe looking to end this game.
Yeah, they're grouping here. 40 seconds on Snatty, and that was just a miscommunication there for Hold That, where some members wanted to go back in and defend, but a 3-man madness from Paul just stops Hold That from walking forward from that one corridor. I feel like Hold That need to do a better job of trying to find an avenue into the objective.
But making their way in slowly but surely. Minion wave walks forward and Clocked In look to end this game. Karmic blinks in and finds a wrap, locks down one, in deep trouble. Kaidon gets back to base, but with 2 dead birds and a fire wave walking up the right side, this is worse news than ever. But they're gonna go for a 3rd bird before ending this game to make sure that every nail has been driven into this coffin. No way of busting the door down. This is end game for Hold That.
Snatty's up. He's looking for an avenue here, but Hydrogen with that dagger means he's very safe to continue to slowly whittle down this tower.
We're just waiting on the Typhoon from Tegveer. Golden Apple thrown downtown, and big damage put straight on top of Bayro. But Snatty goes into the back line. The Fear No Evil's ready to go, followed by the Rivers of Buke. And look at Zapman in the air, diving straight into the back line, but Tegveer just cleaned up on Sunprod. Zapman finds the kill on Hydro, and Zapman's gunning him down, airing out the duo lane. Clocked In, forced to back up a notch, and the dagger's been picked up by Snatty.
Snatty can stall this out with the help of this dagger, but they lose the right-hand side Phoenix again that just respawned. And so Clocked In still have the health bars to try and go for this.
Oh my God, Tegveer just took down Zapman. Can we pull the dagger away from Snatty?
No!
He just dropped it. He didn't use the dagger. Deicide, and the dagger is used by Tegveer to get back to full health. This is game over. Clocked In are getting the dub. We're going to game 3.
Of course, we're going the distance between these two teams. Clocked In find the answer that they need, and it's in the form of Anubis solo for Karmic Mort. I mean, how could it not go this way? These two teams have been battling like back and forth, circuit after circuit now. And sure enough, when it all matters most, when it's all on the line, your elimination to try and get to that grand finals to face single bind. How could it not go to game number 3? That's a tough one there. Hold That. They kind of didn't really have the right answers. And again, I come back to why ESET? Why ESET in the support role? Why not something else? I feel like we've seen Banary be really successful on different picks. Even the Emoja for himself as well from time to time. The Sylvanas as well, we've seen be successful for Banary. And I feel like Sylvanas had potential to go pretty crazy there. Match some of the sustain from Yemoja. Maybe going to struggle against characters like, you know, the Sasano, like the Anubis, but I feel like could have had more of an impact than this ESET did at the very least.
Yeah, I think that I've liked ESETs in the past, but this one specifically just was, you know, just not my favorite. I think I'm starting to agree with you here as the Gold Fury gets burned down, and this is where Clocked In really started to show their bit of domination, if you will. It did get stolen by Sunprod, so maybe not exactly here, but it goes to show that like Clocked In are a little more confident in the early game. I think is my message I'm trying to get across. That earlier on throughout the entire bracket, really this entire month is what it feels like, Clocked In just haven't been hitting the go button from the earlier parts of the game. It's taken them some time to develop and then really go forward once there's stuff to fight over, right? But this is like the earliest that Clocked In's ever been, you know, aggressive.
Yeah, at least for this month. But even so, my question is how did they get to this spot? Because look at this. It's all Hold That in the early game. They're winning these small scraps around objectives. To me, it's just, I mean, this is a prime example. Pyro's up, Firebrands are up, and they only got the Firebrands. There's just no real objectives being taken after Hold That, find these little wins. because they feel their health bars are too low. They can't really commit to these objectives. And then as the game gets late enough, suddenly Paul's in a good spot where he's got near full build, is just 4 items, and he's casting the 2-1, the 2-1, the 2-1, almost back to back to back, where he's almost rooting off his own root, where he's able to just root one member and then immediately throw out the root a second later to where it becomes relevant. And unfortunately for Hold That, it's going to go to game 3, and a lot of characters taken off the board here. More 20 characters now banned. It's going to be 26 total banned away for this game 3.
In situations like this, as much as I love to talk about the games that we're seeing in front of us, right, it makes the picks and bans phase that much more exciting when there's, only so much to look at. What are the crazy things we're going to see? I mean, maybe the Kabrakan mid shows up. Maybe the Kepri mid shows up. You never know. You just never know. But yeah, that might be a little bit of, too high level of ball knowledge for the average Smite player, right? The Kepri mid, Legends told about the damage output. You
Who's
just never
Legends?
know.
Like, are you the legend that tells about it?
I'm sure you've heard of a young man named Chaotic Hydra. There's a couple names. Oh man, right? You never know. You could see the Geb aspect make a resurgence. I mean, there's lots of things to look at, but unfortunately, that is all we have for the current moment. We got to take a quick break before we have more games available to you. So stick around, or don't. Go grab, some popcorn, a snack, get your potty break out of the way, because you don't want to miss this game 3. We'll see you in just a few.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. As we can see, man, we're starting to get near the peak, the pinnacle, but we're being held up on this losers finals. Feels like grand. D'Lo here in the booth, joined by Spirited Book, right by my side. Of course, Almighty Eye in the skies. That's going to be our friends Tess and Souls, just keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. Jithin's behind the curtain, and Mort scurrying around somewhere as we wait in the wake of Clocked In. Man, there's 2 things you do not want to face against the Smite 2. It's going to be Clocked In, coming back from behind, or Sun Prod after getting a prom date. Like, either one. The most dangerous thing you can see here on that battlefield up against you. Clocked In just refuse to die.
Yeah, I mean, don't think there's anything scarier than this Clocked In team when they're up against the wall here. Backs, 1 game away, elimination, and they're out, and they find an answer. And it's Anubis solo, like, not where I thought that they would look for that answer. As we do see that Anubis solo will be taken away in this game number 3, as every character that we've seen played so far will be just automatically banned. You can't play it for the rest of the series. So that Thor we saw in game 1, gone. That Anubis solo we saw in game 2, gone. A lot of characters available here that we've seen kind of banned away by the 2 teams that I feel like we could maybe see brought out here in game number 3.
Oh no, Snatty says, not my Anubis solo. I was going to play that game 3 for sure. Dang it. Rats.
Right.
Nonetheless, like you said, that does mean that we are losing quite a few picks off the table. And when you get to that game 3, that's when you do start to kind of reach in a bit deeper into your bag. Some of those gods that are less typical, like the Giannis's, I don't know. We can pull out some more wacky stuff here and see some more crazy, kooky compositions and strategies. Book, not even necessarily for what we think we'll see, but what do you want to see? What god is in your wish list right now?
I feel like Jingwei would be a lot of fun, but I can't imagine that gets through to either of these 2 ADCs. Always a big Jingwei fan. I mean, I would like to see the Yanis. I wanted to see the Merlin, and we saw it last game, and it looked okay. Clearly just not as strong as this Discordia was. It's just been tough here, I think, for that holdout team as the game goes on and as the series goes on. Starting to wonder, do they have answers? Do they have more characters that they can really fall back on? It's just a tough one here. They are struggling. They need to find answers soon. It's this Yanis, I think, maybe for Kaidon, or it's maybe something deeper in the pocket for Snatty, maybe something for Zapman that he hasn't played just yet. I don't know, man.
P's and B's ready to see what ends up being the top pick, the top bands. But I do have to agree that I think that Jingwei, you might be biting off a bit more than you could chew there, friendo, though it certainly would be neat.
Yeah.
Both bands right there down beneath. Thank you, Tess, for that. So you can see everything that's already been taken off the table. 20 gods, gone. That's about a fourth of the roster. Slotted off, and still 6 more bands to come. Now, it's going to be our friends on Hold That with that first pick. Which role do you want to see given priority, given the context of this series?
I think it depends on what's open. I think in terms of priority, I think you want to prioritize giving Snatty a good matchup. And so maybe that means holding off on his pick a little bit.
That's a good point.
But I think that also means you have to prioritize a lot of other roles maybe this time around. So maybe if Cerberus is open, definitely prioritizing that. If the Osiris is still open, which it's not, obviously, but something along the lines of making sure these two soul laners are very comfortable. I think across the way as well, Clocked In need to prioritize something for Karmic as well.
That Will Expand tells me one thing. I think they're looking at Aladdin. I think they're looking at Aladdin.
Too. Yeah.
And I think hold that. Here's the thing. This is a bluff. If you guys are real Smite Prime knowers, you'll know that one time, hold that tried to bait Clocked In into taking the Aladdin pick, but Sunprod does not play Aladdin. So Clocked In didn't take it first pick. They said, if y'all want it, that's all you, pal. Sunprod had their bluff called because just not a god they're used to playing. So it's how far are you willing to go to try to screw over Paul or Tegvir, because both could play it? Are you willing to put yourself at a disadvantage by playing a god that you're not as familiar with?
Yeah, I think that's a tough one for sure. I also think it's important to note that I don't think Paul will be the one to play it. I feel like both these two games now, Paul has played characters that have agency in the mid lane. And that means making sure that he can kind of clear wave and then rotate to side lanes and make an impact, whether it's damage or CC. Just that setup needs to be important here. But the bans have gone through. Elo. Ooh.
I'm happy for you. Truthfully, I am. Now all we need is the Amir on the side of Clocked In. You're not? That's a Jingwei I'm seeing.
Yeah, I fully expected this to go towards hold that. They went for the first pick slot. They picked the Cerberus instead. This lets Jingwei through. I'm kind of I'm happy. Happy she's in the game. I'm always happy to see Jingwei in the game. But on the side of Clocked In, this is Hydrogen's character. This is Hydrogen's best character. And I'll be honest, Zapman has not looked the most comfortable today. He's had moments where he's pretty consistent, but Zap's kind of dropping a bit of a stinker at times. Getting soloed multiple times by Doug, now getting soloed by Hydrogen in this series. It's been a tough one. And giving Hydrogen his best character, and now you're going to have to face up against it, might be a tough one for Zapman.
If you're rooting for the Clocked In dynasty to end here, then Jingwei being slotted in alongside against the Cerberus, no less. And there's this time Noah Wheelish to counter it. Noah Wheelish to counter either the Aladdin pickup that is being hovered right now. Do it. I wish for it. Please, gods, deliver onto me the Aladdin pick.
I feel like this would go the way of Tegvir, and yeah, it is locked in here. This should go the way of Tegvir and paired alongside the Sylvanas. This is interesting, though. Hold that have, because we haven't even talked about it, Hold that have locked into Zeus, and Zeus does really well into Sylvanas, but I don't think it does that well into these other three characters that Clocked In have really locked in. And I feel like the Zeus was picked really early for this Hold That team, and now you're in a very precarious spot. And where does Sir Baron go? This is a Baron solo to me. This is not a Baron support. This is not a Baron mid. This is Baron solo lane. Cerberus in support role. So this means ADC jungle are going to be your last two picked up for Hold That. I mean, what's on the table here? I almost wonder if you put Sunprod on something like Thanatos and just let him go ham. Give him something to just hard carry the game with. Run the back line. Instead, it's a Nemesis. I don't know the last time I've ever seen a Nemesis in Smite Prime or in general as of late.
Tegvir sometimes tends to pick it up as a back-end option when Susano's not available. Against the Sylvanas, not shabby. I was going to talk about the fact that both of these teams Clocked In as well as Hold That have very immobile picks that are incredibly vulnerable. That being the Baron, the Zeus, on the other side, that's Sylv. I could easily see a Nature's Grasp pulling the Zeus out of position and taking them down. The Medusa's the final lock there for Hold That to add a bit more CC and some CC immunity to boot. The Neath is going to be that answer. Now, where does she fit in all this?
Mid. That's going to be Paul's Neath in the mid lane. Very different style to what we're normally used to seeing from him, but a similar style to what we've been seeing all game or all day long. From Clocked In's more successful games, we're seeing picks where he has agency, is able to clear the wave, then rotate or impact side lanes or impact fights in the jungle just through CC. And Neath does exactly that. Has that global presence with that ultimate, can look for plays. And Neath Aladdin is a disgusting 2v2. You know, Neath can play setup for this Aladdin who doesn't have a whole lot of CC in his kit, but the Neath provides that for the Aladdin to then just go off in fights, be that hyper carry jungler. Important to note, though, Clocked In, their jungler has to spend a lot of time farming this Aladdin. And I think you and I casted a game kind of recently with Tegvir's Aladdin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
In OSL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Correct.
And so he went off, but it took him a long time to get to that point where he could go off. And so that's what's going to happen. At the very least, this Sylvanas and this Neath should do a lot of heavy lifting in the early game to get him to that point.
You got to get that Wealth Wish online. You got to get that 401k built up. And you have to make sure that those lamps are on point. Neath certainly helps that. So does the Sylve. A lot of roots. A lot of great CC, actually, from Clocked In. It's pretty easy to apply without much commitment, which I know you and we love that. On-demand, non-committal CC is the name of the game. Hold that. I look at their comp. I don't see the same thing, right? Lightning into Detonate Charge, but that's 2 steps. I like it easy breezy. Baron Samity, to wrap it up. Take some time to ramp up into that route. Cerberus, Paralyzing Spit. We've talked about how that's not the most consistent in the heat of battle. I'm a bit nervous. A lot of soft CC, but Hold That have got to be hard. They've got to stand 10 toes down, Clocked In or knocking on your door, ready to take everything from you. Are you going to let them do that? You can't. It's all coming down to this.
Yep. I think Hold That. I feel like they may have put themselves in a bad spot with this draft. I really like what Clocked In have drafted here. This Jingwei obviously picked early. It's in response to the Cerberus. Yeah, you're going to get pressured out early, but it doesn't matter. That's not why you pick Jingwei. You're picking her for the ability to build crit. This Medusa answer, I feel like, has to be important. It is just a strong pressure lane between Cerberus, Medusa. You take down this Jingwei a couple notches, that makes her tempo a lot weaker, where the Medusa can have a bigger impact. Curious to see if Zatman goes to a similar style of build we saw Doug run earlier against him, where it is just Zatman going for a bit of ability poke from a distance to try and help out with the all-in from the rest of the CC setup.
Dude, I'm thinking about these 2 ultimates from the supports. Big, fat, stupid, CC immune circles that knock you up.
Yep.
Whoever ults first loses because their CC immunity will not outlast the opponents. And then they're sent up. So that is... There's so many mind games that are inside of this because there's a lot of CC immune ults. There's a lot of long-lasting CC immune ults. The Baron Samity. Zeus doesn't have any of those things. So what route do they go? This is going to be an incredibly interesting game of cat and mouse. Who do you think takes it, Book? Why?
I'm going to give it to Clocked In. I like their draft a lot more. I would like to see Hold That, take down the champs here. I think they are the team. We've kind of heralded it for a long time where this is the team that's supposed to beat Clocked In. I would like to see that prophecy be fulfilled here in this game. And I think they do have a very interesting comp to do it. If they can get off to a good lead, they really can run this game. We haven't even mentioned really the power of this Zeus Cerberus combo yet, where there is a lot of CC set up for this Zeus to go crazy. Big AoE circles, you mentioned it. But I agree, there's a lot of tools on the other side to avoid it. The Jormungandr can't get pulled. The Aladdin has CC immune ultimate. Sylvanas CC immune ultimate. Jingwei is incredibly safe, can dash away out of the ult or CC immune ultimate. Neath is the only vulnerable target here, and that's where Hold That need to pay their attention to, is this mid lane.
Can we put Paul down on the ground, or are they just going to keep on running around and make you look like a bunch of clowns? Let's hop into Game 3 and find out. Losers Finals feels like Grant's Book. I don't even know what we're going to have left in the tank for when we actually get up. Single buy, and they're just like, I don't know what they're doing. They're just twiddling their thumbs like, man, this is sure taking a while, huh?
They're sipping some tea right now, I'm not going to lie. They're feet kicked up on the table, on the desk, leaning back in their chair, in their gamer chair, just kind of watching these two teams play this out, saying, "Yeah, we could play so much better than both these guys. We're just so much better." Because that's what Smite Pro players do, right? They just watch other people play and say, "Yeah, I could do that better." But I mean, this to me is like an important matchup for both these two teams. Can you kind of win with these characters? Because again, we saw it recently. Tegvir play Aladdin. And it was successful. It took a long time to be successful. As well, Wish already popped early. Okay. Huh.
250 gold off rip. Tegvir making an announcement that they intend to get a kill in the next 2 minutes, whether or not you like it. But that also definitely shows their hand. Hold That can just play a bit more passively now, knowing the stakes. Giving a first blood kill to Tegvir would be an immense downfall. So that's an interesting decision. Do you think it was a misclick?
I'm wondering if that was a misclick, but maybe Tegvir, I mean, he went for the hammer as well. Maybe just trying to get enough gold to buy an early first item or get an early back here. And this is kind of why you go the hammer, is you want an earlier spike than your opponent to try and make a play. So maybe that's just the thought process is once the game starts, I've got myself the Wealth Wish. I'm not using it for a crazy tempo snowball play. I'm using it for a consistent trying to find a lead play, which I think could be an angle here that Tegvir can look for. But against the Nemesis, I don't feel like Tegvir wants to really box early into her. Doesn't really want to play for that scrap. And to me, I do come back to this Nemesis. I am a little worried for Sunprod on this pick. We haven't seen Nem for a long time really in play. And I think last time we saw her was in the solo lane when she was just rocking that aspect. We do see Kaidan defend his own camps here as Tegvir does go back in.
Only takes minimal damage and make sure to get their licks, but Kaidan's going to try to pay him back, pay it forward.
No detonate
Will
question
approach
mark?
it. Nemesis wraps around the backside.
Ooh.
He's forced off there from the Zeus. Kufik Invocation does pretty good damage as well. But the Nem cannot quite catch up. In fact, the lad goes right back in. The Chain Lightning will connect. Doesn't find all too much, though, since Tegvir does manage to stay upright. No wealth for you today quite just yet.
Oh, Zatman taking a bit of poke here. Hydrogen dashing in. Level 2 versus level 3s, and Hydrogen still feeling comfortable there. Crazy little moment there, but still just feels comfortable in this matchup. And again, this is Hydrogen's best character. Feeling so comfortable.
No,
Yeah, Karmic.
This is trouble, dude. I just said they need to have a good day. Aladdin is marching down as well. Snatty steps up, but
Snatty.
might be their own funeral. Force the Phantom Shell away. The Consuming Bellow actually does not find the mark thanks to the root. Snatty's sticking around and still manages to get the Rapid Up laser combo. That will make a power wish there for Tegvir. They do find a counter kill on Sunprod, but you better watch out. The full strength of the Snad Nation stands against you.
That's an important play, though. At least clocked in. Use that power wish. Arguably Aladdin's best wish off the table here. And that's a big kind of momentum activator you can use where you pop the ultimate, kill one member, hop out, pop another ultimate after a power wish. You have a full cooldown reset and you're just resetting cooldown after cooldown. Now, if that power wish is off the table, look towards where Sunprod can maybe make a play once he hits level 5. But still, an important kill goes the way of this Aladdin. We mentioned it. Aladdin needs to get to the late game, needs to get some items online, and already level 5 ahead of Sunprod, who's now over here on the left-hand side trying to invade purple buff.
Oh, wow. Speaking of the level 5, Snatty's got to use theirs. Consigned Spirits does not find the mark as Tegvir goes in, but the World Serpent is hungry. Not hungry quite just enough. Snatty will be able to stay alive for now unless they stick around for a bit too long. It's going to be the Bluestone Brock that finishes the job. Karmic hawks a loogie, and Snatty's brought back to base.
An important kill there, because just previously we saw Karmic take a spill on the right-hand side to the enemy solo laner. And now Snatty going to have to back to base, and kind of curious to know what exactly happened there. Did Snatty kind of stick around, walk back up, and then kind of get punished for it? Because I don't know if he backed to base necessarily. I'm not surprised that that play happened and he ends up taking a spill there. But again, it just shows you Tegvir is happy to sit on this right-hand side, continue farming it out, finding whatever farm he can. As again, Snatty struggling now in this matchup against the Jormungandr, who has such good damage in this early game.
And that's really good for Karmic, who needed that. They needed a win. Sure, you got the kill back on top of Sunprod, but doesn't feel like Karmic's issue. Sunprod on the left side, trying to force some issues here for Clocked In. Does manage to move up to the front lines, but again, CC Big Circle for CC Big Circle. It's the Cerberus who eats the Neathult, but they also eat the Nature's Grasp. Aladdin comes in from up top, and Jingwei descends down too. Kufik Invocation will finish off Bayro. And Zap goes back in with Petrifying Gaze. Can't kill Tegvir just yet, despite the lack of mana, because there's too many members of Clocked In waiting in the wings. Paul as well is starting to make a rotation too, but might not be needed. Zapman waits around the corner. Has no ult, but has the Lacerate rooted in place, forces off the beads. An amazing Nature's Grasp. Pulls Sunprod off, and the lamp goes awry. No more kills, no more blood will shed in the left lane.
Hold that, realizing that they need to make a play soon, and that commitment was huge there. I mean, Sunprod now down 2 levels to Tegvir on this Aladdin, who's starting to get a hold of this game and starting to drive the pace of it. Level 7 versus level 5. 2-0-0 versus 1-0-1-1. The Nemesis is falling behind, and again, I come back to this Nemesis pick, just not necessarily the pick for me as Karmic taking a ton of damage, but has that ultimate.
We'll be able to dip back to safety, though it is worth noting. One combo from Snatty just feels like it absolutely okos this poor Snake. not doing the best of jobs and staying alive up against this Baron, despite getting that one kill. That feels good, but definitely don't overestimate your own ability to stay alive against them. 6 minutes. It's 1-3 in favor of Clocked In. A lot of that being generated by Tegvir across the map. And that's why they bear a 2K gold lead their way.
Sunprod hovering around the mid lane. Tegvir doesn't spot him out. Now spots him out.
They
And is
can't
looking for a play
1v1.
on a prod.
They don't have means of 1v1ing, nor does Kaidon. Has got to step back. You talked about how this Nemesis struggles, man, and I gotta say there's a lot of reasons why. Kit-wise as well. That bubble gets popped by so many hard CCs that are output by the rest of the team. Now let's try to free the soul of the snake. Tries to drag him back in, but won't succeed. Stygian Torment. Easily leaped aside by the Aladdin. I don't know if Barrow should be back in there. I don't know if Snatty can get out either. Karmic finds the solo dolo, and you don't see things going any better for Sunprod, as they got forced to use that ultimate just defensively as the red buff is stolen away.
Yeah, that one will be taken away, and I love this Aladdin pickup here the more we look at it. Against this Cerberus as well, who just wants to try and lock members down, has a really hard time of getting that ultimate onto the Aladdin. As soon as he's next to a wall, really have to catch him out in a lane somewhere. And Tegvir shows exactly there why it's so difficult for him to be locked down. And so a good answer from Clocked In, 4-1. Solo kills happening on the right-hand side again and again. This Zeus, I feel like, has to be the saving grace for Hold That. He's in a good spot. 0-0-0. Only level down. It's a
Oh no, Sunprod's not though. An amazing pull. The bubble will save him for a bit of time, but the pause? That's just unfortunate, guys. Come on now. What Kronos? What you doing? What you doing there,
Unfortunate there.
Kronos?
Jingwei on the way to this play in the mid lane, though, and I feel like that is going to be an impactful moment there. Hold That struggling in this team fight. Have to be careful that they don't lose Sunprod or more members once we unpause, obviously. And Snatty and Karmic are also on the way. It's just kind of one of those moments where we're just kind of waiting on bated breath, waiting for something to happen here, waiting for the unpause to come through, because we know as soon as this pause happens, as soon as it's done, the fight is going to break out and someone's going to die.
I'm mashing the dash in earnest if I am this poor Nem, but does manage to get out. Sunprod is safe. These Nature's Grasp from Happen. I like this so much more than the Sobek, because not only are they, for some reason, just godlike with these pulls, but you're not putting yourself in danger to do it.
Non-committal. You're not putting yourself in a bad spot. You have a route to kind of set up for it. More CC as well from your team to kind of set up for it, but Happen's been hitting these a few times as Hydrogen doesn't really want to take this 1v1, but he's
Aladdin's
got Tegvir
here
on the way.
Now, 1v3 sounds a lot more appealing. Medusa says, hey, no fair, dude. My dog's on the way. Baron Air, you're going to try to back them up, but I don't know if they win this even in 2s. Maybe 3 could change it. Makes for a party. Not one that Clocked In want to attend. So they're going to back off after taking the neutral farm.
Well, that finding some wins here at the very least, but not enough. And Gold Fury available. And look at this. Zapman is actually going towards the Doug build. Has Oathsworn picked up first item here for the Medusa. A nice look there as right-hand side. Snatty's just dead.
Again, soloed. Karmic is starting to really enter their bully era. And again, this feels amazing for Clocked In. Their ideal story. The player that was downtrodden, down in the dumps, being absolutely decimated in the prior matchups, now sits at the top, 2 levels up.
Sunprod hovering here, trying to catch out Karmic, but again, just too
4 levels
slow,
down.
not able to catch him out.
I don't know if this ends up going well for Sunprod even. That's a level 11 Snake, and you were but a level 7 Nem. Kaidon, in the meantime, is the consequence. They're left all by their lonesome. Where's my jungle? Well, you know what enemies is. Lamping in the backside. Kaidon, with a well-timed beads, stays safe.
Gold Fury available. And Hydrogen has Devour's Gauntlet. Doesn't even need the crit just yet to try and take down this objective. And so it will be taken down. Bayonary just being zoned away by Tegvir, but Zapman is on the way, but I don't feel like Hold That can really contest.
Well, hold on. Baronary is on the Cerberus after all. These paralyzing spits do seem to be a bit buffed, but they've used it already against the gods, and that's where you made your first mistake. Zapman trying to make sure they don't error as in the same way, but a nice Nature's Grasp forces out the beads. Terra's Wrath comes through as well, but the Silk did unleash the objective, so this could be some sloppy play that cost them. Clocked In, they leash it right back, but it is still Paul who grabs it. The Petrifying Gaze was a good attempt, but a bit too late.
Yeah, way too late. Zapman just not ready for that damage to come through from Clocked In onto the objective. And Gold Fury gonna go the way of Clocked In, the first one of the game. Snatty again being run down on this right-hand side.
Free your souls.
Oh, Kaidon gets shut down as well by Tegvir. Solid damage there thanks to the Neath ult as well on top of Snatty. It's a 2v1 no matter where you are on the map if you're clocked in. Karmic grabs the kill.
The pyroman.
Just already falling apart. Hold that. This composition showing why it's maybe just not my favorite. I feel like Clocked In have all the answers. Great ultimate there from Sunprod to avoid the lamp.
Lamp off the mark, but Tegvir's still got assistance in the form of Happen. Worth noting, the sustain of this team as well hasn't even been mentioned. Between the Neath's Unravel as well as Sylvanas Wisps, there's a ton of baked-in sustain that's going to just keep them alive for a battle of attrition.
Yeah, Hydrogen as well with this Devourer's Gauntlet will have lifesteal as well to just, anytime he's poked down, can sustain back up. And I feel like we don't see enough of this item picked up here, and it is because Hydrogen wants to spend some time farming it out, but he's just kind of been boxing a lot against Zapman, who I feel like, again, has struggled a fair bit this game. Isn't getting enough relevant damage off in fights, isn't able to be at fights in time. I mean, there around the Gold Fury, just a little too late, tries to stall it out, but then again, just not ready for the immediate burst from Clocked In to take down the gold. And had good steal potential, but just again, not enough. And again, this Zeus in mid lane is just kind of sitting here. Hasn't really been impactful in fights. I don't know. Have we seen a lightning storm come out just yet? I don't know if I have.
I'm looking at the weather forecast right now, and I'm seeing clear skies throughout the entire day, throughout the entire set so far. Hydrogen trying to make it rain arrows out on top of the Medusa, but they do take quite a bit of damage as well. The Viper shot does not finish the job. So Jingwei stays alive. Zapman with an amazing reaction to the lamp. Gets the petrifying gaze. Now Baronary's hot on their heels, but a double root from Happen stops them in their tracks. Good peel play from Sylv.
It was playable, but no longer. Great route there from Happen. And look at this. Rotation from Karmic means Clocked In. Get the Pyromancer.
Nice.
And again, the team that does not go away, the team that just doesn't die, is in the lead here just 12 and a half minutes in. And it's not a small lead. It's a pretty sizable one. 6,000 gold favoring Clocked In.
Trouble here for Sunprod, just being forced back by Tegvir. 2 levels down, that's the reason why. Snatty showing some face, but really needs to be farming up instead. It's hard, though, with Karmic breathing down your neck, quite literally. At the very least, you have a saving grace, and it might just be this dual lane. Zapman's been playing pretty solid, keeping the death counter clean.
Yeah, so far, but it's only going to take one rotation from Tegvir, and this Medusa, who's not even actually the Aladdin. This Jormungandr is level 15. As soon as he decides to rotate to this next Gold Fury, Zapman, there's not a lot he can do. His build isn't designed to really kill tanks either, so he's got the Oathsworn.
True.
I mean, I feel like Hold That really going to struggle dealing with this Jormungandr that Snatty, I hate to say it, because Snatty has been such a strong performer for this team. Snatty's kind of fed his brains out this game.
Baronary trying to grab some farm of their own instead. Turns around with the Paralyzing Spit. Finds it on top of Tegvir. That will buy them a bit of time. A ward placed down in your tracks, but you know exactly where Tegvir is. Hot on your heels. You know where Happen is? Off to the side. Forces beads up. There wasn't even any follow-up of the Nature's Grasp. Just the fear alone of being pulled back in their viney clutches was enough.
Yeah, just not aware of where everyone else was on the side of Clocked In. Maybe thought that Paul was also on the rotation.
That
Maybe
stinks.
looking for more CC follow-up, but again, just a free relic pull right as Gold Fury is about to spawn. And again, Zapman, arguably the saving grace for this Hold That team so far. Just lost an important survivability tool. Snatty, not really sure where he's at right now. Trying to find him on the map. He's in base. Curious to see where he decides to rotate, because Karmic is here on the left-hand side for this gold spawn. Snatty will be here too. Stampede popped.
Stygian Torment actually finds it second, so they get the CC off, but do they get enough damage? Sunprod versus Aladdin inside the lamp, but now comes Jormungandr. Karmic's made the rotation, and they're no longer on the back foot. Sunprod taken down and spat upon, courtesy of Tegvir, and now Karmic can wreak havoc amongst the rest. It's some bad weather here, but is it enough to take down Karmic is the question.
Okay.
Tegvir makes sure there's a trade at the very least, but it's still going the way of Hold That so far. Great Consigned Spirits gives Baron the boost they need to ensure safety for their health and their speed. Zapman on the left side, but they don't know if they want to overcommit just yet.
Oh, silence! The silence is huge. And now
Oh,
Satman
the gargoyle! Satman takes down Paul right after, and Baronary leaps back out. Happin's got no mana. Happin's got no life. Snatty sees that, but can't quite capitalize. So that's all the kills. Hold that grabs.
Zatman hunting here onto Tegvir, who's very low, paralyzing spin off the
Oh, no!
Pharaoh. Snatty, can he find Tegvir
That's gonna
now?
cost big. The rapid up does get the root, but only after they descend off the other side with the wall run. Snatty finally gets the consigned spirits to send Tegvir's soul back to its maker. Big shutdown for the Baron or for the Baron Samity, but Zatman, oh no, the persistent gut knocks him up, and the autos bring him down. A great counter kill off the passive.
Prod needs this kill, pops the beads. Is he going to be able to find it? No, it's not.
No!
Enough damage.
The World
stays
Weaver.
alive.
That's insane assistance being brought out here from Paul. Always there, even if not in presence. It's that ultimate that really is counting, and that's why their kill participation is absolutely nuts.
I mean, just unfortunate. I feel like Hold That could have backed off of just too much forcing there. You got the kill. It looked bad for a moment after Sunprod takes an early spill, and then Zatman comes up big in that fight. The silence as well, the screeching gargoyle from Baronary, a great pickup here, stops Paul from being able to escape. And then just the overcommitment there. They find Tegvir, but after that, walk away. Hydrogen comes back. Zatman's there to bait, but then just doesn't have Prod close enough in time to help impact that play. And Hold That. They got important shutdowns, but again, they aren't finding big objective wins afterwards.
They at least can try to grab this mid pad, potentially. A weave set up there. That's kind of scary to know. That explosion from the Spirit Arrow could certainly pack a punch. Hold that.
Hydro here.
Holding the pad so far, Happen is going to be the first one to step up. The Nature's grabs off the mark. That's a good indication that we could go in for this fight, actually. Wrap it up, and the Chain Lightning finds really good damage. Kaidon starting to swing big, just what you asked for, Book, but here comes Karmic.
Karmic is here, wrapping around the back, looking for some damage. Has to play defensively, pops the ult.
Let's see if it's enough, though. Stygian Torment grabs absolutely nothing thanks to the CC immunity, but the Baron ult could be a different story. They're already at the limit's edge of it, so they can't be pulled back in. The Lightning Storm falls on deaf ears. Karmic brought an umbrella.
Hydrogen now free casting here, looking to pump autos into Kaidon, who beats, has to stay alive.
Karmic's dead as well. Can the front line even hold up? Zapman's dead as well. Hydrogen busts him a few more autos in the backside, and that's it for the Snake. They're turning to boots. 2 for 1, clocked in, go for fire.
No,
or Pyro, I guess.
I feel like that's a free fire giant right there. 3 members, 2 members dead, 3 members have to back to base. Why not go for that objective? You have crit on your Jingwei. Look, I get it. You scale really well as the game goes on, but why not? Make the tempo play.
I guess it's just they don't want to risk it. They've already got their backs against the wall. And that's where they fight at their best. They're cool, they're calm, they're calculated. They want to make sure that they don't give any chance for Hold That to hold on in. They know just how bad it can be when a team has the will, the determination to keep on going. And Hold That certainly do. But clocked in, man, it seems like they just need the motivation. They just need to know that everything's on the line, Book. And then that's when they really start to show their full power.
At the very least, Hold That are finding wins here. And they are behind, sure, and Snatty is going to take a spill here as Tegvir's on the way. Level 16, level 17 on this Jormungandr, who's also on the chase.
Well, hold on. We do at least have a root. Forces them back enough just with that, maybe fearing the potential of a rotation. There's not too much vision on the board after all, so Clocked In could not know who's waiting in the wings.
This Eye of Erebus pickup for Snatty, I mean, that's what ultimately decides that play there. Tegvir can't commit, was slowed down, and so backed away. And again, just these ADCs to me have been impactful for both sides. Zatman doing good work. I feel like Hydrogen has just had the edge on this Jingwei. And again, to me, it comes down to this crit damage. He's able to punch down these carries. Kaidon just taking so many autos to the face, wasn't able to do much in response. And Kaidon has good damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough to take down any important members just yet. And Zatman is in so much trouble on this left-hand side. Has to start running away because Happens on the hunt as well.
Oh, don't double back. You don't know what you're getting into, friend. Sylvanas is going to back off, though, which is good. It seems that Happen is like a far more instrumental aspect of this fight than Hold That might believe. And I'm surprised that we're not seeing them picked apart more. It feels like both Kaidon and Happen should have massive targets on their backs, but this is Sylv who's deathless, actually, when they should be top.
I mean, no real CC, right? We talked about it. No ease of access CC. It's very committal or conditional.
It's true.
I mean, this 2v2 of Sunprod and Kaidon, there's not a lot of CC between the two of them. There's a slow and there's a stun, but again, the stun is incredibly conditional for Kaidon, where he's got to get 3 of his charges onto one member, and even then, the stun does not last that long, so it's very hard to commit to this Sylvanas and find picks onto him, as well as the CC immune in his ultimate has made him very safe. Snatty has to be careful.
Knockups off the mark, though, and that actually will make sure to save him. Actually can return the favor with some solid damage back on top of Tegvir. Lamp won't save you one bit, buddy, but the snake might. That's a different story. Sunprod takes him down, but Kaidon's the cost. 1 for 1 so far, but here comes the wish for immortality. Can Aladdin rejoin the fight soon enough is the big question. Solid damage there off the lasers. Sylvanas trying to assist with some wisps. Finds the Nature's Grasp, and Karmic finds the kill. Zap's done.
Zap was in no man's land, couldn't get back to the rest of his team thanks to Karmic, who was just zoning him away with those knockups, pushing him away from his allies. And with Zapman being dead, Kaidon being dead, Fire Giant available for Jingwei to pump autos into. Clocked in, pull the objective. Tegvir with that immortality wish is here. Sunprod in the area though, trying to make the hero play. Can he do it?
No ultimate, a Wind Sprite is available. But Happen is gonna be on patrol, you know it.
Turns to the fight.
They still have that Cersei Sexton available as well. Karmic's in the front lines to stop him. The Stampede gets popped, but FG's already taken down. Clocked in will grab it. Stygian Torment grabs 4, but where's the follow-up? The puppy dog was astray. They get put down to the pound by Hydrogen.
Sunprod has to run here. Doesn't realize that there's members chasing him down. Kaidon has respawned. Zapman has respawned, but Bayonary dead for another 20 seconds. Clocked in, looking to run this one down. Snatty's on his own on the right, and he's dead.
That's unfortunate to see Snatty get cut off and left to the wolves. Sunprod just not having much luck here on this pick. 2 levels down. Tegvir really showing out, but the hero of the game's got to be who's at the top of the damage list. That's our friend Karmic marching down right side.
Karmic has been instrumental for his team so far. Soloing down Snatty, arguably the hero for his team time and time again. Zapman trying to find a bit of farm here in mid lane and gonna push down that tier 1 tower. But Hydrogen backing to base here. Zap has to be careful that he doesn't get all in here from behind. Tegvir on the hunt, and Hydrogen, no, actually not gonna look to cut him off. It's gonna be all Tegvir, I imagine, if he goes for it. But no, Zapman hovering to the left-hand side means he'll get out to safety. And 1 Phoenix down. Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, look, it's been only 1 Gold Fury. Clocked in have a 10,000 gold lead, and it's only off of 1 Gold Fury. It's all off of kills. It's off of towers that they've now wiped off the map, and a Fire Giant as well. And there's no real window here for Hold That. They are too far behind. They are really struggling to find relevant damage onto key targets. Sunprod has just kind of been locked out of this game, and I think a lot of that is to do with this Nemesis pick. It is just not paid off.
Clocked in have been woken up, shaken by those first few losses they take, but never feeling the worst end for it. Always knowing they could bring it back with the easy confidence of a team that's been in this position before, that has dominated for so long. Victory's inevitable. Why would we fear anything else? Another Gold Fury goes down, Clocked in, but hold on, Happen. All by their lonesome. Petrifying Haze going to be forced out in response to Terra's Wrath, but here comes the Neath ultimate, and now Sunprod could find themselves in danger. Karmic activates the ultimate. Paul's got the dagger as well. That's going to be enough for Hold That to run all the way back to their Phoenix.
Whoa, Bayonary took the teleporter, has to jump away to safety.
Yikes.
Didn't really want to take that fight. Kaidon split pushing in the mid lane. Hold That really trying to find any global gold, but remember, recent change in the most recent patch, global gold isn't as effective as local gold now, and now Kaidon in a 1v1.
Oh no! That is not one you're gonna win. Hydrogen's got the Gat strapped and the crits on lock. One more stack in their Devo's gauntlet, as that man's got to dash back to safety. Snatty activates the ultimate, but finds very little value from it. And I only see 1 big fat diamond. It's in Barrow's pocket.
Barrow has to go big here, but the speed's up on the side of Tegvir. Aegis is for Happen and Paul. It's gonna be hard to get value out of this ult.
Paul's dagger falls away. So that's at least one tool you don't have to worry about. No 2 health bar nonsense.
Hydra
Tegir
here.
no longer has any wishes available. Sun Prod on the right side. Trying to get some good poke down, but Happen. Off the mark there with the Nature's Grasp. That's very important. Baron Airy blinks forward, but finds nothing. Just forces Clocked In back, but that time is not going to be on your side because they have sustained to gain.
Hold that are going to have to concede this bird here as right-hand side fire minions were pushing. And they used a lot of tools to try and force that engagement from Barrow, but just couldn't really get to the back line. And again, hold that. Really struggling to get relevant damage off. These Stampedes have been important, but after the Stampedes, there's no CC lockdown for Kaidan to get good, consistent, relevant damage off in fights. It's quick, easy burst, but that's not enough to take down this Jormungandr, to take down this Sylvanas, and part of it comes back to the build here. Kaidan, no Soul Reaver. Paul consistently going for Soul Reaver in his builds. This time around, double stacking Book and Transcendence. But no Soul Reaver for Kaidan. I feel like that would have been an item pickup he could have really benefited from this game.
That battle of attrition on the left side was also a product of Clocked In sustain, just ensuring that they could easily outlast this fight. You're sure you have the Baron Samity, sure you got the Sir, but it's not going to be enough, especially if they get pulled right back in. Kaidan's in trouble! It's an assassination attempt! But the Zeus stays alive thanks to Double Shell, but Tegvir's on the hunt, and Kaidan's already Dunsky posted on a board. The lamp from downtown won't find the mark, but Paul's always accurate, and that's already one more dead. Hold that, trying to keep on. Hold on to a chance for victory, but only the Snad Nation stands alone. Not for long. Deicide incoming from Clocked In. They advance to Grands.
This team will not die. The defending champs continue on despite all the talk, despite changing things this week. New gods being played we really don't see a whole lot often. Clocked In stay tall. They're heading to finals to face off against Single Bind.
Back against the wall is the most dangerous place to find an animal. Teeth and claws ripping out the throats and the chances for Hold That to do anything but sink on back to the loser's side where you can wait for next month, buddy. Clocked In show that they're on top for a reason.
Yeah, they are the team to beat. We've been saying that for a long time now. And sure enough, they prove it right here yet again, just the team to beat. And again, to me, it comes back to teams not drafting right against Clocked In. I mean, just a tough one there. Jormungandr, Jingwei in the top 2 already feels pretty disgusting. You give up the Sylvanas, your responses are pretty okay right away, but Zeus this early on means a lot of things can be picked up to kind of deal with Zeus. Snatty really struggling into this matchup on the right-hand side. Being taken down multiple times by Karmic. Snatty really struggled this game.
It started
Kaidan
here.
struggled to get relevant damage off. Sunprod as well, just on this Nemesis, couldn't really be relevant. Barrow looked a little uncomfortable at times on this Cerberus, couldn't get relevant CC off on the key targets. Just all fell apart here for Hold That. And Clocked In, Tegvir on this Aladdin. Another notch in the column here for gods you can't really afford to give Tegvir. If a Wheelix is gone, yeah, well, go for it.
A Wheelix and Artio are the two things that stand in their way, so that's what makes it such a great third game pick. In the Fearless draft, surely those two things are already gone or banned away. It's just amazing tactical play. The long-term game plan. You know Tegvir's got a 10-year plan. They know exactly where they're going to be at the top of Grand Finals.
A big congrats to Clocked In, but commiserations to Hold That, the team that I feel like a lot of people said, okay, this month is their month. They're looking good. They won week 1. And this play here, to me, is where it all fell apart, truly. I feel like Hold That had the win, and then just overcommitting there. This is fine. This is all fine and dandy. You find Tegvir here. Snatty takes him down. It's great. Fantastic. Go to gold. And then just on the left-hand side, Sunprod diving onto Hydrogen after Zapman tried to force the play for the Jingwei. And again, I come back to giving Hydrogen his best character in a circuit where he hasn't looked the most comfortable on other characters.
Against a Cerberus that can easily be countered by it. I think the Battle of the Supports was a really important one. Baron Airy can perform very well in the Cerb, but they were up against a composition that seemed almost built to completely screw it over. How many Stygian Torments did we see even really be that important? There was one where they pulled in 4 at the FG pit, but guess who was there to help? No one.
Yeah, this play here as well. Tegvir dies, but Kaidon's just on his own and gets picked off by Hydrogen. This Jingwei, again, to me, just free auto attacks that can really burst down carries, almost plays as the assassin. So 2 assassin-like characters you have to worry about in Tegvir and Hydrogen. Can't imagine we'll see Jingwei in this grand finals, as we do see Donut Doug kind of prioritize it a little bit, but not to the same extreme as, say, Zapman has previously. And again, it was open. It was open. Why not go towards it first? Instead, it's Cerberus. I mean, yeah, traditionally teams have gone for Cerb first pick. It's tried and true, but I think right here we really saw the exposure of why maybe Cerberus isn't the best first pick option.
A deathless duo lane for Clocked In is a quite impressive thing, especially when one of their names is Sylvanas. That's insane. Hydrogen did amazing. I want to throw a massive amount of respect and congrats to our friend Karmic, man. Rising up from the ashes of what must have been such a frustrating series of games, losing lane again and again, only to say, I'm still that guy. Don't you damn well forget it. And don't you dare forget that we still got more Prime action coming up after. That was only the losers final, suckers. Clocked In still got one more obstacle left to beat. It's going to be up against single bind and grands. We'll see you there after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Took a while to get here, and the road was certainly not without its twists and turns, but now we stand at Grands to fight for that 7K grand prize. D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Morty, right by my side. Almighty Eye in the Sky, Tess, as well as Solstice, keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. Spirited Book waiting in the wings, and Jithan's behind that curtain. Mort, you saw all that nonsense go down. You saw Clocked In rise back up to take on Single Bind. We're going to be able to see it here shortly. But before we do, we saw art be made on the battlefield. How about art being made by the community with a pen and a pencil and a nice Horus tumbler?
The Horus tumbler. Oh,
Pretty
man.
nice stuff.
Yeah.
Art contest as well coming up here. We have our friends, of course, with Petals and Palettes. Spring-themed stuff, so make sure to bring the nice little bright, cheery color action, as well as all this other stuff we got going on here. It's the prizing, of course. You get some prizes for doing some good art. You get some prizes for doing some good plays, too. 7K your way if you end up taking it all. And between Single Bind and Clocked In, Mort, I got no idea who this is going to.
I don't have a clue as well. I mean, honestly, this is a pretty wild grand prize, but that's not the only prize, either.
Huh? A patch as well. If you want to just kind of go star-studding across, look at that. Mythical, in fact. Feeling good about that, as well as with your grand new Smite Prime title. As a Smite Prime champion, you stand as the best of the rest to put everyone else to the test in your casual queues. Really put fear into the hearts of God and man alike.
And one more thing, the MVP trophy. It's a work in progress, of course, but looks something like that, and that's a pretty nice addition to your bookshelf, to the hood of your car. I mean, it could go anywhere, really.
A bludgeoning weapon if someone's bothering you particularly too much, that could be a good means. It's pointy at the end too, so that could hurt. Well, it's been a freaking intense day. This game by no means is one for the weak of heart or for those who are passive by any means. You can see the bracket, see how we got here. All the bloodshed, all the bodies that were left on the road, Morty. Quite a lot of souls were lost to get us here.
But 10 souls remain, 5 on each team, and those are the souls that matter here, Dilo. Not ours.
Teamwork
not
or die.
It's the contestants.
Indeed, and to participate in this grand tournament for the best of 3, you must suffer beneath the Vault Ban system. So these 10 souls must remember that every 10 gods they elect is 10 gods banned for the rest of the set. And we just saw how impactful that can be, because you are not only thinking about the short term, the game that's right in front of you. You're thinking about what that means for the grander implications of the gods that are open and the gods that will be taken off for the rest of the entirety of this set.
And if this goes to 3, Dilo, you never know. Maybe somebody will play Ymir for once.
Dude, Ymir's still good, all right? Ymir's evergreen, all right? Don't be talking this mess to me. Don't rage bait me before we start the cast even, but nonetheless. Anyway, keep an eye out for Ymir. Ymir, going to be some hot knowledge dropping on him pretty soon if my ears are correct. I like to think I'm pretty informed what the streets are telling me. The streets are telling me right now, though, that we have the game coming up to us soon here, Morty. And what are your thoughts, man? I know Clocked In. We thought they were done. They were against the ropes more, but you've got a wrestling background. You know what happens when they're against the ropes? They duck beneath. You make them run it, but they duck beneath, and all of a sudden hit you with an arm bar. It's over.
You made the back against the wall reference like 8 times today. It makes me think you've gone like through some traumatizing actions in your childhood or something. Like it's been like it must.
The
be
voices
like
have clocked in. It's too much, man. Paul's in there. Paul's living rent free right here. P's and B's coming at us in just a second. I've got PTSD, Paul traumatic stress disorder. This guy is freaking me the hell out. He's scary, man.
Good. It's all players like from Clocked In. There's like PTSD, like Paul something Tegveer,
Paul Tegveer, Paul Tegveer stress disorder.
Yeah, Paul stress Tegveer disorder is something like that. Like
oh boy,
people who play up against Clocked In and lose, they get PTSD. That's the PTSD jokes on Prime here, folks. It's a little.
What's the prescription for that? Baron's Brew. 7 Baron's Brew for me. Bartender, give me another one.
7 Baron's Brew? Hey.
Snatty's going to the bar right now and asking for a Baron's Brew after that one. They're just going to take a long drink and say, I remember when everyone told me I was going to be Smite Prime Grand Champion. Remember me? I used to be part of the Snad Nation. I used to lead them to battle. But now Single Bind Clocked In, leading themselves to these bands. We see the typicals. Anubis band away there from Clocked In. And you got the Tsukiyomi. Jingwei on the other side alongside the Daji.
Well, somebody's going to have to take Snatty's keys, and somebody's going to have to take this Nuwa away because Nuwa is such a strong god right now. I mean, I feel like there's so much burst damage that's capable with this Nuwa pick, and especially with the aspect reworked, if that's going to get through. I mean, I don't know if it gets picked up here. I don't think this is going to be a Paul pick by any means. The day I see Paul play Nuwa, I mean, hell's frozen over, right? But maybe Maswal picks it up or something like that. So I don't know. I'd be careful for Clocked In.
When I think of Maswal, I think of the Hakate, I think of the Merlin, I think of gods with a significant amount of damage to bring to the table. Cerberus, it's been a staple for a reason. This god can be very effective, but I do worry, having seen last game, I think Sylvanas low-key doesn't play too terribly into it as long as you have a good comp base around it. Jingwei being banned out, though, that's already a massive boon to Single Bind since she can't easily escape from the Stygian Torment.
And Tegveer gets the Achilles. He loves the Achilles, right? He loves the Achilles, and he's going to be able to put so much damage out with it. As much as I love the Achilles pickup from Snatty, I think it was just so good from Tegveer. And now Paul's going to get this disco pick again. I guess he liked it. I mean, I guess he enjoyed it. So, we're going to see more good stuff from Paul. Same thing from Tegveer. But what does Karmic go? What does Happen go to counter away the Serb? Well, maybe we try and use a little bit of range on our side. Maybe the Scylla aspect could get picked up. You've got a pretty solid front line with Achilles and whatever solo Karmic will pick up. So, I don't know, a little bit of range I don't think would hurt too much for Clocked In should they want to hover around and get some poke damage off. Because I'm sitting here thinking, imagine the poke damage I can go through with not just a Scylla aspect, but Paul's disco pick as well. That's a lot of damage.
I'm trying to think, like, what's just left on the table. We still have carries such as, Chiron. I wasn't going to say him personally. I was more so looking still towards the mid picks, if anything, which still available. But that being said, knowing that this goes off the map, you don't really have to worry about it too much. Ardio, what am I even doing? Why am I forgetting about this? Dog and the bear. Be aware, that's a scary combo.
I'm a little. I'm not too fond of the Chiron pick. Let me tell you why.
You're jaded.
Because I feel like. Yeah, I'm jaded, exactly, because Donut Doug has tried to use this. Zapman has tried to use this Chiron, and I don't think anyone has done it justice. I've never seen Chiron in the carry role and thought, man, am I sure glad to see that Chiron is my carry for today. Like, I am ecstatic about this pick. Not really. I'd much rather see it go mid lane, and maybe Maswal picks that up, but with Sobek around, there's a cleanse through training exercise. But we've seen some bad things happen Sobek earlier today too.
I'm not a fan.
Always room to improve.
I don't like it. I don't like what's going on here if you're Clocked In. But as someone who likes to see the little guys get some victories, Can't say I'm too upset right now. Merlin from Oswald. This is what we were talking about before. It's one of their hallmark gods. But a Wheelix for single bind combos so well with Cerberus. Even though Clocked In don't have really easy means off their own abilities of getting off that Lunar Gravity Surge, just means that once that Cerbolt hits, it's Dunsky for anyone who's up in the sky.
Yeah, no, this looks really good, honestly. I think the Wombo combo potential on the side of single bind is going to be really, really rough for Clocked In. And they don't have a lot of CC immunities. Agni doesn't have one. Disco doesn't have one. Achilles and Sobek do. But the rat emerges again. But okay. This is different now because earlier we saw Happen use the rat, and it got them into the losers bracket, right? Didn't work out too well. Now, there is a world out there. I don't think we're living in it, but there is a world where Karmic takes Sobek in a solo and Happen picks up the rat support again. I don't think that's the case. I think this is Sobek support for Happen. I think he's going to try it again. Maybe, get a little loose this time. Play it a little more fast and loose. Let's try for some more plucks and really make some things happen for Clocked In. But rat solo could cook here.
My arm! Ah! Alright, anyway, sorry guys. The green screen, man. Ratatasker in the solo lane. I like that a lot better. I don't like Happen on the Sobek because I don't like the committal nature of the CC. I think Happen played a lot better on the Sylph when they were able to stand back and pluck you into the team rather than dash forward to do the exact same thing. I think it puts them in danger. I think Artio counters the hell out of it with that crippling field. I don't like it. But Clocked In. Backs against the wall. Everyone take a Baron's Brew every time I say that. They play their best when they're behind, Mort, so maybe single bind have to take this game one for Clocked In to really activate their true strength.
Well, I mean, we've got... Okay, so I'm looking at team comps here. I'm looking at strengths and weaknesses. Let's take us into the game here, D.
Why not? Single bind up against Clocked In for the grand finals. Could go all the way to 3. Could just be a 2 and done. But either way, single bind have quite the task before them. Also, worth noting, Mort, in the grand context of things, single bind's been waiting for this series to start for, ever.
That is true. That is very true. They had to wait through the whole losers bracket. I mean, we saw the winners bracket. It felt like ages ago, eons ago, stories were written, months in advance for this legacy game to happen. But in reality, it was just earlier today. But now, after what seems like forever for single bind, now you've got a question. What favors, a player more, right? Is it getting that fresh, couple hour break, go outside, stretch your legs, stare at the sun for a little bit? Doesn't really sound like most gamers, but still, the options there at least if you wanted to. Meanwhile, Clocked In have been fighting for their life in the losers bracket, barely scraping by a dub over Hold That. They lost the first game and managed to get it together in a reverse sweep for games 2 and 3. They have been sweating. I mean, their chairs are riddled with swamp mess all right now. Just
that's disgusting.
To this point here, I hate to put that image out there for y'all, but just speaking from a realistic standpoint, D'Lo, I know you've done a bit of competing in your time. I know you know what it's like. There's that's what everybody on Clocked In is going through. But single bind have been waiting in the wings for a while.
Clocked In's chair is looking like Sobek's ult right now, just lurking in those waters right now. And if I'm looking across the board at the relics, I see Clocked In with 2 blinks, one already expended. So Tegvir is not going to have that one for quite some more time. But nonetheless, the fact that they are going for this front line that can easily dive into the back shows that Clocked In want to get aggressive. The question is, can they execute on that game plan?
And if I'm thinking about first blood potential, I'm looking over at the side of solo lane because you've got this super strong RDO pick. It might not be Snatty piloting this vessel, but it's still Remikami, right? A very respectable solo laner. And if I had to, take anybody after Snatty, it'd probably be Remikami, right? No diss to Karmic, but I think Remikami's super solid. Up against this, rat pick, which is kind of underwhelming since it dropped.
Already kind of getting mauled right now. Bear versus Squirrel.
Wow.
Which one wins? Nearly going to make off with their life, but Remikami does not have enough damage to finish the job just yet. Forces Karmic to an early back. This minute in, that feels pretty good.
And Smite 2's, photorealistic systems where, bears kill squirrels, very ultra realistic here. It just, that's this, what is it called? The circle of life? Or it's like the predatory chain, the triangle? What am I thinking of?
The food pyramid?
The food chain. Yeah, the food chain, right? The food chain.
Oh yeah,
'Cause,
I'm
like,
thinking of
like,
the healthy initiative. Whoops. Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
birds eat
yeah, yeah, yeah.
rats, and then like who eats birds, and then like
Me?
Ramakamis eat karmics. You know, that's pretty much what's going down here.
The apex
Anyways.
predator. So far, Artio, man, has really been showing herself to be the one to beat as terms of the gods. So Remakami, hopefully feeling pretty good being able to take that one down. That being said, we're going to ask you the most all-important question. 5 gods, 5 gods. Who do you think takes this one?
I'm looking at this team count from Clocked In. I think it's pretty solid. I mean, it's pretty sick. You've got such good damage, right? You've got super good damage from Tagveer, from Paul, from Hydro, and these are all signature picks you got to keep in mind. Paul's used this disco more than once. It might not be the Bari or Newt or whatever, but I've seen Paul play this disco enough to a point where he knows this god well. Same thing with Tagveer on the Achilles. Same thing with Hydro on this agony of aspect, right? Aspect of combustion. I feel like Hydro is really the only one that's still playing this aspect, but he still makes it look so good. You've got really solid objective burn. You've got good damage against tanks as well. So should Hydro be worried about Aurora or Remakami late game, that Agni aspect pick is going to do so much damage to them. You need somebody who's going to shred tanks. Hydro's your guy.
I'm a bit worried, actually, about Jengaru on this Oelix looking across the map here because, again, we talk about the fact that there's not really many initiations for this ultimate to get started. Doesn't even have the ultimate right now just yet as we approach these flame brands, though stealing one could result. Not quite just yet. No level 5 difference. How does Jengaru ensure they get these ultimates off the board? Because let's say you get a Cerebral and you decide to Gravity Surge someone. There's 3 pairs of bees from Clocked In. That shrugs off 2 ultimates for the price of 1, and Jengaru doesn't have really other ways, except for their own Suku charge, to knock someone up.
Well, we talked about this a little bit earlier with Sunprod on the Thor pick, and I think it's just as present here. It's about positioning. You have to be in the right spot to make sure the knockup lands from sending Suku out, right? The backflip, not the backflip, sorry, the knockup is everything if you want to set yourself up as an Awilix. So I'd say, you just have to make sure you're in the right spot. Make sure they don't have wards. Let your teammates talk with you. Okay, they haven't warded, blah, blah, blah. Come up right here, position behind. You got a path high. Make sure the knockup lands. If they try and go for a leap away, gravity surge to back. I don't know. You're really reliant on the knockup.
Path high to bring them down low. Level 5 difference secured here now by both Tagveer and Jengaru. But where does that attention get placed onto is the question. I feel like that Discordia doesn't have the same mobility as that Agni does. Could potentially be a fair pick, but of course Paul's one of the safest players in the game, so easier said than done.
Even if he doesn't feel, like he wants to play safe, if he wants to play aggro, if he thinks he can take the fight, he's gonna take the fight. We've seen Paul take 2v1s and not be afraid of it, but watch both junglers path over here to duo. Tagveer just showed face, but Jengaru's around the side. He's not pathed high. He's not going to hit the knockup where he is, but maybe we follow up off Stygian Torment around the bush as Happen, who can set things up with a plug.
Do they know that the Wilix is there? They certainly do now. The Suku charge finds no one, which means neutral farm goes the way of Clocked In. 5 minutes in, it's 0 kills on the board, and Clocked In have a very, very small lead, but at the very least, it's something to feel good about.
But these brands going towards Karmic, even though the matchup is definitely favoring Remakami right now. It might not be too evident, but it seems like XP, everything is favoring Remakami just a little bit. Maybe as the levels have gone through that we've seen a little more from Karmic, but the fact that he got any brands at all in this game is a bit of a shocker. But Remakami instead opting for jungle to take away from Jengaru and say, hey, I'm going to need it to take down Karmic. Trust me, it's Karmic, bro. I need this.
Going back to the side of the left, I'm curious for your thoughts a bit more in depth on this Chiron, because I know you talked about, and I do agree that going all in on the ability build just feels a bit better. Make sure your Centaurus hits a bit harder. So, as the Chiron, then, what is your job? You too late for that. I chose Aspect. Boo-hoo. What do you do to ensure that you still are just as impactful?
Well, really what it is you're going for on-hit damage, right? You're 2... Uh-oh, good pluck.
Better Stygian, or rather, better Soul Expulsion. Aurora's going to stay alive, but does lose the Phantom Shell.
So really what it is you're looking to melt down squishes in the back line. Your focus is less, as Donut Doug, to melt down Happen or Karmic, considering that Karmic might not even get that tanky. I mean, the rat that we saw earlier in Raspect was very, very squishy for what your tank should be, right? So I don't think Donut Doug's going to have an issue with tanks in this game. It's more going to be your squishy members like Hydro, Paul, and Taggear. But that's where Chiron kind of succeeds. Once you hit that 2.5 attack speed threshold, then your marksman shot applies on hit effects. So whether it be the Odibo, it could be the Braggies, Tierfing, anything like that, your 2 will apply multiple times onto each target.
Oh no, Paul. Paul, you don't know behind you. There lies the Wheelix. The gravity surge is popped despite not having the knockup. Ult for ult goes down, and Paul sleekly swims through the sky. The red buff, I don't even think it was stolen. It's a single bind. Make a pretty risky gamble. But don't find too much off it. Karmic, through the Cosmos, decides to descend back down on top of the RDO. That could be trouble for them. The cripple field won't quite reach, so they are able to quickly get back to safety. Taggear is still present as well. Remakami. Drop down a bit lower than they're comfortable with. Dashes back out as well.
Pretty respectable damage from the Rat, though. I don't know if you noticed that. Now, what is unfortunate for him is that he doesn't have that blue buff. It looks like it got taken away from him. And, I mean, solo laners will tell you every day of the week how miserable of an experience it is trying to play this game without your blue buff. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. But Karmic's still thugging it out. No blue buff needed. And still gets a lot of damage onto Remakami here. This matchup might be taking a turn for the worse for Remakami. I didn't expect Rat to have that dog in him, but
Oh, the dog's up in the sky. Dog's in the pluck. Dog's in the lurking waters. Do they know how to swim? Soap Execute does not find the mark, but Taggear can do just the same. First blood to clocked in ritual as well.
Interesting pickup on the Daybreak Gabble from Taggear here. That's an interesting one because you do have ways to proc it with in-kit healing. His 2 Radiant Glory gives him heals for every bit of damage you do with his abilities. So the Shield Bash, Combat Dodge, even the Fatal Strike will all proc a heal through Radiant Glory, which helps out with this Daybreak Gabble pickup. But it's definitely, it's interesting, right? For Taggear, what we usually see is, you know, maybe extra cooldown through Pendy Blade or Hydra, something along that lines. You know, that's what you'll see pretty standard from Taggear. But instead, this Daybreak Gabble, it's a little bit of extra health. You know, it does a decent bit for you.
Your middle tower is under
Lane
attack.
pusher's gonna make it a bit easier to whittle down these tier 1s. That's why you see the rotation coming in from Taggear as well. Not too much to fight over aside from that, though. Gold Fury's present. Next kill that goes down very well could result in that grander objective. But this game's pace has been rather slow, Morty. The question is who benefits more from that? Who really wants to scale to that late game? Might not have a chance if you're Taggear. Pulled out there from the Lunar Gravity Surge, but it's a Wheelix who's actually in greater danger, courtesy of Disco's damage too. Rat's now present, sends the bombs away, but it's only a Roar who feels the pain, and they're tanky enough to survive it. Now Ardio's here as well, and Sobek feeling some claws in their backside. Mosswall, a fiery retort, not enough to finish off any kills though. Clocked in, make it double.
I honestly see the vision for this Karmic pickup. Oh, a great knockup, but not too much results afterwards. Karmic extremely low, but falling back under tower. 3 members of Clocked In go back to base, but Paul's going to hang around for a minute. Maybe just looking to stop the siege on that tier 1. Single Bind might have gone for it, but Centaur snipes?
I don't think it's going to get the kill, and that's what you need in order to try to actually have hope to stay alive. So Donut Doug gets gobbled up there by Taggear. A killing spree for the Achilles. They have every single one in the game.
Yeah, this is really good. This is really good for Clocked In because Taggear is going to be their pilot pick, right? This is somebody who's going to control the ship and make sure everything goes accordingly. Taggear is in his bag, to say the least. So I'm completely okay with if anybody on their team having all those kills, Taggear having it's like the best case scenario. I think it's honestly, you know, not a bad thing at all. Surely we do want to spread the love, right? I wouldn't mind giving a kill or 2 to Paul, to Hydro, even maybe Karmic, 1 or 2. You know, make sure that he gets a bit of gold himself to get some more itemization online. But Karmic says, I'm good on kills. Just let me keep getting these firebrands and we'll be A-okay.
Jangara going down there feels bad too. Now 2 levels down on their opposition. You look across the board, Clocked In have a lead in every single role save for solo. So Remakami, a lot of pressure on those shoulders. I don't know if the Bear can bear to carry the entire team on their backside. Let's see if they can at least maybe try to get some solid pressure off on Karmic. 11 minutes in. It's 0-3 in favor of Clocked In, but a good stun could change that. Great body blocks as well, though the Sobek is able to slip through the crack.
Doug's starting to chunk a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It's some pretty solid damage. I mean, he only hit a couple basics on a Hydro there, but the amount of damage that he did is definitely a little worrisome for Hydro. Should, you know, there be more involved in that fight, right? I mean, that Hydro lost that much health off of a couple basics, but let's say, you know, paralyzing spit, and then a Stygian Torment goes into the mix, or maybe Centaurus snipes, or even a marksman shot. There's a lot more damage capability that just wasn't put out there that would have gotten a kill for single bind. So I'm sitting here thinking in my head, I don't know, this Chiron pick could be a little bit better this time around. If anybody's made it look good, it's Donut Doug. I think it's always looked a little meh, but Donut Doug's put on the best performance I've seen from the Chiron carry. So I could be persuaded otherwise. You know, wasn't too keen of it showing that, but maybe now it could be a little bit better than what I'm anticipating.
Clockton are sniffing around this Gold Fury. And they do certainly have Cryo. It's just the Merlin was far on the right side, though they won't be able to find too much. So we're just kind of returning back to the stalemate. And Mort, the question I was building up for you before we saw another kill go to Tegvir's pocket, who benefits more? Who scales more when this game is going at a snail's pace in terms of the kills?
Interesting question. If Stygian Torment gets pulled away from Aurora, I'm looking honestly, you know, I feel like scaling, it goes down to single bind.
What?
Oh!
Tegvir gets pulled in from way back when, but they say that's just okay with me. You really want this fight, Jingaru? They say, hell no. Sorry, sir, I did not want the smoke. You can have it. Through the Cosmos off the mark, Jingaru actually baits with their life, and Centaurus might hunt down the rat. One last shot, but it's not enough damage. And now Donut Doug's got to eat an apple for their troubles. Clocked in, scraped by the skin of their teeth.
What a great, I mean, super low there. Jingaru ends up getting back, but Gold Fury getting pulled all that time. Ramakami and Aurora taking it away, and Maswal zoning, but happens looking.
Okay, Paul, off the mark with Hysteria. Uncharacteristic and very important to keep Ramakami healthy in these moments. The turn and burn from this Merlin, and now rejoining the fight. Donut Doug's got full health and single bind. Have it stolen away by Clocked In. That's tragic. But now can they win the fight? Happen should be the first one to go. They're low health, but Jingaru's brought down to 0. Happen for your jungle is not a trade you want, especially when you double down and bring Ramakami in as well. 5 kills, all for Clocked In, all for Tegvir.
Beautiful play there, but it's not over just yet. Going under the tier 1 tower. Clocked In's not done. Feasting for blood.
3 members in the Stygian Torment is massive, and that's going to result in the shutdown we need. Double there for Donut Dog. The golden apple bounces around, and Paul able to take down Aurora in the back end, but still a good opening made by the Cerberus to bring Mosswall back into the game.
Exactly. Getting Donut Doug those 2 kills was massive. That was massive. Like, Donut Doug needed that so bad because I feel like, you know, if you want to dominate Hydro, you've got to have the numbers game. And right now, I mean, at least for this entirety of the early game, Donut Doug's been down a notch. He's just now getting caught back up in levels. He was just down a level and barely got caught back up. But now with a little bit of extra itemization, you can face up against the fact that Hydro's already got 2 tier 3 items, and you're about to get your 3rd. But once you get your 3rd, go back, get your mana, get your tier 3, and now we're going to see more of a fight with this Kin's pickup. Oh, and let's not forget that your 2 also applies Kin, so that's a huge pickup for Chiron, sorry.
Yeah, Donut Doug could try to swing a bit bigger with that. Chunk down some of these tanky tanks. 15 minutes. 3-6. Clocked In, doubling down on the kills. The single bind did certainly work themselves out of a bit of a dip with that last kill. Aurora plucked up, leaps away. And the gold lead starting to look pretty solid here for Clocked In as well, about 4K their way. Only one objective having gone down. Moonlight Queen available. Scary stuff here for single bind.
Scary stuff indeed, but, you know, it's not the worst deficit in the world. Definitely something that they can come back from. Queen Naga would help their scaling a little bit in the late game. You asked me that earlier, who scales better going into this game? And even though I think the answer is single bind, I think it's just the team comp that favors Clocked In, right? It's who's got the better team comp versus how much more does scaling matter. Even though the scaling looks better for single bind, the team fight comp for Clocked In just looks that much better to a point where I think it's still fine that single bind scales better. Clocked In are okay going to late because of how good their engage is through the Cosmos. And then you've got, you know, the golden apple to find some cripples. Happen can find a decent plug to take somebody important out of place like Maswal or Jingaru, and then we just kind of pick everybody apart from there. But I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. Do the picks really matter? Can Clocked In get these necessary plugs? That was an issue for Happen earlier on today. And now can he correct his mistakes going into the grand finals when it means the most.
I mean, I think he definitely certainly prevents single bind from getting their plucks. Look at what we have built up here by Happen. It's the talisman. It's the enhanced purification beads that work for the entire team. That Stygian Torment is so pivotal to making sure Jingaru gets off their ultimate, and now that everyone can be spared, there's no really easy target for Jingaru to knock up unless it's with their own ultimate. Check it right there. Talisman, easy peasy. Big golden apple. Spreads the infection a bit more. Rat comes in from the skies, and Remikami's brought down to low. Looking in the waters as the Sobek has to retreat back. The Hysteria finds the root. Donut Doug. Giddy ups on back to the rest of the team. Mosswall trying to keep up the damage from range. Clocked in, not sure if they want to keep up the effort. But so far, no bodies dropped just yet.
A little rough, but a good stun off the shield bash from Tegveer. Almost got the kill onto Aurora, taken down to execution range, but no Xe found.
Had the blink, and you had Remikami back in the meantime. Does come back now with a full health bar. Donut Doug, this horse is on their last legs. Walking with a limp. A great blink and a fantastic pluck. The CC chains and up, but on the left side, it's a pull from Jingaru. Hydrogen goes down in trade, 1-for-1.
Okay, that's good. That's really good. I think it's a very solid response, all things considering. I mean, Happen found an engage there, but it ended up being Hydro who paid for that fight, but Mosswall's not done there. Paul has no mana.
Oh no, the beads in the sky, it's golden hour, but that was not the best way to use that relic. Mosswall turns back, head hung in shame, not able to get any more kills.
Well, at least you pushed Paul back, because Paul would have got a bit of extra farm, but Paul now really has to go back to base, and with one less member of Clocked In around, now they can look at this Gold Fury, but Karmic's here for members of Single Bind on the burn. Tegveer hovering in the wings, it's down to half health.
I don't know if I like this. I don't like this very much. Lurking Waters is ready. We have the ult from Tegveer as well. Single Bind agree, but Clocked In say, hey, you've done all the work. It would be a shame to not take this Gold Fury after all. Single Bind now, put in the pressure cooker. Do they decide to respond? They have no choice. Clocked In also decide it's not worth the risk, so both teams just going to melt back to the jungle.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to look at it. Neither team gets it. I think Clocked In trying to pick it up there for a moment was fine. You know, them assuming that Single Bind would just walk away scared, but they stayed for a minute, enough for Clocked In to say, okay, all right, we'll drop it, we'll drop it. We don't really want it yet. We just wanted to take it from them.
Whoa, double stun collateral there with the Acorn Blast. Don't see that too often, but Cerberus is rather big boy, so it makes sense that they can eat that with the hitbox. 19 minutes now, just about. 4-7. Clocked In still bear the lead. The only 3K their way. A Gold Fury would certainly add to their coffers. Aurora steps up, has ultimate, blinks on in and knocks him up, but a Talisman once again resists it all. The Golden Apple applied, and Aurora brought it back to the enemy team. And that means there's more damage for Donut Dog. Donut Dog, though, did steal that Fury. And now they might steal some lives as well. Tegveer's dead at the end of Jingaru's spear, and Single Bind can push forward.
This is very unlike Clocked In. They kind of forced that. I'm not going to lie. I felt a little forced, but now they're going to lose their purple buff. Jingaru is able to take that away, add one to his collection of belts. They're all Gucci, by the way.
Very nice and fashionable. Paul, unfortunately, going to be dressed in black for the funeral of Happen and himself. Nice little killing spree there for Donut Doug. Single Bind, even up the kill tally, even up the gold.
So, this is the best that we've seen Single Bind in a while, right? They get a Gold Fury, they got a couple kills. This completely just triumphs over the lead that Clocked In once had. If you take a look at the gold, it was rough for Single Bind quite some time. You know, a majority of this game, they were down a little bit, quite a bit. But now things are dead even, and especially around the Fire Giant phase, when fighting means the most, these long-evaded team fights are where Clocked In's comp come into play, but where scaling for Single Bind means a little bit more.
Cool. Stun there, paralyzing spin. Naka won't find a mark, but the Feather Step's still important. Remikami for Single Bind does grab that Pyromancer, and it was contested. So Single Bind just getting one more thing in their coffers. Jingaru's got the ultimate. Happen could be in trouble if they get knocked up, but they do make a mad dash back to safety. That Magi's cloak bubble has been popped, and so is Paul. A nice little stomp there from Jingaru. Blink back on in from the Achilles, but not much to be had from it. Single Bind take their kill and go.
It's unusual for Paul to get picked like that. I think he's usually kind of falling with the team in team fights, but him getting picked off in mid lane there, that makes me think he had motive to stay for a reason. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm not like roasting him for it. I'm just thinking like was he looking for that pyro and just didn't go back in time?
Your left tower is
I mean,
under
what
attack.
was the mentality there? It makes me question what he was looking at. I mean, was it just a bit of extra farm, that wave that was there? I don't know. We won't get caught up on the past, right? The past is the past, Dilo. We're here, the now, the present. And the present is that the Fire Giant is still up and can be looked at any point. But I think that after how hairy that last Gold Fury fight went, Clocked In are thinking in their heads, like, I'm a little skeptical when it comes to just ripping this FG, right? We can't just go up and burn it like we have this big old lead. Single Bind can walk up to us and kill us. We have to be aware of that.
Big block there on top of Aurora. The Golden Apple will follow. Hysteria as well. Stygian Torment to immune the CC alongside the Shield of Rebuke. And look at that. All those abilities, all for naught. But that being said, Tegvir approaches and the Soap Execute as well. The Wind Spray gets them a bit more distance, and the Fire Giant cannot save you. Hydrogen's the god of it. After all, Aurora gets burned away, courtesy of Clocked In CC chains. Could still be trouble though. Tegvir brings up the front line. Ramakami is the victim. The knockup's not going to be there. Happen stays safe. And that forces Single Bind back once more. There's no means for Jingaru to utilize that ultimate unless they pull it off raw. Feather Step gets the beads off, but Hydrogen eats the death. Too much damage comes out from the Merlin and Wheelix both, and Donut Doug tries to snipe from the back line.
Yeah, he's got to play very safe. Down a roar, and Ramakami's over in solo lane. Donut Doug is technically by himself for just a minute, but not a lot for Clocked In to look at here. I mean, they know they can't get FG. Even though Centaurus is down, I mean, there's still the odd chance that a Runic Bomb from Donut Doug steals the FG, right? So they're playing it safe. You know, they're not going to go fast and loose. They have no reason to. Let's play it low and slow. Our team comp is completely fine with getting to late game. So let's let it ride, Dilo. Let it ride. I think it's completely fine for them to do what they're doing. But Gold Fury comes up soon, and those pips do mean a lot as the game goes on. You don't get an Ancient Fury and get them all. You have to keep chipping away at each Gold Fury to get all three. So I don't think that Clocked In looking at this gold soon would be a bad idea.
I really like how Happen played that last fight, plucking out Aurora when they're by themselves, forcing Stygian Torment, which again is such an important tool to not only set up for the team, but especially for Jingaru. So if you're able to take down Aurora pretty early, your fight's won. This Talisman of Purification has been such an important pickup that Happen is making sure to utilize to the fullest extent possible. If you can do the same with the Blink, you've got a full team, you've got a full Grand Finals victory. Blink there from Aurora. They need to find the paralyzing spit to secure it. They do manage to grab it, not even need it. Look how high he's gone! Holy, Hydrogen's soul's been sent to the stratosphere!
Is under attack.
Ascended to the heavens. Hydrogen has been turned into smoke.
Raptured!
Tower is under attack.
Dude,
Wow.
they just put him in a pipe and smoked it. That was insane. Hydrogen this is absolutely destroyed. Knocked up by the Suku charge, by the Stygian Torment. That dude's soul will never find rest.
Well, what needs to find rest is the gold lead. It needs to find a place to stay. And Single Bind says, well, come on down. Make yourselves at home. We're going to get this gold lead after getting Ancient Fury here. They're starting to burn, but Happen says, screw that. We're not going to that. We're getting to Pyro.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Clocked In. This is the one you talked about more. When you see them go left, Clocked In go right. They make sure to go where the enemy's not to grab something from nothing. Gold Fury for Pyromancer, not the best trade for Clocked In, but at least it's something on the board.
Your right
Yeah,
tower
it's
is under
something.
attack.
That's really what it is. That's what Clocked In are best at. They're best at, you know, getting something when nothing could be the case. Well, there's always a Pyro. There's always a Beacon in the mid lane. There's always this and that. I mean, they're very aware of what objectives are on the map at all times, and they know whether or not they can fight for them. They knew that Ancient Fury was just not a good idea. I think that was very smart, very mature of them to decide, right? It's you know, there's no need to do all that. We'll talk about this like adults. Where can we go instead? They go to Pyro and a Runic Bomb in pocket for Happen now. That's going to really help on their next siege, or even if they want to steal away a Fire Giant, something like that.
Whoa, big pluck.
Chunk of Runic Bomb.
It's trouble once again for Aurora. Plucked back into the midst of the team, or rather, sorry, Ramakami. Getting my animals mixed up here. Speaking of Aurora, though, does get rooted, leaps back. What are you going to say? Bad day at the petting zoo? This time the animals managed to get free.
For now. I'm thinking about
For now.
Madagascar, right? When are we getting a penguin god?
Oh, that'll be sick. I don't know, the Pantheon is in Antarctica, but Happy Feet, god of the penguins. Can't wait. Surfs
Happy
up as
Feet.
well. That'd be pretty sick. Wombo combo. Karmic finds the nuts, but also eats some damage in return. 26 minutes, man. It's been a bit. 10-9. And the gold lead this time tilts towards Single Bind. 3K about their way. Though at the very least, Clocked In do win the ritual as a response.
And that's good, right? Like we talked about, nothing out of something, even though it's just pushers down lane. It's just
Your
a bit of
right
extra
tower is
XP.
under attack.
Everything matters when it comes to this late game where people are almost done with their builds. People are almost done to getting to level 20. I mean, every little bit matters as this FG burns away. Clocked In are observing from the shadows.
This is dangerous.
Your right tower is under
Blink
attack.
ready from both the front lines of Clocked In. Mosswall's got to make sure their positioning is A1. Jingharu lurks on the left side, can't find the knockup. The Golden Apple will find the Chiron. Left side, here comes the Ratatosker, but their dash has to be one of escape rather than engage. Aurora's low as well. The front line can't front line, so what can Single Bind do? Go mad! The Hysteria finds them all, and the Fatal Strike's coming, but Aurora zigs where they're expected to zag. The Masterful Shot finds two, but Donut Dog sacrificed!
Oh my God! Did you see the marksman masterful shot? Was so crazy. All that damage, and they're not done yet. Paul getting chased down and trying to fight for his life in the jungle, but fight is all you can do. It won't make a difference. You'll die regardless. 3 dead on the side of Clocked In, and this FG will be their reward. And man, they earned it well. The Stygian Torment combo, followed by the marksman shot, and that all started thanks to a really nice training exercise from Donut Doug. Threw it straight on a Happens target. Happen didn't get the plug. It happens like crap. Like now I'm toast.
Well, Karmic and Happen are going to try to put some extra butter on it. See if we can sweeten the deal. They do try to pull their attention away from this FG. Still leashed. Great Acorn Blast. Forces Phantom Shell. Nearly manages to take out Jingharu, and Single Bind giving up the objective now.
Okay, but a good paralyzing spit will stop Karmic.
Clocked In's holding it.
Wait. They're holding the FG. They're going to go and finish
The rest
it
of them
off.
spawned.
Mosswall's hovering.
And so is the Rat. Forces Mosswall back. That was a zoning ultimate. But same thing with the Stygian Torment. Can't pull the ball off it. It's still leashed and Clocked In. Secure the FG. All from Single Bind's hard work. But Donut Dog goes charging in and lights out for Karmic.
Wow, but XC range and has the dagger as well. Typebeer gets one. Aurora falls. Paul gets the kill. Donut Doug getting chased down. Hits the root. And the one. Donut Doug turned to nothing. Turned to glue. Jingharu, the only one alive and running for his life. Clocked In, marching down the mid lane. But what can they do? What can they grab? I mean, there's an Ancient Fury. They can just march down lane and get this tier 2. What are they? They're not going to end it, are they?
Donut Dog charges in with the giddy up only to find themselves surrounded by enemies and the corpses of their former friends. Single Bind bite off far more than they could chew, not only with the FG, but the fight that followed. Clocked In take all their hard work and make it their benefit.
And back and forth on the gold charts as we're seeing. It's been a crazy game, but Clocked In for the first time in a while, back in charge of how things are going. This Ancient Fury will further that lead even more so, as well as weakening all those tier 2 towers. So here's the game plan. I'll give you the script for the rest of the game here, D'Lo. We've got tier 2 towers that are all weakened. They're going to go back to base, spend that gold, and then do a sweep, take down all of them. And Single Bind's going to let them have those tier 2s because it's not worth defending, especially when they're weakened, right? Then we go for another round of the FG, the Ancient Fury, etc., etc. If it goes the way of Clocked In, that's all weakened birds, and then the Titan rooms bust it open. And then with FG belts one more time, then they end this game, especially because they might be enhanced depending on how late it'll be. But that next FG fight is really what determines after this. I mean, right now, they're getting tier 2s, and that's it. Clocked In can't end off this. But the next Fire Giant that spawns really determines what is going to happen as far as the end result.
Well, Mort, that next FG won't just be a regular one. It'll be an EFG in the game. 30 minutes now, 14-14, all tied up on the kills. Gold, different story. Clocked In with their macro aggressions. Their macro play have gotten a 5K lead their way. But look at Donut Doug. All the way up left side. And Clocked In, if they want, can just easily wrap around and ensure there's nowhere for that horse to go. But Jingharu does find a really nice pluck. Forces out the beads from Paul.
Oh, and look at Karmic dashing away and saying, I mean, I kind of want to engage, I kind of don't. No, you got to get out.
God.
Karmic, you don't want to face this man. Oh, tag.
I don't know if you want to stick around, but here comes the rest of the quad to finish the job. Donut Dog makes sure their life's not forfeited without getting something in return. Killing spree there for Paul, but Donut Dog's life was already forfeit, Mort. I don't know why Karmic stuck around.
There is a lot of issues on now for Clocked In, right? Because not only are they going to lose this tier 1, not only did they lose Karmic, but weaken tier 2 on the left side. If things go bad for Clocked In a fight, then who's to say that Single Bind can't run up left side and just bust that Titan room wide open? I mean, it's looking rough for Clocked In, more so than it has been. I mean, I'm now kind of seeing it all in the grand scheme of things, right? We're in the spectator slot, and I mean, only we can see it from the skies here that Clocked In, even though they're running down left side, it could be bad news at any moment.
Only we can see from the skies, unless Hydrogen gets another taste of heaven, which they might right now. Talisman, though, prevents it. Instead, it's Aurora who might be going back down to hell to see their boss Hades. Cersei Sexstone to the right side to ensure safety. Does prevent their death so far. And Mikami also able to dash back out. Happen low. Phoenix still at a pretty decent margin of health as well. Clocked In. Resisted in the first attempt at the left side Phoenix siege.
Unfortunately, it's a lot of resource invested for no kills. And Fire Giant's gone, by the way.
Yeah.
So Single Bind are fine with fighting for a little while. No ults for Clocked In, no FG belts. Now they're thinking, all right, well, let's take them to town, right? I think we find another engage. Sigine Torment is down, unfortunately, but you know, if you can find a decent knockup from Jengaru, then maybe there's something to collapse on there. But otherwise, not a lot of initiation for a Single Bind. We're kind of just hoping that Clocked In to have somebody out of position. Odds are low, but it's been known to happen before, so we'll have to just keep our eyes on the map. Look at Happen, very far up here. I mean, a good paralyzing spit would surely ensure a kill? No.
Jengaru, busy collecting some rocks. You know, metamorphic, sedimentary, sorry. Igneous? What do you think? What kind of rock is that rock, More? What do you think?
What are you, stone mason? I don't know anything about rocks. I have not a clue. Rocks, I mean, there's big ones.
That's why you don't win solo lane.
There's boulders. Right. Look, I dare you to run the ones with me after this. I'd say let's keep the whole thing. Let Elo run the
I have a house
ones.
party
He
after
gets to
this.
play Ymir. I'll play Geb support in solo lane. I'll play non-aspect Geb and take you to town, big dog.
Mort, I can't go. I can't. I have a house party after this. I got places to be. 34 minutes in. So does Clocked In. So does this EFG now in the game. Ancient Fury as well. So the biggest objectives that are present in this game possible are now on both sides of the map. Makes that decision all the more important, though it is worth noting no one is touching this EFG until they have a significant enough lead or a significant enough amount of kills on the board.
Well, now there's a lot more objective to fight over again. Clocked In or any control of the pad for right now. This mid lane neutral point is going to be favoring Clocked In for a moment. Single Bind say, that's fine. We're not really worried about pushers. I mean, we can go delete those. Have you seen our guy, Donut Doug? His DPS? Disgusting. But Aurora.
Oh, man, have you seen this? Oh, another Talisman, though. Now Aurora's got it all turned to the tables. They have to Cersei Sexstone, Phantom Shell. Everything must go, but Jengaru makes sure Paul's the first one to suffer. Could be trouble, though, as the blink comes forward from Tegvir. They'll pay them back in like fashion. It's going to overall be that mid for jungle trade, one that I think benefits Single Bind.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Paul is like one of their highest damage outputs. Getting him out of the game is going to be very beneficial for Single Bind. Now there's not a lot of AoE to just kind of destroy Single Bind from within. Now, I mean, it's going to be, you know, real pick potential for Clocked In. But if Single Bind stay together like they are now, if they stay as a unit, nobody's going to get picked off. They're not going to lose anything. Maybe they can steal away a Pyro. We've seen Clocked In steal objectives this game, but every objective matters right now. The pad sending pushers down towards Clocked In's Titan room, especially when that weakened tier 2 still remains on the left side.
Oh no!
You got to be careful.
Front line's in trouble. Aurora's in this guy now, and they're the one who's going to be sent up and back down. Karmic will trade their life out for it. So front lines of each side suffers. Single Bind and Clocked In just catch someone all by their lonesome, and they capitalize accordingly.
But again, down one member on each side. As soon as Paul respawns, Jengaru does the same. They're both going to march towards this right side of the map where the EFG lies. But without Aurora, there goes the only form of engage for Single Bind, really.
That's so true.
Did lose Karmic, but he didn't even have through the Cosmos, so they didn't really lose the ult per se. I mean, they lost the God, sure, but we still have decent pick. We've got the pluck that can, take care of things. Takegear just kind of runs at people. I'm sure you've noticed. So really, whatever they want to do, Clockton can just do. Single Bind need their front line, their top dog, Aurora, to do things.
What stinks, man, is I just feel like every time Aurora blink ults, there's always a talisman waiting. Always. And I know for certain nearly that talisman's cooldown is longer. So it just feels like Single Bind need to kind of play like an Odin. You're an ult bot at this point. Try to find as many as possible. Force out the talisman with the first one. If you're Remikami, it would be lovely if that Roar could force it out as well. But you need to see this ultimate getting more value, because Aurora just blinks in and dies.
Now that you say it, I was actually watching the Blue Diamond and then the Tally cooldown between the two. The window that there is for Tally to be down and Serb's ult to be
How much?
up? 10 seconds.
Oh, what? That is
I might be a
incredibly
little off.
surprising.
It might be.
I might have forgotten how to
15
count.
Or 20. I might be off a little bit, but it wasn't long. Let's get that. Let's make that the point. Not that long. Aurora is going to have to play extremely time sensitive if you want to utilize the Tally being down. I'd say just let it rip, right? Whether or not the Tally's there, we at least take the resource away, because then you're taking away the potential of a beads for Jengaru, right? But I guess they all have beads anyway. I don't know. It seems like it's going to be impossible for Aurora to get this knock-up any way, shape, or form. It's really what it comes down to. There's so many forms of crowd control immunity on the side of Clocked In, through the Tally, through purification beads on each god. You've got like 3 CC immune ults over there. It's not going to be pretty no matter what.
But if you could burn those beads individually, it makes the job of your backline that much more easy. Donut Doug can breathe a bit more easy. Donut Doug can get those kills as well. Rattle off some more autos without having to fear someone approaching with those beads in pocket. I wonder if this last item being built by Aurora is a Breastplate of Valor, something that can try to give him a bit of extra cooldown. Genji's Guard will contribute to that, but it's not enough, clearly. If you say that it's only like 20 seconds, it's not a window that's large enough for Single Bind to slip through. Look at that dog. It's big. You can't get through that window. Not one bit.
Yeah, I think that's another thing I was thinking about too, is that Genji's only provides, I think, like 20 CDR or 12 or something. It's a pretty small number. I mean, 20 is not bad. It's respectable. 20 is respectable, right? It's the average. I think that having another CDR item, though, like you said, the Breastplate would be a really solid pickup. I mean, even Fridwin has been very popular on mainly solo laners, really, but it does offer a quick 12 and a very massive shield with all the procs that you have as a Aurora. I think it's not a terrible pickup. Maybe the Breastplate's probably the best option, though.
The Pyromancer being traded out here for a back Harpy camp.
The enemy team
I'm
has
not quite sure if I like that
destroyed the
trade.
Pyromancer.
Clocked In
Worth.
certainly do. 5. You're right. What am I saying? Jungle's going to be able to get a bit of extra solo farm their way, I suppose, but it's a Pyro Bomb. Make it 2 for Clocked In. Further aids their secure around this EFG, though. That being said, the Golden Apple's off the mark. It's a pretty big, important ultimate. Chingardu blinks on in, has Paul's head, and finds the Feather Step as well. They might lose their life, but maybe not. Donut Dog's got backup. My friends are shooters, god dang it. I'm not dying anytime soon. Techbeer makes sure it's a short-lived excuse, but they fall shortly afterwards. And now Karmic all by themselves. They do.
Single Bind. What just happened? Aurora gets Hydro, down 4 members. Single Bind surely run it down here. I mean, this game is flipped entirely on its head. Clocked In are in the nastiest bit of trouble they've ever had, and the only one left alive to address that trouble is Karmic, but they still got to rip through this tier 2. It just got shredded fast. Birds next on the chopping block, but with half a minute left before Paul shows up.
Here comes Rat.
The team. Karmic
Remikami's low. This is going to be trouble. Remikami's got to make sure they stay alive, but that distracted Single Bind for long enough. It could cost them. Paul's up in 15. I see 2 tier 2s alive. I don't think Bind can end.
No, Karmic's going in. Karmic's going to go to try and stop them because they're going straight for it. Donut Doug's got the DPS, and Aurora can tank for a second. Same with Remikami. But
Paul's up in 3. I don't think they can stop it well enough. Karmic is just to watch. They dive back in with the flurry. They do find Remikami, but it's only going to be a consolation prize. Single Bind put Clocked In back up against the ropes.
Wow, dude. One pick. It only took one
Jengaru.
pick. Jengaru made the play.
Clutched it.
Jengaru is back, bro. that was smooth. That was sick. And the rest of the team fell like dominoes as soon as Paul died. The rest of Clocked In's thinking, oh crap, like what do we, and before they can even respond, Jengaru's already going for the next target.
The feather step was insane.
Yeah,
they did so much damage.
So fluent.
It's exactly what you asked for. You said, how are you approaching? How are you positioning? You can't just walk at them. Jengaru goes high. They loop around from the top of the Pyromancer pit. They blink in perfectly in front of Paul. One auto, one Suku charge, done. Dead on the floor.
And it was all just so back and forth. Clocked In taking this first Gold Fury here, and they might lose a life or two for it. I think Happen's the only one that falls. As a matter of fact, Jengaru dies here. But yeah, Tegvir gets the double off Fatal Strike. I mean, it's super smooth gameplay from all of Clocked In right here in the early game. But just one unfortunate pick, one unfortunate mistake, and the whole game just turns around.
I mean, when it's that late in the game, that's what happens. Those respawn timers are only going up, man. Just like our friend Hydrogen. And during this play right here, cannot wait. Oh my god! I can see my house from there.
This isn't where I parked my car. Like, it's just crazy.
Can you please put me back down? I didn't ask for uppies like this. Hydrogen definitely took the worst end of that. Then Donut Dog with the just rattles off like 7 masterful shots right there, obliterating.
And that's the beauty of masterful shot when you have that +1, that 2.5 threshold with attack speed was reached, and from there you're proccing Odibo, you're proccing Kins, you're proccing the T-Bane. Everything that you need is all getting just handed to you as Donut Doug. But here comes another big Fire Giant fight.
Oh man, somebody recall it. I'm not calling this one again. Donut Doug just dives on in, and then they keep going. They pour through the breach. Then they see that everyone sees that red mark on their back, and they think, oh crap.
Yeah, that's really what it was. Is that XE range, and Tegvir's like, execution range.
Tasty. Look at this one. Karmic tries to go 1-for-1 against Donut Doug. The entire team was there, and Karmic goes back in. That part right there, I'm not gonna lie, buddy, you deserved it.
Hey, if you're going to go down, you go down with a fight, am I right? That's the fighting spirit in Karmic, but here's where the game really flipped over. Jengaru gets that backflip and then just runs away, flips forward towards the team. Everybody else just runs in and cleans up from there. Tegvir ended up getting 1 on Jengaru, but everybody else from single bind is able to clean up in such a huge way. Aurora hit a nasty knockup. Like, just all this great stuff went down.
Crazy that Jengaru is the one who makes it all possible, and they couldn't live long enough to see the fruits of their labor, though nonetheless, they can see it in Game 2, where they stand with the game advantage and the potential to end the series right here. We thought it might have been our friends on Hold It, but instead, it could be Single Bind who end up being the undoing of the Clocked In dynasty.
And there's only one way to find out. I mean, Game 1 out of the way, but still Clocked In. Like, we've talked about this multiple times, all of us here with Smite Prime, is how Clocked In can lock in when most needed. So here is where, I'll say it one more time for you, D'Lo. Your back is against the wall. You've got one more shot to fight your way out of this. Can Clocked In do it? Can they make their way into a Game 3?
We'll find out with a short little bit. Guys, get your water, get your coffee, get your popcorn. It's going to be a hell of a Game 2 no matter what the result. Stick around. More Smite Prime after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 4 of the April circuit is upon us. Game 2 of the Grand Finals is on the horizon, and we are here to talk about it. My name is Morty, if you don't already know me. We've got the whole Prime crew behind the scenes. We've got Jithens, we've got Solstice, we've got Test Dot, and with me here at the booth, none other than Spirited Book to go over the action. And Book, we have had a long day. It has been a long, fun, exciting day of Smite, but I mean, there's a lot to talk about here in this game too.
Yeah, so first thing to note, of course, is all the characters that we just saw are gone because of the vault ban system that we have. So all the gods that we just saw play, all 10 gods will be locked away, and we have a lovely graphic that will showcase to you in the picks and bans what was taken or what will be banned away at the very least. going into this game 2. And I agree, that was a very, very back and forth game, number 1. I feel like there was a moment around the 20, 30-minute mark where I was like, this could go either way. It was dead even in kills. It could have gone either way. Shout outs to Jengaru, man. The super sub coming in clutch last minute here for this team wins them the game with that play, the pick onto Paul, and the rest of the team just collapses, and that's a clean win. Well, clean, quote unquote, but at the end of the day, that fight felt pretty clean for them. Single bind look really good going into this game too.
Clean enough to pass inspection. But here's my thought process. I think Clocked In are considered momentum killers, if you will. I think it's like the best thing that I could describe it. That, you know, there's these teams that have one after another come for the crown, right? Hold That, which has gone under a bunch of different names, but you know, the same identity of a team, right? Zapman, Sunprod, etc., and friends, I guess, have all tried for Clocked In, and they've been really the only one successful for quite some time. But you know, think about it: Single Bind, Mind the Gap, Mushroom Kingdom, names one after the other that have, you know, gave it their best shot to try and, you know, take away the crown. But Clocked In just somehow at the end of every month, you know, we get to this point right here, and Clocked In somehow, some way, keep winning. So this is when we find out if history will rewrite itself and we maybe see a new champion, or if we'll have a Roman Reigns situation where they'll hold the belt for years to come.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, because I think you would argue after what we saw previously against that Hold That roster, that you could argue, hey, Clocked In kind of looked like their old selves again. They're looking pretty good. I don't know, man. This single bind team, something about them looks really good today specifically, as well as these past couple weeks. It feels like this is a team that for a while was the contender. Before that Hold That roster was really formed, they were the contender every week against that Clocked In roster. They were always, you know, second place. And then after a while, Hold That started to rise up through the ranks, and single bind kind of fell off a little bit. They've had periods of time now where they're kind of been on a downward trend. I think I said it a couple times where this single bind team kind of maybe needs to think about a change, because they aren't winning when they feel like they should be. As of late, they're winning, and they're doing it really well, finding important plays. I mean, shout outs to Donut Doug. There was brief conversations about how well he's playing behind the scenes when we're watching the game, you know, in the production channel. Just a wonderful Chiron performance, and really, in my opinion, the first true AA Chiron performance that I've seen be very successful so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is, we talked about that in me and D'Lo too. It's been a little rough as far as AA Chirons going out and doing their thing. Zatman's tried it, meh. Hydro's tried it, meh. But when Donut Doug just did that, I all of a sudden, it was that Centaurus snipe that set up the two masterful shots that both just did so much damage. And from that point forward, I thought, like, I saw the vision. Like, it was just like open, like my third eye, like just crazy. So I'm a believer now. I'm no longer a doubter, but it has to be Donut Doug. That's the thing. It's kind of like a karmic Yorm situation. Like, it has to be that, or Tegvir Susano, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think going into this game number 2 is going to be really interesting. All those characters taken away, a lot of comfort picks for both sides. I mean, Aurora has been very successful today on that Cerberus, and in general on that Cerberus. We just mentioned how Doug has one of his most comfortable characters off the table as well. Jengaru loves the Awelix. That's gone. Remakami off the RDO, who's been dominant all day long. A lot of characters off the table. And this, to me, is kind of where Clocked In maybe have not an advantage, but it feels like as these best of threes have gone on, it's Clocked In who start to rise, find those weird pocket picks and those characters that you kind of aren't used to seeing necessarily, that they decide to pick up all of a sudden. I mean, the Aladdin from Tegvir in the last series is a prime example where we really didn't see him do it a lot in Smite Prime, but it's a character he pulled out in OSL first and found great success with it there. And now here in Smite Prime, he's done very well with it as well.
And it's interesting that you bring up the pocket picks, because there are certain players, namely Remakami, who I think of where I'm, you know, when you think of Paul, you think of the Bari, you think of the Newt, Disco now added to that list. When you think of Tegvir, you think of the Achilles, you think of Susano. I think of Remakami. I mean, I'm drawing a blank. I have no idea what that guy plays because
Yeah.
not because I don't pay attention, but because he's got so many gods in the god pool. This is a player that you will have a hard time banning against because Ramakami's got a god pool that you could fit Atlantis in. I mean, and there might be some treasure in that pool if you think about it. You know, how many picks that Ramakami can choose from. Who's to say he couldn't pick up the Sobek solo that Port Degree was piloting a while back, or maybe pick up I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of options. Bracken hasn't been utilized too much in solo, made his way towards mid lane as of recently with the aspect of the Rotun Yotun. But I don't know. I'm curious to see what Ramakami is going to pick up here in this game, too, now that we're going to lose access to 16 gods on the roster. That leaves a pretty fair amount, right? We're not going to be, doing anything too crazy, but definitely some options for Ramakami to have, along with Donut Doug, who seems to know a lot of these carries too. I think Donut Doug has a little bit more of a pool, but that's more of like favorites rather than like these are gods I just can't play. He's more like I prefer to play these gods.
Yeah, I think Ramakami for sure has a pretty wide god pool, and so does Doug, as we'll get to see how wide those pools are as we get set here for picks and bans of game number 2. And bans, I think, are going to be important here between these two teams. What characters are going to be prioritized and banned away? Obviously, Clocked In have that second pick and it's single bind again with that first pick. And what is the priority from single bind? Last game, it was the Cerberus. This time, not entirely certain just yet. Maybe you're taking away something from Clocked In, something like that Jormungandr, and sticking it on Ramakami, especially with how Karmic was able to pilot that in game number 3 of the last series against Hold That. Again, sticking to this Anubis ban, I'm all for it with how Karmic was able to pilot it in that last series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really made it look a lot more threatening than I anticipated. I'm sitting here thinking in my head like, well, I mean, Anubis is just going to die, right? He's not tanky. He's, he doesn't have any prots. He's just going to get squished. But in reality, all the lifesteal and the shield from Bloodbound Book, which also gives you additional lifesteal, all the lifesteal and Mike Typhon blocking the way, kind of like having a 6-man on the field. I think that's a huge game changer. So taking that away from Clocked In is a very smart investment. And, the gods that you see banned in each corner, along with the 10 gods below me and Pretty Book's face, we've got a lot of gods that neither team can choose from. So you got to be careful on what selections you have. The Yorm ban? Nah.
Tsukiyomi ban from Clocked In is surprising as well. That's one of Tegvir's better characters. Yeah. Taken away, maybe expecting Jengaru to go towards it first pick. Instead, it's the Thor, and I love this. We've been seeing it all day today. Lairs piloted it very well earlier today on Mind the Gap. Again, just this pick, for some reason, as of late, has been very successful, being able to play as that full send dive character, but also, soft engage with that wall. Can stun someone in front of you. That's your engage from your carries to step up, pump damage in that person that's stunned for a brief period of time. Can lock members down into tight corridors. An easy flex potential between the solo and jungle as well. So good first pick here.
I'm pretty sure this Morgan Le Fay goes to Paul for Clocked In. There's a very small part of me. Was I with you, Book, when we saw a Morgan Le Fay aspect?
Aurora, wasn't it? Yeah, Aurora, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe taking that away from Aurora and, making sure that Aurora doesn't get it and Paul gets somebody he likes, which MLF is, definitely up Paul's sleeve, giving the self-reliant gods. I feel like that's where Paul kind of thrives the most, are gods that he can just kind of like do his own thing on, right? Now, I've seen Paul use this MLF more than a few times, along with CERN, which I've seen Hydro use more than a few times, and he loves the CERN pick, being able to horn dash at people, cancel it when you're in melee range, and just start swinging from there. There's a lot to love about the comp for Clocked In already.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold on this MLF pick for Paul in particular. I feel like these last couple of games where we've seen Paul be very successful have been on gods with agency and being able to kind of play for the lane, but also then play to rotate. And Morgan Le Fay kind of struggles a little bit with the first one, where she can't really clear as effectively against certain matchups. And with a lot of mid gods still open, kind of a lot of options that Moswell can lean on that can really push out Paul in this lane to where he can't really rotate effectively. Yeah, it is good self-peel, and I feel like against what's just been picked up by single bind, you're going to need it. But still, I find Paul's MLF success has not been as successful as some of the recent characters we've been seeing. The Agni was actually surprisingly very effective these last couple of games. I don't know. I'm just not sold on it just yet.
The Bracken makes his way onto the battleground of the gods along with Susano. So we're starting to see a little more ironclad here, assuming that Kabraken's going to be going over to solo, also getting MLF. Now we're seeing Hydro CERN pick come through and Susano's Tegvir Susano pick go through. They're kind of like intertwined, you know what I mean? So I got them mixed up. But, you know, a lot of pocket picks lined up for Clocked In. This is, you know, still game 2 of the set, but that doesn't take away a lot of the picks that they want to have. Gods that they're fine with utilizing. You know, if the Newt ban, Jingwei ban goes through, we've got other picks. But the Nemesis. Now, I know you saw the Nem, but you didn't see the X-Ball. Okay. We're getting a little spicy over here for a single bind. The X-Ball?
Yeah, this is a pick that Moswell historically has gone back to. I feel like he's the only one really playing it right now, going for Aspect X-Ball. And it's not all bad. I do not like this Nemesis pick at all. I'm really just not sold on it here. And we saw why it really struggles in the last series. Into the Susano as well. That pull is the knockup as well. The stuns from Kabraken are going to be great for denying that shield. Again, I just have a really hard time getting behind this character that doesn't have a lot of CC. And you look at this single bind composition, and there's not a lot of easy CC. It's stuff like Fenrir jump. It's the Hoyi mark into Ricochet. Moswell has a slow. That's it. Nemesis has a slow. That's it. Where's the easy stun? At the very least, you have Thorwall. So that's something. But outside of that, you look across the way, there's Susano pull. There's Morgan Le Fay Fear knockup. There's Kabraken stun to stun into a wall that locks members down. CERN root into ulti. Yamoja stun into stun into stun into the walls, into the Riptide. There's so much easier of access CC on the side of Clocked In. I think single bind might have overcooked with this draft.
They may or may not have. Game 3 could be on the horizon per Spirited Book's prediction, and I don't think you're wrong, Book. I think that it's very what is the term you use? It's very conditional.
Conditional and
crowd control.
Yeah, conditional and versus on-demand CC. So on-demand, for example, would be the Thor wall. Non-committal as well as the other phrase, where it's you can from a distance Thor stun wall someone, and then from a distance you can throw out damage and not have to worry about taking immediate engage from your opponents or immediate damage from your opponents. And so immediate damage from your opponents. And so there's just not a lot that you can do about that if you're Clocked In. But for the rest of Single Bind's team, you have to Hoyi mark someone and then Ricochet stun them. That's how you get that form of CC, or jump in and knock them up. And that's very committal CC in the jump and conditional CC in the mark into the Ricochet.
Well, we've got game ready for it, so let's dive on in and take a look. Will Single Bind be winning the $7,000 this month, or will it be Clocked In taking us to a game 3? We'll find out in about 30 minutes or so. But until then, my name, Morty, and my Chair 2's name, Spirited Book, and my friends' names all behind the scenes, Testai, Jithens, and Solstice, all taking care of things to make sure all these pretty lights happen on screen. And Spirited Book, now that we've got our aces in our places, what do you see? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just kind of going through. First of all, 5 sets of beads on the side of Clocked In. No shells, no blinks, 5 beads. And that's just to answer a roar on this Fenrir, who's also looking for an invade with this Sunder pickup here. Happen and Hydrogen are probably going to have to cut their losses and just go for the wave. No, they really want this early buff. But Aurora as well, not going to go for this invade. Kind of shocking here, especially now that Happen is walking forward aggressively. Moswell taking a ton of poke here to Paul.
Oh my goodness, Moswell, you gotta be careful. Paul wants first blood, but will he get it? The swords hurt, but do they hurt bad enough?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's pretty bad here. You can see Jengaru in the area, but I don't think he can really go for an invade. Moswell just struggling in this matchup, and that's the difference between most mid laners and Paul. Paul won't always go for that kind of mid handshake trade where the enemy mid starts at your tower and you start at their tower and you both just kind of clear the wave. Instead, Paul going to take that 1v1, and Jengaru is here.
It forces beats away from Paul, but hiding under the tower from there. I promise you, Jengaru's not diving on tower at level 2, so it'll be all fine. Paul is okay. Remakami gets a lot of damage on to Karmic. It's been a pretty bloody early game. Well, first minute and a half in, but no kills suffered. Just punches thrown and elbows thrown out as well. But it's we're gonna get there
eventually. But I mean, Paul having that beads forced isn't the worst case scenario here. Again, not a lot of committal CC in this early game. It really is just the slow from Jengaru and Moswell that he has to worry about. As right hand side, Karmic in debt.
Wow, the wall went through. Remakami gets first blood. Karmic falls there. What a great kill over there on solo side to get things started for single bind.
Yeah, an important kill here. Remakami wants to get off to an early start here on this floor so he can rotate out early. And again, to me, I come back to question marks behind this Kabrakan pick here. It's just, to me, it's okay, but there's other options. I mean, Jormungandr was taken away, sure, but why not go for something a little different? Why not go for something like Osiris, I believe, was open still? Or did we see that in game 1? I honestly can't remember. It feels like it's been ages ago. But I feel like it wasn't. Okay, so yeah, like, why not something else? I'm just a little not sold on this Kabrakan pick just yet. I mean, already really struggling into this Thor matchup. Yeah, it's decent CC, but Jengaru on the way already again.
Whoa, and a dash through and body block puts Karmic in a pretty bad spot. Remakami doesn't have any damage to follow through. Tegvir dashes forward and has damage to Remakami, but a hammer over the wall. Tegvir can't follow that. We're going to be fine on the side of single bind. And, it's been a pretty interesting early game over here before the Firebrands even spawned. Now they're here.
Yeah, Jengaru is here to just kind of hold the wave for his soul laner, and Clocked In are going to get that first round of Firebrands. Single bind, don't really have an answer. Moswell doesn't have priority. The soul lane and jungle don't have priority to get to those Firebrands. Moswell and Paul, though, again, in a 1v1. Moswell!
Oh my god, consuming power just took Moswell extremely low, but no kill found. Moswell is okay. 50 health, if you want to call that okay. It might be called life support, but Paul going to continue to hover around the tier 1 in case Moswell wants to step up. No ult available for Paul to use, but maybe I throw a stray sigil out there and it takes you down.
Yeah, I mean, just so close. Paul already showing that he's got good damage on this Morgan Le Fay, and Moswell showing that he's really struggling to just kind of play to clear and then maybe fight after. I feel like Moswell needs a couple of items before he could be impactful on this Jibalanke. Is level 6 though, and has a small lead over Paul, but it's really just kind of evened out by waves. But at the end of the day, I feel like Moswell with this shell pickup should be a-okay, and that is something to know, is he does have that shell pickup. No beads because of that CC Mew dash.
Ragnarok used, very low on mana to follow through, but finally finds a grab. Beats utilized by Happen in the response. River's Rebuke thrown down, but it won't save your life. Donut Doug gets the kill. A great setup by Aurora.
Happen just holding onto that beads way too long. I imagine he wanted to use it to try and avoid the ricochet follow-up from Donut Doug. You can't avoid 2 sets of CC immunity if they're staggered properly. And still just too much damage from the Suns. Jengaru over here. Tegvir on the way, trying to defend this buff.
But I don't think they will. A great pull from Tegvir takes Jengaru up. Typhoon in response, and Tegvir dashes forward. Down goes Jengaru. A great kill for Tegvir to find a response for Clocked In.
I feel like single bind just needed to cut their losses. They got the kill on the left-hand side, and then they really wanted to commit to that buff. And now they're going to commit to this Gold Fury. Clocked In, 4-man strong. Moswell in mid. Doug in left. Clocked In will take the first Gold Fury of the game. Just not even 5.5 minutes in. Very least Remakami gets these Firebrands, but still, you're screaming worth if you're on the side of Clocked In.
And Firebrand's going down. Remakami's going to grab him. 5 minutes in, 2-1, and a very small but present gold lead for Clocked In, which is interesting because they didn't get first blood and they're down a kill, but that Gold Fury still gets them a little bit of gold. It's nothing crazy, only a couple hundred, but it's something for Clocked In.
Yeah, and you're honestly sitting pretty happy here because you have good scaling, but you also have strong early lanes that you can lead on. This Cernanos can be very impactful, has gone for the Broggy's first item, and that's something we haven't seen for a long time, this kind of hybrid on-hit item for ADCs. And as of late, I feel like we've seen it more and more today from Hydrogen, where he's going to double down on this kind of bonus damage. Is often the replacement here as Aurora hunting, looking to dive onto Hydrogen.
No way, and it worked out well. A great pull, but wait, there's no response because the jungler showed up. Typeir said, you're not going to get anywhere today, and a Riptide to bring Aurora back. No one chained to hop over the wall, and a Brutalize won't let you go away. Typeir gets the kill. A great response by the jungler for surely what would have been bad news, but Jengaru diving under tower, and the Judgment thrown down, but it won't kill Paul, who ends up fighting back with their own ultimate, consuming power, gets a bit of damage off to take away Jengaru and let Paul heal up a little bit so you're not going to get killed under tower. But check out Thor. It's not Thor in the air, is it?
I believe it is. He dives in onto Paul, but Moswell's still very low. Left-hand side, though, Doug.
Rivers of Butte barely gets him up, but not going to fall. Or they will fall. They'll drown in the process. Down goes Donut Doug, and Paul in a bad spot as well. Walks a little bit too far into the enemy jungle. Ramakami goes for cleanup. Bosball gets the kill. And back to the fight over here on duo side. Typhoon throw it down to slow down Aurora, but does have a Brutalize to get a bit more of a jump, but waiting on one more route. One more something. Can't find it. Aurora's okay.
But a successful purple buff invade from the side of Clockton, so they lose their mid laner, but they get something in trade. At the very least, Moswell now with a pretty solid first level or 1 level lead. And look at what Paul has gone towards in his first item here. It's the Helm of Radiance pickup, just trying to be a little tankier to deal with this Hunter mid. There's not a lot that Paul can do right now, but as the game goes on, he should be in a spot where he's not really interacting a whole lot with this Gibalanque. But Moswell on this pick, for whatever reason, loves to dive, loves to get to the back line and just pop the darts onto a key target. So pay attention to where Moswell positions in these fights.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very dependent on positioning specifically as we're, approaching a spot where you're going to have to position around objectives. Gold Fury is about to respawn here in about a minute, a little bit less than that. Firebrands are going to still be a very present thing to fight over. Look at Aurora going straight for Hydro yet again and straight into the Meteor Shower. A great stun to follow through. Donut Duck gets the kill. And man, we're starting to see this pick come to life for Aurora. I was sitting here thinking, man, I haven't seen Fenrir's aspects since Vegas, right? Since Founder Series, years, what feels like eons ago. But now it's back. I'm telling you, Malin would be ecstatic right now.
Yeah, and this is one of Aurora's more signature characters from way back when in the Smite 1 days. Honestly, all the way back in the beta of Smite 1. Just one of the characters that he's been very successful on for a long time and wasn't as strong as it is today in both, for a while in Smite 1, it was one of the better picks in support. And now in Smite 2, again, very successful. Has these moments where it's just not really playable. But right now, I think it's in a pretty decent spot. And against characters like Yamoja, like Susano, the Kraken even the Cernos. And here he's showing it again, how aggressive he can be on this pick.
And Aurora's out of mana, though. You can only be so aggressive if you don't have mana for abilities. But in going with a nasty wall, Ramakami lanes in Paul, but Happen is in trouble as well, but hiding under the tower. Paul continues to look forward, and Ramakami going back to the tower saying, it's not a worthy investment. We're not going to do it.
I mean, that's completely fine. You got Happen's beads at the end of the day. Now you have a key target for Aurora to really look towards once that ultimate, the Ragnarok, is back online. So look to where Aurora decides to play. Look for that pincer play, especially now that Hydrogen has beads. Maybe it's an interesting dynamic where Aurora has to make the decision of, do we punish the character with no beads, or do we go pull the beads off of a better target? Someone like this Cernanos, like the Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay obviously with CC Immune in her ultimate, so Cernanos a much easier target, but still, what is the decision that Aurora's going to make? We'll have to wait and see.
I'm kind of curious. I'm sitting here looking at the itemization here, Book, and I'm thinking 2 Helm of Radiance. Now, why in the world would they do that? Oh, look at the solo side. Look at Single Vine. They have 5 physical gods. Did you notice that? I didn't even think about that.
Yep, a lot of physical damage here on their team, and that's because Aurora is on this Fenrir, so just only real magical damage. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, the Gibalanque, even in the aspect form, still does physical damage. Yeah, so it's 5 physical damage dealers for this whole game. I mean, you're going to have to find maybe a Broggy somewhere on Donut Doug's build because you have no magical damage to speak of. and Clocked In are going to be able to itemize very easily against this team. And I feel like it's players like Doug that are really going to struggle in this game like this, because you can very much heavily prioritize physical defense, health as well. And Doug is really going to struggle to effectively kill these frontliners that are just going to play to run at him, especially Karmic on this Kabrakan. Already has that Helm of Radiance. Maybe working towards a little bit of damage now, as this gold is going quick.
Oh my God, it just got melted, but
stole it
Donut
again?
Doug steals it. Donut Doug stole it. A big play from Doug, but Single Bind are going to be going for kills afterwards. There's no ults for them to work with, but look at Moswall dashing forward. Rivers of Youth thrown down, and a Moonstrike to stun Moswall, but no. Jengaru's going in. You've got to be careful here, but there's Ramakami, and the Thorwall lands. Donut Doug jumps in. They really want these kills, but can they find it in? B2 lies on a wall to lock him in place. Donut Doug doesn't have a jump. He used it aggressively, and now he's going to pay for it. They didn't need to lose Doug there.
No, Doug just sees red, wants to make the play happen, goes a little too far forward. Moswall thinking about playing aggressively here. Now Ramakami is in the area, going to have to peel for his mid laner, but he's taking a ton of damage, has to walk away.
Wow, just wow. Low health bars across the way. Single Bind definitely, they took a bit of bite for their aggressive investment. And Tegbeer might be looking to make him feel it a little bit more. Very low health bar. Moswall dashed away. No bleed damage, but Clocked In says, that's cool. That's fine. We'll get Pyro instead. Another objective is exactly what we want.
Yeah, I feel like you're happy with that if you're Clocked In. Sure, you would have loved to have gotten that Gold Fury, but you got to pick as well. Stampede pop. They're looking all in Paul.
But it's not going to work out. Consuming power provides CC immunity. Aurora dashes forward, continuing for more. But Tegbeer's got damage to follow through. In big troubles from Akami, who gets taken down and killed by Tegbeer. Clocked In have another wall to offer Aurora, but Brutalize can only take you so far. Double kill for Tegbeer. And a great play there. Firebrand to get taken by Moswall once more. Unless Karmic has something to say, but Jengaru goes straight for one. Hydro able to use Wild Hunt to give him a little bit of safety. Galliflare throwing for a little bit of vision, but check out happen. He's almost got Rivers Rebuke ready.
Yeah, he's on the chase here. They want to force this. There's the Rivers Rebuke. They're looking for Doug.
But that's the jump. That's the jump, and a Riptide to follow. Bramble Blast finds the root, and down goes Doug. A great play from Hydro. Jengaru's in trouble as well. Tegbeer just showed up and duo side and thrown down one little bit more damage. Tegbeer just sweeps away Jengaru. Another great kill. Make it 2 for Clocked In. Gold Fury not up just yet, but a lot of buffs they can take away from Single Bind side of the map.
Clocked In just punished the overaggression from Single Bind again and again and again. You saw it there. Doug on the left-hand side earlier gets punished for diving in, looking for Paul. Then on the right-hand side, Ramakami and Aurora say, we can make this play happen. Kill Paul. They don't get him there. Then on the left, Jengaru and Donut Doug on the left-hand side force the tier 1 tower, force Hydrogen's ultimate, then just walk away. Not even taking the full tower, just walk away with the gold you acquired and the win of taking Hydrogen's ultimate. That's all you need. Instead, they overforce and they end up giving both their lives. Clocked In all of a sudden in the driver's seat here. And again, to me, that Gold Fury steal, fantastic. Ever since then, it's all gone downhill for Single Bind.
All downhill. It's all been rough, but I think there's always an underdog story to be told, right? There's always the what if possibility. And I think that the what if is not that improbable considering what Single Bind are up to. I mean, it's been rough here and there, but I think that there's been solid pickups from Ragnarok, and as the game goes on, it's going to be a little bit harder to utilize who has bees and who doesn't. That game is going to be a little bit more rough, but Ramakami's setup has been so solid. Maybe we can pull beads, communicate it, Aurora can find a pull, that we can start soloing people out from Clocked In. That's how I optimally see Single Bind's team fights going, but Moonlight has descended, and here we are, Queen Naga ready to be taken, and the Gold Fury can be taken as well. The pad will spawn up in about a minute or so. A lot to talk about here.
Yeah, the pad will be spawning in 60 seconds. You could start collecting rocks here and there where they spawn. Queen Naga is also available for both teams. Ramakami has rotated first, though. Tegbeer not really aware just yet. And Karmic will have to follow suit eventually. But meanwhile, it's Single Bind who has positional advantage around the pad. But Hydrogen has arrived here. And Donut Doug's still on the left-hand side, pushing the wave. Not in the area. Karmic gonna elect to proxy a wave because he's got time. Again, the Moonlight Ritual hasn't spawned in mid just yet.
16 minutes now, and Queen Naga still not looked at just yet. We're going to be putting the most focus on the beacon here in the mid lane, and then once those pushers are sent down lane, that's when we can utilize that split map pressure to go fight Queen Naga, and maybe Clocked In won't have all 5 there. But instead, look at Clocked In. They're looking at this Gold Fury. Going to Doug's back in base. They've got Ramakami on the right side of the map. I think the Hydro gets this pretty quick, but look who's in deep trouble. Mid lane, Happen gets... Oh my God, Happen just destroyed Maswal. What in the world?
Yeah, part of the issue with Gibalanque is if you don't have that shell, you're just as good as gone to these walls from Kabrakan, from the Emoja as well. There's not a lot that Maswal can do about it. Aurora looking to force a play here in mid, but his tower's already dead.
But Aurora forcing it into the Ragnarok and a Stampede. 2 tools taken away from Aurora, and neither will save his life.
Boy.
Down goes the support for Single Bind, and Pyromancer getting looked at by Clocked In. Naga can still be taken, but they'll opt for the Pyro for the Runic Bomb. Check out Ramakami hovering and waiting for a way to make his way in. Ramakami's all alone. You don't want to get picked off here. Ramakami's able to keep distance while the rest of Clocked In go for this Queen Naga.
It's early, Mort, but this is looking like a game 3 for Clocked In. I mean, they're looking really strong right now, finding picks, punishing Single Bind for being split up on the map, not really grouping properly. I mean, pick after pick after pick after pick, and sure enough, here's another play.
Okay, going into the air, Ramakami ready to dive on somebody, but I think he's going to play it safe instead. He's going to go to the rest of the team here in the mid lane.
Oh,
Single
no.
Bind. Oh my God, Ramakami just got destroyed as soon as he landed. Hydro was ready for it and took his life right after he fell. The Riptide pulled on a tug out of place. A great play from Happen. Down goes another member of Single Bind, and oh my God, Clocked In are pulling it off.
Pick after pick after pick and punishing the over-aggression. Ramakami goes into a 1v3. His team's just trying to focus on getting the rocks. And immediately the CC lockdown is there. It's just too easy. Remember, I called it in draft. Just how much ease of access of CC this Clocked In composition has. It's Yamoja stun. It's Paul's Fear on his 1, the knock up on the 2. It's Cern Root into the ulti that polymorphs you. It doesn't let you play the game. It's all there on demand for a person standing in front of you. Ramakami dies. Doug tries to jump away, gets Riptide back into the CC chain, and the damage from Clocked In. Then he dies. And now Single Bind are down a pretty significant number of gold here, just 18 minutes in, to a game previously where it was dead even for so long. And I was telling people in the production scene, this could go either way. This one does not look like it will go either way. It's all favored to Clocked In right now.
So let me ask you this. When you see Ramakami, if you're anybody else on Single Bind, when you see Ramakami dive in and die like that, I mean, what else can you do, right? I mean, that's they've had the best reaction to it, I guess.
Yeah, you just walk away. Honestly, Ramakami, I feel like could have just sat in the air for a bit longer, because just sitting in the air denies the ability for Clocked In to walk up to try and stop you from getting those Moonlight Rocks. That's all you need to do. 19 minutes in, Clocked In grouping here and ripping the FG. And it's going quick.
FG. Yeah, it is. It's down to 6K. But check out Aurora, ready to do something here. Doesn't have a Pyro Bomb, but does have the Sunder. He's got an ultimate or Ragnarok to get in, but Rivers of Butte thrown down. It's down to 2K. Who's going to get FG? Take Beer just secured it, and Paul killed one. Take Beer took down the dog, and Thor is going to be slaughtered right after. 3 members dead for Single Bind. Make it 4 with Jengaru's corpse. Took immediately after, and Maswal on the run on the right side of the map, and you can't run far. Hydro's on a rampage. Deicide for Clocked In. This could, I don't know about endgame. I think the death timers are a bit long, and it's a bit early here, but we can at least get the bird, right?
Yeah, this should be a mid bird here, though with the split, maybe not. I don't know. This is going to be close for Clocked In, but I think this is more of a formality, Mort. This team just will not die. Despite losing game 1, they're still in this series. and they're showing exactly how strong of a team they are. Aurora can't find the Sunder onto the objective.
Your right Phoenix is
Now
under
fires
attack.
for clocked in, but they're trying to find a pick.
Donut Doug, oh my goodness, taking it into the air, but almost fell right after. Aurora's looking for a grab on somebody. Finally got his choppers on one. Karmik gets bitten up and taken for a ride, but able to dash back to safety through the riptide. Happens saves the life of Karmik. But looking for more, Aurora's going to dash forward and try to find some type of stun. Look at Jengaru go into the back line, but falls right after. Paul gets the kill. Rubikami lands down and looking for Tagbeer, but the stun's off the mark from the wall, but not stopping the fight from there. Rubikami continuing to zone while the rest of Single Bind escape with their lives intact, but on the downside, Clocked In got 2 birds off that siege, and they don't even have, they still have FG belts. I mean, there's no dagger to utilize, but I'm sitting here thinking Gold Fury could be taken. Pyromancer could be taken. Now the Titan Room's busted open in the world is Clockton's oyster.
Yeah, there's not a lot Single Blind can do. You can see they're grouping towards this Gold Fury, looking to rush it down. They have to. They have to find some gold somewhere and start working towards the late game. Doug has to get Titan's Bane. Moswell has to get these items online, has the Totem of Death. The Ob Shard is really early here. Often you want the Rada Tahuti well before you get the Ob Shard for the extra power behind your penetration. But still, all the while, Moswell just has to spend time farming. Just has to get these early spikes, these early kind of tank shredding spikes that he can afford. Has to spend more time farming, but I don't think Clocked In are going to let them. There's a lot of standing gold here for this Clocked In roster to take. A tier 1 on the left-hand side, a tier 2, and a lone Hou Yi who's on his own. We've seen this play from Doug before, but on the Hou Yi and a little more grouped, Clocked In will take his life.
No, he's got. Wait, maybe he escapes. He throws the ult down and maybe gives him some safety, but yeah, he's toast. Tagbeer chasing him down. Goodbye, Donut Doug. That's a shame.
Your left tower.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate too. That's a lot of your wave clear. Moswell on this Super doesn't have the best wave clear. Clocked In can look to run down this tier 1, tier 2, maybe the Phoenix on the left-hand side, especially with mid and right-hand side. Phoenix is being down. Fire minions will keep pushing.
Your left tower.
But continuing to walk down this left side, maybe take down a third bird. They have FG belts for a little bit longer. They want to utilize that every second they can get out of them. Now going down the left lane and approaching the Titan Room. This bird's gonna fall here. Moonstrike stuns the bird, by the way. Not sure if y'all knew that, chat. I found that earlier last week.
Oh, hello.
A great pull there. As down goes the third bird. Now they could be looking at the Titan. It's squishy as ever, but Aurora looks to set up with a stun.
Oh, there you go.
Got some damage, but Clocked In decides they're gonna stop right there. We'll go for one more round of the FG Gold Fury combo, and then we'll end this game.
Doug does acquire the Titan's Bane, and you can see the damage start to come through onto Karmik. And again, these pet items coming so late is such a problem because look at the items for Karmik, look at the items for Happen. It's all just physical defense. 5 stacking physical characters is rough here for Single Bind because you can itemize against it so well. And not only does it neutralize your true damage dealers, it neutralizes these aggressive characters like Aurora on the Fenrir, who just has good bonus stat or base stats, excuse me. So he could just be strong in the early game, but when you just fully itemize against the full physical comp, these characters like Mikami on this Thor, Jengaru on this Nemesis, who is full damage, sure, but again, just no Titan's Bane yet, so he's really struggling to kill frontliners or anyone this game. It is just so difficult to get to this Clocked In backline as well because of the frontline being so effective at zone control with Kabrakan walls and stuns. Yamoja ult, the Riptides, the stuns as well, and the slows. It's so hard to get to Paul and Hydrogen that they're just able to free cast all the while as Hydrogen finds Remikami.
Oh no, down one again. But look at Karmik zoning away. Gonna duck going for a push-up here, but Karmik's got damage. Look at Jengaru go under the tower to try and take away Karmik's life. Diving in for more. Aurora's looking for a setup, but Karmik's just fine with that. Aurora gets one ult out, but Tagbeer's gonna kill Jengaru in the process. And a Typhoon will take down to Doug. It's awful weather here on the Chaos side of the map. Karmik's just fine with it. Down goes 3. Make it 4. Nobody Oswald left alive. This game could be over sooner than we think, but
this game's over. Clocked In will send us to game 3. I mean, I kind of jokingly called it after game 1, but man, did not expect it to go this way. And yet again, similar to Hold That, draft diff. there's not a lot Singlebine can do with not a lot of ease of access of CC and 5 physical characters. Hydrogen blinking in, looking for the skill, and Remikami will find it. No, Paul gets that one instead. And the Titan falls. And Clocked In send us to game 3, man. In finals, this team, man, does not lose when it matters most.
Wow. I mean, it's true. It's true. They clutch up when it matters most. We're gonna see the same thing that we've seen for a long time now. Clocked In are gonna come out on top. I'm calling it here. I understand we're supposed to remain non-biased, right? Unbiased, whatever the correct word for it is, whatever. I honestly think that Clocked In have a pretty solid shot considering their track record and the fact that we're in these shoes here. We're in game 3. They got us here. Clocked In got us here for a reason.
Yeah. I don't know what there is to say, man. To me, Clocked In are a very good team. They're fantastic. But I want to note that twice now we've seen teams kind of just almost forget how to draft against Clocked In after game 1. Game 1, great draft from Hold That, and game 1, great draft from Singlebine. Game 2, abysmal from both teams. And now game 3, does Singlebine fall for the trap yet again? Is going to be my question. I feel like this picks and bans is going to be very telling for who wins this best of 3 and who wins this month's Smite Prime. And I'm a little worried, Mort. I'm a little bit worried.
What's there to worry about? Come on. We've seen it 100 times over. I mean, it's nothing new.
Yeah. It really isn't anymore. I feel like we keep seeing this team win in matches where, honestly, it doesn't feel like they should. And somehow, I mean, look, what a great start, right? Like, this to me was a great start by Singlebine. And then this play here from Doug is fantastic. They steal this gold here, when in reality, they really just didn't have the business to do so. And then the look after, pretty okay too. But then Doug goes a little too deep and dies. And then Aurora and Remikami here on the right-hand side go a little too deep and die. And to me, this is just the beginning of the end. It just all falls apart from here. And Singlebine are on the back foot for the rest of this game. I mean, here in mid as well, Moswell was the saving grace, hadn't died yet, ends up taking a spill to 2 frontliners, can't really play the game. Remikami drops down here in mid, dies. You'll see Doug drop in here, die as well. Aurora tries to steal this one. Actually popped the Sunder way too early there to try and steal that away. Man, just mistake after mistake from Singlebine again and again and again. And a team like Clocked In, they'll punish you for it.
Yeah, it's really just capitalizing on one thing after the other. I mean, it's crazy what Clocked In can pull off. And I think, I think you're kind of right about this whole drafting thing. I'm looking at this X-Ball pick, and personally, I love this for arena queues. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is like a super fun pick. Is it competitively viable?
I'd say yes.
That's. Oh, I mean,
but you need to draft around it. And when you have a character in the mid lane like Moswell on this Jubilanke, who really doesn't have any CC, you don't pair it alongside a Nemesis who doesn't really have any CC. And again, this is the issue to me, is these teams are not drafting good CC to win these fights, to play for soft commit. It just makes the game easier. And you see Clocked In drafted in spades and show you why it's so good and so easy to play through.
But game 3 is on the horizon. Will Clocked In continue to reign victorious, or will Singlebine usurp them? We'll find out in a few minutes after the ad break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 4 of the closed bracket is upon us, and we've got the grand finals to watch. Game 3, to be specific. And if you don't already know me, my name is Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew today. We've got Jithens, we've got Solstice, we've got Destai. Delos flaked on us, but with me here still today is Spirited Book. Joining me for what I can assume is gonna be a fantastic game 3. Book, we've been here time and time before. We know the script. We know what the itinerary says, and it says clocked in win once more, but will single bind take that script and rip it to shreds? We'll find out.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend heavily on the draft. And I think that to me is going to be very telling of who decides to win in game number 3. And I think there is a world where single bind can win in game number 3. To me, it's a matter of whether they choose to win in game number 3. Do they draft properly, appropriately, in a decent manner to deal with the composition that Clocked In will eventually draft? Do they give up Jingwei first pick? No. They should first pick Jingwei because Jingwei is very strong for Donut Dog and he can make plays. He can farm, build crit, left click, do damage, take away from Hydrogen. That should be a game plan here that single bind go towards. First picking Jingwei, among many other picks to take away from Clocked In, but also gathering the tools around the Jingwei. And tools in general that could be very effective in team fights and in the early game, but also transfer well to the late game. There's just a lot to ask from this single bind team, I think. They're kind of in a tough situation as this best of 3 has gone on. A lot of characters off the table here. We're in game 3, 20 characters gone, 6 more soon to come as well. And I imagine that single bind will go for first pick yet again. They have side selection, and so that is the benefit of going through the upper bracket. They went the whole way. They get to choose what side they want to play on for all the games for finals. Imagine they go for first pick, play for something like Jingwei. I imagine Clocked In will probably ban it, but with how Clocked In played last game, or game 3, sorry, against Hold That, I don't know. Mort. I don't know anymore.
Well, I'm starting to see what you're picking up here. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And
You do?
As
That's
soon as
impressive.
you put it down, I'm there to pick it up. I do. I really do. And it's because you've got drastic measures, right? We're at a place where you can hope for these because if we were in game 1, I'm thinking what you're saying is a little bit, it's not as fundamental, right? But we're in game 3, so you either get the OP picks that you've been banning all set, or you're getting the worst picks because all the good picks are gone through Fearless. Let's go into picks and ban. Let's find out. Will Spirited Book's theory be correct? We'll put it in broad letters on the YouTube channel title. Will Spirited Book be correct today? I think you will be.
You think so? I don't know, man. I feel like we've been burned by this bridge way too many times, watching these two teams in particular go up against each other. And just look at all those characters gone, man. I mean, Achilles has been so pivotal, I feel like, for both teams, in the Soul Lane jungle as well. Merlin, one of Moswell's more signature picks. Doug is a player that's leaned on this Huyi, the Cernanos, and Chiron as well now. Been very effective on it. Agni, a character Moswell has leaned on, now taken away in game number 1 by Hydrogen. So much is off the table here for both these two teams. Jingwei has to be in the mind of both teams. Jormungandr as well has to be in the mind of both teams. Ramakami and Karmic, both players that have gone towards this pick traditionally in the Soul Lane. But still, so far, we keep to similar bans. The Anubis will not be in game number 3 for Clocked In, and I love that. Do not allow Karmic to play a very kind of weird character that he could just run games with. And Vulcan as a ban away from Moswell. I love this idea here because this Moswell historically, in my opinion, has had a much smaller god pool than a lot of the other mid laners and doesn't tend to branch out. Surprisingly branched out towards a pick like Gibelanque mid, but that's a different conversation. Vulcan, one of those picks Moswell has often fallen back on, and that's going to be taken away here from Clocked In. A very nice look with how this Vault ban system has worked.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that's a huge takeaway from Moswell. Yorm as well going to be picked away from Karmic, and Karmic can be very, very, very solid on this Yorm pick. You don't want to get lane bullied if you're Ramakami, so I like that ban for Ramakami and the rest of single bind, but I'm seeing it open Jingwei. I don't know.
I'm looking very close, trying to see is that the ban? Oh, it's a Scylla ban. So Aurora Scylla taken off the table here. I feel like that is a character that Aurora could have leaned on. This is the one chance. Single bind, they have one job. They have one job here. The character is open. She is available.
I agree.
It's It's Hydrogen's best character here. Yes!
You would not
They've done
believe
it. They've taken a step
Spirited
in the
Book
right
was
direction.
right. Put
Jingwei,
it in the
first
newspaper
lock
article.
here. Yeah. The prophecy is being fulfilled in this very moment.
All right.
Already,
we can get
this
out of
is
here.
a good. Yeah. Are we heading out here? We're done.
That's
The
the
draft
whole
isn't even
cast. I just wanted.
finished.
I wanted to
we're
see if
done.
you're right or not. We're done.
Fair enough. All right, we'll head out of here in a few minutes. But real talk, this is a great pickup here. This is one of Doug's better picks. It's kind of the way the hierarchy kind of works is it's Hydrogen, then Zapman, then Doug in terms of how good this Jingwei is. But as a takeaway here, I feel like it's very important. And this is a great combo here from Clocked In. Sylvanas, we saw happen pilot very effectively in game number 3. And Tsukiyomi, one of Tegvir's better picks. Somehow Tegvir, this entire series, has had a signature god picked up here in all 3 games.
I love how you've got like a high mobility pick like the Tsukiyomi thrown out, and piercing moonlight. You dance around the back line, right? Then you've got Sylvanas, just like the slowest guy in the game, like a tree. He's just a tree, bro. He's just posted up in the fights as a tree. Ninja, okay, and Osiris. So probably Ninja in support, Osiris in solo. We got the aspect picked up for Ninja. The aspect of the Righteous Flame makes her a little bit tankier, a much more optimal support option. We're really investing in an early game. Oh, I know you're mad. Tell us why you're mad, Book.
I have never seen a Neja support win a game. And I've seen it picked time and time again. D'Lo, I love you. But I low-key wish D'Lo was here to share my pain, because whatever reason, we see this pick lose every single time. Every single time this Neja support is picked. You know what, though? I would be okay if this was Neja jungle right here, right now. Go towards the aspect, that's totally fine, but really lean in that full damage idea here. Don't give it to Aurora. Let Aurora play something else. Just anything else, please. Something else besides Neja support. But this is the second step. When we talk about Neja support losing, it's always, for some reason, teams don't pair it with a big burst damage mage, and raw mid is a big burst damage mage to follow up off of this Neja ultimate.
Well, we talked about, throwing everything we've got out, and now the Guan Yu's out. Okay,
Guan support.
So
Wait,
check it out. Nah, it's got to be
is
Guan solo.
No, this is Osiris solo, Neja jungle, Guan Yu support here for Aurora. It's happening, more.
No.
It's finally happening. We're seeing Neja for Jangaru, I believe. Unless Jangaru is playing Guan Yu in the jungle, which is also a possibility. This is a flex pick here between these two players. Both these two players have played this pick pretty historically.
Okay, well, I'd like to think it's the Ninja in the jungle, right? I'd like to think.
Yep.
Now, whether or not it's aspect, I think that also changes up a lot about how the team fight goes. It's, there's only so much you can attribute to the role itself, but it's also about your role in team fights. And whether, if Ninja wants to go without aspect, which is a lot less popular than what we've seen recently, then yeah, you've got a lot of crit damage. You've got a lot of damage to offer in general. But would you rather go for damage or would you rather go for setup? Granted, I think they've got a lot of damage with Donut Dog's Jingwei pick and a lot of damage through Ross pick as well here in the. I'm not going to do it again. Sorry, I probably hurt your ears. You've got a lot to love with the burst damage already on the side of single bind. Do we need more is the question.
Yeah, I think you go aspect in jungle Neja just for that 1v1 potential. You can kind of use the ring toss as a means to bounce off of yourself, and then that can give you a good ton of damage in a 1v1 at the very least. But I don't know, man. If this is Neja support, I might be done with Smite Prime, because I don't know if I can witness another Neja support loss, man. This might be my very last Smite cast period. I'm not going to lie more.
Will this be last Spirited Book cast? We'll find out as we get our way into the game. Game 3 of the grand finals. Who's going to win the 7K? We'll find out here. And looks like you're staying on the Smite Prime team.
Thank God.
Spirited Book. I don't think you're going anywhere.
Thank God. It is going to be Neja in jungle for Jangaru and Guan Yu in support for Aurora. And I love this identity for Aurora. It's not a lot of setup CC, kind of just the slow on the 2, the little dash, and then the ult will be some stun. Again, very committal CC, but sustain, and that is the difference maker. You can match the sustain from Sylvanas, not to the same extreme, but helps just that little bit healing over time, as well as just sustain up to match the Sylvanas. And that is the struggle that we saw earlier when Hold That struggled to match the Sylvanas in the late game. They just didn't have the same level of sustain as the Sylvanas, so Aurora trying to change that, as well as the Raw in the mid lane. Didn't even think about that. The Raw sustain as well for single bind means these late game team fights, they can play them really slow, poke, whittle their health bars down over time, and they'll always out sustain just a little bit better than the other side.
And I think we're going to have a lot of fun gameplay over here on the duo side. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of healing. It's going to be pretty slow. I mean, maybe we'll see some great pulls from happen. I think that's what we can really determine. You know, will First Blood go down over there? Can we pull Aurora out of the Tallow Assault? Or can we pull Donut Doug? You know, there's no airborne time for Doug to capitalize on with the dash, right? You're just kind of reliant specifically on, you know, can I get knocked up? But the only knock up over there is through Apollo's dash, which is very minimal.
Yeah, you have your own knockup as well, but I agree. Once Sylvanas hits level 5, as Doug already has to use the Aegis there to avoid a good chunk of damage. Nice look there, but the only real knockup, yeah, is going to be that Apollo dash, and then eventually Sylvanas ult there, but probably not going to be using that as a means to look for the play. You're probably going to wait till that dash is down before going for that ultimate. We do see a bit of pressure there onto Doug, and again, both these ADCs happy to trade just a little bit of health bars, poke over time. They're both level 2. And Doug does just want to farm it out. Has gone for the Gilded Arrow, wants to get to, I imagine, the Devourer's Gauntlet online, maybe the Elbow here early on, and then work towards some crit to really scale, be able to take down objectives when they rotate out for them. As we see Tegvir on this left-hand side looking to contest this neutral purple buff, and so Doug and Aurora decide to back up defensively, just secure their own back harpies instead.
Yeah, we'll take harpies. That's cool. That's cool. You guys can have all that. You know, if you're going to send Tegvir over for all that noise, then you can have it. I don't really care. That's kind of the thought process for a single bind, because I don't blame him. I really don't blame him.
No, especially because Jengaru was on the right-hand side, stole away those back harpies away from Tegvir, so it's kind of even right now, across the board. A little bit favoring towards Jengaru, because he's able to steal that farm away and then go towards his own farm, secure those back harpies, while Moswell secures the left-hand side back harpies. So just a little bit better farming in this early game for single bind, but it's all going to be out in the wash at the end of the day, as Paul is pushed up and Jengaru is on the way here.
Okay, but not much that can happen afterwards. Paul is, you know, just fine health bar wise and to be A-OK holding out there. Firebrand's going to be up in just a moment, and Tegvir is walking straight towards them even though they're not even up yet. Jengaru is going to be a little bit late to that party.
And Jengaru is not going to be there. Neither will Remakami now that Tegvir is over here on the right-hand side. Remakami will spot out the Tsukiyomi and then have to play defensively. Only level 4 has to avoid this root here. Gets rooted.
Oh my god, bad news there. Remakami is going forward. Look at the damage coming through. Karmic's in trouble. This could be first blood, and that it will be. Throwing bows, and looks like Remakami cleans it up, but Tegvir's looking for more. Tegvir's able to take down Jengaru. Can they walk away right after?
Minions?
Slowed down by the 2. 38 health to their name, but oh, the solar beam. Oh my goodness, beautiful play from Moswell, rotating in from mid lane. And you know what? You're going to have to ult for the brands. Why not? Why not, right?
I mean, that's just the power of Raw in the early game. Has early lane pressure over the Bari, and so Paul has to spend a little bit more time pushing the wave into the tower. And so Moswell makes good use of that rotation. Gets himself the second kill. First blood also going the way of Single Bind. And Mort, Single Bind have not drafted a composition that I'm afraid of. They look good in this early game. Jengaru as well has not gone for the aspect on the Neja, but still is very effective in these kind of 2v2 scraps, or scraps around objectives, scraps around jungle farm. And so Jengaru can't really play for these 1v1s, but in team fights, in little scraps and skirmishes, Jengaru can do big work. We saw it right there with that ring toss.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to love still, even though this isn't our typical aspect Ninja that we're used to seeing. Every now and then we'll see the non-aspect jungle Ninja emerge, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think it's pretty solid, you know, all things considered. You've got a lot of damage output. You don't have to rely on, oh, well, I'll outdo all your damage with my own tankiness, and I'll heal it all back, blah, blah, blah. No, you just delete people. You find people you don't like, and you're like, hey, die.
Yeah, I choose you to die here this time around as soon as you don't have beads.
Right.
And no beads pickup here for Karmic or Happen makes them prime targets for a combo of sending them to the sky with the Windfire Wheels. And then Moswell waiting for them on landing, dropping that Solar Beam into Searing Pain combo that just erases people in the mid to late game. Look towards what Moswell decides to build here. Has the Gem of Focus online here, and will likely go towards that Soul Reaver that we often see mids go towards as of late in that second slot. And he could do good work with that against Karmic, against Happen. And I imagine that will be Moswell's target in the early game, following up just off the ease of access CC of the Sash from Jengaru. And I agree with you, Mort. I think Neja jungle is stronger than Neja support right now. I think you're putting your support in a really bad spot to be forced to initiate fights off of Sashes, off of ultimates. And when you do that, you put them in bad spots. Versus now, Jengaru can kind of play as a secondary engage as soon as his support goes in, like this Guan Yu.
Okay, walking forward. I think we maybe see a stun. Or rather, Sash connects, and let's take him up for just a moment, but CC immunity forced away. Moswell's Hyper Beam off the mark, but that's fine. We'll get Firebrands instead. We still have numbers, but Paul rotates around to the corner. And you can see Aurora's here as well. Happen teleporting up the mid lane. Looks like Clocked In have the pressure. They're forcing away Jengaru and Remakami. Decent damage being put out by Tegveer. Remakami's in trouble, but an Artillery Sash won't stop him because it's off the mark. The ult thrown down from Paul will get the kill. Remakami is dead. 1-4 Clocked In. They're going to go towards the brand. No, they already take down the brands. Interesting.
Yeah, kind of shocked that Moswell just decides to give up that play with Paul rotating over there and just decides to go to the left-hand side. Remakami takes a spill as he can't really escape the CC on the side of Clocked In. And that Sash being off the mark means Jengaru can't then play the fight. Jengaru taking a ton of damage here.
But a Sash to follow, but the Caltrops thrown down. Jengaru's okay, but oh no, going straight towards the enemy. Remakami hits the slow. Can they chase down Tegveer down to 100 health, but just now showing back up is Karmic. Doesn't have a heal to offer, but has some damage at least to throw. Looks like Tegveer is going to be just fine, but will Remakami fall? Life for the party, throws him into the coffin. Remakami's at a gray screen. Another kill for Clocked In.
Man, that's really bad for Remakami. Two deaths back to back there. Means he's going to lose a ton of farm on this right-hand side. Aurora trying to contest these rocks as he gets pulled back in.
No. Aurora, you got to be careful here. But healing, okay. Green numbers galore. Aurora's fine. Says, that's okay. I'll just heal it back.
You can see Tegveer is in the area. Jengaru on the way. Another pull!
Oh my god, the pulls are nasty. Forcing away the ult from Aurora. Hop on the horsey and giddy up away. That's all Aurora can do as they get back towards the tower. But look at the great Artillery Sash on to Paul from Jengaru for just a moment. But Jengaru suffers some damage. Moswell alone in mid lane right now, trying to get them off of this beacon. But Moswell is just kind of like hoping for someone to show up, but there's no one to show up.
Doug has to use the ultimate there on the left-hand side just to get back to his wave, but all the while, Clocked In going for the first Gold Fury here. There's not a lot Single Bind can do about it. They're trying to contest here. Aurora on the way. So is Doug, but he doesn't have ultimate. This Jingwei is vulnerable.
Okay, Gold Fury down to 1,000. Hydro dashes forward and hits the Mez. Doug going for a steal. Has to Aegis away. Going into the air. Hydro's going to be fine, but who's going to get the gold? It's going to be Single Bind. Single Bind got the gold. Moswell secured it. Hyper Beam goes out, but a little bit off the mark. Continuing to put on the juke shoes. Moswell trying to find one more before they inevitably fall. Hydro going to chase him down. So beautiful is your blood painted across the battlefield. Another great play from Single Bind. They got a Gold Fury. They got a kill. Well, they lost a kill, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, they lost a lot of important members there. I think Jengaru also took a spill. Single Bind, they got the steal at the very least. Now what can they do with that steal? Keeping the game even. You can see Doug has gone for a very different build here. Frenzy Dagger, first item on this Jingwei, not something we see a whole lot of. Oftentimes you see the Lemurian Bow or Devourer's Gauntlet to just kind of farm it out, get some stacks online or just play for that all-in combo off the elbow instead. Donut Doug just kind of playing to be a little more relevant in this early game off those shots there. Paul.
Great stun off the Stampede, followed by the Windfire Wheels, taking one up for a ride. Paul's in deep trouble, and in goes Mozball off the mark with the one, but Artillery Sash locks in Happen. Single Blind continuing to show presence here in mid lane, but 3-on-3. There's, we're missing carries, we're missing solos. Everybody else is here in mid, but not a lot to fight over, so Clocked In are fine with just dropping that fight. What is this all really for, right? Look within yourself. Oh no,
Revakami.
There's no health within Revakami. Karmic gets the kill. A great play off the Consigned Spirits. Karmic is on fire over here at solo.
Karmic running the right-hand side, and it's off the back of Revakami just dying and dying and dying again over here, just struggling in this matchup. And I mean, what a play from Happen there. Denies Moswell the chance to follow up off of the ultimate from Jengaru. Again, the 1-2 punch. Jengaru sends someone up to the sky. Moswell just sits there waiting for him to drop back down. Right before his mid laner drops back down, Happen pops the ultimate, sends Moswell to the sky, so he can't then cast abilities for when Paul drops back down. And Paul then is able to walk away. So denying the 1-2 punch there is Happen. A nice look there, 4 clocked in. They're sitting 7-2 in the kills, up 2,000 gold just 11 minutes in. Despite the composition looking a little bit better for Single Bind, they're still really struggling to find a way into this game.
11 minutes in, it's 2-7. Clocked in the lead by 2k gold, a little bit less than that, and 5 kills as well. I mean, this looks like about what the script says, right? I mean, I'm reading it off, and it looks about right. Now that I'm seeing it on screen, my vision seems to be coming to life here. But there's always the inevitable underdog story. Somebody's got to win, and somebody's got to lose, and always somebody's got to be favored to win. And it looks like somebody's favored to lose right now, and that would be Single Bind. But they've got this Jingwei pick that you hyped up ever so much in the picks and bans, and even though we haven't seen it come to life just yet, I think later on as the game goes on, we'll see Donut Dog be a lot more stronger and a lot more present in team fights.
Yeah, but I don't like the build that he's going for in the dagger, in the rage. I understand rage is a good item right now, but you lack a lot of attack speed with this rage pickup. That's why we often see Jingweis go forwards to Devourer's Gauntlet, into Demon Blade, and then into Deathbringer. And that is just a core strong 3 items. It's a ton of power behind those items, some attack speed as well off of the crits. And because you're Jingwei, you'll crit a little bit more than other ADCs. But here it's Frenzy Dagger, so he's going to auto attack more often. Then it's Rage, but you don't have any stacks for a while as Moswell gets pulled.
The Beast forced away, followed by the Hyper Beam. That's all that Mozball can do before he falls. Paul cleans up with a kill. An Aurora might be next, but not able to get... He's not locked down at all. I mean, there's no crowd control from Clocked In to put him in place. They've got a bit of damage, but just not a means to really put it on to Aurora. Jengaru thrown back to base as well, extremely low. Gold Fury could be looked at. Same thing with Pyro. We might just be looking for Aurora's ultimate. We can pull that off him at least, but great jukes from Aurora. As Clocked In moved towards the Gold Fury. Life of the party, thrown out. Karmic can't heal. He's afflicted by the ult, but can he get away? Karmic's in trouble. Revakami fighting through the wave. Wrap it up, thrown down, followed by the Consigned Spirits, and the one combo to follow. Karmic gets the kill. Now we're back looking here at the Gold Fury.
Again!
Clocked In are in control of it. Another nasty pull from Happen. Takes the Gold Fury down to 2k, but they don't want to pull it in front of Single Bind. They can't risk losing another gold, so they drop it entirely.
Happen has just been on point, pull after pull after pull here on this Sylvanas. I'm shocked. It's a game 3 pick that he keeps going back to, and teams just aren't really respecting that pull range that this character provides. You gotta either step to the side or be out of range of that ability. And so Clocked In have good initiation in the form of their support Sylvanas, who consistently continues to land these pulls. Happen looking to force another victory here for Clocked In the April circuit. And they got themselves a significant lead. 3,000 gold, 14 minutes in. But Single Bind doing a good job of contesting that Gold Fury at the very least. Time and time again, they've stolen these objectives away from Clocked In, and so Clocked In are not going to allow that next Gold Fury to be stolen away like the last couple have.
Gold Fury does have a couple members of each team looking at it. 3 from Clocked In, and Aurora maintaining vision mainly. But, you know, there's only
3
so
on
much
right.
you can do there. Pyro does have a bit of priority as well, but 3 members of Single Bind on the right side. You are right about that, but going back to base is Mazwal. You know, we're in an interesting spot, right? Because the mid lane is about to show up, and this is where Clocked In inevitably always have the upper hand. It's when this macro game, I feel like I say this once a cast at this point, it's the macro game that Clocked In is known for, and they're here to, you know, show it off, and they're going to be going towards everything that they can, get their hands on whatever, you know, Single Bind will let them have.
Oh, you see Tegbeer hovering to the right-hand side, looking for another play on Remikami, who's taken another 1v1 against Karmic.
Remikami's in trouble, getting back to the tier 2. And Aurora's there to throw a couple heals and say, it'll be okay, buddy.
Now Remikami's low. He can't really contest this Queen Naga. In Single Bind, you have Mazwal to try and steal this one away, but it's going down pretty quickly. I feel like this is just going to go the way of Clocked In.
5K on it, and Aurora is the only one from Single Bind that's even there. But Mazball just gets soloed by Paul in mid lane. But the Queen Naga still getting looked at. 2 members there. Ult down, 2,000 health. Piercing Moonlight going straight towards the back line. Tegbeer kills Remikami, and Aurora force onto the horsey. The rest of Single Bind are nowhere nearby. The rest of Clocked In are getting the Queen Naga. That's a big objective pulled their way.
Oh, Jengaru and Aurora have to run away. Clocked In are grouped here in mid lane, looking to take the Pyromancer as well. And this game has gotten out of hand more at 4,000 and climbing for Clocked In. They're looking to get a stranglehold of this game. They're looking to find the victory here. Sashin lands onto the tree, but no follow-up. No real damage from Jengaru either. Has gone for the gavel here as his second item here. A very interesting pickup, but not something we're used to seeing. Tells me that Jengaru is going to be a little more of a setup man here for his team. Using the cooldown, using the sash, the CC to set up for the team. But I mean, I don't know, man. Aurora is just so squishy. So is Remikami.
Artillery Sash brings Jengaru in. The Clocked In are ready for a fight, if anything. A Hyper Beam damage a tad bit off the mark. But Life of the Party in response, finding a silence and really taking some health away. Aurora's in a whole bit of trouble, but Doug goes in. Doug goes in, but Mazball takes down Karmic. Low health bars across Clocked In, but Jengaru gets taken down. Aurora's in trouble. 2 dead for Single Bind. We're about to make it 3. Remikami is still chasing down 1, though. Tegbeer dead, but Mazball falls. Hydro's got basics all day, baby. Remikami gets yoinked, and Paul's gonna take him down right after. 4 dead for Single Bind, and a low health Aurora can do nothing but go back to base and hope that the worst doesn't happen, but it's Clocked In. You know it will.
All right, happens by MVP. It's just not even close, man. Just pull after pull. Doug in the middle of the fight gets pulled by Sylvanas and then just dies. There's nothing he could do. He bought some time with Aegis, but it's just not enough. When he gets pulled into a bad spot like that, he's not then able to free cast in fights and be effective. And again, Happen just pull after pull after pull, continues to make plays. Doug on the way. Can Aurora steal it? No.
Nah, that's all good. That's all Paul. Paul all day. Another gold. This one goes for Clocked In, though. Second one of the game. And now we're 1 for 1 as far as golds. And with the gold lead being so evident for Clocked In, and only 18 minutes in, 15-4 is the scoreboard. I mean, Single Bind are slowly losing footing here and there. And even though that last fight looked good for Single Bind for just a moment, how do we counter these Sylvanas grabs? How do we counter the damage from Tegbeer? There's just so much to worry about from Clocked In.
Yeah, I feel like teams just aren't used to dealing with Sylvanas. When you play against a character for a long time, you can kind of get used to their patterns. But when you don't play against Sylvanas, and again, a character that we don't see too often, feels like Happen's the only one really playing it right now, you kind of just forget that he's got that pull, and Happen has been hitting raw pulls, not even just rooting people and then pulling them. He's just kind of finding angles and pulling in key members like Doug, like Mazwal, Remikami now a couple times as well. It's just difficult for Single Bind to kind of play forward. Even Aurora, who's just not tanky enough, man, in this stage to then get pulled and survive. And there's not a lot he can do about it right now. He's working towards an active item. Curious to see if it's a shell upgrade in terms of going towards that active item, or maybe something like an Aegis, just something that once he gets pulled, he can just kind of buy a moment to not immediately get punished for a pull.
19 minutes in, about to be 20. And it's not as close as I once thought it would be. I mean, two of the top teams going head to head, you would think that it'd be a bit closer than it is, but Clocked In are in evident control of this game. Pyromancer getting looked at, but Single Bind have some vision, have some presence on it. But won't be
Jengaru
walking up to it. Wow. Paul just took down Jengaru. Jengaru tried to go for the backline twist yet again, but didn't work out this time. Paul was ready for it. Life of the party thrown down and onto the horse, looking to tank it. Aurora takes a bit of damage, but gonna get slowed down by Wrap It Up. Maybe a root lands. That it does, and a great pull from Happen. Meanwhile, Dono Dugs get busy in the back line, looking to take down somebody, but Hydro just killed Ramakami. Aurora dashing back, and a bit of damage from the Wisp will slow down Aurora for just a moment, but the heals from the one conviction will make sure that Aurora doesn't die. Can't say the same for Ramakami, though. And down two, Jengaru just spawned, so make it down one. Clocked In are looking at this FG. They want to rip it right in the faces of Single Bind. Let's see how that goes.
Moswell has ultimate, and I hate this build that Doug has gone for. You can see he doesn't have Titans being completed just yet because of this Hydra's pickup, and Doug, in a world of hurt, he's just dead to Paul, and another pull from Happen.
Another nasty pull. Let him go, man. Just quit. Quit while you're ahead, but Happen says, nah, I can do this all day, baby. You know what you were doing at 4 a.m. this morning, Book? You were sleeping. You know what Happen is doing? He's at the jungle practice. He's firing grabs from all angles possible. This man's getting ready, geared up for Smite Prime, ready to hit every single pull that he can this game. And chasing down Aurora, the dash goes through, but Karmic's on the chase. But you better not let Happen catch up to you. You're going to get pulled.
Yeah, Karmic has to kind of pay a little bit of respect to Ramakami, who's in the area, but only level 16 on this Osiris. Too far behind. Not tanky enough to deal with the damage on the side of Clocked In. And look at this. Kind of an unsung hero this game. Level 20 on Paul. First one to hit level 20 in the game. 8-0-6 on the Princess Bari. Has just gone nuclear this game on this pick. So much damage in the AoE areas multiple times now. It's just, I mean, we saw it there. Jengaru goes in with the sash and just gets blown up instantly. And there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, honestly, there's really nothing you can do about it. It's just, that's the way it is. I feel like the snowball is just so big. It's so big for Clocked In. The gold lead is, you know, we're at a point where we're seeing it with items, right? When it's not as apparent with itemizations that it's you know, it's just a stat line. But at this point of the game, all right, now it's a little worrisome.
Doug needs items, and that's why he's over here on the left-hand side trying to farm out that Titan's Bane as quickly as possible. And Ramakami and Doug now over here, and Moswell hovering. No, Jengaru and Moswell will back to base. Everyone on Single Bind will back to base, but might be too little too late. This bird can go down quick.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, it absolutely can, because Glock didn't have Fire Giant. They're ready for it,
Doug
but
spotted.
Look at Donut Doug hovering on the side. He was spotted. I mean, they see where he is, but Glock didn't decide, you know what, I mean, we're just going to get it later, right? We don't need to get it right now, per se, right?
Single Bind should take this fight. It is a 5v4 with Karmic back in base around the Gold Fury. They're just not ready for it. Instead, they'll split. They'll go towards Pyromancer instead. And yeah, this is the right call, but you're kind of continuing to let the game get... They can't even get Pyro. The game is just out of hand, and you're not really looking for windows. And Ramakami has got to be careful. He can't stand next to walls because Happen looking here, hunting for a pull.
Oh, he missed his first one. He's mad about it. He threw the root down. He's like, dang it. You saw that? I missed one. There goes my perfect accuracy for the game.
I can't believe I missed one pull out of how many I hit. Ah, man. I sure hope I don't lose this game 3 of Smite Prime Finals because of it.
That's got to be a new tracker for Sylvanas, right? Is like accuracy with grabs. Put that in the high res chat, somebody. Let them know. This is a new tracker for Sylvanas. Your accuracy for how many pulls you hit in the game. But I promise you, there's going to be some cornballs that like hit one and then just never. They don't try another one again.
Oh, 100%. But it's got to be like a proper it's got to be a scoring, right? Like it can't just be, you know, 100% accuracy. No, it's got to be a score based on how many you threw out. Kind of like KDA. It's like how many kills you get to deaths. It's how many you threw out to how many you connected, right? Like how many times you pushed that ability specifically and it connects onto a god versus it doesn't connect onto a god. And of course, taking into account him hitting the roots, that just shouldn't count. It should be neutralized because that's just a freebie. You got to be aware. You can't take that away from the Sylvanas player for just hitting one of his roots and just playing the character correctly.
Yeah, but like, what about the training wheels, like the Scepter Dominion? Will that still count?
Yeah, because likely the Sylvanas player has gone for that play setup where they've picked the Scepter and then gone for the pull afterwards. Yeah, it's easy, but still you're hitting that pull because you've set it up for yourself. It's kind of like saying like, oh, if he hits the root pull, it doesn't count, right? No, it still counts. He still hit the pull off of his own setup, right? Like it still counts as Tuba ulting here.
Your team has
Yeah,
destroyed a
okay.
middle
So
enemy
this
tower.
takes happen away. Where do they go from here? They're going to meet up with
Moswell.
somebody. Can they
Doug.
match the back on Moswell? They're
Doug.
not going to see him in time. He's already back. But Donut Doug's hiding in the bush. But Karma can find vision. In goes Hydro. He's got to drop down. We've got to get the kill. Donut Doug's getting chased away. Finds a dash. But Tekir's there in response. Doesn't force the piercing moonlight. But he's ready to scrap. He threw some basics out saying, hey, I don't just bark, I bite too.
Doug is level 20, has Titans Bane completed here, and so he's not in the worst spot anymore. Has that important pen online. He has relevant damage, but again, this Rage only has one stack. The fighting really hasn't happened around Donut Doug. Because of it, he's just not enough relevant crit chance just yet. To me, the Demon Blade would have served so much better where you have more relevant attack speed to cast over time. Instead, his damage is very much a one-shot combo with this Hydra's proc where he pops the 2 and 1 auto attack will crit and hopefully one-shot someone. But right now, it's just not to the same extent.
And the beacon being fought over. Single Bind had the upper hand for a moment, but once they realized the numbers game, they realized Clocked In just kind of have every game, really. I mean, they don't even have the numbers game. They just have presence. They have aura from being so far ahead. Single Bind are just naturally scared. They know they're behind, so Clocked In are automatically going to have the upper hand, even with Karmic being by blue buff for a moment there. But now back in the swing of things, Single Bind are backing things up. Clocked In, ready to burn a fire giant in the faces of SB, but we'll see how it goes.
Single Bind need a way into this game. Moswell, level 20 here, has the important items, the Soul Reaver, the Op Shard, and the Blink. Look towards Moswell. Can he one-shot a backliner? Probably not. But still, this fire going quickly here. Single Bind in the area.
5K, in goes one. Ramagami's looking to get this fight started Single Bind's way. 4K on the FG, but Life of the Party looking for a pull. And we're dropping the FG entirely, and we're going for a pull, but no, somebody's still taking it. It's down to 3K, a little early, Moswell. Now they can't steal. Single Bind still hovering. It's at 3K. Make it 2. Who's going to secure? Down at 1, but Clocked In still get FG. Clocked In still got Fire Giant, but the dagger picked up by Aurora. Dashing forward, Single Bind looking for their first bit of footing in quite a while. Jingaru finds the root. Armillary Sash on to happen, but a knockup from the O will lock down 2 and a massive 2-man root in response. Piercing Moonlight goes straight from Oswald, and Jingaru killed. 3 dead for Single Bind. Karmic's the only one dead, but a great bit of damage thrown from Moswell to lower health bars on the side of Clocked In. Aurora still getting chased down, but he's got heals. He's got conviction. He's got dashes, and he's got a dagger. But that's what Hydro wants, forcing the horsey to gallop away. You're not going to kill me today. Aurora gets out by a sliver of health, yet once more unkilled this entire game. But we haven't seen a lot of presence from this Aurora Guan Yu pick. It's Clocked In marched down. No, are they gonna? Is it game?
They might. No, instead they'll back up. Gold Fury available, but how did Hydrogen secure that Fire Giant through all that? It looked like they were backing up Clocked In, and somehow Hydrogen gets it? I mean, Moswell just misplays the combo entirely. Doesn't get the Searing Pain onto the target, which was Karmic. That would have been a big pick to start the fight. And just erasing him instead. Karmic gets to live a little bit longer, tanks up a little bit more damage. And that buys Hydrogen and Paul some time. Obviously secure away that Fire Giant. Again, I just ask myself, how did that happen? Moswell has the Solar Beam. That's decent secure. That should out-secure an Apollo at this stage of the game. But it didn't. And I'm just kind of a little bit lost for words on how Clocked In are going to win this game off of, what, a stray auto attack from Apollo?
Yeah, it's a bit of a rocky spot for single bind. I think what my eyes are on at most is the fact that Donut Doug is getting to late game. The later this game goes, the more it favors Jingwei. So I'm hoping we see more out of Doug, who's kind of been off the radar for majority of this game. 0-4-1 is a bit of a flat stat line for what we're used to seeing from Donut Doug, but you know, you got the Gilded Arrow upgraded. You've got a lot of optimization. I mean, this favors Jingwei. This phase of the game favors Jingwei more than any other phase. I just, you know, does she have the breathing room to get through? Can Jengaru and Aurora provide that? So far, it hasn't looked likely.
Yeah, it's been tough for Doug to really pilot through these fights, and it's games like this where I kind of ask myself, well, the game would be easier to pilot if you're just focused on hitting the frontliner, and Doug doesn't have a build that does that. The Hydras is specifically designed to kill backliners. Look at Doug, though, on this big flank. Moswell and Jengaru as well, hovering in the jungle. Moswell regroups around the bird, but Doug still major flank here.
But what can Doug do from
he's cutting the
back there?
wave.
No, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. It's actually pretty smart from Doug, but chasing him down from there, clocked in a piece of him, but Paul is going to kill him. Hydro goes into the air. This has got to be endgame here, surely, right? But look at Jengaru all the way over there. Clocked in can just run forward and take down this bird.
Doug just missed positions, and now a great pull from Happen.
But Remakami goes in. Life of the party followed by the Ansile, slows down one, and
it tickles.
This roar. Hyper Beam doesn't do much here, but a great knock-up from Happen does. Remakami taken into the air and killed as soon as he lands. Hydro gets another kill, and this has got to be endgame. This is the endgame. Clocked in going towards the Titan. They're here for 7K once more. It's part of our monthly invoice. Just put it on our check. Another grand finals victory for Clocked In.
I mean, what is there to say? And they're going to pat the stats, farm some damage, kill Moswell, and win game 3 against Singlebind. Clocked In continue to just be unstoppable more. I mean, they lose a couple of weeks, and they just, when it matters most, man, when it matters most, they show up. And look, I want to give a lot of credit to Clocked In, but I also feel like a lot of teams, a lot of their opponents have allowed them to get this victory today. It's a tough pill to swallow, but I feel like it's, I don't know, Mort. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. The Clocked In once again are our champions here.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, and that also, you know, it changes up a couple of things, right? I mean, it just goes to show that if any team is going to beat Clocked In, it's Hold That, right? And Hold That weren't the ones here today. I think Single Bind still had a pretty fair chance at you know, I thought they could have done it. There was a small part of me, maybe 2 hours ago, Spirited Book, that thought Single Bind, they're going to be the ones. They're going to usurp the throne, but no.
I mean, earlier in the day, Hold That defeated Clocked In to go to winners bracket finals against Single Bind, where eventually they lost and then were sent to the losers bracket. And then then, you know, rematch. Clocked In versus Hold That. Hold That lost in game 3. Games 2 and 3, again, similar pattern to both series. Go to finals, Single Bind, they take game 1. It's a very back and forth. And then game 2, not even close, draft diff. Game 3, a little bit more back and forth, but Clocked In, man, they don't lose. They just do not lose.
But what did they win? Well, we'll show you. It's 7,000 USD, $7,000 straight to the bank accounts of, you know, these players. So that's huge. That's huge. I mean, they've been getting it every month, right? That's what pays their rent at this point. But looking at what they're going to earn also is not just that, but, well, I'm pretty sure they have this. I don't think they're actually winning this. Yeah. Do you think this is a pretty good question? I wonder if they're giving their badges away to like their friends and stuff now that they've got these. Like, do they still get the code, or is it just like, I mean, you would have got this if you didn't already have it, but
I don't think you can do that, Mort. I think that'd be pretty. I don't think you can see, you know, Boomerhead 645 in a random ranked game rocking a Smite Prime champion badge. Yeah.
Hey, don't talk about my Smurf like that, Spirited Book. We'll go.
My bad, Mort. My bad, Mort.
And they also would have won this if they haven't already won it 10 times over. But they have this. This is, I mean, it's something cool. We'll show it off for those who want to try and take down Clocked In. You could get this, like Clocked In have been getting for a while. And we also have an MVP to announce. Who's going to get the trophy that goes on the ornament of your car? It is, drum roll, it's Karmic. Karmic is going to be winning this trophy right here, and he can put it wherever he wants, at the desk, at his office, put it on a bookshelf, at his house. He can put it in his bathroom. He can put it on the hood of his car. I mean, it can go anywhere. Like a hood ornament. But that's not all we have to talk about. We've got a bracket to look at, and all the teams that have fought for this opportunity today on who could have potentially be Clocked In. All these teams fought forward, and a little unusual. Clocked In lost early on, and they had to fight their way through the losers bracket. They didn't get any off time like Singlebind did, but that momentum favored Clocked In, and they ended up taking the whole thing.
Yep.
Next up, one more thing to show off, and that's because, I mean, y'all got to know this. We're not done. Smite Prime's never really done. You know what I mean? We've got a whole nother month. Starting on May 9th, it'll be week 1 of the May circuit, where these teams can fight over another $7,000. But we won't have Smite Prime next Saturday, keep in mind. But the Saturday following, we'll have another Smite Prime event ready for you. A couple more things to go through. An art contest that has been going down here with Smite Prime. If you're an artist within the Smite community and want to show off your skills, you can enter your submissions anywhere between the 15th, which is already started, to May 6th. Then we'll do a bit of voting between ourselves, and then who can get the 5K diamond prize. We'll find out a little bit later on. And the art shop. Again, if you're an art person within the Smite community, there's plenty of bread to be made. You can make some bread through the shop.smiteprime.com, where we take artists within the community, and you can put some of your favorite designs involving Smite onto some cool things like phone cases, pillows, posters, mouse pads, and the almighty Horus tumbler. But that is all that we've got for today. Book, any final thoughts?
Look, it's been a fun day today. At the end of the day, all jokes aside, it's been fun. It's been fun, Mort. I feel like we had some fun, action-packed games. I think a lot of people are looking for a new result at the end of the day, and I think we're just all going to have to find the little things in life that make us happy, and and just deal with what's in front of us, one day at a time, Mort. One day at a time.
Well, there's always next month. Thank you, Book, for joining me here on the broadcast. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you to everybody with Smite Prime and Hi-Res for letting this whole thing go down. But most importantly, thank you to every single viewer at home for tuning in for a 9-hour broadcast. It's been a long day. I'm ready to go to bed. We'll catch you later, chat. See you on May 9th.